Chapter 1: The Birth of the Strongest Being. Where am I? Beep. Transition successful. The host has been assigned an identity to seamlessly integrate into the Dragon Ball universe. The current character's soul has been merged. The host's personality and thought processes may be influenced. The host is rewarded with an increase in combat prowess. The host's fighting strength, talent, and potential are equivalent to the combined total of Vegeta and Goku multiplied by X. This translates to AB multiplied by X. With each formidable adversary vanquished, the final multiplier X will rise, starting with an initial value of 1. Overlord mode. When the host flaunts their prowess, astonishing others, the combat power can temporarily surge to AB. System. Then, who am I now? Year 735 of the Age of the Scions, Planet Vegeta. A group of lizard-like beings clad in white lab coats gazed in astonishment at the infant scion in the incubation chamber. This child's combat power. On a hospital bed, a woman who had just given birth coldly inquired of the lizard beings, "What is it?" Upon hearing her question, the lizard beings simultaneously knelt before her, responding, "Your Highness, the prince's combat power exceeds even that of the newly born Vegeta." Upon hearing this, the woman rose from her bed, a proud smile breaking through her pale visage. "Truly, he is my child with that man, but his existence must remain a secret." As she uttered these words, the lizard beings were so startled that they fell to the ground. Raising her hand, a cruel smile graced her face. Only the dead can keep secrets. A wave of energy erupted from her hand, obliterating 2 of the lizard beings. Yet, the surrounding facilities and instruments remained unscathed. The woman, barefoot and clad in a hospital gown, approached the infant and cradled him in her arms. At that moment, the mechanical door of the medical room slid open, revealing a figure strikingly resembling Vegeta, donned in battle attire and a crimson cape. He inhaled deeply as he regarded the infant in the woman's arms, asking, "Do you wish for him to inherit the throne?" The woman tightly clutched the child with her left arm while her right hand discreetly began to gather energy. With a dismissive smile, she replied, "Humph, replace the throne? Such matters are trivial. Our ambitions lie beyond that." Upon hearing her disdain for the throne of Planet Vegeta, a mixture of anger and relief crossed the man's face. She continued, "Brother, we are family. This child's existence is not destined to rule Planet Vegeta, but to defeat Frieza, ultimately, to become the strongest in the universe." The scion referred to as her brother was none other than King Vegeta, and the woman was his sister, Princess Bu. It must be noted that their lineage was extraordinarily potent. Princess Bu bore a striking resemblance to a more feminine version of Vegeta. Princess Bu. Most importantly, Princess Bu possessed the highest combat power on Planet Vegeta, boasting an impressive 30,000 points, commanding respect even from Frieza's subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon. Moreover, she is currently the only scion capable of freely controlling Ki. King Vegeta gazed at the child and inquired, "I have but one question. Whose offspring is this child?" Princess Vegeta, with utmost caution, scrutinized his every movement and countered, "What do you intend to do?" "I merely wish to understand what manner of person has caught your eye. There is no scion stronger than you across the entire planet Vegeta." Princess Vegeta slightly lowered her head, as if reflecting upon the essence of that individual. "He is not particularly strong. His battle power hovers around 10,000, comparable to yours. Yet he has unveiled to me an alternative potential within scions." King Vegeta furrowed his brow in confusion, for on this planet, scions with a battle power of 10,000 could be counted on one hand, most serving as his guards. An alternative potential? What might that be? The princess replied, "Compassion and empathy. I am certain that these are the pivotal factors that could elevate all scions to new heights." At that moment, King Vegeta began to deduce who she could be referring to, and in his eyes, her response was nothing short of a jest. Compassion and empathy are the greatest weaknesses of the scions. After all, for a race that thrives on conquering planets through violence, showing mercy or sympathy towards an enemy is akin to courting death. King Vegeta cast a glance at the debris on the ground and turned away with a cold laugh. "As long as you do not possess compassion or empathy, that suffices. I hope Khan does not learn of this matter. I once believed Bardock to be a rare and devoted scion, only to find he is just like us. I will grant you 2.5 years during this time. I shall arrange a specialized high-grade incubation pod for this nephew. After 2.5 years, he must leave Planet Vegeta. As for where he goes, I do not care, but you must remain." Upon finishing his statement, the woman's aura intensified, erupting in a blue flame around her. "Are you intending to exile him?" King Vegeta slightly turned to face the princess and replied, "No, I am saving him. Our conflicts with the Frisia force are intensifying, and if a full-scale war erupts, our only chance of victory lies in your great ape transformation. However, this does not guarantee our triumph should we falter. This child could serve as our trump card for vengeance in the future." Princess Vegeta questioned, "And what of Prince Vegeta?" As King Vegeta walked away, he spoke over his shoulder, "I have other plans for him if he wishes to achieve greatness. He must first learn patience." As he reached the mechanical door, King Vegeta paused and asked, "What is this child's name?" Princess Vegeta looked down at the infant, whose spiky hair resembled that of the Vegeta lineage, thankfully devoid of the infamous M-shaped, receding hairline, and even sported a few bangs. His face bore a striking resemblance to his father. Beiji, his name is Vegeta. He shall undoubtedly become the strongest person in the world. Vegeta repeated the name softly to himself. Vegito. I shall remember it. The planet Vegeta still requires your presence. Before that, I suggest you recover in the medical chamber. My queen will tend to you just as she cares for Vegeta. Afterwards, you may resume your duties. Understood. Chapter 2. The uninvited guest Princess Vegeta holds a status on planet Vegeta that is entirely on par with their king. Her responsibilities have evolved from merely conquering planets to serving as the chief instructor for the combat-oriented science, training all of her kin. Time flows swiftly, and on a particular day in the year 736 of the Age of the Universe, Princess Vegeta clandestinely trains all the non-deployed combat scions within the underground base of planet Vegeta. The lower-ranking warriors may not comprehend who they are preparing to battle, yet they understand one thing. Under the tutelage of this fervent woman, their fighting prowess will ascend dramatically. This transformation originated from a meeting held a year prior, during which Princess Vegeta proposed the theory of scions recovering from near-fatal injuries. It was then that all those who had endured grievous wounds realized the truth of her assertion. Thus, over the course of the year, the combat scions embarked on an intense regimen of sparring. The number of scions whose power level surpassed 10,000 began to exceed 100. Moreover, King Vegeta himself achieved a staggering combat power of 45,000. Remarkably, this was accomplished within a mere 6 months. During the initial half of the year, Princess Vegeta had been instructing all scions on how to control their own power levels. This strategy was devised to mislead Frisia. Once outside the base, all scions would suppress their power levels. On this day, the 4-year-old Vegeta stood proudly beside King Vegeta, observing the fierce battles among the scions. King Vegeta affectionately ruffled young Vegeta's hair, saying, "My son, remember, they are your subjects, and you possess greater potential than anyone else." A mere flutter of a butterfly's wings could incite a storm on the other side of the planet. This embodies the butterfly effect, as the system orchestrated Princess Vegeta's appearance to bestow a perfect identity upon Vegeta. Princess Vegeta, with her extensive combat experience, had once collaborated with Bardock on a mission. Not only did they ignite a spark of love, but she also learned to control her power levels from the indigenous people of that planet. Consequently, rather than annihilating the natives, she proposed the establishment of an autonomous region for them. In the subsequent year, nearly all scions had multiplied their strength several-fold, some even more than 10-fold. Among those who benefited was her nephew, the 4-year-old Vegeta, whose combat power had already reached 10,000. As for Broly, even confined within the incubation chamber, his power level rose alongside Vegeta's. Unfortunately, Kakarot had yet to be born, leaving him to solely enjoy Vegeta's buffs. Following the conclusion of training, all the secretly constructed recovery chambers were filled to capacity with scions. Though each bore scars from their arduous training, their faces radiated with joy, for they knew that upon emerging from the recovery chambers, their combat power would further ascend. Naturally, as these training sessions became more frequent, the increments in power gained from recovery after injuries diminished. Even if sporadic explosive growth occurred, the subsequent enhancements were minimal at best. Currently, the most formidable scion is none other than Princess Vegeta, whose fighting power stands at an impressive 60,000 points. Accompanied by young Vegeta, she makes her way to the royal reception hall, eager to meet 2 esteemed guests who have arrived today. However, as they approach the grand entrance, they are taken aback by a shocking scene before them. The second most powerful scion on this planet, the proud King Vegeta, is being used as a mere footrest. With an expression of immense anguish, he lies on the ground, supporting himself, while a pair of legs resting upon him seem to bear the weight of a mountain. This sight deeply unsettles Vegeta, who cannot fathom the existence of such overwhelming power in the world. Princess Vegeta, equally astonished, observes the situation. At this moment, The feline figure appears to sense their presence, brandishing a sweet delicacy and exclaiming, "I do not favor the cowardly. Come forth." Drawing a deep breath, Princess Vegeta steps forward first. Upon witnessing this, King Vegeta urgently calls out, "Quick, kneel. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction." At the mention of Beerus, Vegeta hastily drops to one knee before him, while Princess Vegeta maintains a piercing gaze fixed upon Beerus, her expression piquing his curiosity. With a slight smile, he inquires, "Oh, it seems you are the strongest on this planet." Standing tall, Princess Vegeta responds, "For now, yes. In the future, countless scions even stronger than I will arise, such as this Prince Vegeta kneeling before you." Her words leave both King Vegeta and Vegeta drenched in sweat. Intrigued, Beerus gestures for her to join him. Without a moment's hesitation, Princess Vegeta pulls out a chair and sits beside him. After assessing her, Beerus poses a question. "On what basis do you believe that young Vegeta could surpass you?" "Because scions have no limits. Our next generation will undoubtedly be more exceptional than us," she asserts. Beerus pauses his actions, placing his food aside, and asks, "Are you referring to the Super Saiyan? The legendary transformation that appears once every millennium?" Princess Vegeta grins. "Perhaps even more remarkable than that." With her declaration echoing in the hall, a palpable silence envelopes the room, allowing every breath to be heard. Beerus's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness as he retracts the legs resting on King Vegeta. Princess Vegeta then queries, "Are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? You mean to say that the boy named Vegeta could potentially become a god?" "Perhaps not just him." Beerus pauses momentarily, then shrugs and remarks, "A horde of barbaric warriors capable of producing a deity. What a jest." He then crosses his arms and adds, "However, there was indeed a scion who once entered my dreams, engaging me in a most exhilarating battle." Fascinating. Let us conclude our meeting here for today. I shall grant your descendants some time. I hope they do not disappoint me. Whis, let us depart. After Beerus rose, he placed his hand upon Whis's shoulder, and in an instant, the two transformed into a vibrant stream of light, breaking through the rooftop and vanishing. As several scions were still reeling from the aftermath, Beerus called out to Whis, "Hey, Whis, go pay Frieza a visit." Whis responded with curiosity, "Oh, do you not wish to destroy planet Vegeta anymore?" Beerus's expression grew serious as he replied, "Planet Vegeta must be obliterated. The existence of the scions has already disrupted the progression of cosmic civilization. Those celestial bodies that ought to remain untouched have been rendered desolate by their actions. Whenever they intervene, they exhibit no understanding of restraint." Whis tilted his head, intrigued, and inquired, "So what is your intention?" Beerus smiled and said, "I merely wish to preserve a few exceptionally gifted scions. When I awaken once more, I shall seek them out to verify their potential." Chapter 3. The journey's destination is Earth on a certain day in the year 737 of the age of the universe. Bardock's second son was born. Bardock's combat prowess had vastly surpassed that of the original tale, and thus Kakarot's battle power was also considerably elevated beyond its original depiction. It was not merely a matter of two, rather, it had reached an astonishing 20 points. What? A battle power of merely 20? Bardock listened with astonishment to the readings emanating from the scouter. After calming his emotions, he slowly remarked, "Well, that is merely his current battle power. In my youth, I too was just a low-class warrior. 2.5 years prior, the classification of scions was limited to low-class warriors and elites, with Vegeta being considered a super elite. Subsequently, Princess Vegeta redefined the rankings. Those with a battle power below 500 were deemed low-class warriors. Around 1,000 were classified as mid-class warriors, and 5,000 as upper-class warriors. Those reaching approximately 10,000 could be regarded as elites. On this same day, Vegeta, the cousin of Gogeta, encountered Gogeta for the first time. Vegeta stood in front of Gogeta's incubation pod, arms crossed, murmuring to himself, "Is this the child of my aunt?" Having learned to sense energy, Vegeta perceived Gogeta's battle power and displayed a look of disdain. He pressed the button on the scouter produced by Planet Vegeta, observing the figures displayed. Humph, nothing remarkable, merely 500 points. At that moment, Gogeta opened his eyes within the nutrient pod, gazing at Vegeta. In an instant, Gogeta's energy surged, causing Vegeta to stagger back 2 steps. Battle power, 15,020 points. It was 20 points higher than his own. It is noteworthy that Vegeta had not employed any advanced recovery techniques in his training, relying solely on standard techniques and energy manipulation. He had reached such a high battle power at the tender age of 5. Had he been a bit older, Princess Vegeta would have gladly subjected him to more rigorous training. Just then, Gogeta swam to the front of the nutrient pod, placing his tiny hands on the transparent cover. Vegeta was uncertain of Gogeta's intentions, but instinctively mirrored the gesture. A knowing smile crept across Vegeta's face. With this battle power and talent, I acknowledge you, cousin. But remember, the strongest scion in the future will undoubtedly be me. In response, Gogeta merely offered a scornful smile. Ultimate mode activated. Current battle power increased to 300,000. Vegeta sensed a terrifying aura and energy emanating from the infant within the incubation pod. He took 2 steps back and exclaimed to Gogeta, "Nanny? Is it my imagination? This little one's battle power seems to have surged by dozens of times in an instant." Vegeta turned and departed, incredulous at the thought of a scion infant possessing a battle power of 300,000. At this stage, Vegeta was not yet cunning or treacherous. He was merely prideful and haughty. In a few years, after enduring the harsh realities of society, he would become base and unscrupulous. Had it not been for the emergence of Son Goku, he might have never reverted to being the proud scion prince he once was. One can only perish as a despicable and unscrupulous individual. Vegeta gazed at the departing silhouette of Vegeta, pondering within himself, "I must swiftly temper my energy. It is nearly time to leave this planet." He further reflected, "Who would have thought my mother was the sister of King Vegeta?" Observing his own reflection in the capsule, he mused, "This visage, a being unparalleled in the world?" On a fateful night 6 months later, the nutrient pod containing Vegeta was opened. Princess Beulah cradled Vegeta in one arm and soared to a concealed warehouse, gently placing him inside a medium-sized spacecraft. This marked the first time Vegeta beheld the loving gaze of his mother. With tears brimming in her eyes, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, Princess Beulah clasped Vegeta's small hand. "Vegeta, you must survive. If fate permits, I will surely come for you." As he gazed into the eyes of his mother, Vegeta silently vowed that, should an opportunity arise, he would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her. At that moment, Vegeta attempted to utter his first words, "Mom." Upon hearing this, Princess Beulah could no longer contain her tears. Lowering her breath, she embraced Vegeta tightly. After a moment, Princess Beulah seemed to recall something. She removed a pair of golden earrings from her ears and adorned Vegeta with them. "These earrings were worn by a powerful warrior I once encountered. Though they are replicas of my own making, consider them your first gift from me. Always remember your mother." Subsequently, she placed Vegeta back into the nutrient pod. At that moment, Vegeta sensed 3 powerful presences approaching. Princess Beulah stood by the hatch, waiting, until soon, Bardock and Jine arrived, accompanied by an infant. Jine reluctantly handed the crab-headed baby to Princess Beulah. "Your Highness, we entrust everything to you." Princess Beulah nodded at the small scion, who bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. "Yes, they will surely grow up safe and healthy." The 3 adult scions entered the spacecraft, placing Kakarot in another nutrient pod. Bardock shared a meaningful glance with Vegeta before Jine leaned close to the nutrient pod. "Vegeta, please take good care of your brother. I beg of you." Finally, Bardock and Jine placed their hands upon Kakarot's pod. "You must survive," Jine exclaimed. "Until we meet again." Little Kakarot anxiously reached his hand through the protective shield to grasp Bardock's palm. After their final farewell, the 3 exited the spacecraft, watching as it ascended slowly, soaring beyond the atmosphere. Inside the cabin, a robotic voice announced, "Destination, Earth. Estimated time of arrival, 6 months." The following day, Frieza's army's spaceship hovered within the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Frieza emerged from the ship's compartment, reclining in a hovering infant carriage. He cast a glance at Dodoria beside him and inquired, "Where are the members of the Vegeta squad?" "Your Majesty," came the reply. "They have already been dispatched to undertake other missions." "Excellent. Are you prepared to witness this spectacular display of fireworks?" "I am most eagerly anticipating it." "Ha ha ha. Who is that?" The crowd looked down to see a scion adorned with a red headband soaring towards Frieza's army. "Frieza, come out and face me. One man stands against 1,000. Bardock surged into the throng, effortlessly cutting through the weaklings who posed no threat to him. Then, with a sudden eruption of energy, he obliterated the scouters of all present, instilling fear in both Dodoria and Zarbon, who dared not approach. At that moment, another voice resonated behind Frieza. "Lord Frieza, allow me to handle this monkey." The entire Jinyu force knelt behind Frieza. With a finger resting against his nose, Frieza chuckled, "Ha ha ha. There is no need to trouble the Jinyu force. Let this monkey and the entire planet Vegeta be reduced to ashes." With that, Frieza raised his finger, concentrating a spherical mass of energy upon it, which began to swell ominously. Bardock fixed his gaze upon Frieza as the energy sphere in his right hand grew ever larger. My fate, the fate of planet Vegeta, the fate of Kakarot. The spirit bomb was complete. With all his might, Bardock hurled it towards Frieza, exclaiming, "This changes everything." The full-force spirit bomb was instantaneously consumed by Frisia's ever-expanding energy sphere, akin to a needle plunged into water, creating not even a ripple. Nanny. Frisia smirked slightly. Flicking his finger forward, disappear, Scion. The energy sphere engulfed Bardock and a number of Frisia's troops alike. Bardock's battle suit began to tear apart. In his final moments, he envisioned a future scene where his son would have Frisia pinned to the ground. Kakarot. Vegeta. Just as Bardock was on the brink of being turned to ash, two figures appeared within the energy sphere in an instant. The energy sphere continued its descent towards planet Vegeta, but in the next moment, a formidable shockwave of energy erupted from planet Vegeta, not only halting Frisia's energy sphere, but also pushing it back. On the ground, Princess Vegeta was directing the battle. All eyes turned towards the artificial moon in the sky. Upon transforming, they immediately coordinated with King Vegeta to completely push the energy sphere back. At the same time, Princess Vegeta sensed Bardock's energy had entirely vanished. Bardock, it is thanks to you that we were able to destroy all their scouters, allowing us to transform without detection. Thank you. With that, Princess Vegeta also gazed at the artificial moon in the sky. Chapter 4. The Scion Counterattack 150. 000. This is the true combat power of Princess Vegeta at present. As her heartbeat intensifies and her form expands, this power is rapidly escalating. When Frisia's army witnessed the energy sphere being repelled, panic ensued among them. Even Frisia himself was not exempt from this fear. The energy sphere had reached its maximum capacity. Should more energy be injected to propel it outward, there was a significant risk of it exploding midway. In such an event, Frisia's forces would undoubtedly suffer, with few surviving. Save for himself and Jinyu. Scatter. Frisia commanded, his army dispersing at lightning speed, yet many soldiers were still caught in the impending doom. When the energy sphere soared away and erupted, Frisia stood from his pod, trembling as he gazed at planet Vegeta. Damn it! A pack of wild monkeys dares to possess the power to challenge me. This was merely the beginning. King Vegeta, leading the elite Scions, transformed into a great ape and charged towards them. King Vegeta's combat power now stood at 50,000, escalating to 500,000 in his great ape form, nearly matching Frisia's first form in strength. However, in terms of overall combat capability, he faced almost insurmountable odds in a one-on-one confrontation. The king opened his colossal ape jaws, unleashing the Scion Great Ape Energy Blasts, instantly reducing Frisia's minions to ashes. The following great apes, each with combat power exceeding 200,000, generally hovered around 300,000. King Vegeta's crimson eyes coldly fixed upon Frisia. Frisia, today marks the end. The Scions shall not be subjugated by you any longer. Frisia clenched his teeth in fury, pointing a finger at King Vegeta. A bunch of wild monkeys dares to rebel against me. In the next moment, several beams of purple energy shot forth from Frisia's finger. King Vegeta barely evaded a few rays, but his large size limited his agility, resulting in several hits. Fortunately, his great ape transformation had significantly enhanced his resistance to damage, allowing him to endure the attacks from Frisia's 530,000 combat power with only minor injuries. Thus, King Vegeta braved Frisia's onslaught while commanding, everyone, unleash the Scion Great Ape Cannon together. Frisia cannot withstand our combined energy wave. Over 20 great apes simultaneously opened their mouths, gathering immense energy aimed at Frisia. At that moment, Frisia was utterly unnerved. For the first time since his birth, he felt the chilling threat of death. Behind him, the Jinyu force, Dodoria, and Zarbon hastily shouted, Lord Frisia, quickly evade. That attack is slow and cumbersome. Evade. You expect me to dodge an attack from a wild monkey? They are but a swarm of ants. Huh. Frisia erupted with an overwhelming aura of violet energy, causing his battle attire to shatter instantaneously, and his form expanded significantly. At that moment, a colossal energy barrage, conjured by numerous great apes, engulfed him entirely. The Jinyu force and Dodoria hastily veered to the sides, calling out Frisia's name in desperation. King Frisia, King Vegeta, upon witnessing Frisia's disappearance, could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Serves you right, Frisia. This is the price of underestimating us Scions. From this day forth, the Scions shall reign supreme over the universe. Just then, a menacing voice resonated next to the transformed King Vegeta. Ho ho ho, King Vegeta, it seems you are dreaming far too soon. What? King Vegeta spun around, only to behold Frisia, now significantly larger, standing defiantly before him. However, Frisia was not unscathed. His tail was severed, and his body bore numerous wounds. With a swift motion, Frisia struck King Vegeta across the face, sending his massive form hurtling away. Now in his second form, Frieza surveyed the Science with a furrowed brow. Science, how utterly detestable, daring to tarnish my body. I shall dismember you into pieces to alleviate my wrath. In this second form, Frieza possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million. Yet, for him, being compelled into this transformation by these wild apes was an affront to his pride. One elite scion addressed the others. Stay calm. Even though he has transformed, he has sustained injuries. If we exert our utmost once more, we can vanquish him. Frieza tilted his head toward the scion and replied. A splendid idea, but remember not to discuss tactics in the presence of your adversary. With that, Frieza extended 2 fingers and, with a mere flick, unleashed a colossal violet energy blade that swiftly severed the elite scion in half. The remaining scions recoiled in horror. What? Such terrifying power! Witnessing the fear his strength instilled in the scions, Frieza felt a surge of delight within. A smile reappeared on his face. This method of dispatching giant apes is indeed cathartic. Now, the rest of you. Are you prepared? No sooner had he spoken than Frieza promptly appeared behind one of the great apes, delivering a lethal chop that decapitated the massive head. 1. He then dashed toward a third great ape, crashing through its body with sheer force. 2. 3. How troublesome. I shall eliminate you all in one breath. Frieza unleashed his aura, enveloped in a spherical violet energy, and proceeded to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. The surrounding great apes were instantly reduced to mere husks, riddled with holes. Meanwhile, the injured King Vegeta soared back into the fray. Witnessing his kin perish one after another at Frieza's hands, he felt an unprecedented surge of fury, unleashing a power that transcended his limits. Frieza, die! King Vegeta swung his massive fist towards Frieza. In response, Frieza exerted all his strength, meeting King Vegeta's colossal blow head-on. The impact was thunderous, creating a violent shockwave that sent many surrounding individuals reeling. A wicked smile crept across Frieza's face. Impressive strength, King Vegeta, but alas, still insufficient. King Vegeta's right arm was shattered by the diminutive demon, who was hardly larger than his palm. Stifling his agony, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed the great ape beam, engulfing Frieza in its wake. Yet, when the energy dissipated, Frieza stood unscathed. Observe closely, King Vegeta. This is how true energy attacks are executed. Frieza's eyes emitted twin beams that instantly pierced through King Vegeta's heart. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he still yearned to fight with every last ounce of his being. It's not over. Before his fist could connect with Frieza, King Vegeta was propelled into the cosmos by a purple energy wave. His battle suit tore apart, and as his life neared its end, his energy was insufficient to maintain his great ape transformation, causing him to shrink. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret and defiance consumed King Vegeta. Vegeta, you must defeat Frieza and avenge us. After dispatching all the great apes before him, Frieza noticed a female great ape charging towards him. A swarm of bothersome flies. You all shall perish together. As Frieza raised his finger to gather energy, the great ape's speed exceeded his expectations, arriving before him in an instant. Princess Beulah poured every ounce of her strength into a devastating blow against Frieza. With a battle power of 1.5 million. She may not have been able to obliterate Frieza in his second form, but she could certainly suppress him. The tables had turned. This time, Frieza was sent flying, crashing into his own ship, blood spilling from his mouth. Is this truly the power of the Scions? Indeed, whether it be Beerus's mission or his own ambitions, the Scions must be exterminated. Before he could regain his composure, Princess Beulah charged forward once more, firmly grasping Frieza's body with her immense hands. Frieza's body emitted cracking sounds. You shall ultimately perish at the hands of the Scions. This is the end. Frieza screamed in agony, then bellowed, what are you waiting for? Cut off her tail. Yet, Frieza was not idle. He continually released his sealed power. As long as he could revert to his original form, even if these insects grew 100-fold stronger, they would remain no match for him. Jinyu, accompanied by his elite team members, relentlessly attacked the tail of Princess Vegeta. Yet, regardless of whether it was a ki blast, a ki wave, or a slicing ki technique, all were effortlessly deflected by that agile tail. It is over. Frieza. At that moment, Frieza raised his head once more, a smile adorning his face as he gazed upon Princess Vegeta, cracks already forming upon his head. It is you who should meet your end. Are you prepared to experience the depths of hell? A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Princess Vegeta's hands. Instinctively, she released her grip, and there stood Frieza before her, having manifested in his ultimate form. Chapter 5. The Demise of the Past. The dawn of a new beginning. This was not the first time Princess Vegeta had sensed such an overwhelming aura. In truth, she had encountered even stronger presences than Frisia's. However, the scene before her was far beyond her capacity to manage. As she stood momentarily stunned, Jinyu seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Princess Vegeta and severing her tail. What? Princess Vegeta's form began to diminish, her battle prowess waning as well. Once she returned to her normal state, she gazed defiantly at Frisia, refusing to take a single step back. Frisia approached her deliberately, remarking, "I never imagined I would be driven to such desperation by a mere female monkey." With that, he unleashed a mere 2,000th of his power, striking Princess Vegeta squarely on the face. The blow sent her crashing down onto the remnants of the spaceship. As she spat out 2 teeth and attempted to rise, Frisia cruelly placed his foot upon her head, asserting his dominance. "Do you know? I am no longer in a rush to obliterate planet Vegeta. Instead, I intend to gather all information related to you and those dear to you, be it your spouse, relatives, or even your children. I will find them and dismember them before your very eyes." Upon hearing these words, Princess Vegeta clenched her teeth and stood defiantly. "I will not allow you to succeed." With a punch aimed at him, she missed. Frisia ensnared her neck with his tail and lifted her effortlessly. He grinned. "I never expected a scion to care for anyone. This makes my actions all the more meaningful. By the way, you can start to imagine the fate of the one you hold most dear as I slowly execute them." His words struck Princess Vegeta like daggers, igniting her fury. At that moment, she underwent a remarkable transformation. Golden flames erupted around her, her hair standing on end, shifting from black to a deep crimson hue. Frisia was taken aback by her transformation. Only one name echoed in his mind: the legendary Super Saiyan. Princess Vegeta forcibly pried Frisia's tail away. "No, I will never allow you to do this." With a fierce shout, she struck Frisia's chin, causing him to stagger back in disbelief. He touched his jaw in astonishment, the sensation akin to a child's playful slap. Was the Super Saiyan truly this weak? No, she was not yet one. Just as Princess Vegeta prepared to strike again, a figure stepped in front of Frisia. Jinyu, with a greedy glint in his eyes, stood there, a gaping wound in his chest. Exchange. In a flash of light, Princess Vegeta beheld her own body standing opposite her, approaching with a wicked grin. "With your body, I can serve Lord Frisia even better." Princess Vegeta gazed at her violet hands, murmuring, I have transformed into Jinyu." Upon witnessing this, Frisia erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. Truly, as expected of Captain Jinyu. Such formidable combat prowess is too precious to waste. It deserves to be wielded by one who is trusted. So then, Captain Jinyu, I presume you no longer require your original body?" Indeed. With a swift motion, Frisia's hand pierced through Jinyu's former form, yet left her with a flicker of life. Princess Vegeta coughed up blood, summoning her last vestiges of strength to glance back at her homeland. Jine and the Queen. They should be safe now, so... At that moment, an unexpected surge of power coursed through her, and she abruptly raised her hand, unleashing a devastating shockwave towards planet Vegeta. Curse that wild monkey. Vegeta, struggling to support herself with her hands, managed to smile defiantly, declaring, Frisia, the destiny of the Scions must be determined by the Scions themselves. You are unworthy to extinguish their lives." Mere seconds later, the shockwave obliterated planet Vegeta entirely. This act felt akin to a personal betrayal for Frisia, inciting feelings of disgust and discontent within him. With a dark countenance, he approached Princess Vegeta, uttering not a single word before delivering a swift strike that severed her head from her body. Observing this, Jinyu immediately knelt before Frisia, pleading, "My lord, please temper your wrath. Regardless of the circumstances, our objective has been achieved." As the golden aura surrounding Frisia's form dissipated, he remarked, "Captain Jinyu, it appears you must learn to master this new body. Otherwise, you may struggle to harness even your previous strength. You cannot survive long in the cosmos. Hurry to the remnants of the ship and send a message to my father, requesting his arrival." Alone, Frisia floated amidst the cosmos, realizing after this ordeal that he needed to learn to maintain his original form for extended periods, conserving energy to avoid being ambushed and killed by unexpected foes. Meanwhile, several spacecraft emerged from various corners of the universe, part of the evacuation plan orchestrated by Princess Vegeta. Although only a small fraction of the Scions could escape, it was sufficient. She held steadfast in her belief that one day, the Scions would reunite under a new king and overthrow Frisia's tyranny. Elsewhere, Jine and Queen Hanasia, accompanied by Prince Vegeta, boarded a medium-sized spacecraft en route to their destination. The two eavesdropped on the broadcasts from Frisia's forces, grasping the gravity of the situation. Jine, seated at the edge of the stasis pod, shed tears, lamenting, Bardock, so many lives have been lost. Your Majesty, can we truly defeat Frisia? Anasia, adorned with the royal insignia of the Scion lineage and a necklace of nobility, gently caressed Jine's head, reassuring her, yes, Jine. The existence of the Scions does not require a planet to validate it. As long as there are Scions who endure, their sacrifices will hold meaning. My husband and your husband are both heroes. So where shall we go now? To Earth? Hanasiah gazed out at the scenery and said, first, we must journey to planet Wampa. We must rectify a past mistake. This is also the final command of Princess Vegeta. Months later, on Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, the spacecraft carrying Vegito and Kakarot descended upon this location. Vegito donned the small combat suit that Princess Vegeta had prepared for him and stepped out of the cabin. With arms crossed, he floated effortlessly, absorbing the surrounding atmosphere. This must be Bowsy Mountain. It appears that landing here is a twist of fate. Vegito recognized this place as Bowsy Mountain, for its landscape bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the game he had played prior to his journey, Dragon Ball Z, Kakarot. Yet, upon witnessing it in reality, it was magnitudes more grand than the game could ever depict. Although Vegito was aware of the fate that awaited planet Vegeta, he had not anticipated that this journey would bring Frisia to his knees. Furthermore, he had not foreseen that due to the existence of his mother, Princess Vegeta, not only a select few Scions from the original tale survive, but also around 100 additional Scions, predominantly females and younglings. This species, irrespective of the civilization it inhabits, is undeniably formidable. At the very least, self-preservation is not a concern. Thus, there was no necessity to assign a multitude of male Scions to accompany them. The fate of the Scion race did not meet a grim end. They had once been a band of marauders and ruffians. The elder generation of Scions ultimately placed their hopes in the new breed of Scions. King Vegeta and Princess Vegeta's final decree was that the Scions, upon venturing forth, must no longer take it upon themselves to conquer planets. Instead, they should strive to integrate into the local civilizations, fighting for hope and love. When the wild grass has been scorched, what remains is not merely desolation, but also the nourishment and energy that will foster new life. Chapter 6. Arrival on Earth in the Celestial Hall. The deity, staff in hand, gazed down at the realm below with a furrowed brow, his expression one of deep concern. Mr. Bobo had seldom witnessed such a countenance upon the divine figure. The last time he had displayed such worry was during the chaos wrought by the malevolent demon King Piccolo. However, this time, the deity's eyes reflected an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. It was not merely the frailty of age that left him feeling powerless. Rather, it was the overwhelming aura of despair emanating from an unfathomable force that left him at a loss. Great deity Mr. Bobo, Earth is about to encounter a fearsome being, he declared. What are your intentions? After a moment's hesitation, the ancient god replied, he is but a child, though he bears an air of malevolence. I do not believe he is destined to become a great villain. If we can guide him correctly on his path of growth, he may yet become a guardian of Earth in the future. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, carrying a basket upon his back, arrived at the landing site of the spacecraft. Although the vessel had descended smoothly, it had nonetheless attracted the attention of Son Gohan. Standing at a distance, Gohan scrutinized the ship, recognizing that, despite his secluded life in the mountains, this technology was not of Earth. Driven by curiosity, he approached and, upon witnessing the hatch open, ventured inside. His heart raced as he beheld a baby with a crab-like hairstyle floating within a pod. His immediate instinct was to rescue the infant, fearing it had suffered some form of abuse. As he pondered how to open the pod, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Vegeta beside him. It would be best not to use brute force. That child belongs to a species that matures slowly and will require several years in the pod to develop greater combat prowess and innate abilities, Vegeta advised. Son Gohan turned to the child whose voice rang with a surprising maturity, despite appearing no older than 2 or 3 years. Who are you? Gohan inquired. Vegeta, arms crossed, raised a hand and responded, we are extraterrestrials. Our home has been destroyed, and I have brought my brother here to seek refuge. We intend to settle on Earth. Will you take us in? Gohan had never encountered such a powerful presence before, and the most unsettling aspect was that it emanated from a mere child. Could such a formidable being truly require shelter? This thought flitted through Gohan's mind. Seemingly perceiving Gohan's apprehension, Vegeta continued, we did not come to Earth to cause trouble. We merely wish to live in peace. On our home planet, those who plunder the resources of their kin are deemed criminals. Is it permissible on this planet to seize from others at will? Vegeta's words were starkly candid. If you choose not to take us in, I would not mind causing a ruckus on Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan's face softened into a kind smile. I understand. Can you eat Earth as food? Come with me. After stepping outside, Vegeta stated, you need only to point the way. I shall take the spaceship along with me. With that, he effortlessly lifted the colossal vessel, weighing several hundred tons, into the air. At that moment, Gohan was rendered speechless, astonished by the sight before him. Those who could master the art of flight were exceedingly rare among Earth's martial artists. Yet this diminutive extraterrestrial exhibited such prowess with ease, all while bearing the immense weight of the spaceship. Upon arriving at Gohan's residence, Vegeta set the ship aside. Gohan emerged from the cabin, a hint of concern in his eyes as he inquired, how much longer does that child need to remain in the incubation pod? Vegeta, crossing his arms and adopting a rather adult demeanor, responded, according to the ship's resource readings, the nutrient solution in the pod will suffice for Kakarot for an entire year. After that, he shall be able to emerge. During this time, you need only prepare my meals. He added, by the way, our appetites are quite substantial, so you should prepare accordingly. Of course, I shall not indulge in your hospitality without offering something in return. I can accompany you on hunts. Gohan, still troubled, glanced back at the spaceship and asked, is it safe inside? At least, given Earth's current technological and combat capabilities, it would be challenging to pose a threat to Kakarot within. Gohan murmured the name. Kakarot, is that the child's name? What is yours? Vegeta smiled and replied, I am called Vegeta. You may choose an Earth name for the boy, and it may share your surname if you wish. Gohan, in contemplation, gazed skyward an Earth name. Indeed, moments later, he grinned and suggested, Son Goku, what do you think of that name? Quite good, Vegeta acknowledged. Do you require an Earth name for yourself? Vegeta promptly declined, saying, no need. My name, to a certain extent, represents my lineage, and one day it shall resound throughout the universe. In the months that followed, Vegeta lived alongside Gohan. Gohan taught him the ways of hunting and fishing, guided him through the forests of the Baozi Mountain to gather fruits and vegetables, and educated him on distinguishing the varieties and qualities of produce. Gradually, a bond akin to that of a grandfather and grandson formed between them. A year swiftly passed during this time. Vegeta dedicated his leisure to studying the rules of the system. The mechanics of the system were rather straightforward. His combat power equated to the sum of Vegeta's and Goku's strengths, multiplied by a certain value. This value would increase as he defeated formidable foes. However, there was a caveat. If the adversary was weaker than himself and he emerged victorious, that value would not rise. Conversely, if the enemy was weaker than him yet stronger than either of the two, and one of them vanquished that foe, the value would indeed increase. Moreover, when he intimidated an enemy through sheer bravado, his combat power would shift from a sum to a product, albeit only for an hour, and could only be triggered once a week. The final rule regarding combat power allowed for an active enhancement of his own strength. If the enhancement exceeds X, then the surplus combat power can be freely allocated to any one of the two individuals. Furthermore, the calculation of talent and potential is governed by the same formula for combat power. Moreover, the mutual affection between the two will correlate with their combat prowess. A heightened affection will enhance both parties' training speed. Another feature is skill sharing. Any skills mastered by the two will be automatically acquired by Vegeta. During this year, events have unfolded in a distant corner of the universe. On the desolate planet of Wampa, a spacecraft has landed. Jine and Hanasia step out of the hatch, equipped with a detector to search for the planet's energies. Hanasia observes the readings on the detector and remarks, to the southwest, there are two high-energy signals. One with a combat power of 4,500 must belong to Paragus, and the other, 10,000 points. That should be the child. Upon hearing this combat power reading, Jine gasps, 10,000. How old is that child? About the same age as Kakarot. In any case, let us proceed. Paragus must still be displeased due to King Vegeta's exile of Broly. It is most suitable for me, as his queen, to resolve this conflict. Jine inquires, how do you plan to address Paragus? After a moment of silence, Hanasia responds, to avoid confrontation with Frisia's forces, it is essential to ensure the survival of the talented scion offspring. At that time, exile was the only choice. This was to evade Frisia's surveillance and allow Broly to leave quietly. Paragus's departure was also tacitly approved by King Vegeta. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Gohan stands guard in front of Kakarot's incubation pod, playfully teasing Kakarot through the transparent shield with a toy. Suddenly, the incubation pod emits a series of beeping sounds. Son Gohan immediately rushes out, exclaiming, little Vegeta, Kakarot's pod is beeping, come quickly. Vegeta arrives almost instantaneously at Son Gohan's side, stating, the nutrient fluid in the incubation pod is depleted. Kakarot is due to emerge. As soon as he finishes speaking, The fluid in the pod automatically drains away, and the hatch opens. Little Goku slowly rises and steps out. Now 3.5 years old, Vegeta looks down at Goku and declares, "Kakarot, from this day forth, you need not remain in the pod." Goku, resembling a small child, glances at Son Gohan and, in a slow tone, exclaims, "I, hungry." His tone is less a request and more a command. Vegeta recognizes that Kakarot requires a bit of discipline. He ponders finding an opportunity to give his head a gentle tap. Son Gohan joyfully approaches and embraces Goku, saying, all right. Goku is hungry. He wants to eat. Come. Grandpa will take you to eat." Goku appears somewhat reluctant to be held, squirming in Son Gohan's arms. Concerned about hurting Goku, Son Gohan gently places him on the ground, remarking, "This child possesses quite a bit of strength. This is one of the characteristics of the Saiyans. Allow me to assess his battle power." With that, Vegeta produced a scouter and directed it towards Kakarot for analysis. Indeed, his battle power has reached 50 points. There are scarcely 10 individuals on Earth who could pose a threat to him. Vegeta casually glanced at Gohan's battle power, which stood at 75 points, indicating that he could easily subdue Kakarot for the time being. However, should Kakarot transform into a great ape, it is likely that Gohan would meet his demise in mere moments. Chapter 7. Frieza's ambition. In the ensuing days, Kakarot's demeanor was marked by erratic violence. He would often erupt in anger, wreaking havoc throughout the household. It was only after Vegeta could no longer contain himself and delivered a formidable punch to Kakarot's head that the tempestuous child transformed back into Son Goku. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of the universe continued to swirl unabated. On Frieza's imperial planet, Beerus sat upon Frieza's throne, a glass of red wine in hand. Before him knelt Frieza, King Cold, and Jinyu, all half-bowed in submission. After casting a glance at them, Beerus slowly remarked, "You are too high." With that, he conjured a purple aura with a mere flick of his finger, which swiftly sliced toward the heads of the three. Instantly, they were terrified into submission, their knees collapsing to the ground as their foreheads struck the floor heavily. Had that blow landed, even King Cold and Frieza would have been swiftly decapitated. The three lay there, trembling uncontrollably. Observing their fear, Beerus chuckled, "Do not presume that becoming my agent grants you the privilege of kneeling on one knee." King Cold buried his face in the ground and tremulously replied, "Master Beerus, we have followed your orders and destroyed planet Vegeta." "Oh, yet I have been informed that the Saiyans obliterated their own planet," Beerus retorted. At this revelation, their bodies quaked even more violently. Beerus then turned his gaze to Jinyu, who had possessed Princess Vegeta's body, a most intriguing ability. "I wonder if you can elevate this vessel to greater heights." He then addressed Frieza. "Do not allow the remaining Saiyans to perish too easily. I find myself rather fatigued and in need of a nap. When I awaken, I hope to stretch my limbs." Frieza replied dutifully, "Why yes, understood." Rising from his seat, Beerus announced, "Then I shall see you in several decades. I trust that upon my awakening, you will not have disappointed me. Otherwise, you shall be the first to face my wrath." With a hand resting on Whis' shoulder, the two transformed into a vibrant flash of light and swiftly departed. At that moment, Frieza remained prostrate on the ground, his fierce and cunning gaze unnoticed by anyone. One day, I too shall occupy that position. On planet Vampa, Jine and Hanasea had been stranded here for a year. Their prolonged stay on this inhospitable planet was due to Paragus inadvertently damaging their spacecraft upon encountering Hanasea. One day, Jine was preparing a meal using the local fauna. Hanasea took on the role of overseer, directing Paragus, "Is it ready yet?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Paragus responded, "Your Highness, a portion of the propulsion system of this ship is beyond repair." "What does that mean?" "It means it can still be used, but its speed will be significantly reduced. However, if we were to send a distress signal via the communicator." Before Paragus could finish his sentence, Hanasea interjected sharply, "What are you saying? Do you not realize that nearly all the Saiyans, aside from us, have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Frieza? Once our distress signal is intercepted by Frieza's forces, he will undoubtedly dispatch the Jinyu force to annihilate us." Hanasea cast a glance at Broly, nestled within the incubation pod, and sighed. "Our only hope of vanquishing Frieza now rests entirely upon this child." Paragus, equally conflicted, stared at Broly. Not long ago, both he and Broly had been forsaken Saiyans awaiting their demise. Little did they know that this was all part of a scheme devised by King Vegeta and Princess Vegeta, aimed at preserving the living strength of the young Saiyan race. Hanasea's words not only extinguished the hatred within Paragus, but also reignited his vow to revive the Saiyan lineage and avenge all Saiyans. Yet, one thing remained clear. The new king of the Saiyans must be his son, Broly. Paragus busied himself, moving back and forth between the two ships. Your Highness, at this rate, the ship will be operational in a month. However, to reach Earth, it may take approximately 10 years. What? Upon hearing this, Jine rushed out to confront Paragus. 10 years? We would starve to death before we even reach Earth. Even with ample supplies on board, it would only suffice for 2 scions for 2 years. Hennessy, consumed by frustration, contemplated silencing Paragus to alleviate their burdens. Yet, given the dwindling number of scions, she refrained from the violent impulse to crush his little mustached head. Sensing Hanazia's displeasure, Paragus hastily added, "Actually, I believe seeking help through communication is our best option. The ship's communication system is fully functional. As long as we can block Frisia's signals, we can send out a distress call to other sources." After a moment of contemplation, Hennessy inquired, "Can you guarantee our safety?" "Yes. We still possess 2 of Frisia's detectors, which can identify all models in Frisia's army, allowing us to block them out." Hennessy seized Paragus by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Fine, but let me make myself clear. If you provoke Frisia's forces, even if I do not kill you, you will surely perish at his hands." Paragus, in great distress, stammered, I understand. In the year 742 of the age of the universe, on Earth, at Bun Mountain, 5-year-old Goku lay on the ground in pain, yet wore a serene smile on his face. He couldn't believe how strong his brother was. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not withstand even a single finger from his brother. Presently, nearly 8-year-old Vegeta stood before Goku, arms crossed. But his stature belied his age, appearing more akin to a 5-year-old child. The growth cycle of purebred scions is remarkably unique. They experience virtually no adolescence. At a certain point, they rapidly transition from childhood to adulthood. Vegeta gazed at Goku and remarked, "Your growth has surpassed my expectations. Your battle power has reached 150, which is commendable. However, remember not to refer to me as your brother, even though we share the same father but different mothers." Young Goku, seated on the ground, scratched his head and inquired, "Huh? Why not?" Vegeta explained, "If you continue to perceive me as an older brother, over time, you will instinctively rely on me. Let me make it clear, I cannot accompany you indefinitely. Regardless of the challenges you encounter this year, you must rely on your own strength to overcome them. Only then can you progress." Young Goku, feeling a tinge of fear, asked, "What if I can't solve them?" Vegeta turned slightly and replied coolly, "Then you will perish. Prepare for the worst and take each enemy in battle seriously. Scions can fight for the sake of combat, but more importantly, every crucial battle must be backed by an irrefutable reason for victory. As for that reason, you must seek it out yourself. You might consider the possibility that if you lose, both I and your grandfather Gohan will perish." As Vegeta turned to leave, young Goku sat on the ground. Repeating Vegeta's words, "You must have a reason that cannot allow for failure." With the arrival of Vegeta and Goku, the small house had become quite crowded. Son Gohan was compelled to expand the dwelling, and fortunately, both Vegeta and Goku assisted in the effort. Upon returning inside, they found Son Gohan arriving home just in time. Seeing him, Goku rushed over, leaping into his embrace. "Grandpa, you're back." Gohan replied, "Yes. My little Goku, I sold the meat from our hunting trip in the county today." He then set Goku down and took out a pouch of money, placing it on the table. "I believe you are both of school age now. I lack formal education and can teach you little, so I have decided to gather enough funds for your tuition, enabling you to attend school." Gohan looked at Vegeta and added, "This way, you can better integrate into human society." Vegeta smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, but neither Kakarot nor I require it. Our spaceship contains a wealth of cosmic knowledge for study. We can learn through the artificial intelligence aboard the ship. You should keep this money to buy Kakarot some sweets. Furthermore, I wish to explore this planet alone." "Alone?" Gohan said, looking at Vegeta with concern. "But you are still just a child." Vegeta retorted, "Do you believe there is anyone on this planet stronger than me?" Despite his words, Vegeta understood Gohan's underlying concern, that he might inadvertently cause chaos on Earth. In response, Vegeta offered a faint smile and remarked, "You need not worry about my actions. I shall not take any offensive measures against Earthlings unless it is for self-preservation." He glanced at the 4-star Dragon Ball that Gohan had placed in his home. "By the way, Gohan, your martial skills were acquired from another, were they not? I would like to meet the individual who taught you." Gohan, somewhat flustered, replied, "Well, Vegeta, you are already the strongest being in this world. My teacher may even struggle against Goku. Thus, meeting him would not significantly benefit you." Vegeta gazed contemplatively at his hands and murmured, "No. The fighting techniques we employ are lethal in nature. The martial arts of Earth are worthy of our study. I wish to experience firsthand the process of training as an Earthling." He then added, "Afterward, Kakarot shall be entrusted to you." Little Goku immediately clung to Vegeta's waist in a playful protest, exclaiming, "No, I want to accompany you, big brother. Call me Vegeta," he responded. "And you must remain here for your own adventure." Chapter 8. The maxed-out master visits the novice village after organizing his belongings. Vegeta donned a cerulean martial arts uniform and slung a backpack over his shoulder. Yet, he retained the gloves and shoes characteristic of a scion, with an orange tank top beneath the blue attire. At this moment, Vegeta perfectly embodied the appearance from the original narrative, though he still lacked in stature. Gohan, standing beside Goku, informed Vegeta, "I have relayed the location of Master Roshi to you. I can only wish you safe travels." Vegeta began to levitate effortlessly. "Indeed, I shall convey your regards to him. As a side note, do not allow Kakarot to gaze upon the full moon. Otherwise, he may lose his sanity and transform into a monstrous being. If that occurs, the only solution would be to sever his tail at that moment." Vegeta refrained from suggesting that Gohan preemptively cut Goku's tail, as he understood that it would regrow regardless. The battle prowess of a scion would regenerate their tail multiple times before the transformation into an Ozu, particularly after exposure to the full moon, which could trigger an immediate regrowth. Gohan and Goku waved farewell to Vegeta. "Rest assured, you have reiterated that thrice. Remember to visit us often." "Yes, I shall return when time permits." With that, Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura and vanished from their sight at an incomprehensible speed. In the ensuing year, Vegeta's combat power soared to 150 points. Excluding the surplus power he naturally exuded, Kakarot possessed 150 points, signifying that the mere 11-year-old prince, Vegeta, had achieved a battle power of 18,000. Such strength, particularly in the early stages of Dragon Ball, especially on Earth, rendered him akin to a maxed-out master wandering a novice village. After flying south for 10 minutes, Vegeta spotted the Kame house amidst a vast ocean and promptly descended. The sudden appearance startled Master Roshi, who toppled from his reclined position, engrossed in a perverse book. "Hey, old turtle, I have come to seek your tutelage." Master Roshi scrambled to his feet, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Vegeta. Adjusting his sunglasses, he queried, "You wish to become my disciple? Are you jesting?" "I am not jesting. I need to experience your training methods to progress further," Vegeta replied without hesitation, producing several books from his backpack and tossing them onto the ground. "This is my offering to become your disciple. By the way, Gohan sent me to extend his greetings." Master Roshi glanced at the books strewn on the ground and, after a moment's contemplation, clasped his hands behind his back. "Very well. If you wish to learn, you must adhere strictly to my instructions." He then pointed a finger at Vegeta, asserting, "You possess a formidable aura. Before you commence your training, you must first learn to relax both your body and energy, stabilizing it at a level typical of a human. Only then may we proceed." With that, Vegeta closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and reduced his battle power to a single digit. "All right, can we move on to the next step now?" The turtle hermit was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected ability to manifest his will immediately. The control over his energy was so refined that it rendered further training seemingly unnecessary. Stroking his beard in contemplation, the turtle hermit remarked, "It appears you have already mastered this skill. Now, let us engage in practical training by matching your energy to my own." Vegeta slightly elevated his energy before commencing a spar with the turtle hermit. He soon realized that the turtle hermit possessed an exceptionally high evasion rate, reminiscent of a masterful martial artist. Though Vegeta had not extensively trained, his current combat prowess mirrored that of Vegeta in real time. While not extraordinary, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of an average fighter. After an hour of sparring, the turtle hermit emerged victorious by accumulating points, yet he was visibly fatigued, panting heavily, while Vegeta remained in peak condition. Donning his sunglasses, the turtle hermit declared, "All right. That will suffice for today. Next, you shall assist me with deliveries. Carry that turtle shell over there, keeping your energy at its lowest. Remember, no using the instant transmission." Childhood days passed swiftly. Even for someone like Vegeta who has transcended time, a year has slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lying on the beach, the turtle hermit murmured, "You may leave now. I truly have little more to teach you. Even if you reduce your energy to half of mine, you could still easily defeat me." Vegeta, maintaining his invincible demeanor with arms crossed, replied, "During these days, Master Roshi, your combat prowess has surely improved as well." The turtle hermit chuckled self-deprecatingly. "To be honest, there once existed a formidable demon on Earth known as King Piccolo. He was like a hellish nightmare for us. Thanks to you, I believe I could now handle him without much difficulty. Honestly, I never imagined I had so much room for improvement." But in comparison to you, my strength is trivial. Sensing one of the strongest energies on Earth, Vegeta gazed towards the direction of Korin Tower. I shall return to visit you when time permits. For now, I must seek other methods of training. Just as Vegeta was about to depart, the turtle hermit sat up and called out, "Wait, Vegeta." Vegeta responded, "Since you have trained with me for a year, could you promise me not to use your power against the people of Earth?" Vegeta casually replied, "Do you think a dinosaur would deliberately pursue a group of ants to step on them? Perhaps you, as a dinosaur, should pay more attention to where you tread. Well, let's leave it at that. In any case, I will not proactively harm innocent Earthlings." With that, Vegeta unleashed his energy and soared into the sky, the gust of his departure creating massive waves upon the sea. As Vegeta faded into the distance, the turtle hermit reclined in his chair and murmured, "What a formidable individual. Yet, it seems he possesses a sense of integrity." However, the malevolent energy could not be entirely eradicated. Garlic Tower. Vegeta, emulating the style of Tao Pai Pai, sprinted vertically up the Garlic Tower, his speed far surpassing that of Tao Pai Pai. Before King Kai could contemplate how to confront Vegeta, he found Vegeta already perched on the railing of his palace. "White Cat, I have heard that there are certain rewards for those who reach you." On the surface, King Kai appeared remarkably calm, yet internally he was in a state of disarray. Gripping his staff, he gazed at Vegeta. "I am, after all, a deity. Could you perhaps address me differently?" After descending from the railing, Vegeta replied, "Then, esteemed deity, where's my reward? What would you like?" Let me think. I am rather hungry now. Do you have any divine food?" After a moment of hesitation, King Kai turned and said, "Please wait." Shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a basin filled with green beans. "This is the divine food. Do you find it to your liking?" "Excellent. With so many divine beans, I can at least last until Beerus awakens." Vegeta picked up a divine bean and inquired, "How long does it take to cultivate this food?" "The annual yield is only about 3 or 4 beans." Without further ado, Vegeta opened his backpack and poured the divine beans inside, then zipped it up. "All right, I have left you 10 beans. These will be more useful in my possession than in yours. Who knows, they may one day be pivotal in saving the universe." King Kai broke into a cold sweat, but dared not utter another word. Vegeta understood that having so many divine beans with him was far better than letting that glutton, Yajirobe, squander them. With his backpack secured, Vegeta soared into the sky. King Kai assumed he was about to depart, but Vegeta ascended to an even greater height. Alarmed, King Kai rushed to the railing to observe Vegeta. "Oh no, I didn't expect him to seek out the gods directly." Vegeta landed instantaneously at the temple, locking eyes with 2 figures, one black and one green. "Is it you who has been watching me all along?" Upon hearing this, the old deity felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He had not anticipated that Vegeta was aware of his scrutiny. Noticing the old deity's increasing tension, Vegeta chuckled. "No need to be anxious. I saw Dragon Balls at Son Gohan's home. They must have been crafted by you, correct?" Vegeta feigned ignorance, intending to elicit the forthcoming dialogue, thereby allowing the Earthlings to grasp the vastness and terror of the universe. The old deity, now more apprehensive, gazed at Vegeta and asked, "How do you know the origin of the Dragon Balls? Currently, only the Namekians can create such items in the universe, and you must be a versatile Namekian, capable of both producing Dragon Balls and engaging in battle." Vegeta's words struck the celestial being like a thunderbolt, piercing through his consciousness. What? So, I am also an extraterrestrial. No wonder I have always felt different from ordinary people." Vegeta remarked, "Under normal circumstances, one might question their own identity as an extraterrestrial, particularly when one resembles you without a discernible gender." With that, Vegeta playfully flicked their tail, adding, "Even if I were to look identical to an Earthling, the mere presence of an additional tail would incite suspicion regarding my origins." The deity furrowed their brow and inquired, "What is your true intention?" "My intention?" Vegeta pondered, stroking their chin thoughtfully. "To cultivate my abilities. I wish to continue my education here and hope you will generously impart your wisdom. And then, Vegeta mused, "I would find a place to settle down in peace. I cannot possibly remain in the company of Gohan, Master Roshi, or yourselves indefinitely, can I?" The deity cautiously probed, "Have you never contemplated ruling over Earth?" Why would I expend my efforts on such a futile endeavor? I ask you to be more forthcoming." Once the deity discerned that Vegeta harbored no malicious intent, they closed their eyes to center themselves and posed another question. "Given your formidable strength, why do you seek further cultivation and enhancement?" Chapter 9, Vegeta's counsel in response to the old god's inquiry. Vegeta pondered for a moment. What is the purpose of gaining strength? For a scion, this question seemed rather absurd. Do they truly require a reason to grow stronger? They may strive for power simply for the sake of power itself. However, beyond such thoughts, Vegeta harbored deeper reflections. Having already attained the status of an invincible being, he mused that he could choose to disregard everything, becoming a mere slothful entity. Yet, as the narrative unfolded, he found that his combat prowess could continuously ascend alongside that of Kakarot. For Vegeta, training was not merely about enhancement. It was a means to master the potent energies he wielded. Moreover, he sought to explore whether he could innovate within this newfound power framework. Additionally, on each of Vegeta's birthdays, the spaceship would automatically play a video left by Princess Vegeta. This footage chronicled his journey from the moment he departed planet Vegeta to a decade hence. Each year on his birthday, Vegeta would watch the figure in the video extend various heartfelt blessings to him. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the individual in the recording had been slain by Frieza. Thus, a fierce desire for vengeance against this usurper stirred within him. With a solemn expression, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the old god, for the sake of retribution. My planet and kin were annihilated. Now that I find myself on Earth, I shall regard it as my second homeland. If I were to exploit my current strength to oppress the inhabitants of Earth, neglecting the pursuit of further empowerment, when the forces of darkness arrive, I would be powerless to protect this newfound sanctuary. The old god, hearing this, turned a deeper shade of green, astonished that even someone as formidable as Vegeta harbored fears of a greater power. Are you implying that the one who obliterated your home possesses strength that surpasses yours? Vegeta, comparing their battle powers, responded, he is approximately 7,000 times stronger than I am, and beyond him lies another whose strength dwarfs his. I can surmise your thoughts. Perhaps if we had not come here, that dark force would not have set its sights on Earth. However, I must convey this. Even if we had not arrived, inevitably, those beings would discover this place, exterminating the indigenous populace, and ultimately selling Earth to civilizations that could afford it. It is not just Earth, even your homeland, Namek, is unlikely to evade such a fate. The old god, visibly perplexed, queried, given your awareness of the Dragon Balls, why not utilize them to restore your homeland and revive your kin? Vegeta explained, reviving them would serve no purpose. The entity responsible for my people's destruction possesses the means to skin planets and life forms. If he remains alive, even if my planet and kin were restored, he would simply annihilate them anew. Furthermore, he would likely deduce the existence of some wish-granting artifact within this universe and would frantically seek it out. The demise of both Earth and Namek could very well be hastened as a consequence. The youth before the old sage exuded an aura of strength and wisdom. And if the final flicker of malevolence were to be purged, he would undeniably be the ideal successor. The old sage inclined his head slightly, conceding, very well. Nevertheless, I find myself lacking in knowledge to impart to you, although I possess slightly greater prowess than Master Wu Tian. When it comes to the profound study of martial arts, I fall far short in comparison. The only thing I can offer you is a training ground. A year spent in that place would equate to a day in the outside world. Vegeta understood that the sage was referring to the hyperbolic time chamber, yet he had no intention of utilizing it at this moment. His purpose for seeking out the sage was to access a more suitable realm for his training. Actually, I wish to request your assistance in transporting me to a place for my cultivation. The old sage was intrigued, pondering what location on Earth could possibly aid Vegeta in his training. What place? Vegeta clasped his hands together, explaining, we possess some records regarding cosmic deities. All planetary gods fall under the jurisdiction of the King of Worlds. The King of Worlds. Are you seeking to train under the king on King Kai's planet? Indeed, can you facilitate this? The old sage furrowed his brow slightly, responding, this somewhat contravenes the rules between the human realm and the underworld. I can only assure you that I can guide you to a passage leading to King Kai's planet. As for reaching it, before the sage could finish, Vegeta interjected, that is sufficient. The old sage extended his hand, saying, take hold of my hand. The destination we are bound for is one that ordinary individuals can only access upon death. Should King Yin inquire, I will intercede on your behalf. Vegeta grasped the old sage's hand, and in the next instant, they vanished from their location. In the underworld, outside the Hall of Judgment, the old sage and Vegeta materialized at the entrance. Aware that he would require the sage's assistance to return, Vegeta offered another favor in gratitude. Thank you for your aid. As a token of my appreciation, I shall share an important piece of information with you. What information? Vegeta turned to gaze at the Hall of Judgment, stating, there exists a spaceship from Namek that you traveled to Earth in. Consider visiting Namek when you have the opportunity. Simply speak your Namekian language aboard the ship, and it will pilot itself. After your return, you may enhance your strength further. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the ability to unlock potential in others. Furthermore, The Namekians have the capability to assimilate their kin to bolster combat prowess. Additionally, you can continue learning the art of Dragon Ball creation from the Namekians. Returning to modify the Dragon Balls of Earth. The old sage inquired, how should I alter the Dragon Balls of Earth? You could increase the number of wishes the Eternal Dragon can grant or improve the resurrection capabilities. Moreover, consider revising the summoning method to prevent it from falling into the hands of frivolous or dangerous individuals, thereby averting unnecessary troubles. The old sage discerned that even in the presence of such divine artifacts as the Dragon Balls, Vegeta remained utterly unmoved. His sole focus was on becoming stronger and seeking vengeance. The old sage nodded thoughtfully and was about to lead Vegeta into the Hall of Judgment. However, Vegeta firmly grasped him and stated with great seriousness, remember, what I say is of utmost importance for the future development of the entire universe. My father was once struck on the head by the illusionary fist of the Kanashan aliens, granting him the ability to foresee the future. I have inherited a fragment of this ability, and although your power is rather feeble, it will prove crucial in the times to come. Of course, Vegeta's claims were fabricated. He relied solely on the knowledge of the script that a time traveler possessed to predict the future. The old sage, somewhat skeptical, inquired, what have you seen of the future? I witnessed another Namekian appearing on Earth, only to be vanquished by my brother Kakarot. Before his demise, he expelled an egg. The creature that hatches from that egg will grow into a benevolent Namekian, who will become a vital force for Earth and the universe in the future. As for recent events, I can only tell you that approximately 7 years from now, my brother will encounter a blue-haired girl named Bulma. Together, they will embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls, during which he will become a disciple of Master Roshi, joining the Turtle School. On the same day, he will also meet a bald Earthling without a long nose. After delivering this serious proclamation, Vegeta smiled and added, of course, you may continue to observe from that half-moon dwelling. If my predictions come to pass, it would not be too late to venture to Namek afterward. However, at that point, you must adhere to my instructions. First, find a combat-oriented Namekian to assimilate, embodying your persona and abilities. Second, after assimilation, seek the Grand Elder to unlock your potential. Third, upon your return, enhance the Dragon Balls. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the Supreme Kai, who, rather than nodding dismissively this time, responded with utmost seriousness, I understand. Following this, the Supreme Kai brought Vegeta before King Enma. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, the old sage implored with a cheerful demeanor, my Lord Enma, it has been quite some time. This is my prospective successor on Earth, and I wish for him to train under Lord King Kai. Upon hearing this, King Enma lowered his gaze to Vegeta, pondering, such immense power at such a young age. He fell silent, sensing an aura of malevolence surrounding Vegeta, one that he knew he could not contend with. The critical factor was that Vegeta was still alive, rendering the methods of suppressing the dead through causal force ineffective against him. Afraid that a direct refusal might provoke Vegeta to demolish the Hall of Judgment, King Enma hesitated. At that moment, the old sage discreetly communicated through thought, my Lord Enma, this child is remarkable, albeit with a hint of darkness. If Lord King Kai could accept him and assist in dispelling that darkness, this child may very well become the savior of the future. I beseech you. Enma, stroking his chin, scrutinized Vegeta before stating, very well, proceed through that door into the Serpent Road. Whether you ultimately meet Lord Kai depends on your perseverance. However, given your strength, this should not pose a significant challenge. Vegeta replied with a smile, thank you, Enma. Should the Netherworld encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. By the way, if Gohan happens to pass away one day, please allow him to seek out Lord Kai as well, for I shall likely remain here for the next few years. With that, Vegeta, guided by a small ghost, ventured forth into the Serpent Road alone. Chapter 10. The training of the King of Worlds. Vegeta soared with astonishing speed along the lengthy Snake Way. At that moment, the King of Worlds sensed the rapidly approaching energy of Vegeta, bringing a sense of unease to his heart. After all, his combat power was merely in the thousands, and the presence and demeanor of the newcomer appeared rather foreboding. Nevertheless, as the King of Worlds, he had to maintain his dignity and poise. He hastily reclined on a lounge chair, feigning sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, a figure descended swiftly beside him. Ol Shrimp. Vegeta addressed the King of Worlds, greetings. I am Vegeta, here for training. The commotion created by Vegeta's landing caused the King of Worlds to tumble from his chair. His plan to feign sleep and assert authority was thwarted. Rising and wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, the youth of today are truly lacking in manners. You come seeking my guidance yet cannot even address me as Your Excellency. Begone. I shall not accept such an impolite individual as my disciple. Vegito casually observed the retreating figure of the king and remarked, "Does one truly need to call you your excellency?" When Lord Beerus spoke to me, he did not use such formalities. At these words, the king of worlds froze in place, involuntarily trembling. Slowly, he turned to regard Vegito, scrutinizing him closely, only to discover the unusual adornment on Vegito's ears, the patera earrings, a privilege reserved for the Kaioshin's. Who exactly is this young man? Not only does he dare to utter that esteemed one's name, but he also wears the earrings of the King of Worlds. The King of Worlds stammered, "At the very least, you should use terms like sir or please." Upon hearing this, Vegito took a deep breath, nearly startling the King of Worlds to death. The next moment, Vegito bent slightly and bowed, saying, "Your Excellency, I humbly request your guidance and training. I wish to become stronger." Seeing Vegito's sincere demeanor, the King of Worlds felt some relief. "Very well, since you are so earnest, I shall not refuse. However, you must first pass my initial test. Tell me a cold joke that makes me laugh. As a tip, the more absurd the joke, the better." "Oh, I see." Under 10 times gravity, Vegito advanced with remarkable ease, smiling. "I have plenty of cold jokes, but do you dare to laugh, Your Excellency?" The King of Worlds snorted dismissively. "As long as it is funny, there is no joke I would not dare to laugh at." Vegito softly declared, "Beerus is my pet cat. Nanny, Whis is my servant. This. The King of Worlds is my little brother. Enough." The King of Worlds hastily covered his ears. Was this truly a cold joke? It was utterly a matter of life and death. To know that this fellow, the King of the Worlds, possesses the ability to perceive all that has transpired in the past, should they discover that he laughed heartily after hearing such words, then there would be no need for him to maintain his position as king. In a more severe scenario, Beerus might even render him utterly non-existent. After a moment of calm contemplation, the king wiped the cold sweat from his brow and resolved, "Very well, I shall pretend I did not hear that. Let the training commence. However," he added, "I must inform you that there is little I can teach you." Seeing the king's reluctance to impart the techniques of the king's fist and the spirit bomb, Vegeta decided to be more direct. "Is that so? I once heard someone, who wore the same earrings as I do, mention that the king possesses a method to temporarily enhance one's power. There's even a way to harness the life force of all beings in the universe." Noticing that Vegeta was on the verge of revealing the name of the technique, the king quickly turned to him and said, "I must commend your persistence. Wishing to learn the king's fist is acceptable, but as for the spirit bomb, I must be frank, even if you were to learn it, you would be unable to wield it. Only those with a truly benevolent heart can manifest its power." Vegeta chuckled, "No matter, I merely seek to understand its principles. In due course, I shall devise a similar technique myself." Observing that the king remained in a state of passive emotion, Vegeta embraced him with a laugh. "Truth be told, I do not wish to leverage the identities of others to intimidate you. To be candid, I am not well acquainted with them. They perceive an aura of malevolence about me. Regardless of their actions, they habitually reserve their full strength, wary of me becoming a future threat." The king turned to face Vegeta. "So, do you possess such an aura?" Vegeta gazed at the king and replied, "In my life, there is but one sworn enemy, and that is Frieza." The king sighed, "Alas. It seems as long as Frieza remains alive, the malevolence within you will never dissipate. Very well, I shall devote myself to your training." With that, the king's antennae-like protrusions twitched, releasing a unique energy. In the next moment, Vegeta felt his legs weaken, and he knelt down, his expression somewhat dazed. The king remarked, "I have increased the weight of your garments. You are now bearing a burden of 100 kilograms, while the gravity of King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth, similar to that of planet Vegeta. Thus, you are currently enduring an external load of 1 ton, coupled with your own weight, which is approximately 35 kilograms. Under 10 times gravity, that amounts to 350 kilograms. The total weight of 35 tons must be quite an ordeal, is it not?" Vegeta stood up and smiled. "I see. This will indeed contribute to my training, but I have grown accustomed to it. What is the next phase of my training?" Upon hearing this, the king took a step back, astonished, and gazed at Vegeta. "This, so soon?" Vegeta flexed his wrists, stating, I have nearly acclimated. Perhaps just a few more seconds will suffice." In the original text, Vegeta, who weighs 65 kilograms, found it exceedingly challenging to train in an environment with 300 times the gravity. When one multiplies 65 kilograms by 300, it yields a staggering burden of 19.5 tons. It is crucial to note that at that time, Vegeta, having been resurrected, had ascended to a higher level but was yet incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. His baseline battle power was at least 3 million. Even at just 1% of that battle power, Vegeta could effortlessly support a weight of 135 tons. If Vegeta's battle power were to reach 3 million, would he not then be capable of easily bearing a weight of 135 tons? In truth, such calculations seem to contain discrepancies. However, since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta realized that these phenomena were influenced by the system of ki. The characters within this realm face limitations in their physical strength due to differences in their races, with each possessing distinct physical limits. The remaining power is primarily augmented by ki. Vegeta might have been relying less on the enhancement of ki during weight-bearing exercises, perhaps even eschewing ki altogether, to allow for greater physical growth. Considering the incident where Super Saiyan Blue Goku was pierced by a laser gun, it is evident that even in a transformed state, the body can still relax. This relaxation allows even laser weaponry to inflict harm upon a transformed Saiyan's physique. Therefore, Vegeta sought a method to significantly enhance his physical form without the reliance on ki. Following this, he could then utilize ki to further strengthen his body, undoubtedly achieving a more efficient augmentation. With this in mind, Vegeta gradually diminished his reliance on ki for physical enhancement. Apart from the period spent training with Master Roshi, he instinctively filled his body with ki. Previously, he had focused on techniques with Master Roshi. Now, the emphasis was on the physical form itself. His training needed to commence with the reduction of ki. When he lowered his ki to merely that of an ordinary human, he found himself suddenly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Observing this, King Kai hurriedly inquired, "What are you doing?" Vegeta, lying on the ground, replied, "I wish to adapt to this environment using solely my physical body, without the aid of ki. That's utterly absurd. Without ki, there are hardly any individuals capable of moving freely here." King Kai paused, then remarked, "Yet for you, it may serve as an entirely new form of training." Very well. King Kai's antennae twitched once more, dispelling the burden Vegeta bore. After a short while, Vegeta rose again, excitement radiating from his face. "I can feel my body progressing." King Kai chuckled, "If that is the case, let us proceed with my training regimen. First, you must catch my pet Babulus without employing ki to enhance your physicality. Babulus, come forth." A gorilla emerged from the other side of King Kai's planet. Vegeta turned to King Kai and asked, "Are you certain? Though I am not currently using ki for enhancement, it remains relatively easy to carry over 300 kilograms with my physical strength alone. Let me catch him first. I shall gradually increase the weight thereafter. Do you underestimate me? Let the challenge begin." As the voice of the King of the Worlds signaled the commencement, Babulus immediately fled in all directions, while Vegeta remained motionless for 5 seconds. The King of the Worlds, with a mocking grin, inquired, "What is the matter? Could it be that your legs can no longer move? I was merely allowing it time to escape." With that, Vegeta vanished from his position, only to reappear a second later, holding the unconscious Babulus before the king. The king was astounded. What a terrifying individual. To suppress his energy to a level akin to that of an ordinary person, yet still move freely with sheer physical prowess. It is worth noting that the Saiyans on planet Vegeta could move with ease because they instinctively harnessed their energy to enhance their bodies, enabling them to withstand tenfold gravity. Vegeta addressed the king, stating, "My current combat power is nearly negligible, but when it comes to actual combat capability, I can unleash around 10,000 without expending energy. In other words, I possess a hidden combat power of 10,000. The North King furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you implying?" "I have heard that certain advanced gods also emit no detectable energy." Chapter 11. The overbearing spirit bomb. The King of Worlds extended his finger, condensing a sphere of energy as he inquired of Vegeta, "Can you sense the energy of this sphere upon my fingertip?" Vegeta shook his head in response. The king then elucidated, "Precisely. What you perceive is confined to the energy within ordinary living beings. The essence of divine energy transcends this realm. As for what you refer to as hidden combat power, it merely represents the potential your corporeal form can achieve when stripped of energy." Vegeta nodded, astonished. "I never imagined that a mere King of Worlds could wield divine energy." Upon hearing this, the king bellowed in indignation, "How dare you? What do you mean by mere King of Worlds? Even the deities on your earth possess divine energy." Vegeta reminisced about a particular moment from the original narrative, recalling how during the Buu saga, Piccolo had sensed the divine aura emanating from King Kai, which had startled him. In the year 745 of the Age of the Universe, Vegeta had already spent 2 years on North Kai's planet. During this time, he had significantly enhanced his physical strength through the king's rigorous training regimen. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the system's interface. Vegeta's combat power stood at For 100 points, any figure exceeding 10 million would cease to display. The current calculation for his combat power was Vegeta Kakarot, 1, plus his additional combat strength. His surplus combat power amounted to 32,000 points. Mastered techniques included Instant Transmission, Gallic Gun, Kamehameha, Artificial Moon, and Kaioken. His combat prowess had indeed surpassed 40,000. However, should a confrontation arise, factoring in the additional strength of his physique, he could overpower those with a combat power of 80,000. Naturally, this combat strength was solely derived from rigorous physical training, along with the cumulative benefits of both Vegeta and Goku's powers. Presently, their combined combat power was a mere 2,400 points, with Vegeta at 20,000 and Goku at only 400. Yet, one must acknowledge that Goku's 400 combat power rendered him virtually invincible on Earth at this juncture. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, Goku's power at this stage scarcely reached 10 points. Certainly, Kakarot's fondness for me has influenced the pace of his training. If this continues, I can only mourn for Piccolo. Moreover, over 30,000 points of surplus combat power could be allocated between Vegeta and Goku. However, distribution would only be beneficial once the total multiplier exceeded 2. In truth, he intended to wait until the time of the Saiyan invasion before officially intervening in the timeline's progression. If he were to assist Goku in becoming overly powerful too soon, Goku would inevitably transform into a max-level entity roaming the novice village. He pondered whether, upon emerging, the Demon King Piccolo would be able to surpass Master Roshi's challenge. If Master Roshi inadvertently defeated him, Earth's deities would vanish as well. Contemplating this, Vegeta rose from the recliner. No, I must take the initiative to unseal the Demon King Piccolo and then escort him to Namek for assimilation. Otherwise, even the mighty Big Two would fall victim to Kakarot's overwhelming strength, which would make it exceedingly difficult for Kakarot to evolve into the responsible and accountable person depicted in the original narrative. With this thought in mind, Vegeta resolved to return to Earth for a brief visit. Observing Vegeta packing his belongings, King Kai approached and inquired, "Are you heading back?" "Yes. I suddenly remembered that there are some matters left unresolved that require my attention." King Kai, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "But you have yet to undertake your ki training. If you devote another year to mastering your ki, with your innate talent and potential, you could become several times stronger." Vegeta chuckled. "Such opportunities will abound in the future. I can return here at any time." "What about learning the Spirit Bomb?" King Kai asked. At this, Vegeta paused his activities to regard King Kai. "Didn't you mention that only those with pure hearts can wield it?" King Kai replied with a smile. "Didn't you express your desire to create your own unique Spirit Bomb?" Over their 2 years together, King Kai had come to know Vegeta quite well. Though the darkness within him remained unshakable, it was evident that the young warrior bore no ill intentions, merely speaking without regard for decorum. Thus, imparting his most cherished techniques to him seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, King Kai often found himself lonely. Vegeta occasionally entertained him with dry humor. Upon hearing King Kai's encouragement, Vegeta set down his bag and said, "Since you insist, I shall reluctantly endeavor to learn." Standing outside King Kai's planet, Vegeta calmly attuned himself to the myriad of energies surrounding him, from the minutiae of every blade of grass to every insect, all resonating within his perception. King Kai stood nearby, stating, "Perceiving the energy of all things is merely the first step. The next challenge lies in whether you can earn the recognition of all living beings to share their energy with you." "Earn their recognition?" Vegeta echoed. "Indeed, energies can connect. Once linked, intentions can be conveyed between them. The reason I can communicate across billions of light years is fundamentally rooted in this principle. The thoughts of all living things are quite simple. They can only sense the good and evil of humankind. Thus, only those with genuine goodwill can borrow energy from the essence of life." Vegeta attempted to communicate with the plants on King Kai's planet. Yet no matter how he implored, he felt no energy converging towards him. Frustrated, he bellowed, "You wretched beings! If you refuse to lend me your energy, I shall render King Kai's planet barren." A formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, sweeping across the entirety of King Kai's realm, his presence undeniably commanding. In the next instant, an immense quantity of energy coalesced around him, condensing in his hands. However, the hue of this energy gradually shifted from a bluish-white to a resplendent gold. King Kai, witnessing this phenomenon, exclaimed, You gathered energy in such a manner." As Vegeta molded the energy into a singular sphere, a golden spirit bomb, the size of a basketball, was born. "It is done. Such simplicity, I could master it in a single day." The King of Worlds furrowed his brow and muttered, "I fear This technique can no longer be referred to as a spirit bomb. Why? The king adjusted his sunglasses and explained, the spirit bomb embodies pure, positive energy. However, the energy you hold, resembling a spirit bomb, is a fusion of universal positive energy intertwined with a fragment of your own essence. The true power of the spirit bomb lies in its ability to counteract malevolent beings. This impure energy is unlikely to yield the same restraining effect. You have gathered the universal energy in an exceedingly domineering manner, rendering it merely a potent ordinary energy blast. Vegeta gazed expressionlessly at the spirit bomb in his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he smiled. No matter, I can turn it to my advantage. The golden spirit bomb, under Vegeta's control, transformed back into a swirling essence and returned to envelop his entire being. It was as though a liquid golden energy shield had formed around his exterior. Indeed, just as I had envisioned, this spirit bomb, infused with my own essence, could be absorbed back into my body, wholly becoming my own energy. Let us name this technique the domineering spirit bomb, and this state shall be referred to as the domineering spirit mode. He had nearly quintupled his strength without any adverse effects. The King of Worlds furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, what an astonishing individual. This is yet another formidable technique that, when combined with the Kaioken. In the next moment, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Vegeta. Indeed, it could augment the effects of the Kaioken, but the energy gathered from King Kai's planet would only suffice for 1 minute. With that, Vegeta dispersed all his energy, stating, if I could gather the energy from the entire universe, the results would surely be remarkable. Vegeta turned to face North Kai, suddenly bowing respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. North Kai, I shall visit you often in the future. Just as Vegeta prepared to depart, he glanced up toward Snake Way, observing an old man attempting to leap up from the tail end. Gohan, did he perish? Upon witnessing this, Vegeta flew over to bring Gohan closer, who was seated on the ground, weighed down by tenfold gravity. Vegeta crossed his arms, regarding the halo above Gohan's head, inquiring, it appears you failed to sever Goku's tail. Yet, realistically, with a battle power of 100 attempting to cut a tail with 4,000, it was hardly feasible. Gohan, struggling to raise his hand to grasp his head, managed a pained smile. Actually, I did manage to cut his tail, but I was gravely injured before he reverted to his original form. Not long after, I succumbed to my injuries in the hospital. That child is likely still grieving. You should check on him. Vegeta, unfazed, replied, let that fellow emerge on his own. He must learn that uncontrollable power can harm those around him. Furthermore, it seems your spaceship was damaged by Goku. What? Vegeta erupted in fury, that wretched little brat. How then shall I venture to planet Ardrat? I have first traversed the realm of the King of Worlds, Gohan. In due time, I shall return to visit you all. Divine beings, await me in the Hall of Judgment. Chapter 12. The soft rice target somewhere in the universe. Aboard a ship with intermittent power. I am on the verge of starvation. Janae sat beside Broly, discreetly offering him a piece of meat. Broly, this was secretly saved by Annie. You must eat it quickly. Young Broly cast a deep glance at Janae before seizing the meat and devouring it ravenously. The 4 Scions had been frugal, carrying ample supplies. Along with the remaining provisions in the nutrient chamber, they had endured drifting through the cosmos for a year and a half. But now, their resources had been utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Hanasia and Paragus had succumbed to hunger. As for the distress signal they sent out, it had gone unanswered. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the ship's alarm blared, rousing Paragus, who wearily crawled to the cockpit and uttered, no. This is bad. The ship's power is nearly depleted. Hanasia, propping herself up against the cabin, raised her hand towards Paragus and exclaimed, you fool. I will kill you. If it weren't for your reckless destruction of the ship, we would have already reached Earth. In her weakened state, Hanasia could hardly gather the energy for a key blast. Janae, seated next to Broly, inquired, which is the nearest civilized planet? Paragus tapped the control panel and replied, here. Planet Yardrat. We can only land here for now. Everyone, hang in there. We will arrive in 2 days. Earth, Bowsy Mountain. Vegeta gazed pensively at the ship, which was nearly reduced to scrap metal. Little Goku stood behind Vegeta, scratching his head. I'm sorry, brother. Call me Vegeta. The terrifying aura that erupted from Vegeta instantly sent Goku crashing to the ground in fear. He turned to Goku and said, I am going to find someone to repair the ship. You must stay here quietly in the mountains. You are not allowed to step outside until you meet a girl with blue hair. A girl? What is that? You will know when the time comes. She will carry a token akin to the 4-star ball. With that, Vegeta lifted the ship into the air and flew towards West City. It is estimated that there are no more than 3 individuals on Earth who can repair alien spacecraft. One is Dr. Brief, Bulma's father. Another is Dr. IQ, creator of Aral. And the third is Dr. Jero of the Red Ribbon Army. Vegeta landed in the backyard of Bulma's home, placing the ship down as well. Mrs. Brief, watering her flowers, laughed upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Dear, look at this child who can descend from the heavens. Dr. Brief, with a cigarette in his mouth, approached without a hint of concern for Vegeta's intentions. So, what brings you here? Vegeta pointed at the ship behind him and declared, this is a spacecraft. And I am an extraterrestrial. As you can see, this ship is damaged. Please assist me in repairing this, as well as the vital equipment within. The technology contained herein is a gift to you, serving as my investment in the capsule company. As for the shareholding, you may allocate it as you see fit. Furthermore, I can provide you with protection. A mere few $100 billion from Sony will suffice as pocket change. At this moment, 3 girls emerged, drawn by the commotion. A blonde girl, gazing at Vegeta and the spacecraft behind him, inquired, what has transpired? Brief relayed Vegeta's words to the 3 girls without alteration. Aliens, the blonde girl exclaimed, stepping closer to Vegeta with palpable excitement. I never anticipated the existence of other civilizations in this universe. What is your name? Vegeta assessed her appearance. She was strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more so than the blue-haired girl beside her, and appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age. Vegeta, it is a pleasure to meet you. She introduced herself. I am Tais. By the way, which planet do you hail from? Do the inhabitants of your planet all possess such charm? Charming? Vegeta echoed, slightly furrowing her brow. Indeed, it signifies that one appears delightful and brings joy. How mundane. After you repair your spacecraft, will you return to the cosmos? May I accompany you? I aspire to pen a science fiction adventure novel, and you would undoubtedly provide ample inspiration for thrilling escapades. Vegeta refrained from responding, instead directing her gaze toward the other 2 girls. The one standing beside Bulma appeared remarkably familiar, sporting glasses and long brown hair, and looked to be of similar age to Tais, possessing a fair degree of beauty. I feel as though I have encountered this girl before. Noticing Vegeta's unwavering attention on the brown-haired girl, the latter shyly lowered her gaze. Tais, feeling a pang of jealousy at being overlooked, waved her hand in front of Vegeta. Hey, why are you ignoring me and fixating on Womi? Womi. Vegeta suddenly recalled the girl's identity. Ah, I see, Dr. Jero's wife, Android 21? Should I dispose of her now? Never mind, I am invincible now. And this woman may yet provide me with considerable amusement in the future. With that, Vegeta once again disregarded Tais, turning to Dr. Brief. What do you propose? Doctor. Brief remained fixated on the spacecraft. The shares and pocket money are trivial matters. However, I cannot guarantee that I can repair this vessel. Allow me to assess the situation first. If you have no pressing matters, you may stay at my home, and I shall provide you with a definitive answer by tomorrow. Vegeta responded with a calm demeanor. Very well, then prepare some food for me, and I would also like to take a bath. After speaking, Vegeta turned to the 3 girls. Which of you will guide me? Bulma, unable to contain herself at Vegeta's arrogance, interjected, honestly. At least be polite when in someone else's home. You are ignoring my sister while she speaks to you. By the way, I am Bulma. Subsequently, Bulma grasped Vegeta's hand with a starry-eyed smile, exclaiming, leave the guiding to me. Tais hurriedly pursued them, while Womi and the Briefs exchanged pleasantries before following suit. As dusk fell, Vegeta devoured his meal voraciously at the dining table. Everyone was astounded by his astonishing appetite, pondering whether his stomach harbored a dimension of its own for food storage. Tais, seated beside Vegeta, inquired, by the way, do all you extraterrestrials possess such an appetite? After gulping down a chicken leg, Vegeta replied, I am a scion. One of our innate talents is our ability to consume. Bulma suddenly seized Vegeta's tail and asked, do all of you have such tails? Vegeta quickly retracted his tail, wrapping it around his waist, admonishing, do not touch a scion's tail. Though he had previously overcome the weakness of feeling powerless when his tail was grabbed at Baozi Mountain, having it handled by someone else still felt quite uncomfortable, as the tail is a notably sensitive area. After finishing their meal, Vegeta remarked, your father is a scientist, so you must possess considerable knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bulma proudly stated, of course, I consistently achieve the highest marks. To which Tais interjected, my grades aren't too shabby either. Bulma retorted with a cheeky gesture, well, let us see you score first place every time. Then, haha. In the midst of their banter, Vegeta suddenly posed a question. Can you create robots or clones? Womi, who had been silent until then, slightly lowered her head. She had long harbored thoughts of building robots and had indeed constructed several, albeit only for household tasks. If she could design a highly advanced robot, perhaps it could eliminate the scourge of war from the world. Taze, intrigued, asked, "What do you wish to create robots and clones for? Are you planning to conquer Earth?" "No. I aim to prevent Earth from falling under tyranny," he replied. "By the way, my spaceship's computer contains some alien technological data that might be useful to you." Later that evening, Vegeta entered his room, lying on the plush bed and reflecting. How delightful it is to be wealthy. This is the first time I have slept on such a comfortable bed since arriving in this world. I must admit, that fellow Kakarot is quite fortunate. One of the hidden abilities of the surviving scions on Earth is their knack for living off the advantages of others. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Videl all hail from illustrious backgrounds. Even Broly could only enjoy a good life after encountering Chi-Lai. As a scion, Vegeta had never contemplated working a job. He believed that time would be better spent doing a few push-ups. Though the Dragon Balls could bestow immense wealth, he felt it unnecessary to resort to them for monetary gain. Whoever heard of a scion relying on labor or the Dragon Balls to sustain themselves? What would become of their reputation on Earth if such word got out? The real question was, whose advantages would they benefit from? And how could they indulge in such benefits with style? Kiki can be dismissed outright. Despite her admirable qualities, he cannot tolerate such a nagging woman. If one is to indulge, it must be with conviction. He has no desire to appear submissive before a lady. Choosing Bulma might jeopardize Trunks' existence, yet it matters little. For Vegeta harbors no affection for young Trunks. Both young Trunks and Little Bu are essentially superfluous, as long as their presence does not interfere with the existence of the elder Trunks. As for Android 18, it is likely that her ability to fend for herself is commendable, but even so, she should not be afforded any leniency by that bald man. Presently, Taze is also a commendable option. She is both attractive and affluent. Contemplating this, Vegeta sat up, clasping his hands as he murmured, "Will I be somewhat distant with her today? By the way, that Womi must come from a decent background, right?" Chapter 13. Creating threats in the absence of actual threats. The following day, Vegeta arrived early at Dr. Brief's warehouse laboratory. Bulma and Womi were diligently working on the spaceship, while Taze was connected to the ship's computer, attempting to repair and translate the data files. "How are things progressing?" Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips as she noticed Vegeta's entrance. "What else with that tone? As if we are your subordinates. A little courtesy wouldn't hurt." "What do you mean by courtesy?" Just as Bulma was about to elaborate, Dr. Brief descended from the ladder, stating, "I've inspected the power system. It's slightly damaged but can be repaired. However, the spaceship's structure has sustained severe damage, and even if we fix it, it would struggle to withstand space travel. In that case, dismantle the power system and construct a new spaceship with a different shell for me," Vegeta commanded. "Also, please build a gravity chamber on the new ship, one that can generate 1,000 times gravity." While such demands might be daunting for another, Dr. Brief was the kind of genius who could transform Kakarot's capsule ship into a gravity ship within months. After articulating his requirements, Vegeta directly inquired, "How long will it take?" Contemplating this seemingly unreasonable request, Dr. Brief thoughtfully responded, "At least half a year." This was considerably quicker than Vegeta had anticipated. Nodding, he pressed further. "What if we construct the gravity chamber separately first?" Dr. Brief replied, "Creating one that generates 1,000 times gravity will take considerable time. But if we reduce it to 100 times, I can have it ready within a week." "And how long would it take to finish the ship if we temporarily forego the gravity chamber?" "About 3 months. I can have Womi and Bulma assist in constructing the gravity chamber. It is not overly complex. Thank you for your help." At that moment, collecting Dragon Balls was proving challenging as the Dragon Radar had yet to be developed. Furthermore, the Guardian was rather inflexible. He typically wouldn't gather Dragon Balls for others unless the matter was of great significance. Just then, Womi approached Vegeta, carrying a collection of items, including some detectors, compressed food, and battle suits. Vegeta picked up a battle suit vest and inquired of Bulma, "How long would it take to mass-produce this armor, blue-haired one?" He then tossed the battle suit to her. Catching it, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, it's so light." She tugged at the interior of the battle suit, but after a moment of testing, her brow furrowed. I can't guarantee that we can mass-produce this. Why don't you leave a spare with me for further study?" Womi then unearthed a blue lens detector and pressed a few buttons, asking, Vegeta, what is this device?" "It's a detector capable of sensing others' battle powers and locations, and it also facilitates long-distance communication." Upon hearing this, Bulma approached, retrieving another detector and placing it on her ear. "How fascinating. How does one wear this? Was it due to suction or adhesion?" Bulma pressed the switch, and upon activating the detector, a series of unfamiliar characters appeared. "Is this cosmic script?" Tai Si, standing beside Bulma, inquired. Can it be translated into Earth's language? After Bulma hastily disassembled the detector and adjusted it somehow, she connected a computer cable and entered a code. Alright, let me see what your combat powers are. Once she reattached the detector, she glanced at everyone's power levels. Her father's power was merely 4. Her foolish sister's was 3. But, wow, Womi, you possess an impressive combat power of 10. Womi quickly lowered her head and replied, Ah, perhaps it's because I often learn some combat techniques from a master. Next was Vegeta. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and it continues to rise. Vegeta explained, this is an old model detector. It requires some time to gauge the strength of those with high combat power. Also, you should turn it off quickly. This outdated model has a limit of 20,000 points, or it will explode. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately shut down the detector. Could it be that your combat power has reached 20,000? Vegeta slightly raised his chin and replied, how presumptuous. A combat power of 20,000 is as fragile to me as an infant. For some reason, Vegeta's arrogant demeanor and tone, far from being off-putting, exuded a certain charm. After a brief blush from the three girls, Womi took out several vials of liquid. This is the liquid I found inside the damaged cabin of the spaceship. Vegeta inhaled deeply and cursed, damn Kakarot. Both the incubation pod and the healing chamber have been ruined. Can you help me produce this liquid and reconstruct a healing chamber? Womi examined the vial containing the liquid. This should be manageable, but it may take some time. Excellent. The healing chamber is crucial for me, so please ensure it is created. After securing the vials, Womi stated, There's no time to lose, so I'll head straight back to my lab to assist you. Taisi queried, Can't we conduct the research here at my dada's place? Why must you go home? Womi smiled and explained, Taisi, your family's lab is better suited for mechanical studies, while my home's equipment will aid Vegeta in producing this more efficiently. Oh, well then. Be sure to call me when it's done. Alright, we'll be in touch. Vegeta knew that Womi was eager to acquire such technology, which would prove invaluable for her creation of androids. Even Cell could rapidly complete his cultivation with the aid of these liquids. He watched Womi's departing figure and smiled faintly, silently vowing, Don't let me down. Create a few worthy opponents for me to enjoy. Up until now, Vegeta had yet to engage in a true battle. The warrior spirit inherent in the Scion lineage incessantly plagues him, especially after returning from the King of the Worlds, igniting a fervent desire to seek formidable adversaries to hone his skills. In the absence of threats, he resolves to create one, contemplating a journey aboard a spacecraft to find worthy opponents. At this moment, Tai stands beside Vegeta, observing his mischievous grin and inquires, What occupies your thoughts? Watching Womi laugh like that. Nothing much. By the way, what is your relationship with her? She is my classmate, although still a student. She has already emerged as a leading scientist in the field of biology. Tais responds, playfully nudging Vegeta's arm. What? Do you fancy this older sister type? Scions seem to experience the stirrings of affection quite early. Judging by your demeanor, you appear to be just over 10. Suddenly, Vegeta turns to Tais and says, Aren't you the one who wished to accompany me to the universe? Ah, you, agreed? I may consent, but you must first obtain permission from your parents. Vegeta strides toward the exit, and Tais excitedly calls after him. Remember, no backing out. A week later, Bulma and others have constructed a gravity chamber for Vegeta in the back garden. Meanwhile, Womi has successfully developed a mass-producible incubation pod and therapeutic fluid, encapsulating it within capsules. Vegeta surveys the new treatment chamber and nods. Impressive. Your efficiency has surpassed my expectations. I commend you. Upon hearing this, Womi slightly lowers his head, playfully brushing a lock of hair behind his ear. You flatter me, Vegeta-kun. Bulma, with her hands on her hips, interjects, Hey, are you serious? I built the gravity chamber within a week, and no one has come to praise me. Vegeta merely responds nonchalantly, You've worked hard as well. Is it too much to ask for a few more words? Bulma retorts, visibly annoyed. Ignoring her frustration, Vegeta steps into the gravity chamber and closes the door behind him. Womi, noticing Bulma's sulky expression directed at the gravity chamber, reassures her, Miss Bulma, do not be upset. Perhaps Vegeta-kun is simply not adept at expressing his feelings. Bulma turns away. I'm not even bothered by him. For some inexplicable reason, this aloof and arrogant fellow possesses a certain charm. Wait, am I developing a masochistic inclination? Inside the gravity chamber, Vegeta glances at the control panel, which is entirely in English but appears manageable. He notes that the maximum gravity can be adjusted to 150 times. To his surprise, Bulma proves to be quite competent. Afterward, he considers taking her under his wing as a little sister, which would mean that Kakarot would have to address him as brother in the future. Chapter 14. Gravity Training. Vegeta initially adjusted the gravity to 50 times his weight of 35 kilograms. Under such conditions, his weight surged to an astonishing 175 tons. However, the sensation of bearing 175 tons at 50 times gravity differed immensely from that at 10 times gravity. A slight dizziness washed over Vegeta, and his vision blurred momentarily. The intense gravitational force exerted its influence on both his internal organs and blood. This was a comprehensive training of body and spirit, which explained why even the formidable Vegeta, with a battle power of 3 million, struggled under 300 times gravity. Nonetheless, Vegeta merely experienced slight disorientation and nausea, with his breathing becoming somewhat labored. His movements remained unhindered, as although his internal organs had not been conditioned for such extreme gravity, his muscles had endured far greater burdens in training. To fortify his internal organs and blood to withstand this weight, he needed to channel his energy to these areas. Sitting still on the ground, Vegeta meditated deeply, gradually diminishing the energy reinforcement to his internal organs, thereby allowing for better conditioning. After 2.5 hours, he sprang to his feet and clenched his fist. Excellent. His body had fully acclimated to the 50 times gravity environment. Now, he was ready to leap to 100 times for further training. Just as he prepared to adjust the gravity, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Perhaps it was best to eat first. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Vegeta joined the others for a meal. The three girls bombarded him with questions. Bulma's inquiries were rather personal, while Tai's focused on matters concerning cosmic civilizations. Vomi was intrigued by the disparities between different races and the formidable species existing within the universe. Formidable species. Vegeta leaned back in his chair and murmured, "Let me put it this way. The being that obliterated my home planet did so with merely a finger. And that was only in his first form. He didn't even unleash 1% of his full power. Beyond him, exist entities capable of crushing him like an insect." The three girls furrowed their brows and swallowed hard upon hearing this. Vegeta turned to Tais with a smile. "After hearing all this, do you still wish to travel the cosmos with me?" Tais stood, her gaze resolute as she replied, "You underestimate my determination. No matter how perilous the universe may be, no, the more dangerous it is, the more valuable the exploration becomes." Bulma, intrigued, asked, "You mentioned that a fighter with a battle power of 20,000 feels like an infant to you. What does that make your strength in the cosmos?" Vegeta rose, a confident smile gracing his face. "I will inevitably become invincible. The key to increasing my battle power lies in finding a stronger opponent and defeating them. In doing so, my strength will be the sum of both myself and Goku, multiplied by 2. That evening, Vegeta returned to the gravity training room. This time, he brought enough supplies to last an entire month. Intending to adapt to the immense gravity of 150 times Earth's, he immediately subjected himself to a gravity level of 100 times, which rendered his movements increasingly cumbersome. That fellow Kakarot, after acclimating to 100 times the gravity, only achieved a combat power of 90,000, which is not a significant disparity compared to my current strength. Vegeta swiftly threw a few punches in the air, observing that the primary challenge lay in the burden on his blood and internal organs. However, he anticipated that he would acclimate to this level by the following day. A week later, Vegeta was training in an environment with 200 times the gravity. Within the enclosed space, several energy orbs floated, spinning rapidly in the air. Vegeta deftly evaded their attacks, ultimately dispersing them with a swift chop of his hand. After accomplishing this feat, he gazed at the control panel and murmured, "It appears that the 200 times gravity environment no longer poses any resistance to me." Upon deactivating the gravity, Vegeta opened the hatch. He had confined himself in the gravity chamber for an entire week, and as he stepped out, it felt as if all beings on Earth could perceive him distinctly. His body felt as light as if it hardly existed at all. After taking a shower, Vegeta made his way to the laboratory to check on Dr. Brief's progress. He observed that the spaceship had been transformed into a spherical shape, and it was twice the size of the ship Kakarot had used to travel to Namek. "Dr. Brief, is it ready?" he inquired. Brief, standing nearby and smoking a cigarette, responded, "It's almost complete. By the way, the technology you Scions employ is remarkably advanced. Oh, and the armor you requested has been manufactured by Bulma." Vegeta was taken aback by Bulma's swiftness and nodded appreciatively. "I underestimated her. I only require the gloves and boots. Speaking of which, is there anything else needed for the spaceship? Has the medical chamber been set up?" "One medical chamber is ready, but we're still missing a few things. Let me think. The only remaining items are the sound system and home theater. I've ordered a custom sound system for the ship. Once the manufacturer completes it, we can install it." After a brief moment of silence, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, such items are not essential. It was requested by Ties, as she fears becoming bored during our journey through space. By the way, do Scionts typically travel in those pods during interstellar voyages? Would you like me to create some comfortable sleep chambers for you? Entering a state of hibernation would also pause the aging process. After embarking upon the cosmos, Scionts often squander significant time in transit, with journeys stretching into months or even years. The return trip after completing a task also takes considerable time. Consequently, modern Scionts find themselves with little time for training. This can be seen as a scheme devised by Frieza targeting the Scionts, designed to keep them perpetually occupied. Should they find time to train, it would not be surprising if a few Super Scions emerged one day. After contemplating this for a moment, Vegeta inquired, "How long do you estimate it will take to complete?" Only you and Tai Si could accomplish this in 3 days, at which point the sound system and home theater would also be installed. Very well, I shall rest for another 3 days. Vegeta arrived at Bulma's laboratory, where she might just surprise him once more. He observed Bulma, her head bowed as she diligently worked with a welding tool on a detector. Approaching her, Vegeta inquired, "What do you intend to do with my detector?" Startled, Bulma swiftly turned around, exclaiming, "You finally decided to emerge. Didn't you claim that this detector could only detect individuals with a battle power below 20,000? I have enhanced it, increasing the signal reception power 50-fold. This means it can now detect battle powers around 1 million. As she spoke, Bulma completed the device and handed it to Vegeta. He accepted the detector, remarking, "You've done well. Would you be interested in referring to me as your elder brother?" "Elder brother?" Bulma narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Vegeta, who stood half a head shorter than her. "Are you certain? I can't help but feel you resemble more of a younger brother." The Scion's adolescence is brief, and their height tends to surge within a few years. Furthermore, for a Scion, age is merely a number. My strength surpasses yours. Thus I can indeed be your elder brother. Bulma regarded Vegeta with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, saying, "The tone in which you speak hardly reflects that of a child. What advantages would I gain from being your younger sister? When you mature, I shall introduce you to a cool and aloof prince." A prince? At this moment, Bulma found herself daydreaming of a handsome Scion prince riding a white steed, offering her a gentle smile. "Very well, but if this prince does not match my expectations, I shall seek another." In his previous life, many fans lamented that Goku did not end up with Bulma. However, Vegeta believed that given Goku's character, Bulma's happiness would be far greater with Vegeta than with him. Vegeta chuckled, agreed. "As your elder brother, would it be too much to ask for your assistance in constructing a time machine?" Bulma, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "Do you truly want to hear what you just said?" Chapter 15, Destination Adrat. Early one morning 3 days later, Vegeta stood beside the spaceship, observing Ties as she busily packed her belongings. Bulma, standing nearby, remarked, "Look at my sister's excitement. It's making me want to go too." Vegeta replied, "This journey could last indefinitely. It might extend to 10 years, and there are countless places on Earth still worthy of your exploration. If Bulma were to accompany me, who would assist Kakarot in his endeavors? Therefore, I must ensure that the Bulma of this era does not accompany me on this journey." As for the other individual observing from the sidelines, Womi, Vegeta took the initiative to ask, "If you have no pressing matters, you may join us." Womi, taken aback, responded, "Ah, me too." Vegeta continued, "I heard from Ties that you have an affinity for biology. Accompanying us would undoubtedly allow you to encounter numerous new species. Additionally, I require a more proficient scientist to assist me. Ties lacks the expertise necessary to repair the spaceship should it malfunction." Womi hesitated. She could not so effortlessly seize the opportunity as Ties had. After all, her parents were still at the Red Ribbon Laboratory manufacturing androids. Moreover, she had been appointed as the new chief scientific assistant, working under Dr. Gero. If she were to abandon her duties now, would her parents face retribution from the Red Ribbon Army? Vegeta, unsparing, stated, "This is a singular opportunity. You have 10 minutes to contemplate and manage your affairs. The spaceship will depart from Earth promptly in 10 minutes. Ah, all right, I will go." Womi found herself inexplicably compelled to undertake this endeavor, a sensation she had never experienced before. Throughout her life, she had adhered strictly to the directives of her elders and superiors. This time, however, she felt an unprecedented urge to pursue her own desires. Womi concealed herself momentarily to make several phone calls, during which she appeared to engage in a heated discussion with someone. Moments later, she returned to Vegeta's side, beaming, "I persuaded my parents. Thank you, Vegeta-kun." Vegeta smiled. "You may simply call me Vegeta. Board the ship, you can share daily necessities with Ties." As the spaceship was initiated, Bulma, tightly grasping her small hands, exclaimed, "How outrageous! My idiot brother is leaving without me. Just wait. I will explore Earth first, and next time, I shall accompany you. Inside the spaceship, Womi and Tai sat nervously in the cockpit, unconsciously swallowing hard. Tai gazed out at the ascending vista, proclaiming, "Space. Here we come." Vegeta, standing behind them with crossed arms, added, "If anyone wets their pants, I shall ensure they reside in the restroom." In the next moment, the spaceship surged forward with a sudden acceleration. Ah! This is far too abrupt. The anguished cries of Thais swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, reaching the vast expanse of the cosmos. Once the spacecraft stabilized its course, Thais succumbed to a blissful faint, a silly grin adorning her face. Vegeta remained steadfast, like an unwavering sentinel, standing behind the two seats. "At least you didn't wet your pants, Womi. Are you proficient with the ship's control panel and systems?" Womi nodded slightly. "Well, previously, I translated cosmic scripts with Bulma. Understanding them should pose no significant challenge. Load the database of the previous ship and search for the destination, planet Yardrat." Womi's fingers danced across the control panel. "All right, the ship is now in autopilot mode, with an estimated travel time of 9 days. 12 hours into the journey." Thais, brimming with excitement, stood by the window, gazing at the stars that flickered past. "How beautiful! This is the universe. I truly envy you Scions for your ability to traverse the cosmos and wield such formidable power. By the way, why do you often roam the universe?" Vegeta, leaning casually against the ship's cabin with arms crossed, offered a slight smile. "Why not take a guess? Is it to maintain peace in the universe? Like cosmic law enforcement?" Thais pondered. If that were the case, the Scions would not have faced extinction. Vegeta stepped from the shadows. The extinction of the Scions was self-inflicted. After invading other planets and slaughtering the native inhabitants, they then profited by selling those planets to other races. Yet, despite this, I desire vengeance for these marauders. For the Scions possess little beyond their combat prowess. Curiously, Womi inquired, "Are the Scions a powerful race in the universe? They rank among the strongest, but in recent times, there are no particularly formidable individuals. Perhaps in a decade, the remaining Scions will be exceptionally powerful." However, before planet Vegeta's destruction, those Scions had already forsaken their training. Ultimately, they were merely fools manipulated by greed and power. Womi mused quietly, "Planet Vegeta. Vegeta, this planet seems to bear your name. In truth, it was named after my uncle," Vegeta clarified. Thais gazed at Vegeta with newfound admiration. "Are you still a member of the royal family? That is of little consequence now. Planet Vegeta has vanished." Throughout the 9 days, Womi and Thais immersed themselves in pre-downloaded movies and television shows, occasionally practicing yoga. Vegeta, aside from moments dedicated to eating and bathing, remained seated in meditation, a practice that spanned several days. Thais, observing Vegeta seated cross-legged on the floor, whispered to Womi, "Do you think Vegeta might sell us to other aliens? The probability of that is quite low." "Why?" Womi chuckled. "Through these days of companionship, I've gleaned that in the universe, a person's worth is measured by their combat strength. How much value do you think we possess together?" Thais cast a glance downward at her rapidly developing form. "Do extraterrestrials truly disregard the beauty of women? Given our appearances, we should command a handsome price among the stars. Should we not?" At this moment, the meditative Vegeta opened his eyes and rose to his feet. This energy. I did not anticipate such strength remaining among the surviving Scions. Who could it be? Is it Dallas? Just as Vegeta was pondering, the spaceship's intercom crackled to life. "We are nearing planet Yardrat. Please prepare for landing." On Yardrat, a youth with somewhat tanned skin, indulging in a hearty meal, stood up to gaze at the sky. "Who is it?" Paragus inquired of Broly. "What is it, Broly?" Hanasia closed her eyes, meticulously sensing the energy, yet found nothing amiss. After 3 minutes, Hanasia furrowed her brow. "This battle power. A formidable individual approaches Yardrat." Hanasia immediately raised her hand, directing her energy towards Paragus. "This trouble is your doing, you old fool. Our position must have been compromised. This energy is nearly on par with Jinu's. It must be Goldo's mobile unit." Paragus, raising his hands innocently, replied, "Your Highness, you must trust me. I have done nothing to betray the Scions. Furthermore, if it's merely Jinu's level, Broly can handle it with ease." The group then turned their gaze to the boy devouring meat. Hanasia lowered her hand and stated, "Regardless, there is much on Yardrat worth protecting. We must master those techniques to confront Frisia in the future. For now, we can only safeguard it, calculate the landing position of the ship, and confront the enemy head-on." 10 minutes later, a colossal spherical spacecraft descended slowly on the outskirts of Yardrat. Hanasia, accompanied by the other 3 Scions, hurried over. Paragus observed the unfamiliar vessel and remarked, "It doesn't appear to belong to Frisia's army." Hanasia frowned and instructed, "Stay steady, no matter who they are. They will either perish here or leave us their ship to meet their demise." As the hatch gradually opened, a youth clad in deep blue attire, adorned with golden earrings, leapt down. The detector on Womir's ear fluctuated. Battle power: 800, 3,500, 21,000, 120,000. Upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, Vegeta wore a delighted smile. "I did not expect to encounter them here. Fortune smiles upon me. Strong enemy detected. Youth Broly. Defeat Youth Broly to increase total score to 2. Chapter 16. The first battle of Vegeta. A gentle breeze swept through as two groups locked eyes, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Paragus stood beside Hanasia and remarked, "Your Highness, that young man across seems to be a scion as well." "What?" Hanasia's attention was finally drawn to Vegeta, who bore a brown tail wrapped around his waist. "This boy feels oddly familiar. He resembles Princess Vegeta's companion." "No, that child shouldn't be here, let alone aboard such a vessel." Taking the initiative, Hanasia stepped forward and declared, "I am Hanasia, the Scion Queen." "Who are you?" Vegeta, with arms crossed and a slight smile, replied, "I am merely a passing scion. With planet Vegeta now lost, even were you once a queen, I would not regard you highly." Hanasia clenched her fists and retorted, "You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Broly, teach that young scoundrel a lesson for me, but remember not to kill him." Jine, standing nearby, suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps we should engage in more dialogue? I can't shake the feeling that I've seen that child somewhere before." Hanasia scrutinized Vegeta, her gaze lingering on his distinctive hairstyle. That hairstyle? Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of that scoundrel, Vegeta 3? If so, he must be taught a lesson. She addressed Broly, "Do not worry, Broly, unleash your strength." After swallowing hard, Broly nervously approached. This was his first real battle, and during previous sparring sessions with Paragus and Hanasia, he had refrained from using his full power, fearing he might inadvertently cause harm. Yet now, he was encouraged to let loose, though apprehension still lingered. Vegeta observed the youth adorned with a green leather belt advancing and instructed his companions, Thais and Womi, return to the ship. "Do not descend without my command." Though Thais sensed the gravity of the situation, she could not fathom the extent of the impending confrontation. "Aren't they your kin? Why not speak it out? If your meeting requires combat, Womi and I would love to witness it." Womi glanced down at her trembling hands, uncertain of when the quaking had begun. Swallowing hard, she suggested, "Thais, perhaps we should heed Vegeta's advice and return to the ship? We can still watch from there. Going without you. It's south only up close that one can truly see." Before she could finish, the dark-skinned youth had swiftly flown to Vegeta and launched a punch. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, firmly blocking the blow, but the shockwave produced from the impact sent the two girls tumbling to the ground. A confident smile unconsciously spread across Vegeta's face as he regarded Broly. "Is that all? Are you afraid of hurting me?" The three scions across the way watched the scene with astonishment. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be? He actually blocked it." Even the princess is unable to withstand Broly's assault head-on. It seemed that Vegeta's words incited Broly's fury, just as he was about to unleash another punch. Vegeta swiftly grasped his retreating arm. "Hold on, let's start over." Vegeta, consumed by rage, spun Broly around violently. Away with you." Broly was forcefully hurled back, and the three scions quickly evaded, only for Broly to crash heavily against the massive boulder behind them, causing it to shatter into fragments. Vegeta, on his toes, began to jump in place, stretching his muscles, declaring, "If you don't ascend soon, I won't collect your corpses when you perish." Thais trembled on the ground, stammering, Womi. "Help me up, I can't stand." Womi tugged at Thais and hurried back to the spaceship to press the switch. "Vegeta, be careful. Fret not, for I am invincible." The spacecraft hovered mid-air, and Broly erupted from the rubble, radiating a fierce aura. Vegeta sensed Broly's ever-increasing power and remarked, "At last, are you prepared to get serious?" The other three scions furrowed their brows in concern. Jine expressed her worries, saying, "If Broly completely loses control, planet Adrat will be lost." Hanasia, however, appeared unconcerned about planet Adrat. With arms crossed, she smiled. "It is rare to find an opponent capable of matching Broly, and furthermore, he is a scion. This presents an excellent opportunity for both sides to train. Should things spiral out of control, I shall transform into a great ape to intervene." Though she spoke confidently, her heart was aflutter. At the current rate of Broly's escalating combat prowess, it would not be long before he surpassed her great ape form. Broly glared at Vegeta, filled with unparalleled fury, experiencing for the first time a sense of inferiority in his strength. Vegeta floated effortlessly, raising a hand to beckon Broly. What's the matter? Surely your abilities exceed this. Broly surged toward Vegeta, throwing a powerful punch. Vegeta raised his left arm to block, retaliating with a right-handed strike to Broly's face, followed by a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground once more. Broly had been knocked down again. Inside the spacecraft, Womi connected the scanner to the display, and Tais gasped at the figures before her. That person's combat power has reached 150,000, and it's still rising. Yet Vegeta's power remained at only 95,000. How could he still suppress his opponent? Womi studied the scanning records, murmuring, no. At the moment Vegeta attacked, his power soared to 190,000. Just then, Broly sprang back to his feet, unleashing an even greater aura. Vegeta, still smiling, taunted, not bad, keep it coming. As the energy surged, it surpassed a staggering 200,000 in combat power, necessitating the use of the triple Kaioken. Broly instinctively opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of green energy blasts. Vegito deftly sidestepped, the emerald waves relentlessly pursuing him. In response, Vegito raised his hand, launching a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. Struck, Broly staggered back, and before he could regain his composure, Vegito materialized behind him, enveloped in a crimson aura. Triple Kaioken. With a swift kick, Vegito sent Broly tumbling out of the smoke, only to charge at him again, forcefully driving his head into the ground and propelling him several meters into the air. Quadruple Kaioken. Kamehameha. In an instant, Vegito completed the charge for the Kamehameha wave. The potency of the Kamehameha transcended its usual limits, boasting a combat power exceeding 500,000. Unsurprisingly, it struck true. As the Kamehameha dissipated, Broly emerged, shrouded in smoke, his eyes aflame with fury, now a shimmering gold. His aura transformed into a vibrant green, muscles expanding rapidly, and his height increasing by several centimeters. The ship's scanner immediately registered over 1 million, triggering an emergency shutdown, an essential safeguard left by Bulma, designed to activate when limits were breached. 130,000, exclaimed Womi, astonished by the readings. Vegito, arms crossed, floated in the air. His earlier mirth now vanished. It's still climbing. The power of the great ape is exponentially greater than tenfold. Yet Broly is unlikely to harness this strength effectively just yet. Regardless, this adversary now exceeds the capabilities of the Kaioken. The two stood in a tense stalemate. Broly's energy still escalating, though the rate began to wane. In Hanazia's eyes, despair and regret loomed large, despite her disdain for Vegito's demeanor as a princess. She bore the responsibility for her people, particularly for the talented youth. Any loss would be a significant blow to the Scions. Enough, Broly, Parga shouted, unwilling to see Vegito perish here, especially with their vessel still in enemy hands. Should Vegito fall, the occupants would flee, and escaping this planet could take an eternity. However, Broly was beyond listening. His primal instincts unleashed, the last vestiges of reason compelled him to prove himself against Vegito. Come on, Broly roared. Vegito relaxed his arms from his chest. If you wish to fight, you should take the initiative. I'm merely waiting for energy. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words left his lips, a layer of golden energy enveloped Vegeta, accompanied by a fiery red aura. The dominant energy mode, King Kai Fist. In that instant, Vegeta's combat prowess surged beyond that of Broly. The two charged towards each other, simultaneously launching powerful strikes aimed at one another's faces. Both were sent flying almost in unison. Blood trickled from the corner of Broly's mouth, as though the blow had jolted him into a clearer state of awareness. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Vegeta, with a smile, wiped the blood from his lips, unable to conceal his exhilaration and joy. He exclaimed, "Remarkable. You are the first to draw blood from me. I doubt anyone else will achieve that in the next 20 years. I hope this is not your ultimate limit." Upon hearing this, Broly took a slight step back, exclaiming, Nanny? Berserker mode activated. Current host combat power, Vegeta Kakarot. Chapter 17. The Relentless King Vegeta. At present, Vegeta's battle power stands at an impressive 22,000, whereas Goku's is merely 400. Nevertheless, the multiplication of their strengths could elevate Vegeta's prowess to a staggering 8 million. This figure does not even account for his personal overflow. Inadvertently, I may have succumbed to the pressure. It seems my enjoyment is nearing its conclusion. Vegeta dispelled the Kaioken state and released the energy enveloping him. Currently, Broly could barely maintain his usual form. Once again, Broly lunged at Vegeta, who effortlessly caught Broly's fist with one hand. With a serious expression, Vegeta addressed Broly. Anger is the mightiest weapon of a Saiyan, yet do not allow anger to govern you. Instead, learn to master it. Why has my voice transformed into an overlapping tone? In the Relentless King mode, the host's voice becomes a blend of Kakarot and Vegeta's tones. With that, Vegeta delivered an uppercut to Broly's abdomen. The force of the blow caused Broly to spit out saliva, his body bending over as he clutched his stomach, convulsing. Vegeta observed Broly and remarked, "You possess an extraordinary capacity for self-learning. Yet if you are dominated by anger, it will eclipse your intellect. No matter how exceptional your memory. Once fully consumed by rage, you will be unable to unleash your potential, ultimately becoming a rabid dog, indiscriminately biting." Once Broly regained his composure and lifted his head, he unleashed another Green Saiyan Great Ape Cannon. The two stood less than 3 meters apart, and with remarkable speed, Vegeta countered, deflecting Broly's colossal energy blast. This ambush was clever, but I could already sense your energy gathering in your mouth beforehand. To truly deceive your opponent, one must exert force instantaneously, sacrificing maximum power for the sake of rapid execution, much like this. In an instant, Vegeta raised his hand and released an invisible spirit bomb, sending Broly crashing heavily to the ground. As Broly stood up once more, he noticed the sky had transformed into a vivid purple. Vegeta hovered above, his hands coalescing an immensely powerful energy. Broly, if you wish to prevent your companions and this planet from becoming ashes, employ all your strength to withstand my assault. Gallic Gun. Hennessy recognized this technique well. This is a royal technique. Broly, you need not restrain yourself any longer. Mimicking Vegeta's stance, Broly gathered all his energy between his hands and propelled a massive green energy wave forward. This wave was considerably thicker than Vegeta's, yet its power appeared somewhat feeble, quickly being suppressed by the Gallic Gun. Focus your control. Consolidate the energy. Do not let it disperse. Instinctively, Broly followed Vegeta's guidance, lacking any formal training, or perhaps this was his training. Remarkably, on just the first attempt, as the Gallic Gun approached within 10 meters, Broly successfully concentrated the energy of his wave. Gradually, his energy wave advanced toward Vegeta. As Broly's aura surged, his control over it became increasingly robust. Vegeta chuckled, "Very well, I shall exert a bit more effort. I hope you can endure, He fully unleashed his energy, and the 9 million battle power energy wave descended in an instant. Those aboard the ship, witnessing the clash between Vegeta and Broly, were utterly astonished. Is this the combat style of the Saiyans? Womi gazed blankly at the two opposing streams of energy, stating, "This energy. If the one below cannot withstand it, this planet will be obliterated by Vegeta in an instant. Has Vegeta lost his mind? Does he wish to annihilate this planet?" As Broly seemed on the verge of collapse, Vegeta showed no mercy, shouting to guide him. "Kid, is this all you can muster? If you falter, it will not only be you. Think of your father, those 2 women, and everything you have come to know on this planet. They will all be reduced to cosmic dust by my hand. What are you fighting for?" Vegeta's words echoed in Broly's mind, and at that moment, he felt as though the entire world revolved around him. The imminent danger faded away, leaving only the surging energy within him. For the first time in years, he delved deeply into this power. Yet, he understood that this was far from his ultimate limit. Where lies that limit? It was as if a stone slab weighed down upon the ocean floor, concealing even greater forces within, obstructed by this very slab. What was this slab? Familiar faces emerged in his mind. Aunt Gina, Princess Hanasia, his father, and the little red figures. "No, I will not allow you to harm them." Broly shattered the stone slab within his heart, and an immense torrent of energy erupted from his being. The green energy wave, even under extreme constraint, expanded several-fold, instantly pushing back Vegeta's Gallic Gun. Vegeta smiled slightly. "Now that's more like it." He sidestepped the returning energy wave, though it grazed his face, leaving a cut. Wiping the blood from his face, Vegeta clenched his fists. That is approximately 12 million, nearly 100-fold increase. This is your current limit. Perhaps one day you will elevate this enhancement to 1,000 or even 10,000 times. But for now, let us relish the battle. Broly propelled himself forcefully off the ground, charging towards Vegeta. This time, he unleashed an energy blast from his mouth before nearing Vegeta, attempting to restrict his movements. The two collided fiercely, and Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, "To be evenly matched with my normal state in the Ultra Instinct form is quite an unexpected reward." In midair, the two became obscured, with only countless shockwaves visible from their clash. Once more, Everyone was astounded by their overwhelming power. After half an hour of relentless combat, Broly's energy began to wane, and his breathing grew labored. At this moment, Vegeta bore numerous wounds. Observing Broly's declining state, he lost the desire to toy with him. It seemed that this was the end. Good night, Broly. Utilizing the King Kai fist, Vegeta instantaneously appeared behind Broly and struck him unconscious with a swift chop. Young Broly has been defeated. The current combat power calculation method is upgraded to Vegeta Son Goku 2. Paragus, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with shock. His invincible son had fallen to another young scion? Was the current generation of scions truly this formidable? Vegeta carried Broly and landed before the three scions, unceremoniously tossing him to the ground. I've had my fun, and I am grateful for your efforts. Now let us discuss why you are here on planet Adrat. Hanasia, sweating profusely, inquired, young man. What is your name? Who are your parents? Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, I am Vegeta, son of Bardock, and my mother is Princess Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Hanasia took a step back, exclaiming, So? It is you? I never imagined you would become so powerful. Do you know me? Hanasia clenched her fists and declared, Do you think it was just anyone who cared for you as a child? You should refer to me as Aunt. Upon realizing Vegeta's true identity, Hanasia suddenly found him much more agreeable. As she spoke, she extended her hand to ruffle Vegeta's spiky hair. I never expected to encounter you here. Indeed, the revival of the Scions depends on the royal lineage. At that moment, Jain also regarded Vegeta with a complex expression. You are Bardock's. What about Kakarot? Did you not go to Earth together? Vegeta responded. He is still on Earth, growing up. I came out for some fresh air. You'll see him when you return to Earth with me. He deserves a bit of familial affection to mend his incomplete childhood. After the battle concluded, Wormy and Ties once again landed the spaceship. Ties, hiding behind Wormy, approached the group. Upon seeing the two, Hanasia asked, Are they your servants from Earth? Vegeta waved them over, and as he draped an arm around Wormy's shoulder, he stated, They are not servants. There are no master-servant relationships on Earth. They are my companions and scientists. Without their assistance, I would not have been able to leave Earth. Wormy, blushing, bowed to everyone, saying, Hello, everyone. My name is Wormy. I am Vegeta's friend. Ties then introduced herself, peeking from behind Vegeta. I am Ties, also a friend of Vegeta. Hanasia perceived that the two had little utility and turned her gaze back to Vegeta, asking, By the way, what brings you to planet Adrat? Chapter 18. The threat of Vegeta I have come here to cultivate, having heard from my mother that this planet harbors some exceptionally unique techniques. You heard from your mother. Is she still alive? A fleeting sorrow flashed in Vegeta's eyes before he replied with a smile. No, my mother left behind video records. She conveyed everything she knew to me in this manner. Hanasia lowered her head slightly and remarked, Your mother is a hero among all scions. She sacrificed her life to ensure the survival of countless scions. Countless, you say? Subsequently, Hanasia revealed the escape plan of Princess Vegeta to him, sharing all they had endured over the years. Vegeta regarded Paragus with skepticism. Never did I imagine that my mother and uncle had such arrangements for the Paragus father and son. However, it is fortuitous, with Broly around. I shall not be bored any longer. Seizing the moment while Broly remained unconscious, a despairing aura erupted from Vegeta. In that instant, a chilling air of slaughter enveloped him as he fixed his gaze upon Paragus, slowly advancing towards him. Due to the disparity in their heights, Vegeta was looking up at Paragus. Yet, to onlookers, it appeared as though Paragus was desperately gazing up at Vegeta instead. Your Highness, Vegeta spoke in a frigid tone. Paragus, I can discern the schemes brewing in your mind. If you wish to avoid meeting your end by my hand, find a planet to cower upon. Once I have dealt with Frieza, you may grovel before me in your pitiful form. Paragus, now trembling with fear, involuntarily knelt down. Your Highness, please, I beg you. Do not. Silence. Vegeta bellowed, causing Paragus to quiver uncontrollably. Do you think I am unaware? You wretched creature. To you, Broly is merely a pawn. You seek to exploit his innocence and strength to fulfill your unrealistic dreams. Let me make this abundantly clear. Broly is the only comrade I acknowledge. I shall devote myself to his training, but how I choose to do so is none of your concern. Hanasia had long harbored disdain for the old man, and Vegeta's words today brought her great comfort. Indeed, it is those of royal blood that can be relied upon. That old fool should have perished long ago. Vegeta continued. You may seek refuge with Frieza, allowing him and his minions to come after me, thus sparing me the trouble of seeking him out. But let me inform you. When I faced Broly earlier, I did not even exert 1/10 of my power. You may choose to continue as Frisia's dog or find a planet to retire upon. The choice is yours. You are unworthy to accompany us. This marked the first time Ties and Womi witnessed Vegeta harboring murderous intent. The two beautiful girls were now trembling, shaken by this overwhelming presence. I shall grant you 3 seconds. Should you fail to make a choice, I shall decide for you. By the way, I have a certain rapport with the King of Hell, and upon your demise, I shall ensure he pays you special attention. 1, 2. Paragus hastily knelt on the ground, pleading vociferously, Your Highness, I choose to cling to life. I do not wish to die. Least of all do I desire to serve Frisia as a dog. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's aura immediately diminished, and he revealed a gentle smile, a wise choice. It seems your vessel has encountered some difficulties. I shall have Womi attend to it. Subsequently, he added, may Uncle Paragus find a suitable place. And keep your distance. After vanquishing Broly, Vegeta's power nearly doubled. His battle power now stands at 22,000,400,2, plus an overflow power of 72,600 points, totaling 117,400 points. This is still his baseline power. Even without activating his limit break mode, he can surpass 1 million with the 10-fold Kaioken and momentarily unleash 2 million with a 20-fold Kaioken. Coupled with the enhancement of his overwhelming energy, his power could even exceed 10 million. Such strength is sufficient for him to assert dominance across the cosmos. However, increasing the final numerical unit does not elevate the ceiling of his limit break mode. The calculation for limit break mode is multiplicative, and to attain greater strength, he must empower Kakarot and himself. Vegeta addressed the group. Now that we have arrived at Yardrat, let us all learn a few extraordinary techniques before we return. He then instructed, Jine, please escort Broly to the healing chamber aboard my ship. The group approached the vessel that Paragus and his companions had boarded. After a thorough inspection, Womi and Ties reported to Vegeta. The ship's propulsion system has suffered some damage, but all other functions are operating normally. Vegeta raised his hands in inquiry. How long will it take to repair? Approximately 3 days, Womi replied. At her words, Hanasia and Paragus exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the prowess of Earth scientist. Womi, with a modest smile, scratched her head and remarked, It's not too extraordinary. Had it been Bulma or Dr. Brief, they could likely resolve it within half a day, given sufficient materials. Womi produced a capsule, and with a pop, it transformed into a multitude of components. She and Ties commenced the repairs, while Hanasia took Paragus to a secluded area for a serious admonition, advising him against seeking refuge with Frisia. Once the two departed, Vegeta turned to Womi and instructed, tamper with his ship, erasing the coordinates of Earth, Yardrat, and Namek, if they exist. Furthermore, check the ship's systems for any records of other science locations, and delete them all. Additionally, set up a listening device. Womi, understanding Vegeta's concerns regarding Paragus, proposed, what if I were to install a bomb on the ship? It could self-destruct once he has flown far enough away. There is no need for concern. Let him seek refuge with Frisia if he so desires. I, Vegeta, disdain to employ such underhanded tactics. Should he dare to defect, I will personally ensure his demise the next time we meet. While Womi and Ties were engaged in the repairs of the spaceship, Jine settled Broly comfortably. A group of scions gathered, and Vegeta inquired, Have you not learned the techniques of this place since your arrival? Hanasia replied, The elders of planet Adrat are rather reluctant to teach us, particularly Paragus. They claim he is heavily tainted by malevolence. However, after Jine's persistent requests, Elder Pabala consented to teach us the method of controlling Spirito. Vegeta mused, Spirito. That is essentially the way to control one's energy. Though you are not equipped with scouters, you can still sense the energy levels of others. In a sense, you have already taken the initial steps in mastering energy control and perception, have you not? Hanasia nodded. Indeed, this is all thanks to your mother, Princess Vegeta. A year before the destruction of planet Vegeta, she imparted the methods of controlling battle power to us and secretly trained all combat-oriented scions. At this point, Hanasia clenched her fists and bowed her head, her expression filled with resentment. Had we not overlooked Frisia's transformation, he would have been eradicated by the scions, and King Vegeta along with so many of our people would not have perished. My father, Vegeta IV, would not have to continue serving under Frisia. Vegeta crossed his arms. Vegeta is proud. Allowing him to temper his character under Frisia may not be such a bad thing. Once I eliminate Frisia, you and your son will be reunited. However, based on your descriptions, Frisia has suffered at the hands of my mother and King Vegeta. I fear he will become increasingly formidable. The others looked at Vegeta in confusion and asked, why? Vegeta explained, though I am reluctant to admit it, That scoundrel Frieza likely possesses a talent akin to my own. If he maintains his current level of combat power, it is manageable, but should he train even casually, I anticipate that he will become a substantial challenge for me. In summary, my mother's plan not only failed to eliminate him, but may very well enable him to grow stronger. Hanejia furrowed her brow and said, then we should seek him out now and eliminate him before he gains any more strength. Vegeta shook his head. It is too late. That fellow may only need 4 months of training to match what we would achieve in several years, until we can transform into Super Saiyans. It is best not to seek him out proactively. Upon hearing the term, the group exclaimed in unison, Super Saiyan? Indeed, Vegeta confirmed, theoretically, every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. I will explain this further later. For now, let us remain here to train together. Hanejia, given your talent, as long as you do not neglect your training, elevating your combat power to over 100,000 within 5 years should pose no problem. Hanejia was momentarily taken aback. Over 100,000 in 5 years. If I were to transform into a great ape, wouldn't my combat power exceed 1 million? Vegeta smiled and replied, that's about right. But I possess something even more remarkable than the great ape transformation, which I shall discuss later. Chapter 19 The Training of 100 Walls 3 days later, Womi and Tais had repaired the spaceship. Several Saiyans observed as he stepped into the cockpit. Paragus glanced at Broly, intending to say something, but upon sensing Vegeta's murderous intent, he prudently entered and closed the hatch, leaving quietly. After watching Paragus depart, Jine caressed Broly's head, smiling gently. Broly, will you miss your father? After pondering for a moment, Broly murmured, I don't know. But as long as Aunt Jine stays, that's enough. Jine, filled with joy, lifted Broly into her arms, exclaiming, what a good child. Once you meet Kakarot again, you two will surely become wonderful friends. Seeing the close bond between Jine and Broly, Vegeta interjected, Jine, you could adopt Broly as your son. This way, he and Kakarot would become brothers. Jine looked at Broly and asked, Broly, would you like to call me mother? Without hesitation, Broly replied, yes. Mom, mother, such a good child. For Saiyans who had not been subjected to harsh blows to their minds, Jine and Broly shared a warmth that was not unwelcome. At the very least, this would allow both of them to live peacefully on Earth in the future. As for Hanejia, her murderous aura was still too potent. Living on Earth, one could never know when her temper might flare and lead to destruction. Now, let us proceed to meet the Elder of Yatarat. Yes, follow me. Hanejia took to the skies in a furious ascent, with several other Saiyans trailing closely behind. Womi and Tais, however, stood frozen, as neither could fly. Once Vegeta realized this, he turned around and lifted both of them, soaring into the air. Startled, Tais shouted, Vegeta, please fly slower. If we fall, we're finished. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you shall not be harmed. You can also learn from the people of this planet. Perhaps it won't be long before you can fly on your own. Really? Can Earthlings fly like you do? Vegeta chuckled. Of course. Every living being possesses ki. Once you master its control, even a sow could soar through the skies. Tais pouted. You jerk. Who are you calling a sow? Just a metaphor. If you both dedicate yourselves to training, perhaps one day you could reach my level. Upon arriving in the city of Yatarat, Hanejia led them directly into an edifice resembling a palace. Continuing forward, they encountered a towering Yataration who stood with arms crossed, gazing down upon them. The imposing Yataration addressed Vegeta and the others. You have come to us not merely for battle, have you? I seek to learn the abilities of Yatarat. Vegeta replied resolutely. What do you wish to learn? I wish to learn everything. We all wish to learn. Before long, the towering Elder Pabala of the Yatarat people took a deep breath and instantly shrank in stature. Fear not, for I am Pabala, the Elder of Yatarat. The spirito within you is not inherently malevolent, yet you must commence from the very beginning. Only when you achieve perfect mastery over the spirito shall you begin to formally acquire those skills. Perfect mastery? Pabala turned and beckoned, follow me. He led the group to an open space, where several identical Yatarat beings appeared, accompanying them. Vegeta, sensing the energy of these Yatarat, inquired, are these duplicates? Pabala nodded with a smile beside Vegeta. Indeed, you are quite perceptive regarding the spirito. This is one of our Yatarat techniques, duplication. Vegeta further asked, do these duplicates possess the same strength as the original? Pabala explained, that is an astute question. Theoretically, all duplicates share the original strength, but they will divide the user's spirito. If your spirito measures 100, summoning one duplicate will reduce it to 50, and so forth, continually having. In other words, duplication affects your energy reserves, but does not diminish your power, speed, or other attributes. However, should you create too many duplicates, It may influence the potency of your energy waves. Hanasia, trailing behind, queried, if a duplicate is injured or perishes, does it harm the original? Pabala assured, not at all. A duplicate that suffers a fatal blow will simply vanish, and the remaining spirito will return to the original. Vegeta silently mused. Isn't this akin to the technique of multiple shadow clones? Only it appears more resilient. If that's the case, utilizing these duplicates could significantly expedite the training process. Is this technique difficult to master? Pabala replied, it is relatively challenging. Even those of exceptional talent require several years. Moreover, he glanced at Womi and Ties behind him. Some among you cannot even sense the spirito. By the time you all complete your training, it could take decades, if not a lifetime. Ties, feeling indignant, retorted, who do you look down upon? Once I set my mind to it, my efficiency will surpass all. Pabala directed 2 of the Yadarat duplicates. You shall first teach them how to sense the spirito and control it freely, while the rest may commence the next phase of practice. What practice? The duplicates then performed a wondrous technique, conjuring several stone walls out of thin air. Vegeta looked at Pabala and asked, surely you do not intend for us to learn how to materialize objects using energy? I recall this as a technique reserved for Namekians or deities of the highest order. Pabala offered a warm smile and explained, in the eyes of some, they refer to certain unique spiritual energies as magic. There are those, like yourselves, who call it chi. In essence, everything in this world revolves around this energy. However, manifesting spiritual energy into tangible forms poses a challenge for your kind. What I require of you is to direct light to strike these walls. Yet, be advised that the light can only penetrate the first 2 walls. Upon reaching the third, any attempt to breach it will be deemed a failure. Hanasia pondered, stroking her chin, to pass through the first 2, yet fail to breach the third. This demand truly is rather stringent. Janae, would you care to give it a try? After all, in terms of control over chi, you are the most adept among us. Janae, slightly bashful, chuckled, I can only attempt a modest effort. I cannot guarantee success. Pabala reassured her, do not worry. Cultivation is inherently a process of trial and error. Embrace the experience, kind scion. Janae raised her arm and extended a finger, inhaling deeply. Pabala commented, Janae, you may relax further and trust your instincts. In that moment, a dim sphere of light coalesced at Janae's fingertip, and the next instant, a translucent golden beam struck the first wall. Each of these stone walls measured 5 centimeters in thickness, making it challenging to control the force. A careless miscalculation could lead to breaching them entirely, or, as in Janae's case, failing to penetrate even the first. Pabala spoke gently, starting from the weak and progressing to the strong is a commendable approach. I believe it won't be long before you succeed. Your pace of cultivation may surpass that of Princess Vegeta in her time. Did Princess Vegeta herself train here? Hanasia inquired. Yes, but she only stayed for 3 months, completing some fundamental training before departing. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, with a hand on his hip, stepped forward and asked, how long did my mother take to complete this training? Pabala reflected, she took a full month, although she completed only half. She was already considered a genius as a scion. As soon as the words left Pabala's lips, Vegeta unleashed a beam of light from his fingertip, piercing through the first 2 stone walls, yet dissipating upon reaching the third. With a dismissive smirk, Vegeta remarked, it seems the scion geniuses you speak of are not as remarkable as you claim. Pabala, after a moment of silence, nodded to all the clones of the Yadetro race. In unison, they executed a special technique, instantly conjuring 100 walls. Pabala chuckled, this is what Princess Vegeta should have accomplished entirely. You must strike through the specified number of walls, and the light should cease before the designated wall. So, proud scion, do you still deem your mother's achievement of completing only half of her training as trivial? Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, responding defiantly, humph. Underestimate me? Just name the number. The 12th beam. Vegeta's fingers unleashed light once more, piercing through the wall beside the Hydration, who immediately exclaimed, 20 beams penetrated. A vein pulsed on Vegeta's forehead as he retorted defiantly, bring it on. The 50th beam shot forth, and the accompanying clone shouted again, 42 penetrations. Again. At the 80th beam, everyone had been pierced. As the trials progressed, Vegeta's accuracy began to decline, his anxious demeanor adversely affecting his control over his energy. Just as he was about to unleash his fury to demolish the stone walls entirely, he realized that his mindset had been thrown into disarray. After taking a deep breath, Vegeta's emotions settled once more. I apologize. I became somewhat impatient. From here on, I shall endeavor to gradually penetrate from the first beam to the 99th. Grant me a day, and I shall undoubtedly accomplish this training. Chapter 20. Supreme above all except for Vegeta. All those capable of controlling their ki embarked upon this arduous training. Vegeta exhibited unparalleled mastery over ki, followed closely by Jine, and then Hanasia. Among them, Broly demonstrated the least control, struggling even to diminish his ki effectively. Pibera observed Broly as he shattered all 100 walls each time, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Mr. Broly, perhaps you should start your training by practicing control of your spirito with those two girls," he suggested. Broly lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred. "Oh, all right," he conceded. As Broly turned to leave, Vegeta called out to his retreating figure, "Do not lose heart, Broly. The more challenging the training is for you now, the greater your future gains will be. Even if you can only reach my current level, you will undoubtedly become the second strongest in the world. As Vegeta, one must possess the unyielding confidence of being the best." Upon hearing these words, Broly smiled and nodded, then motivated himself before commencing his training anew. That night, deep into the early hours, the three Scions practiced tirelessly. Hanasia's precision had now matched that of the initial Vegeta, while Jine managed to keep her errors within 5 walls. As for Vegeta, he had refined his control to within 3 walls. Nevertheless, fatigue began to show in the 2 female Scions, aside from Vegeta. This exhaustion stemmed not only from ki depletion, but also from the immense strain on their mental fortitude. After all, maintaining such high levels of concentration over extended periods is essential for enhancing precision. Thud! Jine knelt on the ground, muttering to herself, "Damn it. Why must I compete with you both? Your goals are set for days, while I aim for a month. And yet, the thought of giving up feels utterly unsatisfactory." Hanasia tossed a bottle of water to Jine with a smile, saying, "This is the finest testament to your Scion spirit, never yielding. And our love for competition is indeed in our nature." At that moment, Womi and Tais had completed a day's training, while only Broly remained seated on a pointed pillar. Deep in meditation, Womi and Tais gathered around and kindled a campfire to roast their evening meal. The enticing aroma of grilled meat caused Jine and Hanasia to involuntarily swallow. Tais was busy transcribing their recent experiences into a novel within her portable notebook. Pibera's avatar sat alongside Tais and the others. Womi turned to Pibera and inquired, "Elder, do you not require rest?" Pibera, maintaining his gentle demeanor, replied with a smile, "Elder class Adratans can go for months without the need for food or rest. We can absorb the faint spirito that lingers in the atmosphere, which serves as sustenance. As for sleep, we can send our avatars to rest, and upon their return, our mental energy is restored." Tais exclaimed in astonishment, "How impressive! I aspire to reach such a pinnacle one day." Before long, both Janae and Hanasia succumbed to the tantalizing allure of barbecued delicacies, gathering around the campfire. With a defiant expression, Hanasia closed her eyes and furrowed her brow. "That insufferable nephew. I cannot believe he can resist even such delectable food. Speaking of which, what is that aroma? I have never encountered anything like it before." Tais presented a roasted leg of lamb to Hanasia, saying, "Here, try this. It is food and seasoning we brought from Earth. When it comes to culinary delights, no civilization in the universe can rival that of Earth." Hanasia took the roasted leg of lamb and hesitated for a moment before taking a hearty bite. At that moment, a fitting background score akin to that of a culinary show would have been perfect, but alas, this is the world of Dragon Ball. The explosion of flavors ignited Hanasia's taste buds. It was her first experience of such exquisite roasted meat. Previously, during battles, she had only roasted alien remains on the spot, gnawing on them without any seasoning, and no Scion would ever seek to pursue flavor. Yet, as they truly savored this food, they realized how little they had appreciated life before. Even as the queen of the Scions, the food in the palace paled in comparison to this roasted leg of lamb. When Hanasia came to her senses, she found that only a bone remained in her hand. Unbeknownst to her, tears had streamed down her face. She wiped away the traces of her tears in disbelief, saying, I actually cried? Not even when my third life came to an end did I shed a single tear. How did you accomplish this?" Womi replied nonchalantly, "Onions. I added onions. It is a plant from Earth that can also serve as a seasoning." This soul-stirring roasted lamb had originally been prepared by Womi for Vegeta, but she never expected that a food-loving Scion would disregard her culinary efforts in the face of training. Even Pibera, who had just declared she would not eat, could not resist gnawing on a few lamb ribs. Before long, the entire roasted lamb was reduced to mere bones, with only shreds of meat remaining. Both women reached out simultaneously to grasp the skeletal remains. Hanasia looked at Janae and said, "Janae, as the queen, it would only be reasonable for this last morsel of meat to belong to me, wouldn't it?" Janae retorted without hesitation, "As a queen, you should be more considerate of your subjects. I shall claim this bone." Womi interjected hastily, There is no need for haste, ladies. We can roast another one. Hannah Xiao frowned and murmured, another one? If the Ardrat people see us, they might think we cannot afford it. One for each of us. And Count Vegeta and Broly in as well. Before long, everyone set up a larger bonfire, bringing out an even bigger grill to roast several suckling pigs and more lamb. Womi busied herself while glancing at Vegeta, who was training nearby. In her eyes, the focused Vegeta was incredibly handsome. She could hardly believe that soon, under her culinary prowess, Vegeta would remain indifferent. Just wait, Vegeta. My mother once imparted to me that to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. As a PhD in biology, I have long studied countless exquisite culinary combinations. At that moment, while onlookers were transfixed by the rotating suckling pig and roasted lamb over the bonfire, Pabala's gaze shifted to Vegeta. Vegeta stood quietly before the 100 stone walls, eyes closed. He slightly squinted, remarking, that child seems to have entered a state of singularity. Singularity? It is a condition where one perceives the world as revolving solely around oneself, rendering external events incapable of disturbing the tranquility within. Each individual experiences this state with their own unique emotions and thoughts. To comprehend his current mindset, it must be akin to, in heaven and on earth, I alone am exalted. Pabala sighed, stating, to be honest, I have never encountered anyone quite like him. His talent and diligence are impeccable, as if he were the epitome of perfection. Moments later, Vegeta opened his eyes and smiled at Pabala's doppelganger. I have completed this training. Pabala's doppelganger was momentarily taken aback, surprised to inquire, oh, are you ready for another round? Vegeta nodded, then turned slightly, extending his finger without needing to look. You may proceed. The second strike. In the instant the words fell, a beam of golden light swiftly pierced through the first stone wall, creating merely a hole, devoid of excess energy to penetrate further. The 99th. Whoosh. Crack. 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 The beam obliterated 99 stone walls before vanishing entirely. After repeating this process a dozen times, Vegeta executed each flawlessly. Pabala's eyes reflected a glimmer of terror. A prodigy. This can no longer be described as mere genius. He is undoubtedly a phenomenon. Vegeta's endeavor plunged Hannah and Jine into utter despair. They had believed they were nearing Vegeta's level, only to realize that within the span of a single meal, he had ascended to the mountain's peak. Stretching languidly, Vegeta declared, all right, this concludes today's training. I am absolutely famished. With that, he instantly appeared by the bonfire, sitting beside Womi. It smells divine. Did you prepare this? It will take a while longer to cook, Womi replied. Vegeta extended his hand toward the roasted lamb and pig, a gesture that thoroughly alarmed Hannah and Jine. Vegeta, please don't act recklessly. While play is one thing, do not jest with food. Given your combat prowess, one misstep could reduce these to ashes. A translucent sphere of light materialized in Vegeta's hand. Rest assured, I am now capable of accomplishing many feats I once could not. As the radiant light from his palm dissipated, all the ingredients were instantly cooked to perfection by Vegeta's prowess. Wolmir hurriedly approached to inspect the results and exclaimed, impressive. You have remarkably mastered the art of cooking, achieving the ideal state for the meat in an instant. Jinai then tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Vegeta, saying, please, indulge yourself first. I shall go summon that child Broly. Chapter 21. The spiral bullet. The group rested well in their quarters on the planet Ardlat. The following noon, Vegeta lazily emerged from his room, accompanied by Wormy and Tai Si, both of whom were still recovering from the previous day's meditation training. Fortunately, by the end of their practice, they had begun to grasp the sensation of energy. Vegeta, clad only in a pair of shorts, stood on the balcony inhaling the fresh air, while the two girls were momentarily entranced by the remarkable contours of his muscular physique. Tai Si, unable to suppress her reaction, stammered, gee, good morning. Is it still morning at noon? Did you just wake up too? Vegeta chuckled. I had already completed the first stage of my training. Is it unreasonable to take some time to relax? Upon reuniting with Pibara and the others, Tai Si inquired, Elder, how long will it take for us to learn to fly? Pibara assessed the two and replied, well, Miss Wormy should be able to master it in a few days. But for you, Miss Tai Si, it may take at least 2 weeks. What? Why such a discrepancy? Pibara smiled and explained, it varies from person to person. Listening attentively, Vegeta had to admit that the teaching methods of the Ardlat people were indeed swifter and more comprehensible. Had Dilly been present, she would likely have learned to fly in just 2 or 3 days as well. Today's training was divided into 3 groups. Vegeta had completed the exercise of the stone wall, and next was the training for teleportation. This technique had taken Kakarot nearly a year to master. Yet Vegeta accomplished it in just a few days. Although his foundation was stronger than Kakarot's during his learning phase, there was no denying that Vegeta's innate talent surpassed Kakarot's. He simply had not encountered a suitable mentor to guide him until now. Furthermore, Vegeta's talent, much like his combat prowess, compounded in a manner that was double the sum of both. Vegeta believed this to be the essence of his invincibility. Any notion of compounded combat strength was merely an added bonus. With such talent, Vegeta felt that all he needed was a bit more time to cultivate immense power. As for his current self, how long would it take to complete this training? Vegeta was eager to discover the answer. 10 days later, Vegeta teleported to Broly's side, who was currently engaged in practicing wall-breaking techniques with Hanasia. At this point, Broly's control over energy had reached a level comparable to Hanasia's initial capabilities, marking significant progress for him. If Hanasia possessed Broly's strength and physique, it would likely take her a year to achieve mastery over energy control. The weaker one's energy, the easier it is to succeed in training. While Jinai had also completed this training challenge, she had refrained from practicing teleportation, as it required considerable energy, which was taxing given her current combat strength. Thus, the focus of Jinai has shifted towards enhancing combat prowess. Meanwhile, Womi has attained the ability to fly freely in the air, though she has yet to master the technique of explosive flight, as her physical condition and energy reserves do not permit it. Like Jinai, her training is primarily aimed at increasing her combat strength. Taisi can barely manage to hover, preparing for aerial mobility training. After surveying the area, Vegeta felt a wave of boredom wash over him and approached Pibara, inquiring, "Hey, could you teach me some other techniques?" Pibara, breaking into a cold sweat, replied, "Mr. Vegeta, to be honest, I have never witnessed anyone progress at this rate in their training. I believe it would be prudent for you to assimilate what you have learned during this period and perhaps offer some guidance to your companions." Vegeta scratched the back of his head and conceded, "All right, I will spend some time playing with them." He had no substantial advice regarding wall-passing training, as his lack of insight could only be compensated for by experience. The key was simply to increase the training volume. Thus, he resolved to assist Womi and Jinai in augmenting their combat abilities. Vegeta observed as the two ran laps while carrying objects of varying weights. At this point, Womi was already panting, burdened with only 50 kilograms. In stark contrast, Jinai bore a staggering weight of 1 ton. The disparity between their races was glaringly apparent. Upon completing the final lap, Womi unfastened her load and slowly approached Vegeta, who handed her a bottle of saline solution, advising, "Take small sips. Drinking excessively after intense exercise is detrimental to your health." After a couple of sips, Womi asked, "Is there no more convenient method to enhance combat strength?" At that moment, Jinai opened a bottle of water, gulping it down before chiming in, "I recall that Princess Vegeta once mentioned a theory on recovery from severe injuries." Vegeta immediately refuted, "No. Although this is a scion trait of near-death recovery, the power gained through such means is exceedingly difficult to control. To illustrate, if your strength were to surge abruptly, your control over energy would proportionately diminish. This could necessitate a return to wall-passing training, unless you are pressed for time. The most reliable strength is that which is gained steadily through diligent training." At this juncture, Vegeta donned his scouter and declared, "Moreover, you have both made significant progress during this period. Womi's combat power has reached 80, while Jinai's has surpassed 1800. Womi murmured the number, 80. Vegeta remarked, "You may have spent too much time with us. A combat power of 80 is more than sufficient for you to thrive on present-day Earth." Reflecting on this, Vegeta added, "By the way, I can teach you a technique, the Kamehameha Wave." "Kamehameha Wave?" Womi asked. "Yes, this is a technique I learned from an old master back in the day. It is quite an impressive move." Having spoken, Vegeta positioned his hands upon his hips, adopting a stance to gather energy. He began to release his energy through his hands, compressing it continuously between his palms. It was imperative that the flow of energy remained uninterrupted throughout this process. Before long, a sphere of blue energy had formed in his hands. With a suitable battle cry to amplify the momentum, he exclaimed, "Kame, Hame, Ha!" Instantly, Vegeta unleashed a vibrant blue energy wave into the sky. "You may attempt this as well." Jine imitated him and managed to release a somewhat dispersed, half-formed energy wave. Meanwhile, Wormy, after several attempts, could only produce a faint blue flame from his palm. I can't do it," he lamented. Vegeta reached out and gently ruffled Wormy's hair, causing the young one's cheeks to flush. "Do not despair. That old man once said it takes at least 50 years to master the Kamehameha. At the rate you are progressing, you might be able to release it in just a few days. Let's not even discuss its power. Simply being able to release it will mark the first step. Keep at it. Wormy bit his lip and nodded earnestly at Vegeta. During this period, Vegeta did not squander his time. He perceived the manipulation of energy as akin to the chakra in the world of ninjas, prompting him to conceive novel techniques while also training Jine and Wormy in control and energy quality. He instructed the Aerodratons to bring over 3 spherical containers. Picking up one of the water spheres, he addressed the duo. All right, the first task should be quite straightforward for you. Concentrate your energy in your hands. Then inject it into this water sphere, allowing the energy to flow chaotically within until the sphere bursts. Upon his words, the water sphere in Vegeta's grasp expanded rapidly before bursting explosively. Using both hands is permissible. The goal of the first stage is merely to burst the sphere with energy. Ensure that you do not create an energy projectile. Simply make the water swirl irregularly. This task posed little challenge for the two, and they swiftly accomplished the first phase. The second phase involving a rubber ball was similarly uncomplicated, especially since energy was far more potent than chakra. However, the third phase with the balloon proved to be a challenge. If a static energy sphere were contained within, it could be sustained for a considerable duration. Yet, transforming the energy into a state of irregular, rapid motion was notably difficult. The drawback of having a stronger energy source became apparent. The more powerful the energy, the harder it was to maintain. Observing the balloons in their hands continuously burst, Vegeta scratched his head in exasperation. It seems mastering this in a short time frame will be quite difficult. Exhausted, Wormy sat on the ground and adjusted his glasses, inquiring, Vegeta, could you perhaps demonstrate the completed technique? Of course, Vegeta replied, extending one hand, and a sphere of blue energy swiftly materialized, floating effortlessly above his palm. Within the confines of a sphere, numerous erratic air currents whirl at high speed, resembling a miniature typhoon. GNEI, puzzled, inquired, isn't this essentially just an energy sphere? How does it differ from the ones we typically unleash? An excellent question. The energy spheres we commonly utilize for attacks are rather simplistic, characterized predominantly by a forward thrust, a shockwave, and the explosive force of energy blasts. However, this particular energy sphere, endowed with its own irregular rotation, possesses a potency that far surpasses that of an ordinary energy sphere, even when crafted solely with the energy typically required for such constructs. Moreover, this is merely a standard version. A standard version? As the energy sphere in Vegeta's hand dissipated, he raised his hand once more, instantly coalescing a rotating energy sphere with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. The diameter continued to expand. Vegeta addressed the two, stating, "This is the advanced version, but I can further enhance it. The next stage involves compressing even more energy within, without altering the size of the sphere. This will augment both its power and rotational speed once more. When this energy sphere detonates, it will unleash a cataclysmic force within its radius, creating an extensive area of devastation, where the energy will flow chaotically, capable of shredding, disassembling, and annihilating everything within. It is particularly effective against foes endowed with formidable immortality." Wormy gazed at Vegeta in astonishment and asked, "What is the name of this technique?" Vegeta replied with a smile, "It is called the Spiral Sphere." Chapter 22, The Vegeta Squad, Year 746 of the Age of the Gods. After 3 arduous months of training, Wormy was the first to master the Spiral Sphere technique. Given that her energy was the weakest, controlling it proved less demanding. Once Tais was able to fly freely, she simultaneously practiced the energy blast capable of penetrating walls while learning the Spiral Sphere alongside Vegeta. Before long, Jine also succeeded in mastering the technique, and both she and Wormy learned the Kamehameha. Broly finally completed his wall-piercing training and began learning instant transmission with Hanasia. However, lacking talent in its application, Broly chose to focus first on learning how to enlarge himself. In his spare time, Vegeta also learned the force separation technique and, combining it with the application of the dominant energy sphere, devised a rather unscrupulous fighting style. For Vegeta, while he could choose not to employ underhanded techniques, he could never be without them. All such tactics were reserved for particularly unscrupulous foes, such as the resilient pink demon and the cat that levels up by remaining idle. Throughout these 3 months, after learning instant transmission and force separation, Vegeta continued to follow another elder from the Yardrat race to learn a different extraordinary technique. In a secluded chamber, Vegeta struck the ground with his fist, creating a deep indentation. Cursed be it, he had not anticipated the difficulty of this technique. The elder, known as Pabaka, and the father of Pibra, was said to be several hundred years old. With his hands clasped behind his back, Pabaka addressed Vegeta, This technique was comprehended by me only at the age of 500. To this day, I can only manipulate time for 0.01 seconds. Oh, so this is no ordinary challenge. Even the millennia-old hit initially grasped but 0.01 seconds. Despite the relatively short lifespan of Science, Pabaka assured him, given your talent, you shall undoubtedly grasp the essence of this technique within your lifetime. Vegeta, rising slowly with a furrowed brow, declared, in 20 years, I shall master and surpass you. Pabaka, possessing the same amiable demeanor as Pibra, smiled gently, I believe in you. If you wish to study the effects of Spirito on time, there exists another race in the universe that excels in this regard. They can halt time merely by holding their breath. Though such an exertion becomes quite taxing when faced with formidable opponents. Imagining the appearance of the Goku race, Vegeta mused, are they a diminutive race with 4 eyes? Indeed. Besides that, they are particularly adept at utilizing Spirito in other ways, with their unique techniques referred to as superpowers. Vegeta crossed his arms, stating, no need for that. I shall focus on mastering instant transmission, as it seems to be their innate talent, akin to the unique bloodline gifts of the Saiyans. Pabaka reassured Vegeta, in any case, you have earned the respect of us all. As you mentioned, should Yardrat face an attack in the future, you will step forth to protect it. Therefore, you and your companions may freely study the secrets of Yardrat. Though the inhabitants of the planet Yadalat may lack formidable power, they possess a plethora of techniques evolved from the Sparito lineage. Some of these techniques exist merely in theory due to our insufficient strength. I am confident that you can assist us in transforming these theories into reality. As Vegeta and his companions were training on Yadalat, 3 spherical spaceships descended upon Frisia's planet. Upon opening the hatches, a young Scion, standing at merely 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, with an M-shaped bald head and pointed hair, emerged. Following him were a long-haired Scion and a Scion with a pineapple hairstyle. Is this the capital planet of King Frisia? It appears quite magnificent, remarked the long-haired Scion. As the shorter one paused and muttered, it's just a planet. Lower your battle power even more. Keep it under 5,000. The pineapple-haired Scion, puzzled, inquired. Your Highness Vegeta, shouldn't we display our full strength to garner respect? Vegeta turned to face the two and replied, foolish beings. Would you take pleasure in an ant fearing you? Flaunting your insignificant power before Frisia and the Ginyu Force will make you appear as a self-satisfied jester. The two immediately bowed their heads in fear. We apologize, Your Highness Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was already aware of all that transpired before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Although he did not witness that moment firsthand, his aunt, Princess Vegeta, had instructed the intelligent computer on planet Vegeta to document the battle's general course in written form. This Vegeta was not indifferent to the lives of his people, as depicted in the original narrative, nor was he arrogant enough to believe himself the strongest. While he endured under Frisia's command, he sought opportunities to grow stronger and to train. However, his power vastly exceeded that of the 2 incompetent companions, making it nearly impossible for him to enhance his strength alongside them. Thus, for the past few years, Vegeta had relentlessly attacked other planets. Despite being only 14, he had already become Frisia's most capable subordinate. In contrast, the Ginyu Force had become reluctant to undertake missions. Whenever a challenging assignment arose, it was Vegeta's squad that resolved the issue. With a battle power of 25,000, combined with his great ape transformation, there were few planets he could not conquer. Furthermore, Raditz had achieved a battle power of 6,000, while Nappa boasted 8,000. As the trio traversed a long corridor, a pink, rotund figure blocked their path. With a mocking expression, he sneered at Vegeta and his companions. Well, I didn't expect the Prince of Planet Vegeta to be so efficient. Already taking care of another planet assigned by King Frisia, Vegeta dismissed the figure entirely, striding forward without a glance. Yet, the winds of fate are relentless. The ignorant pink figure, hands on his hips, obstructed their path. You must be excessively arrogant, kid. Do you truly consider yourself a prince? Vegeta did not lift his gaze, instead fixing his eyes coldly on the chest of his opponent. If you wish to avoid death, then step aside. Your presence is quite intolerable. Although Vegeta was forced to bow under Frisia's tyranny, he was not a mere pawn to be easily manipulated. With his significant achievements, even if he were to eliminate Dodoria now, Frisia would impose no severe punishment, perhaps just a few scoldings. Vegeta was aware of this, as was Dodoria. However, Dodoria evidently underestimated Vegeta's true combat prowess. In response to Vegeta's scorn, Dodoria clenched his teeth and spat, "You wretched monkey. Today, I shall not allow you to do anything." As he spoke, Dodoria placed his hand upon Vegeta's head. If your power surpassed mine, I would graciously escort you to meet Lord Frieza. But alas, with your pitiful strength, you can only grovel here like a dog. Vegeta smirked slightly and, in an icy tone, asked, "Is that all you have to say?" In the next moment, he swiftly executed a knife hand strike, severing Dodoria's arm that rested upon his head. Purple blood immediately splattered across the corridor. After discarding Dodoria's hand, Vegeta audaciously bit down on a thumb, chewing with disdain. Ugh, the taste is utterly revolting. Even the meat of those cockroach aliens pales in comparison. Dodoria knelt on the ground, desperately clutching his severed arm, veins throbbing on his forehead as he glared at Vegeta. You, cursed. Before he could finish his tirade, Vegeta forcefully clamped his mouth shut. You, a mere jester who flatters Lord Frieza, dare to oppose me, one of his elite warriors? Remember this, you foolish, rotund fool. Should you provoke my ire again, I can eliminate you at any moment. With that, Vegeta tossed Dodoria's hand to the ground, revealing a wicked smile. Hurry and take your hand to a doctor, if you can manage it. As Dodoria bent down to retrieve his severed limb, Vegeta stomped down hard on his other hand and the severed arm. Oh, my apologies, I was merely trying to walk forward. I hope I didn't hurt you, Mr. Dodoria. Raditz and Nappa, reveling in the spectacle, laughed unabashedly at Dodoria. Look at him, Raditz. Doesn't he resemble a pathetic, stinking pig? Indeed, he is both fat and foul. And it must be quite a challenge for Lord Frieza to endure his stench. No matter how much those two scions mocked him, Dodoria was rendered utterly speechless. Having vented his frustrations, Vegeta felt a sense of balance restored and chose to ignore Dodoria as he moved forward. Upon reaching the chamber where Frieza awaited, the three knelt on one knee simultaneously. Lord Frieza, we have completed the task you assigned. We humbly request your next instructions. A contraption resembling a baby carriage hovered gracefully in midair, adorned with a delicate white tail. Frieza's carriage slowly turned, revealing that he had fully acclimated to his original form. He regarded Vegeta with a smile and remarked, "Well done, Mr. Vegeta. It seems that Dodoria has been giving you a hard time again. It would be prudent to teach him a lesson, though I implore you to exercise restraint." Vegeta, with his head bowed, replied coolly, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, for reasons unknown." Each time Frieza witnessed Vegeta's subservient demeanor before him, a wave of delight washed over his heart. Despite being aware of Vegeta's deep-seated resentment, this very defiance only intensified his pleasure. "Ah, it matters not, Mr. Vegeta. Rise now, for there is yet another task I must assign to you." Upon standing, Vegeta inquired, "Might Your Majesty illuminate the specifics? Which planet are we to conquer? This time, it is not a planet we shall assault, but rather, you are to assist in the retrieval of an individual. Who? One of your kin, a scion by the name of Paragus." Chapter 23. The fury of Vegeta. Upon hearing the news, Vegeta and his companions displayed expressions of mild astonishment. "My fellow scions, are there others who have survived?" Frieza, resting his hands upon the infant's carriage, declared, "Not merely him. It is said that several scions have also endured. Alas, the unfortunate Paragus was betrayed by those surviving scions. They cast him into exile, for he claimed to possess knowledge of a place that could bestow wondrous powers and the whereabouts of some of your kin. As the Emperor of the universe, I cannot stand idly by while those who once aided me languish in obscurity. Thus, I wish for you to retrieve Paragus. Follow his guidance to bring back all remaining scions. I shall reward you with a planet, and once you have gathered your people, you shall reclaim your title as King of Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta promptly knelt before Frieza, with Raditz and Nappa swiftly following suit. Vegeta placed his hand upon his chest and proclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Frieza. I have no desire to be a king. I only wish to serve you for eternity." Frieza felt a surge of delight upon hearing Vegeta's words. Truth be told, he held a fondness for Vegeta, were it not for the boy's rebellious spirit. With his capabilities, he would eventually surpass Jinyu to become a figure of immense power. However, Jinyu had now become increasingly competent. "Very well. Prepare to embark on your quest to reunite with your kin. You shall journey aboard my spaceship." "Thank you, Lord Frieza. We take our leave." Once outside Frieza's chamber, Vegeta strode ahead, his brow furrowed. Cursed Paragus, could it be that he has betrayed those fleeing scions? Had Frieza been unaware of this matter, he could have eliminated Paragus beforehand, yet now that it is Frieza himself issuing the command, to recklessly slay this individual would suggest motives of silencing him. As Vegeta pondered how to ensure Paragus remained silent, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Well, if it isn't our little prince. It has been years, has it not?" That voice. Vegeta and his companions immediately turned to face the source. Aunt, Princess Vegeta? Princess Vegeta approached with her arms crossed, flanked by other members of the Ginyu Force. You appear quite surprised. Did you think I had perished? Raditz was the first to inquire. Your Highness, how could you be with the Ginyu Force? Is there something wrong with the Ginyu Force? Raditz stammered in response. And no. The Ginyu Force is the elite unit of Lord Frieza. Princess Vegeta stepped before Vegeta, extending her hand to caress his head. Have you missed your aunt during this long absence? Vegeta remained silent, yet he sensed that the aura emanating from this person did not entirely resemble that of his aunt. At that moment, the adversary suddenly gripped Vegeta's face with considerable force, their tone turning frigid. I just heard that you severely injured Dodoria. You certainly possess audacity, having made considerable progress over the years. However, confronting the royal guard of King Frieza will ultimately exact a toll. As the words fell, Princess Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's chest. His battle armor shattered upon impact, and as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, he was propelled backward like a projectile. Nappa and Raditz shouted in alarm, Vegeta! Just as Vegeta was about to crash into the structures of Frieza's capital, a blue figure swiftly appeared behind him and caught him. Yet, the inertia was so great that even Bart was nearly slammed against the edifice. The boss exerted such tremendous force, I barely managed to catch him. Is this kid going to be killed? In the next moment, Bart landed back at his original position. While Raditz and Nappa were still processing what had transpired, Bart unceremoniously dropped the barely conscious Vegeta onto the ground, and Princess Vegeta stepped on his head with a smirk. How does it feel to be trampled, Prince? Blood continuously flowed from Vegeta's mouth, yet he could not utter a single word. Subsequently, Riku approached, grasping Vegeta by the hair. Lifting him up, Vegeta, do you not recognize who your aunt is? He continued, her true identity is our leader, Ginyu. Vegeta summoned every ounce of strength to open his eyes and gaze upon the once familiar figure. What? Why is this happening? Ginyu advanced towards Vegeta, stating, you should express gratitude, Vegeta. Without me, your aunt would not have been able to retain a single body. With that, Ginyu patted his chest. But fear not. I shall make good use of your aunt's body to serve King Frieza. This form has granted me many unforeseen advantages. I have now fully adapted to your aunt's physique and unlocked its potential. I must admit, the power of you Scions is indeed astonishing. He added, well, I shan't waste any more of your time. We must go meet King Frieza. With that, Riku carelessly tossed Vegeta to Nappa and Raditz as if discarding refuse. Riku, hands on his hips, remarked, just don't let Vegeta die. Otherwise, we'll have no fun left. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Vegeta slipped into unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the healing chamber of Frieza's spaceship. Nappa and Raditz stood excitedly before the chamber, exclaiming, Prince Vegeta has awakened. Quickly, open the hatch. As the liquid within the chamber drained, the door slowly opened. Upon emerging, a reptilian figure approached and inquired, how do you feel, Lord Vegeta? Clenching his fists, Vegeta inwardly assessed the energy coursing through him. Thanks to Jinyu's kick, which left me grievously injured, my combat prowess has once again ascended. Not bad. You have all worked hard. After donning a fresh battle suit, Vegeta noticed that Raditz and Nappa were still lingering nearby, and he addressed them, urging, you may take your leave. I desire solitude for a while. Once the two departed, an overwhelming rage surged within Vegeta, manifesting as a powerful blue aura enveloping him. At the tender age of 14, Vegeta's combat power soared to an impressive 38,000. Damn Ginyu. How dare he usurp my aunt's body? One day, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. In Vegeta's heart, Princess Vegeta held a far more significant place than his father, King Vegeta III. The affection he experienced during his childhood stemmed solely from this aunt. As he grew older, she imparted to him the methods of training and the path to strength. I can only hope that her child has also escaped planet Vegeta. What was that boy's name? Gogeta? Regardless, to protect the remaining members of my race, I must silence that old fool Paragus. I shall first pry into his knowledge and discern what he truly understands. After venting his frustrations, Vegeta stepped outside, where Nappa and Raditz regarded him with beads of cold sweat upon their foreheads. Vegeta, are you alright? I am fine. By the way, later, procure a planet from Frieza and gather some scientists to construct a gravity chamber there. Understood. Meanwhile, on the grassy plains of planet Yardrat, Gogeta, gazing at the night sky, rose to a sitting position. It appears that Vegeta's combat power has surged unexpectedly. Has he recovered from his injuries? If that is the case, after Kakarot defeats Demon King Piccolo in the original storyline, there is no way he can catch up. Once Raditz arrives on Earth, I shall utilize that year to assist him in his ascension. Chapter 24. After 2.5 years of arduous training. It was now the latter half of the year 747 in the age of the universe, and the group had arrived on the planet Adrat. Vegito had nearly exhausted all that could be learned. It was time to depart, and everyone submitted their graduation assessments. Tai's combat power stood at 460, granting her the ability to soar freely through the skies and to execute the Kamehameha and spiral flash techniques. Furthermore, she had mastered a transformation technique that allowed her to assume the appearance of others, altering not only her visage, but also her energy signature. However, the intensity of her energy was relatively weak, and if it could not be sufficiently elevated, her disguise would be unveiled. This penchant for mischief had led her to play numerous pranks on her companions over the past 2 years. To prevent her from continuing her antics, they devised a chant and energy enhancement method to verify identities. Ultimately, all members maintained their combat power above 1,000, ensuring that Tai's pranks would be thwarted. Womi possessed a combat power of 100, capable of explosive flight. In terms of combat prowess, she might even surpass Raditz from the original story. Her specialized techniques included duplication and instantaneous movement, significantly enhancing her training and work efficiency. Jine, with a combat power of 12,000, had mastered both duplication and metabolic control, theoretically extending her lifespan to several centuries. Her motivation for acquiring such skills was straightforward. She wished to witness Kakarot, Broly, and others settle down and subsequently assist them in raising their children. Hanasia, boasting a combat power of 64,000, had perfected the techniques of instantaneous movement and the ability to freely manipulate her size. This allowed her to enlarge herself or shrink to the size of a Thumbelina. However, her combat power remained unaffected by her size. In addition to the skills learned on Adrat, Vegito also taught her the Kaioken technique, which currently only she was capable of using. Others were either too fragile or too powerful to benefit from the enhancement provided by the technique. Take Broly. For instance, his combat power reached an astonishing 400,000. This was merely his base power. When he harnessed the might of the great ape, his strength multiplied by several hundred times. After 2.5 years of rigorous training, Broly had also learned to retain his rationality while in great ape form. However, if his power increase surpassed 100 times, he would inevitably succumb to a berserk state. Among other specialized techniques, he had learned a healing art that consumed a significant amount of energy to mend wounds. Yet, this healing art could not restore severed limbs or any body parts that had permanently detached. Additionally, he had mastered the technique of gigantification. Though unlike Hanasia, he could only increase his size rather than decrease it. Nonetheless, his ability to enlarge could be applied to specific areas. Lastly, there was Vegito, who had acquired the specialized techniques of all the aforementioned individuals, as well as those they had yet to master. His combat power was recorded at 250,000, composed of Vegeta's 40,000, Kakarot's 420, culminating in a total of 40,420, which was then multiplied by 2, followed by the addition of his own overflowing combat power. Vegeto's overflowing battle power reached an astonishing 170,000. According to the calculation method of AB, X, should the value of X ascend to 3, he would immediately allocate the excess battle power to Cabe and the others, thereby maximizing his own strength. However, the 12-year-old Vegeto's height remained nearly unchanged from 2 years prior, which prompted Tais to relentlessly tease him about his lack of growth. In contrast, both Tais and Womi had matured significantly over the past 2 years, now blossoming into 15-year-old young ladies, entering the tender age of burgeoning emotions. On the day of departure, many inhabitants of the Aradrat star came to bid farewell. The crowd altered their perception of Science, realizing they were not merely a band of brutal marauders. They could coexist harmoniously with the local residents, with some exhibiting a gentle demeanor. Although a few were somewhat irritable, they possessed a heart of gold beneath their sharp tongues. Others appeared harmless, even adorably foolish. Yet a single misstep could lead to planetary annihilation. Then there were those who strutted about with an air of arrogance, speaking without politeness. But they undeniably had the prowess to back it up. In the distance, Pabaka observed as the spacecraft slowly ascended from the surface of Aradrat and ventured into the cosmos. Taking a deep breath, Pabaka murmured, "Good luck to you, Scions and Earthlings." On board the spacecraft, Broly, Tais, Jine, and Hanasia were engaged in a game of poker and mahjong, wagering various snacks brought by Tais. Vegito stood alone in the cockpit, arms crossed. Womi approached and inquired, "Vegito, where shall we go next?" Let me think. If you wish to return to Earth, I can take you back first." Although Womi had exceeded her agreed-upon time away, she had become disenchanted with work and future prospects. If all else failed, she could repeat a semester and then work at the Capsule Corporation, where the salary was generous and the work visible. Upon reflection, it seemed that Earth awaited her with nothing but troubles. The moments spent with Vegito were her happiest, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor. Over time, Womi and the others realized that Vegito never lost his temper with those around him. Thus, he was not as difficult to get along with as he appeared. He merely had a somewhat proud disposition. Fortunately, Vegito occasionally initiated playful banter and offered comfort precisely when needed, which led Womi to perceive him as a person both perfect and paradoxical. Womi replied, "Well, there's no need to rush. I don't mind staying a little longer. Vegito, do you have a place in mind? Namek, I wish to take you there to enhance our potential and perhaps recruit a few Namekians to return to Earth. By the way, have you collected biological data from our Adrat?" "Yes, I have gathered most of it. This data will suffice for my research for several years." As Womi responded, he inputted the destination for the spacecraft. Vegeta, I couldn't locate the position of Namek. Vegeta placed his sword's hilt against his forehead and said, "Please hold on a moment. I will inquire with someone." In the next instant, Vegeta vanished in a flash. On North Kai's planet, Gohan was amusing Bubbles with a banana while North Kai dozed off in his chair. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared out of thin air, standing atop Kai's belly. Little Vegeta? Kai awoke to find someone on his stomach and promptly fell backward in fright. BBBB Vegeta, when did you arrive?" Vegeta leaped back to the ground and replied, "Just now." Kai, patting the footprint on his belly, complained, "Honestly, you could have just come without standing on me." Vegeta shrugged, "I am still not adept at long-distance teleportation." "Is this the instant transmission from Yardrat?" "Indeed. I have been training there for a while. By the way, how have you and Gohan been lately?" Gohan scratched his head and chuckled warmly. "Not much to report. After all, we're all deceased, huh? How has Goku fared in these past years?" After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta replied, "He is still alive." Vegeta patted Gohan's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, Gohan. One day, when Kakarot passes, you will see him again. By the way, I have been spending time with Kakarot's mother lately." Kai furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Spending time? In what sense?" Vegeta looked at Kai with disdain. "Kai, as a deity, how can your mind be so cluttered? Regardless, I have come to seek your assistance." "You little rascal. You only return when you need something from me. Speak. What predicament has this genius scion found himself in that requires my divine intervention?" Vegeta cut to the chase and said with a smile, "I wish to know the location of Namek. Could you assist me in finding it?" Upon hearing this, Kai's expression grew serious. Namek. It once suffered a severe climatic crisis, and indeed, a few Namekians survived. However, after that, Namek nearly vanished from the records of civilization, leaving behind only a legend. Let us not beat around the bush. What do you intend to do on Namek? Earth has Dragon Balls as well, doesn't it? Vegeta sat down on a chair, sipping the tea that Gohan had prepared earlier. "I have little interest in such things. I primarily wish to take a few friends to broaden their horizons. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly." "You promise?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Have you seen a single person die on Yardrat? Well, fine. I will see what I can find. This may take some time." 5 minutes later, the King of the Universe approached Vegeta and said, "I have found it. Indeed, there are still a few Namekians remaining. I can provide you with their location." Vegeta rose and replied, "I understand. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. Truly, it is rather unbecoming for a dignified king to behave so petulantly. I am not referring solely to you. You must also keep your scion subordinates in check." "Very well." After obtaining the location of the Namekians, as Vegeta prepared to depart, Gohan interjected, "Are you leaving already?" I will return to see you all again. Take care, Gohan." "Wait." Gohan stepped forward to adjust Vegeta's attire. Despite his brash demeanor, he was genuinely sincere towards others. Gohan recognized that Vegeta's heart was not malicious, and he had always regarded him as a grandson. "You must take good care of yourself. Vegeta, it seems you haven't grown much taller over the years. You should drink more milk." "Haha, old man, you certainly have a way with words. Just wait a few years and see how tall I become." Noticing Gohan's lingering gaze filled with reluctance, Vegeta lowered his fingers and said, "By the way, Gohan, why not bestow upon me a human name? You've finally come around. Let me think. How about Wukong?" "Wukong? Not quite appealing." Vegeta replied with a look of disdain. "I shall continue to be called Vegeta." He placed his sword against his forehead and grinned. "However, from this day forth, I shall bear the surname Son, Vegeta Sunday." With that, Vegeta vanished from the spot. Chapter 25. The journey to Namek with a sudden whoosh. Vegeta found himself back aboard the spacecraft. hurtling through the cosmos at astonishing speeds. I've acquired the coordinates for Namek. Please input them, he instructed. Upon entering the coordinates, Wumi remarked, it's not too far from us. We shall arrive in 3 days. Hannah, enjoying an ice pop, approached with curiosity. Namek? Aren't we supposed to be heading to Earth? Vegeta chuckled. We have some matters to attend to there first. A brief delay won't hurt. Excitedly, Ties rushed over. Hey, what interesting things can we find on Namek? Interesting things. Perhaps the scenery is quite beautiful, Vegeta replied. What kind of planet is Namek? What do the Namekians look like? Namek orbits 3 stars, resulting in a perpetual daylight with no night. As for Namek, there are only 2 on Earth. Though you have yet to see them, you will understand upon our arrival. 3 days later, the spacecraft was nearing Namek. Inside the dwelling of the Grand Elder, both he and Neru sensed powerful presences approaching. Neru furrowed his brow. There are 2 immensely strong presences, Grand Elder. Indeed, I sense them as well. Both are formidable, yet not malevolent. Let's observe their intentions, the Grand Elder replied. The spacecraft landed beside a village on Namek, where numerous Namekians gathered out of curiosity. Vegeta, observing the crowd, remarked with a smirk, what an oblivious race. They gathered to watch the spectacle, unwittingly providing an opportunity for their own annihilation. The group was accustomed to Vegeta's confident demeanor and his biting commentary, fully aware he would never act on such threats. It was merely a jab at their lack of caution. As the hatch opened, Vegeta was the first to leap down, followed closely by the others. Ties, gripping Vegeta's wrist, whispered, they look even more fearsome than the Yadralans. Could they be an evil race? Not at all. The Namekians are quite benevolent, Vegeta assured her, stepping forward with a gentle smile, scratching his head. Ah, greetings. We are Earthlings and Scions, just arrived from Yadral. Upon hearing this, the Namekians began to murmur among themselves. Scions, aren't they the warrior race of the universe? I've heard that Scions are notorious for their brutality, wreaking havoc across the cosmos. And what about Earthlings? Have you heard of them? No, we haven't. Before long, an elderly Namekian, leaning on a staff, approached. Greetings. Scions, I am the elder of this village. What brings you to Namek? Vegeta replied straightforwardly. We seek an audience with your Grand Elder. We have matters in need of his assistance. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. An audience with the Grand Elder? Is it concerning the Dragon Balls? They don't appear to be the type. If it is convenient, please be straightforward about your reasons for seeking an audience with the Grand Elder. Vegeta gestured towards the individuals behind him, stating, I wish for your Grand Elder to assist my friends in unlocking their potential. Furthermore, I request that you send a few Namekians to accompany us to Earth. To Earth? Before the other party could inquire further, Vegeta's demeanor shifted abruptly. I have spoken enough. Do not test my patience. I can sense the strongest energy on this planet emanating from that direction. I could have gone directly, but I chose to extend a courtesy by greeting you. Do not overstep your bounds. Under the oppressive aura of Vegeta's commanding presence, the Elder began to perspire profusely. Very well, but please do not harm the Grand Elder. Regardless of your intentions, should the Grand Elder's life be in danger, everything you seek on Namek shall vanish. Vegeta responded, I understand. Our guardian on Earth is also a Namekian, and upon his demise, the Dragon Balls will cease to exist, just as I presume would happen with your Grand Elder. However, rest assured, we do not require the Dragon Balls. Vegeta levitated, commanding, watch over our spaceship. If anything happens to it, you shall be held accountable. With that, the group soared towards the location of the Grand Elder and Nail. Vegeta, dissatisfied with the pace at which Wami and Ties were flying, seized them and accelerated dramatically, soon arriving at a uniquely positioned mountain. Ties took out her camera and snapped a couple of photos of the Grand Elder's dwelling. Can you believe they built a house on such a steep peak? Aren't they afraid it will collapse in an earthquake? Mind your own business, came the retort. The group landed outside the Grand Elder's abode, and Vegeta shouted into the house. Hey, Grand Elder of Namek, we seek your assistance. In the next moment, the door to the Grand Elder's residence floated open, revealing a robust Namekian. Panacea, sensing the rising energy from the newcomer, was intrigued. I didn't expect a Namekian to possess such strength. Just as Vegeta approached with a smile, Nail interjected, get lost. You are not welcome here. Vegeta paused for a brief second, just a fleeting moment, before an unseen action transpired. A scream pierced the air as Vegeta pinned Nail to the ground. With a wicked grin, Vegeta inquired, what do you think you are? How dare you bark at me? I grant you the courtesy of treating you like a person. Deny me that respect, and you become nothing more than an ant. Adjust your attitude before you speak again, lest I erase this planet from existence. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from within the house. Nail, do not be rude to our guests. Please. Allow them entry. Hearing this, Vegeta released Nail. I apologize for any offense caused, but remember, should this happen again, I will leave you incapacitated. Naru found himself utterly perplexed by the enigmatic Vegeta. Initially, he spoke in commendable tones, only to seamlessly transition into a terrifying threat. After rubbing his neck, Naru addressed the assembly. Since the elder has spoken, please, do come in. Upon ascending to the second floor of the chamber, they encountered a colossal Namekian seated in a chair, appearing frail and decrepit, evoking the impression that he might depart from this world at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. So, Scions and Earthlings, what brings you here? Vegeta stepped forward and declared, firstly, I seek your assistance in unlocking the potential of a few friends of mine, though the source of my information is of no concern to you. Secondly, I wish to bring several Namekians back to Earth, as the deity of Earth is also a Namekian, and his father is Karadas. Upon hearing this, the elder slightly parted his lips in astonishment. Ah, so you are the son of Karadas. I never imagined he would safely reach Earth and ascend to godhood. He then inquired, that Scion, would you mind stepping forward so I may delve into your memories? Vegeta promptly declined, exclaiming, I do mind. I mind greatly. We hold memory privacy in high regard. I can share what you wish to know. What a jest. Should his Dragon Ball narrative and identity as a traveler be uncovered, it would spell disaster. The elder fell into a moment of silence. Since the visitors sought to unlock potential, he would discreetly examine the memories during that process. However, it seemed Vegeta had seen through the elder's intentions. I advise you to ask directly what you wish to know. My companions are entirely oblivious to this matter. Moreover, I do not require your assistance in unlocking potential. Realizing that his subtle intentions had been unveiled and his plan thwarted, the elder felt a pang of embarrassment, yet found himself powerless in the situation. Thus, he straightforwardly asked, could you elaborate more on the son of Karadas? He is a rare genius among our Namekians, an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, as well as a remarkably powerful warrior Namekian. Regarding the deity, Vegeta replied, the current deity is not particularly formidable. She may even be outmatched by the girl beside me. He gestured towards Ties and continued, this arises from the fact that before becoming a god, the deity was tainted by human malevolence. To achieve divinity, one must harbor no trace of evil within. Consequently, the deity split into two. The malevolent portion became Demon King Piccolo, responsible for the deaths of millions. The benevolent part successfully ascended as the deity, yet could not eliminate Demon King Piccolo, for the two were originally one. If Demon King Piccolo were to perish, the deity would inevitably follow. Ultimately, it was the Earth martial artist, Master Mateto, who sacrificed his life to seal Demon King Piccolo away. Chapter 26. Unleashing potential. Upon hearing the words, the elder let out a deep sigh. He never anticipated that the child had endured so much. One must wonder if he is faring well now. Generally speaking, for a Namekian, he is considered quite aged, yet he is by no means as ancient as you. Naru promptly interjected beside the elder, expressing, one must not be disrespectful to the elder. His loyalty to the elder was unwavering. Even at the risk of his own life, he would defend the elder's dignity. Fear not, Naru. I can discern that this Scion's nature is not malevolent. He merely speaks his mind. The elder continued, very well, let your companions approach one by one, and I shall assist them in unlocking their potential. Vegito turned to Ties and said, Ties, you should go first. Me? Are you certain? Is there any danger involved? The elder chuckled warmly. You are a naive girl. Fret not. I shall merely guide a portion of your potential to the surface, and there is no risk involved. Oh. All right then. Ties approached the elder, and it was at that moment she noticed a colossal Dragon Ball resting upon his chair. Is that a Dragon Ball? It's enormous. Larger than the one at my home. The elder smiled kindly at Ties. Does your family also possess a Dragon Ball? Yes. But we are unaware of its significance. Is it some sort of totem? One could say that. The elder refrained from divulging the true purpose of the Dragon Balls, particularly given the sinister aura of the Scion woman. Should she learn their capabilities, she might resort to extreme measures. With a gentle hand, the elder placed his palm upon Tai's head. Habitually probing her memories, he murmured, Ah, I see. You followed Vegito to planet Adetra and trained there. Tais quickly retorted, How can you invade another's memories without consent? That is rather impolite for a girl. My apologies, my apologies. It is merely an instinctive reaction. Now, I shall proceed to unlock your potential. In mere moments, Tai's energy began to swell dramatically. Hennessy, sensing the shift in Tai's aura, exclaimed, Incredible. That Earth girl has instantly multiplied her strength several times over. Womi, equipped with the scouter gifted by Vegito, murmured, Battle power. 2,200 points. Can Earth truly reach this level? Vegito crossed his arms and replied, certainly, with systematic training, Earthlings can surpass most contemporary scions. Ties marveled at the white aura emanating from her being, feeling a sense of wonder. Is this truly my own power? It feels extraordinary. After retracting his hand, the elder continued, very well, who shall be next? Hanasia eagerly stepped forward, declaring, let it be me. Old man, you must help me unleash my potential. And you are forbidden from prying into my memories, or I shall annihilate this planet. Faced with such a formidable matriarch, the elder dared not look directly. Once Hannah's potential was unleashed, her combat power soared to an astonishing 120,000, nearly doubling. Hannah, feeling the incessant surge of energy within her, exclaimed, incredible. I had thought I reached my limit after training on planet Udrat, but I never imagined I could advance further, and by such a significant margin. After the elder helped Hannah unlock her potential, his breath became labored. Neru approached with concern, Elder, it's all right, Neru. Guiding the development of another's potential does not affect my lifespan, the elder reassured. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean to Neru. Give this to the elder. Even if it doesn't affect his lifespan, it will likely expend some energy. Neru, looking at the bean in his hand, asked, what is this? It is a divine bean consumed by the gods on earth, known as a Senzu bean. It is a remarkable item that instantly restores all physical strength and injuries. The elder explained, since it is a gesture of goodwill, you should accept it, Neru. It may prove useful in the future. Do not worry about me. This minor expenditure is inconsequential, he continued. Vegeta, not one to be stingy, presented another bean, personally handing it to the elder. You should have one as well. I want to take advantage of others. The Namekians have aided us, and I shall remember their kindness. The elder, contemplating the Senzu bean, carefully stored it away without consuming it. Next was Jain, upon whom the elder placed his hand gently and remarked, it is truly rare to encounter a scion as kind-hearted as you. After unlocking her potential, Jain's combat power reached 28,000. She expressed her gratitude to the elder, who replied with a smile, no need for thanks. It is your existence that may guide the remaining scions toward righteousness in the future. Can you foresee the future? Seeing the past allows one to glimpse the future, though only in a blurred manner. Just then, Ties bounded forward, grinning, and asked, hey, elder. You just peered into my memories without permission. If you tell me who my future husband is, I want to hold it against you. After a moment of hesitation, the elder slowly replied, I could not discern that matter, but I can assure you, you will find happiness in pursuing your dreams, while also gaining many meaningful experiences. Excellent. It seems following Vegeta was the right choice. Could he possibly be my future husband? Unbeknownst to her, Tai's gaze toward Vegeta began to transform over time. Whenever she looked at him, her eyes sparkled as if illuminated by an entire world. At this moment, Hannah interjected, what about my future? The elder responded, I apologize, but I do not delve into others' memories and therefore cannot foresee their futures. I know nothing of what lies ahead for you. Dreadful. Humph. Hanasia crossed her arms in frustration, and Vegeta couldn't help but notice how her temperament mirrored that of Vegeta. The last to enter was Womi, and this time the Grand Elder took the initiative to seek her opinion, inquiring, would you like me to glimpse into your future, child? Well, all right, I would appreciate your assistance, Grand Elder. As the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Womi's head, he began to delve into her past memories. I never anticipated that this child had such a dark childhood. Fortunately, she encountered Vegeta, which altered her path. Now, let me see her future. The Grand Elder's expression grew increasingly grave, more so than after unlocking someone's potential. Womi, filled with concern, asked, Grand Elder, is my future rather bleak? The Grand Elder replied candidly, I have never witnessed anything like this, child. One day, the fate of the universe may rest upon your decisions. Everyone gasped in unison, Nanny. I perceive two distinct futures for you, one benevolent and the other dark. Child, I have no authority to interfere with your future, as it is a path you must choose for yourself. However, I wish to impart this. The virtuous shall ultimately reap positive outcomes, while the wicked will inevitably face their own demise. Overwhelmed, Womi lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Am I truly that unfortunate? In that moment, Vegeta approached Womi, crossing his arms and placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not dwell on this. Should calamity befall us, I shall bear it for you. Never forget, I am invincible. If you were to become a villain and seek to destroy the world, then I shall be the one to save it. Dying by my hand would be a noble end. Jain, standing nearby, quietly remarked, Vegeta, I don't believe that's the most comforting of sentiments. Words are unnecessary. Grand Elder, please proceed to unlock her potential. In truth, Vegeta's words provided solace to Womi. She was resolute in her desire not to become an evil being. If that day were to come, she would prefer to perish at Vegeta's hands rather than unleash chaos upon the world. After Womi's potential was fully realized, her battle power soared to become the strongest among Earthlings, registering at 12,000 points, an increase of over tenfold. The others, including Broly and Vegeta, required no unlocking of their potentials. Once all was completed, the Grand Elder finally consumed a Senzu bean, having exhausted considerable energy, particularly with Womi's case. Now tell me, why do you wish to take several Namekians to Earth? Vegeta explained, in truth, I possess the ability to see the future, a gift inherited from my father. Jin gasped. Inherited from Bardock. Indeed, before the battle with Frieza, Bardock was adamant that Frieza was on his way. Could it be that he too glimpsed the future? The Grand Elder, somewhat skeptical, continued, and how does this relate to your desire to borrow the Namekians? It is indeed relevant. Years from now, the formidable demon King Piccolo shall once again break free from his seal and return to the world, yet he shall be no match for my brother. Should he be effortlessly vanquished by my sibling, it is likely that my brother would succumb to arrogance. However, there exists a more significant reason before his demise. The demon King Piccolo expelled an egg, from which the second generation of Piccolo was born. In the future, this Piccolo is destined to become a crucial force in safeguarding the universe. Eventually, Piccolo shall reunite with the deity, yet that alone will not suffice. To amplify Piccolo's strength, I must lay a solid foundation for him in advance. The stronger the initial foundation, the greater his potential will be. Upon hearing this explanation, the elder remarked, so, you intend to take several Namekians to assimilate with the deities of Earth and the demon King Piccolo of Earth, thereby enhancing their powers, which will ultimately revert to the Namekian known as Piccolo, allowing him to become a pivotal protector of the universe. Indeed, Naru interjected, Elder, we cannot acquiesce to his request. It matters not. I can consent. In probing the future of Wormy, the Elder beheld a Namekian fighting valiantly to protect the world. Considering all of this, the Elder has come to believe in the future that Vegeta has described. Chapter 27, The Final Request, engage me in combat, and I shall select a few willing Namekians to join me. Once they arrive, I will assist them in unlocking their latent potential, thereby ensuring your power is maximized to its fullest extent. With these pure-hearted Namekians assimilating with the formidable Majin Buu, it is likely that his disposition will undergo a transformation. In a sense, this could be perceived as an act of benevolence. Hanasia inquired with perplexity, have the combat-oriented Namekians never had their potential developed? The Elder explained, typically, it is unnecessary. We Namekians are a peaceful and benevolent race, devoid of internal conflict. Hence, I have only unlocked the potential of Nail to resist external threats. Hanasia pressed further, that does not seem logical. Clearly, every Namekian could be empowered, granting them greater strength for self-preservation. Are you truly so foolish as to forgo this opportunity? The Elder sighed. Many years ago, I aided a fellow Namekian in enhancing his potential. He later departed from Namek, prior to the natural disasters that befell our planet. His fate bore resemblance to that of your Earth-S deities. He succumbed to darkness. However, unlike them, he did not choose to resist or divide, but instead transformed into a malevolent being. With his formidable strength, he rapidly amassed power, even surpassing the forces of King Cold at one point. Although he has since faded into obscurity, it was largely due to the emergence of Frieza. If I were to recklessly unlock the potential of all Namekian warriors, what if they were to succumb to darkness one day? Vegeta interjected, is this Namekian you speak of named Slug? Do you know him? I have heard of him. Vegeta responded with a smirk. Furthermore, I must inform you that in the future, Namek will face Frieza's invasion, resulting in the demise of many Namekians. To avert such a tragedy, I propose that each village retains only one combat-oriented Namekian, while the rest undergo assimilation with Nail. Nail quickly objected, Elder, this cannot be. Every Namekian holds immense significance to us. Sacrificing so many, concentrating all power in my singularity, I refuse. Moreover, should I ever become an evil Namekian, I too would pose a threat to the universe. The Elder fell silent, and Vegeta continued, this constitutes my third request. I wish to challenge the strongest Namekian in combat. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer losses as compensation. I will teach all Namekians a technique for rapid enhancement. This technique was imparted to me by King Kai. The Elder, astonished, exclaimed, what? I cannot believe you have trained under King Kai. What say you, Elder? Nail, you may choose to reject my words, but I shall perceive it as a declaration of war from the Namekians. In 3 days, we shall launch an assault on Namek, and at that time, We will eliminate all Namekians save for the elders. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback by Vegeta's declaration, though each reacted differently. Nara shouted, "Do you dare?" Vegeta replied, "What is there to fear? Do you truly believe that my past abstention from killing makes me a saint?" Tai-S, visibly frightened, retreated slightly, asking Vegeta, "You jest, do you not?" Vegeta turned to her with a grin, stating, "I never jest. To battle the mightiest Namekians, I am capable of anything." Hanasia, filled with pride, proclaimed, "As expected of my nephew, he possesses the purest Scion royal blood." Jine, with concern etched on her face, gazed at Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, this may not be wise." Vegeta reassured her, "Do not fret. Even should all Namekians perish, as long as the Grand Elder remains, they can be revived. If they do not prepare for the formidable foes of the future, let them first experience my merciful cruelty." The Grand Elder sensed Vegeta's resolve, despite Vegeta's typically amiable demeanor. He was known to resort to extreme measures should his expectations for battle not be met. Noticing the Grand Elder's silence, Vegeta continued, "Rest assured, I possess methods to separate the assimilated Namekians. Once we have weathered the crisis brought by Frieza, I will permit your disbandment." The notion of evil infection is merely a product of desires that should not exist in one's heart. Regardless of whether one is a Namekian or not, the potential for darkness exists, as exemplified by this individual beside me. He patted Womi's shoulder, adding, "But fear not. Even if you succumb to darkness, as I mentioned, I can bring you back. In contrast, I suggest you contemplate how to entertain me. Should I be displeased, all will suffer." After a brief silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke. "Very well, I shall comply with your demands, with the exception of the 2 combat-ready Namekians accompanying you. In each village, I will leave behind 1 combat-ready Namekian, while the others shall assimilate with Naru." As he spoke, the Grand Elder's drooping eyelids slowly opened to regard Vegeta. "Thus, Scion Vegeta, I hope you will not regret this decision. Do not underestimate the unity of the Namekians." Vegeta replied with a smile, "I eagerly anticipate it. I will grant you 1 week. During this time, summon the Namekians who will not participate in the assimilation along with Naru. I shall first teach you a technique." 12 hours later, Naru and all the Namekians not participating in the assimilation gathered before Vegeta, who began instructing them in the Kaioken technique. As for the ability to comprehend, and how many can truly grasp it, that ultimately depends on them. Throughout this week, everyone was limited to hunting on Namek, feasting on both the terrestrial dinosaurs and the aquatic giants. After a week passed, only Naru had mastered the Kaioken technique. The others, given some time, should also be able to learn it. After all, Vegeta felt he had done everything necessary. On this day, Naru gazed at Vegeta and said, "I am about to undergo assimilation. I hope you do not regret this decision later." Vegeta replied with a confident smile, "I trust you will not disappoint me." In the Elder's Chamber, all the battle-type Namekians prepared for assimilation had gathered. The current timeline was set many years prior to the Namek saga, with only 35 Namekians deemed suitable for battle. Their average combat power hovered around 1,000. However, the benefits of assimilation were far more complex than mere addition. After assimilating with Naru, Piccolo, whose combat power was in the thousands, saw his strength soar to 1,000,000. The Elder addressed the assembly. "I have already discussed the impending events with you. For the future of Namek, we require an exceptionally powerful Namekian warrior. Once all of you assimilate with Naru, his potential will greatly expand, and I will then unlock that potential for him. Thus, even that Scion shall not stand a chance against you. Elder, we understand. Whether it be Scions or Frieza, whoever dares to infringe upon us shall face our own might." All the battle-type Namekians joined hands, ultimately placing their palms on Naru. One of the Namekians beside Naru smiled and said, "The next step is yours, Naru. Indeed, I will not let everyone down." In that moment, all the Namekians transformed into a radiant glow. Nearby, the onlookers turned their gaze to the Elder's Chamber. Hanasia felt a chill run down her spine. What an overwhelming aura. Vegeta sensed Naru's energy and remarked, "It has surpassed 3,000,000. Vegeta understood that this did not even account for the Kaioken's enhancement. Even with a mere 10-fold Kaioken, Naru would possess 30,000,000 in combat power. If he could harness a 20-fold, before long, Naru's aura surged once more, exceeding 5,000,000. It seemed he had undergone another enhancement by the Elder. In a flash, Naru appeared before Vegeta, enveloped in a pale blue aura. At that moment, Naru stood 2 meters tall, his physique remarkably muscular. He looked at Vegeta and said, "Are you ready, Scion?" Vegeta smiled slightly and responded, "And what about you, Namekian?" Chapter 28, Vegito vs. Super Neru, strong adversary encountered, Super Neru. Defeating Neru elevates total multiplier to 3. Neru floated before Vegito, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance that often accompanies newfound power. Yet, Vegito believed that he alone possessed the confidence to maintain such bravado until the very end. The dilemma before him was daunting. A staggering battle power of 5 million against a mere 250,000. To match Neru, Vegito would need to unleash the full might of a 20-fold Kaioken. Moreover, this was under the assumption that Neru was not employing the Kaioken himself. Aware of his overwhelming advantage, Neru's demeanor had grown increasingly haughty. He looked down upon Vegito and proclaimed, "Do not worry. I won't even need to resort to Kaioken to deal with you. Even if you were to utilize a 20-fold Kaioken, victory would remain out of your grasp. Given your current capabilities, harnessing that level of power would prove exceedingly difficult. This battle will not endure for long." Vegito scoffed, "You certainly overestimate yourself." Neru replied nonchalantly, "That is simply the truth. If I were to withdraw now, the Namekians would remember your kindness, rendering further conflict unnecessary." Boom. Before Neru could finish his sentence, Vegito landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Purple blood spewed from Neru's mouth as he staggered backward, clutching his midsection. Vegito chuckled. "You are as bothersome as a fly. Now, in this moment, you dare suggest not fighting? Is that not an intentional provocation?" Vegito's voice erupted with fury, his entire being enveloped in a fierce crimson aura. For Vegito, having reached this pivotal moment only to hear Neru's reluctance to engage was akin to a long-anticipated date with a stunning woman, only for her to suddenly declare she was indisposed after an intimate dinner and movie. Anyone would feel aggrieved, especially a scion like Vegito. At that moment, Neru could not comprehend how he had sustained such an injury, but he surmised that Vegito must possess hidden trump cards beyond the Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. Vegito unleashed a fierce punch aimed directly at Neru's face. Neru, bending slightly, raised one hand and caught Vegito's fist with ease. This unexpected turn left Neru momentarily puzzled. How could such an attack possibly pose a threat to him? After a brief pause, Neru straightened up to face Vegito, stating, "Although I do not comprehend the means by which you have achieved this, if I were to unleash my full power, you would stand no chance against me." Once again, Vegito did not allow Neru to complete his thought. He delivered a swift kick directly to Neru's face. Neru plummeted like a meteor, crashing onto a small island on Namek, shattering it into rubble upon impact. Vegito frowned, exclaiming, "Stop dragging this out, behaving like a petulant child." With that, he gathered an immensely powerful energy sphere in his hand, directing it towards Namek. "If you do not take this battle seriously, I shall reduce Namek to cosmic dust." As his words echoed, the energy sphere hurtled towards the surface of Namek. Everyone was rendered speechless by Vegeta's sudden action. Hennesiao exclaimed, "Fool! You imbecile! If you intend to threaten others, at least grant them a moment to breathe." With that, Hennesiao unleashed the full power of the Kaioken, placing her finger on her forehead, prepared to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. Before she could ascertain her teleportation point, Neru suddenly emerged from the water, soaring towards Vegeta's energy sphere and, with a swift motion, sent it soaring into the sky. For the first time, a murderous intent flickered in Neru's eyes as he glared at Vegeta, demanding, "Have you lost your mind?" However, Vegeta remained composed, crossing his arms and stating, "This is the consequence of your lack of seriousness in battle. A true adversary will afford you no opportunities. Someone like Frisia, who can endure in space, would obliterate a planet when you are at your most distracted. Treating every confrontation as a mere jest will yield fatal repercussions." Upon hearing this, Neru felt the weight of Vegeta's resolve and sincere intentions. The misguided one was not Vegeta, but rather himself, who had been overly benevolent. If he did not commit fully, he would endanger all those on Namek and insult Vegeta in the process. Neru loosened his scarf, removed his outer garment, and ascended to match Vegeta's altitude. Yet, he sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he said, "I can feel you absorbing the energy of this planet. What is your intent?" Vegeta smirked. "Isn't it a bit late to realize that?" In the next moment, a golden, wave-like energy enveloped Vegeta. He diminished the enhancement from his ki to 4 times its original power, significantly extending the duration of his dominant ki mode. Vegeta's combat strength now reached precisely 1 million. The ability to convert natural energy into his own ki. The potency of this energy is subtle, yet it seems your previous attack was effective by harnessing this force. You are more formidable than I anticipated. Vegeta continued with a grin. This is merely the beginning. I can unequivocally assure you that without utilizing the Kaioken, you stand no chance of victory against me. As he spoke, Vegeta glanced towards Broly, who was spectating from a distance. 2 years ago, I faced that lad. At that time, my power was less than half of what it is now, and even then, when he was defeated, our battle surpassed 10 million. Nani. Neru's astonished expression prompted Vegeta to respond with a tone of certainty. You need not be surprised. Constantly pushing beyond one's limits in battle is a Scion's inherent talent. Neru clenched his fists, unleashing a formidable aura, causing the very land of Namek to tremble in response. Vegeta allowed Neru the time to exert his full strength. Once Neru released all his energy, his combat power surged to 6.5 million. Is this truly your strength? Alas, without the Kaioken, you remain devoid of any opportunity. 10 times. Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura erupted from Vegeta as he charged towards Neru. Neru understood that he had to strike back now. Failure to do so would result in a devastating blow of 10 million combat power landing squarely on his face. Kaioken. Neru unleashed his own Kaioken, his combat power surging beyond Vegeta's to reach an impressive 13.5 million. However, despite this surge, he found himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle. After several exchanges, Vegeta maintained a slight upper hand. Utilizing an exceptionally meticulous movement technique, he evaded Neru's jabs and then delivered a powerful elbow strike to Neru's chest. With a resounding thud, Neru was sent flying again, landing half-kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest in disbelief. He stared at Vegeta with incredulity, inwardly lamenting. What an intimidating little brat. Though his energy may not rival mine, the strength of his physique is utterly terrifying. The impact of that elbow felt akin to an ordinary person being struck in the chest with a hammer. Neru realized that to defeat Vegeta, he would need to employ a threefold Kaioken. Yet, this would undoubtedly be a harsher blow to his own pride. Nevertheless, since the challenge had been initiated, he resolved to fight without restrictions. Rising to his feet, Neru refrained from further taunts and immediately activated the threefold Kaioken, propelling himself towards Vegeta. To the onlookers, Neru's movement appeared as if he had suddenly vanished from sight. 20-fold. Vegeta instantly activated the 20-fold Kaioken, pivoting to block Neru's surprise punch from behind. Neru's fist collided with Vegeta's forearm, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. Meanwhile, as Vegeta defended himself, his right hand retaliated. Palm aimed at Neru's chest, unleashing a ki blast that sent him hurtling away once more. After repelling Neru, Vegeta quickly reverted the Kaioken back down to 10-fold. Even Goku, with a combat power of 3 million under the 20-fold Kaioken, could only sustain it for a brief period. For Vegeta, such power was only sustainable for a fleeting moment. However, over the past 2 years, he had been diligently studying the intricacies of the Kaioken. If he were to push to the full 20-fold, it would be nearly impossible given his current combat power and physical condition. Yet, transitioning from a 10-fold Kaioken to a 20-fold would not pose much difficulty. For most, achieving a 10-fold Kaioken required a combat power of around 100,000. And for Vegeta, the strain on his body from the 10-fold Kaioken was minimal. As Neru charged back, he noticed beads of cold sweat forming on Vegeta's forehead. Though he still bore a confident demeanor, Neru knew that Vegeta was now at the end of his tether. It seems this is your limit. I have only employed the threefold Kaioken. If it comes to pushing beyond, I can still harness much more power. Enough. Vegeta bellowed in fury. Neru was momentarily taken aback. And after a brief pause, Vegeta clenched his fist and declared, I am nowhere near my limit. I shall not only vanquish you, but do so whilst compelling you to unleash your utmost potential in our confrontation. Chapter 29. Full Power Kaioken. Fourfold Kaioken. In an instant, Nelu appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta, however, activated his 20-fold Kaioken, raising his hand to block the blow. The disparity in power, 26 million against 20 million, would typically send an opponent flying. Yet, Vegeta merely staggered backward slightly. Just as he was adjusting to the impact, Nelu charged again, delivering a fierce knee strike. Vegeta leaned back to evade, but Nelu swiftly transitioned into a kick aimed directly at Vegeta's midsection. At the critical moment, as the blow was about to connect, Vegeta seized Nelu's ankle, spun him around twice, and then hurled him away. Nelu's body crashed through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Emerging from the rubble, he sensed something was amiss. Strangely, in that fleeting moment, his energy had surged once more. Was 20-fold not the ultimate limit of the Kaioken? In reality, Vegeta had absorbed a greater amount of his domineering energy into his body, amplifying his power to 5 times, which, when combined with the 20-fold Kaioken, propelled his battle power to an astonishing 25 million. Observers nearby furrowed their brows, watching the clash unfold. No matter how much Nelu enhanced his combat capabilities, he seemed no match for Vegeta. While everyone felt elated for Vegeta, Hanazia's expression was decidedly grim. Noticing her distress, Jin inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Hanazia replied slowly, "Vegeta is fighting at the cost of his life." "What? You haven't learned the Kaioken. This technique carries significant risks." The crowd expressed their confusion. Risks? Indeed. Let me illustrate. Even the ordinary Kaioken can double one's battle power. However, it feels as though one is coursing with electricity. The flow of blood and energy accelerates. And without caution, muscles can tear. Just now, Vegeta heightened the Kaioken to 20-fold in the midst of attack and defense. Most of the onlookers remained bewildered, failing to grasp the burden Hanazia spoke of. Womi, however, understood somewhat and adjusted his glasses, stating gravely, "In dire situations, the human body can unleash strength that surpasses its limits. For instance, a typical adult male can exert around 60 kilograms of force when striking a target. Yet, when the brain's protective mechanisms are overridden, that same strike can reach several tons." Tais murmured, "So, Vegeta has removed such combat limitations?" "Indeed. But do you understand the consequences of such actions?" The crowd shook their heads, and Womi continued, "The individual who bypasses their bodily restrictions, after delivering a blow of several tons, risks rendering their arm unusable. A catastrophic fracture enveloped the entirety of his arm, accompanied by severed muscles and tendons. And even his shoulder and back bore the brunt of the damage. This was the consequence of the body exerting a force beyond its natural limits." "What?" The crowd gazed at Womi in astonishment, swiftly turning their worried eyes towards Vegeta. Utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, Vegeta had battled Nuru to a standstill. However, at this moment, Vegeta's breath had grown increasingly labored, and his hands, indeed his entire body, trembled involuntarily. Sensing Vegeta's distress, Nuru urged once more, "Enough. You have continuously surpassed your limits in this combat, while I still possess considerable reserves. This battle has lost its significance." Taking a deep breath, Vegeta dispelled the Kaioken and the dominant energy mode. Upon returning to his normal state, he felt excruciating pain coursing through every cell of his body. He was acutely aware of the accumulated bruises beneath his skin. Was he contemplating surrender? With one eye closed in pain, Vegeta chuckled, "This is merely the beginning. I have even more formidable techniques yet to unveil. The energy gathered by those clones should be nearly sufficient. Fortunately, I have watched plenty of anime and understand the mechanics of Sage Mode." Meanwhile, on another distant planet, two of Vegeta's clones were busy amassing energy. Responding to the call of the original, the two clones automatically dispelled. In the next moment, two immense surges of energy swiftly descended from the heavens, directly infusing Vegeta's body. Now, Vegeta appeared as though he were enveloped in a colossal golden energy orb. Nuru, visibly flustered, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Patience, the true spectacle is only just beginning. Absorb." Vegeta inwardly drew in all the golden energy manifesting on his surface, leaving not a trace of leakage. To the naked eye, there was no indication of the golden energy enveloping him. This energy amplified Vegeta's power tenfold. Nuru observed Vegeta and remarked, "I see, you are indeed harnessing natural energy to augment your strength. By your power calculations, your current battle prowess stands at 2.5 million. Even with the 20-fold Kaioken, your power would only reach 5 million. My own battle power is 6.5 million. Even after employing the 10-fold Kaioken, my strength can soar to 65 million. You have no chance of victory." Vegeta replied with a smirk. "Your calculations overlook a crucial aspect. This natural energy enhances me from the outside in, whereas the Kaioken operates in reverse, emanating power from within. Thus, this natural energy enables my body to endure greater stresses, ensuring that it does not easily succumb after surpassing its limits." Nuru exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken exceeds 20-fold? Theoretically, the maximum multiplier is indeed 20-fold. But you must have noticed that the energy unleashed during the Kaioken is more abundant, swifter, and more intense than ever before. As he spoke, Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. The energy he unleashed was wasted. Yet, if I were to contain that energy within my body, it would be akin to a pressure cooker. This was originally the application of full-power Super Saiyan Blue. And now Vegeta was employing the same principle with the Kaioken technique. Kaioken. Vegeta's energy surged dramatically, yet the crimson aura of the Kaioken did not erupt forth. Nuru felt Vegeta's energy, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Vegeta gazed at Nuru with a serious expression and warned, "I suggest you activate the 20 times Kaioken now, otherwise you will suffer a terrible fate." Upon finishing his words, a potent scent of blood emanated from Vegeta. his body temperature rising rapidly. Blood flowed from his nostrils, eyes, and ears, only to be quickly evaporated. It was not just from his orifices. Every pore on Vegeta's body seeped blood. He appeared to be enveloped in a crimson mist. Vegeta's muscles continually expanded and contracted, veins pulsating. Yes, 100 times. Full power. Kaioken. As Vegeta completed the full power Kaioken, he instantaneously dashed before Niru. With just a light strike upon their first encounter, he sent Niru flying. When Niru regained his senses, he saw Vegeta floating beside him, holding one of his severed arms. The consequence of negligence was such that even a gentle touch could result in the loss of parts of one's body. Niru regenerated his arm and, in a fit of rage, activated the Kaioken. 20 times Kaioken. At that moment, Niru's battle power soared to 130 million. Meanwhile, Vegeta possessed a staggering battle power of 250 million. Through various enhancements, he leaped from 250,000 to 250 million, a monumental increase of 1,000-fold. This time, Vegeta had no intention of relying on the forced transformation to defeat Niru. He aimed to prove that even without the multipliers, he could vanquish an adversary far stronger than himself. The two overwhelming energies instilled a sense of despair in the onlookers, as if they were witnessing heights unattainable in their lifetime. Incredible, so powerful. It seemed that even that scoundrel Frieza would not stand a chance against Vegeta. Broly, too, gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. With a base battle power of 400,000, if he unleashed his full potential, he could reach 400 million. However, the cost of such power would be the loss of all rationality. In midair, with merely 3 punches, Vegeta rendered Niru helpless on the ground. Vegeta loomed over him like a god of slaughter bathed in blood. What's wrong? You seem entirely different from the words you spoke when you first gained power. Niru struggled to adapt to the Kaioken, only managing to briefly activate the 20 times Kaioken. Now, he could only employ the 10 times Kaioken, utterly powerless before Vegeta. I have lost. Niru, utterly convinced of his defeat, found himself at a loss for words. He could sense that Vegeta had yet to unveil a myriad of extraordinary techniques. Gradually, Vegeta released the full power of his Kaioken. Yet he maintained his formidable Super Saiyan state. Should he abruptly relinquish this vital energy, the risk of a fatal collapse would be imminent. After consuming a Senzu Bean, Vegeta finally allowed the overwhelming energy to dissipate. Chapter 33 Wishes defeated formidable foe, Super Naru. Hidden reward activated. Defeating a powerful enemy without activating the King's pressure mode earns a Sacred Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 Sacred Dragon Balls grants 3 wishes that can fulfill any desire, impervious even to the influence of the Omni King. Upon hearing this news, Vegeta felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. What began as a mere challenge to test his limits had unexpectedly yielded remarkable rewards. It seemed prudent to avoid the King's pressure mode in future encounters with formidable adversaries. The system's voice continued to resonate in his mind. Current host battle power increased to AB 3 exceeding battle power. Current host's battle power is 350,000. Current host's excess battle power is 219,160 points. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the surge of formidable strength within, pondering silently. In addition to the battle power calculated, I have also gained an additional 50,000 battle power due to the healing from the severe injuries inflicted by the Kaioken technique. This marked the first occasion Vegeta had received extra battle power following a severe injury recovery. In the Grand Elder's chamber, the enormous Namekian exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the battle had concluded. Little did he expect that such immense power resided within that Saiyan. Could it be that he is the fabled Super Saiyan? After Vegeta administered a Senzu Bean to Naru, the latter rose, having recovered from his injuries, and regarded Vegeta. I did not foresee that you would grow stronger after our battle. Vegeta responded with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. It is thanks to you for engaging in combat with me. The Saiyans truly were a formidable race, and you are indeed an extraordinary individual. With that, Naru bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before, for the first time, revealing a smile towards Vegeta. Regardless, thank you, Vegeta. Your advice and assistance will indeed significantly impact the future of Namek. At that moment, others flew over and landed beside them. Has it come to an end? Jin inquired anxiously, gazing at Vegeta. Are you all right? Yes. There's no need to worry, Hennessy. I consumed a Senzu Bean immediately. The side effects of the Kaioken have dissipated. Senzu Bean? Is it the one you previously gave to the Grand Elder? Only then did Vegeta recall that he had yet to explain the Senzu Beans he had procured from Korin. He instructed Tais to retrieve his backpack, unzipped it, and extracted a handful of Senzu Beans to distribute among everyone. Free for each of you. Consume them, and no matter how grievous your injuries, you will recover instantly. If you need more, feel free to ask me. Naru examined the sins of beans that the Grand Elder had previously gifted him. Are these beans particularly valuable? Somewhat, yes. Only 2 or 3 can be harvested each year. Naru remarked, we Namekians are quite adept at cultivation. If you wish, we could attempt to cultivate more sins of beans for you. Vegeta was taken aback and inquired, really? However, it seems that such a thing can only be cultivated by the divine. Can ordinary water suffice? The Grand Elder, the deity of our planet Namek, possesses a unique water known as super divine water. Perhaps we could utilize that to cultivate. Hanaxia pondered, stroking her chin. If successful cultivation were to occur, it would be marvelous. We certainly cannot engage in battle against the Frisia force without such a resource. After securing the magic beans, Naru cheerfully suggested to the group, regardless, let us first return to consult the Grand Elder. Vegeta placed 2 fingers on his forehead and declared, allow me to teleport you all there directly. Whoosh. The group suddenly materialized in the Grand Elder's chamber. After Naru recounted the matter of cultivating the magic beans to the Grand Elder, Vegeta added, Grand Elder, should this endeavor prove fruitful, I am willing to share the remaining beans, after costs, equally with the Namekians. The Grand Elder smiled. Indeed, many years ago, Namek had its own magic beans, but some Namekians possessed the ability to heal themselves. Consequently, we no longer prioritize the cultivation of magic beans. And with the subsequent climate cataclysm, the seeds of magic beans were utterly extinguished on Namek. Without further ado, Vegeta instructed Tais to open her backpack, retrieving several handfuls of magic beans. There are approximately 50 here. Do try your hand at cultivation. This journey to Namek has thus accomplished half of its purpose, and the next phase is not suitable for others' involvement. Hence, Vegeta led the group back to Earth, taking along 2 combat-ready Namekians. Wumi observed the control panel and remarked, we need only 5 days to return to Earth. I hadn't anticipated that this journey would reach its conclusion so swiftly. Vegeta, standing beside her with arms crossed, replied, do you not wish to conclude it so soon? It is merely, I do not want this to end quickly. Upon our return, we must face numerous challenges. Vegeta placed his hand on Wumi's shoulder, smiling. Do not overthink it. Pursue what you desire, regardless of your choices. As a friend, I shall support you. Just as I previously stated, even if you choose the wrong path, I will be there to catch you. Wumi, seated at the helm, gazed at Vegeta, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, her heart racing. At that moment, Vegeta feigned sudden recollection of something significant. Ah, how could I have forgotten this matter? I must excuse myself for a moment. With that, Vegeta directed his sword finger to his forehead and instantaneously returned to the Grand Elder's chamber. Vegeta, why have you returned? Vegeta looked solemnly at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, there is another matter. There are things I could not disclose in the presence of my companions, but now I can. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. You wish to use the Dragon Balls, do you not? It seems the Grand Elder has surmised. I have some companions who, if they were to learn of the Dragon Balls, might covet such power. I fear they may resort to extremes for the sake of this power. Vegeta harbored concerns regarding Hanasia. It is essential to recognize that this woman possesses the ability to teleport as well. Should she become aware of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts, it would not be inconceivable for her to stage a surprise attack, seizing a village on Namek as leverage to acquire the Dragon Balls. Her aspirations for the revival of planet Vegeta linger in her mind at all times. At this juncture, restoring planet Vegeta and resurrecting the fallen Scions would inevitably lead to their fate being once again sealed by Frisia's destruction. The Grand Elder regarded Vegeta and inquired, could you first articulate your wishes? As I understand, the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes, all of which pertain to this planet. My first wish is to unseal the Demon King Piccolo on Earth. My second wish is to rejuvenate the Demon King Piccolo, the Earth's god, and Slug. My third wish is to have Slug return to Namek. I wish to engage him in battle. Indeed, these 3 wishes are all related to the Namekians. Naru, perplexed, posed the question, why concern yourself with those malevolent Namekians? Vegeta elucidated, Demon King Piccolo will inevitably use the Dragon Balls on Earth to regain his youth. Thus, it is wiser to preemptively employ the Dragon Balls of Namek to assist him and the god in their restoration. Were the god to be in his youthful prime, he could undoubtedly merge with the second-generation Demon Piccolo, yielding even greater power. The same applies to Slug, if I am not mistaken. He too has grown stronger by assimilating numerous Namekians. I previously mentioned to you that I can separate the assimilated Namekians. After this division, the benevolent ones will be spared, while the malevolent will be swiftly dealt with. This would also compensate for your population losses, and I would indulge in my pursuits once more. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder remarked, Naru, accompany Vegeta in collecting the Dragon Balls, and subsequently assist him in realizing these 3 wishes. Yes, Grand Elder. The most formidable of the malevolent Namekians, Naru, was equally eager to confront the adversary. Under Naru's guidance, Vegeta swiftly utilized his teleportation to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Near the Grand Elder's abode, Naru summoned the Namekian dragon, Purunga, using the ancient Namekian language. The entire sky of Namek transformed into an ominous black. Chapter 31. The Tragedy of Shrag. After the first wish was granted, an elderly Namekian emerged from the depths of the ocean in a remote part of Earth. Master Roshi and the old Kai immediately sensed the familiar malevolent aura. The Kai gazed down at the unfolding events, bewildered. How could this be? Who has broken the seal? Meanwhile, on Namek, Naru continued to relay Vegeta's wishes to Purunga. Upon the realization of the second wish, the aging Demon King Piccolo and the Kai instantly regained their youth. The Kai stared incredulously at his own hands, exclaiming, This! Who has harnessed the power of the Dragon Balls? Yet, the Dragon Balls have not been fully gathered. Could it be that Vegeta has done this on Namek? Piccolo, too, felt a surge of unexpected joy. Someone has broken the seal and granted me my youth once more. Ha! No matter who it is, you better not regret it, for I shall reign over Earth once again. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal spaceship in the cosmos, a robust Namekian reveled in the ceaseless flow of power, laughing heartily. But in the next instant, he vanished from his location. When he regained his senses, he found himself on a dark planet, gazing at an environment both familiar and alien, alongside a creature in the sky that was speaking. Your wishes have been fulfilled, so farewell. This is Purunga? Wait. Without acknowledging Shrag, Purunga transformed into a beam of light, dispersing into the 7 Dragon Balls. Who is it? Shrag turned to find Naru and Vegeta standing with their arms crossed, watching him. Naru, sensing the immense power within Shrag, remarked, This guy is formidable. Without the Kaioken, I would be no match for him. Vegeta stepped forward with a smile, declaring, He is mine. Should you dare to interfere, I shall be quite displeased. Formidable foe appears, Adult Shrag. Defeat Adult Shrag. Total power level increases to 4. This fellow's battle power is approximately 60 million, if I recall correctly. He is the only one who can amplify his power through gigantification. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta entered the full power dominant energy mode, his battle power soaring to 5 million. 20 times Kaioken. In an instant, Vegeta dashed before Shrag, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen, and as he inflicted damage, he executed the forced separation technique. Immediately, 2 Namekians split from Shrag's back. Naru gasped in astonishment. I never imagined this guy truly assimilated other Namekians. This means his energy has weakened. Before Shrag could comprehend the situation, he was struck by a punch. That punch not only landed well, but also liberated the Namekians he had forcibly assimilated years ago. Vegeta, enveloped in a fierce crimson aura, chuckled. This must be what defeating monsters and collecting loot feels like. His battle power plummeted to a mere 50 million. As Shrag was about to speak, Vegeta delivered another powerful punch directly to his face. This time, 3 Namekians were expelled from him, and Shrag's combat power plummeted to 35 million. After reducing his Kaioken to 10 times, Vegeta pressed Shrag to the ground and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. When Shrag was barely clinging to consciousness, his combat power dwindled to 3 million, and a total of 20 Namekians fell from him. Vegeta raised his hand, channeling a ball of energy aimed at Shrag. This one is mine to eliminate. The rest is for you to manage. The energy wave was released, obliterating Shrag utterly. Defeated formidable foe, Adult Shrag. Hidden reward activated. Defeat a strong enemy without activating the Forced King mode. Reward, 1 Sacred Dragon Ball. Current number of Sacred Dragon Balls, 2. Current host combat power enhancement, AB, 4 of the overflow combat power. Current host combat power, 380,000. Current host's overflow combat power, 219, 160 points. Vegeta gazed with satisfaction at his final multiplied combat power, signifying an elevation in both his potential and talent. System. Allocate 19, 160 points of combat power to Vegeta, rounding it for aesthetic appeal. Vegeta hesitated to bestow too much combat power upon Vegeta to avoid attracting unwanted attention. If Vegeta became excessively powerful, there was a risk that Jinyu might covet his body and propose an exchange. Allocation successful. Current host's overflow combat power, 200,000. Vegeta will increase by 19, 160 points of combat power within a month, but the host's combat power will change immediately. A linear increase of 20,000 points within a month. This is quite reasonable for a scion. Current host combat power, 438,000. Indeed, I must allocate surplus combat power to Kakarot for a greater enhancement. Hurry up, Kakarot. Once you defeat Demon King Piccolo, I can facilitate your rapid ascension. However, it seems Vegeta's combat power has not increased in 2.5 years. Could it be due to his overpowering strength preventing him from encountering worthy adversaries? After vanquishing Shrek, Vegeta exchanged brief pleasantries with Nail before instantly teleporting back to the spaceship. Without hesitation, he seized the two combat-oriented Namekians and once again utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Supreme Kai's palace on Earth. Vegeta, the Supreme Kai turned abruptly, astonished to find two individuals resembling him closely. Are these other Namekians? Why have you brought them to Earth? Vegeta replied, what else would it be for? To enhance your combat capabilities. He then addressed the two Namekians. You have been chosen by the Elder, possessing commendable combat prowess and kind hearts. This Namekian before you is one of the subjects you are to assimilate. Go forth. One of the Namekians stepped forward and greeted, greetings, celestial being of Earth. We have come at the behest of the great Elder of Namek to engage in assimilation with you. Noticing the celestial being's hesitation, the Namekian chuckled, fear not. I shall not perish, merely existing in a different form. Your thoughts shall remain unchanged, rest assured. The celestial being cast a glance at Vegeta, who, with an air of impatience, retorted, spare me your indecisiveness. I have already completed what you failed to do. If you do not comply, I shall obliterate both Earth and Namek. Under Vegeta's coercion, the celestial being and the Namekian underwent assimilation, resulting in a power level soaring to 9,000. Excellent. Now we must seek out King Piccolo. Bring me a rice cooker, and do not forget the talismans and vermilion ink. After the assimilation, he must be resealed. The celestial being frowned at Vegeta. What have you been up to all these years? We shall discuss that later. King Piccolo has emerged. And if no one seals him again, countless innocents will perish. Boo quickly procured a rice cooker. After Vegeta inscribed the sealing talisman, he held the rice cooker in one hand and seized the other Namekian with the other, disappearing in an instant. Just as King Piccolo contemplated where to begin his conquest of the world, he was suddenly knocked unconscious by a swift blow. This one is a villain. I hope your assimilation can instill in him a heart of kindness. The Namekian nodded. Using him as a basis, it may be challenging to influence his mindset. But I shall endeavor to do so. I entrust this to you. In the future, both Earth and the cosmos shall remember your contributions. Once King Piccolo was assimilated in his unconscious state, Vegeta placed the rice cooker on the ground. He utilized the Mafuba technique taught by Master Roshi to seal King Piccolo once more and then cast him back into the sea. They would await the day when Pilaf and his companions gathered the Dragon Balls to release him, after which he would serve as a formidable adversary for Kakarot. Vegeta successfully fulfilled his mission, expelling the second generation of evil Piccolo, thus paving the way for future challenges. Numerous formidable foes awaited, with Frieza being merely one among them. Vegeta understood that with his arrival, more powerful adversaries and troubles would likely emerge, necessitating stronger allies. For instance, the Tournament of Power. While Vegeta was confident in his ability to dominate through sheer strength, who could guarantee that Jiren and others would not grow even stronger by then? Moreover, Vegeta's ultimate aim was not to submit under the rule of the Omni King. If possible, he aspired to overthrow him and establish an entirely liberated universe. Of course, a significant motive lay in the fact that as these individuals grew stronger, his own existence would become less tedious. In the later stages, he could spar with them periodically to alleviate boredom. Growing stronger together was far preferable to the isolation of standing alone in his prowess. Chapter 32. Reunion of Mother and Son. Vegeta returned to the spaceship. Tais approached him, inquiring, why were you gone for so long? Were you secretly dating other girls behind our backs? Hardly. Other than you two. Which other girls do I know? He replied, my sister Bulma. Now that you've mastered instant transmission, can't you visit her anytime? Vegeta settled back into the cockpit, his feet propped up on the console. I have no interest. I'm still in my teenage years, and matters of romance hold no allure for me. At that moment, Hanasiao approached and remarked, even if you're uninterested in romance, you should contemplate the prospect of having children. To revive the Scion royal lineage, both you and Vegeta should consider fathering more offspring. Although there may not be suitable female scions at present, Earth women bear a striking resemblance to us, and should be capable of producing formidable half-scions. I find both of them quite suitable. Upon hearing this, both Womi and Tais flushed with embarrassment. Tais, in particular, exclaimed, Wah, what? You are treating women merely as breeding vessels. Besides, having 2 wives on Earth is illegal. Hanasia crossed her arms. Is that so? What an unreasonable rule. It seems that upon our arrival on Earth, we ought to conquer the planet and revise these regulations. Vegeta leaned back in his chair and cautioned, Hanasia, refrain from causing chaos on Earth. Why not? Are you willing to be confined by a swarm of ants? I will not be constrained by Earth's laws either. But you must promise me not to wreak havoc on the planet, lest you face dire consequences. I'm not jesting. When the time permits, I shall take you to witness heaven and hell. At this, Hanasia felt a twinge of concern. Very well, but whether it's you, Broly, or even Kakarot, you all must father more children. Ideally, each should seek out 10, no, 100 women. That way, the revival of the science will accelerate. Tais and Womi genuinely feared that Vegeta might be led astray by this unreliable ant. Even Jain, feeling awkward, stepped forward and suggested, Your Highness, perhaps this matter should be revisited when they are a bit older. Vegeta rose and addressed Hanasia. Let me express my stance. In the future, any woman I choose will not escape my grasp. However, I disdain the notion of conquest through force, nor would I ever impose upon those women against their will. I desire a mutual affection. Upon hearing this, Hanasia felt a flicker of disappointment. The idea of respecting the feelings of those earthlings, whom she likened to ants, puzzled her. Yet, as Vegeta had made his position clear, and lacking the power to compel him otherwise, she could only accept it in silence. The group had anticipated that Hanasia would cease her inquiries, but she posed yet another startling question. So what do you think of these 2 Earth women? Vomi and Tais gazed in astonishment at Hanasia, their minds preoccupied with Vegito's response. After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Vegito replied, It's acceptable, as long as they can embrace it. The 2 exclaimed in unison, Acceptable? Tais stepped forward, hands on her hips, addressing Vegito. What do you mean by acceptable? We are both stunning beauties. Are you suggesting you would prefer someone akin to an Arditra being? Or perhaps a Namekian? Vomi interjected, Well, Namekians possess no gender. Or rather, they all exhibit similar male characteristics. Vegito turned to Tais and asked, What would you like to hear? Is it unacceptable? Quite dreadful? Tais pulled Vomi closer and inquired, Then tell us, among the 2 of us who are deemed acceptable, who do you think is more so? Without hesitation, Vegito offered his answer, Vomi. Why? At that moment, Vomi's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, secretly delighted. However, Vegito's next statement brought her a tinge of disappointment. Is a reason needed? Clearly, Vomi possesses superior combat prowess. Hanasia nodded in agreement. Indeed, children born of women with greater combat abilities will inherit better talents. Tais, exasperated, pointed at Broly and queried, If Broly were a girl, wouldn't you be drooling over her? What a ridiculous question. Who would choose someone like Broly? After a moment of silence, Vegito replied, That would depend on how she looks as a girl. Enough. I tire of answering such trivial questions. As the debate concluded, Hanasia began to contemplate her own thoughts. Given that Vegeta 3 had perished, should she seek another Earthling to bear a child? Yet, upon recalling the pitiful combat capabilities of Earthlings, her interest waned instantly. 5 days later, the spaceship arrived on Earth, landing in the backyard of Capsule Corporation. Anticipating their arrival, Bulma had been waiting since early morning. As the hatch opened and Vegito descended, Bulma shouted, Hey, Vegito, you silly older brother, how have you all fared these past few years? Vegito approached Bulma and proclaimed, You should call me brother. Bulma chuckled as she ruffled Vegito's hair. Come on, with your height, it feels rather uncomfortable to call you brother. Let's just keep it in our hearts. Have you completed the time machine I requested? Do you think I'm a deity? Such a contraption cannot be constructed in less than a decade or 2. However, I have built you a gravity chamber with 500 times the Earth's gravity. I even made it into a capsule for your convenience. Upon hearing this, Hanasia hurried over and inquired, A gravity chamber with 500 times the weight? Is Earth's technology truly capable of such feats? Bulma looked at Hanasia and asked, And who is she? A relative, and please allow her to stay with you. Now could you prepare us some food? By the way, we now have 4 scions. In Bulma's home, a gathering of individuals indulged in a hearty feast. However, Jain, burdened with deep thoughts, sat in silence, staring at a beef leg. Noticing her demeanor, Hanasia inquired, Jain, are you not feeling well? With a bittersweet smile, Jain replied, It's nothing. I was just pondering how Kakarot is faring these days. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rose and addressed Jain. I had almost forgotten about him. Let us go find him together. Hanasia interjected, You all go ahead. I shall remain here as my hunger is quite pressing. Subsequently, Vegeta teleported with Jain and Broly to the entrance of the small cabin on Baozi Mountain. Thanks to Vegeta's early training, Goku had learned to sense the presence of others. Perceiving several formidable energies suddenly appear at his doorstep, Goku peeked outside. Brother? Vegeta waved cheerfully at Goku. Come here, Kakarot. It really is you, brother. You've returned, Goku exclaimed, dashing toward Vegeta. As he leaped to embrace him, Vegeta caught him midair. Though Goku was now 10 years old, his stature resembled that of a 4 or 5-year-old. Call me Vegeta, and I have brought a few people with me. As Vegeta set Goku down and prepared to introduce them, Jine knelt on the ground, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Goku. Kakarot, do you remember me? Goku scratched his head, looking adorably confused. Who are you? Vegeta gently patted Goku's head, saying, She is your mother, Jine. Call her Mom. Mother? Mom. Jine slowly opened her arms. Kakarot, let Mom hold you. After a moment of hesitation, Goku felt tears streaming down his face for reasons unknown to him. Gazing at the woman before him made his heart ache. He unconsciously murmured, Ma. With a smile, Vegeta encouraged him, Go on. Kakarot. Goku instinctively ran forward and plunged into his mother's embrace. Jine clutched Goku tightly, tears flowing as she rested her head on his small one. Kakarot, Mom has missed you so much. Truly, I feared I would never see you again. Although Goku did not fully comprehend the situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of security and warmth in her arms. Vegeta stood nearby with a contented smile, declaring, Remember, Kakarot, you were born from this woman's womb. She loves you just as much as Grandpa Gohan does, so cherish her. Listening to Vegeta's words, Goku instinctively called out from Jine's embrace, Mom. 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 As he cried out, Kakarot, the hero and supreme warrior of the original tale, found himself weeping uncontrollably. Broly stood by, watching this poignant scene unfold in a daze. After the two embraced, Chieniai took Broly's hand and said, Kakarot, this is your elder brother, Broly. You two should get along well from now on. Then, Chieniai glanced at Vegeta and added, You three brothers must also coexist harmoniously. Vegeta placed his 2 fingers on his forehead and remarked, Chieniai, from now on, you should stay at the Capsule Corporation, but do not train Kakarot too rigorously. His journey has yet to commence. When the day comes that Tai's younger sister seeks him out, let Kakarot embark on an adventure with that girl. Chieniai looked at Vegeta and inquired, Where are you going? Back to Tai's home. No, he replied, I shall spend some time on King Kai's planet. I will not return for the next decade, as there is nothing of significance to attend to. Whoosh. Chapter 33. Each one's new chapter on North Kai's planet. Vegito suddenly appeared on the back of the Kai, pinning him to the ground. Why do you always have to show up at my place? Is it deliberate? Vegito helped North Kai to his feet, chuckling. Haha. I promise I will be more cautious next time. What brings you here this time? Nothing particularly special. I've been feeling rather bored on Earth, so I thought I would visit you and Grandpa Gohan here. Gohan brought over 2 cups of tea and said, Let's have some tea first. How long do you plan to stay this time, little Vegito? Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps a few years or even a decade. Upon hearing this, North Kai immediately spat out the tea he was drinking. What? You plan to stay here for 10 years? What will I have left to eat? What are you saying? You are a respected Kai. If the other Kais find out you can't even afford food, how will they mock you? North Kai took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea off himself and said, It seems you do not understand my true concern. That Jine is one thing, but Broly is also relatively well behaved. The problem lies with that Scion princess. Are you not afraid that one day she might be displeased and annihilate all of humanity? Vegito replied confidently, Rest assured, I understand her. She is not that cruel. A month later, Womi returned to Capsule Corporation, specifically seeking Vegito. She had not sensed Vegito's energy for an entire month and assumed he had subdued it to blend in with ordinary people. However, upon arriving at the corporation, she discovered that Vegito had not returned since he left that day. Tais, hands on her hips, exclaimed in frustration, That guy vanished without even a word. I was looking forward to our next cosmic journey. Womi adjusted her glasses and suggested, I see his spaceship is still here. Shall we go inside and see if we can contact him? All right then. The two entered the spaceship, and the onboard computer system automatically activated. A woman appeared on the screen. Happy birthday, Vegito. Have you thought about your mother this year? This woman is Vegito's mother. Womi quietly observed the image of Princess Vegeta and said, I will record this video and give it to Vegito later. Princess Vegeta spoke at length, asking Vegito if he was enjoying his time on Earth, if he was taking good care of Kakarot, and if he was eating and sleeping on time. By the way, in a few years, you'll reach adulthood. Find yourself a beautiful girl on Earth. Remember, don't choose carelessly. Make sure to find someone you love. Although I am unsure if your father and I truly loved each other, from my observations, human emotions are more complex than ours. Never underestimate any race. And never underestimate the power of love. Learn to love, Vegito. Your mother loves you. After watching the video, Tai Si was reduced to tears, exclaiming, I never anticipated that Vegeta's mother loved him so dearly. Wolmi remained silent, yet was equally moved. Just as they were about to leave, Wolmi discovered an envelope in the control room, addressed to Tai Si. Tai Si, there's a letter for you here. Where? Let me see. Tai Si eagerly took the envelope and tore it open. The letter read, I have embarked on a journey to a distant realm for training, and this spaceship is now yours. However, I am concerned about your capabilities. How contemptuous. Tai Si continued reading, if you wish to travel among the stars, remember to bring someone who can protect you. Vegeta, someone who can protect me? It appears that without a companion of superior combat power, Vegeta will not allow this spaceship to launch. At that moment, another voice resonated within the cabin. Clearly, I am that person. Hannah had somehow entered the spaceship unnoticed. She stepped forward, saying, perfect. Accompany me on a quest through the cosmos to find the surviving Scions, for I am still unaccustomed to Earth. With you by my side, I won't have to worry about provisions during the journey. All right, leave it to me. I just need to make a few modifications to the spaceship before we set off. How do you plan to modify it? Tai Si rolled up her sleeves and replied, of course, I'll add a gravity chamber. When I next see Vegeta, I want to leave him astounded. Hannah nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you possess ambition. You are worthy of being Vegeta's wife. Hey, Hannah, don't say such things. It's too soon for that. Wolmi, having not found what she sought at the Capsule Corporation, followed a lead to Bowsy Mountain. Vegeta? Jine sat on a rock, observing two young Scions playing in the dirt. I don't know. He mentioned training on some planet, and said he wouldn't return for a decade if nothing significant occurred. Upon hearing this, Wolmi's expression fell in disappointment. Very well, thank you, Aunt Jine. Then, Wolmi produced an envelope and handed it to Jine with both hands. There's one more thing. Could you please help me deliver this to Vegeta? Certainly. Wolmi, blushing with concern, said, This letter is very important to me, so please do not show it to anyone. It must be delivered directly to Vegeta. Jine gave a thumbs up, assuring her, rest assured. I will keep it safe. In the year 749 of the Age of Earth, on Namek, Naru, panting heavily, gazed at the young boy before him. I never imagined your rate of progress could be so astonishing, but it's quite inconvenient for you to come here and fight me so frequently. Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Naru. How can one improve without combat? Your own battle prowess has been steadily increasing over the years, hasn't it? The timbre of Vegeta's voice has undergone a transformation, now resembling that of Bardock, slightly deeper than Goku's adult voice, imbued with a hint of coldness. Furthermore, Vegeta's height has finally surged. At the age of 14, he has surpassed 150 centimeters. After consuming a senzu bean, Naru has healed from his injuries. Vegeta inquires, would you like to accompany me to meet the King Kai? After all, you employ his techniques. Naru casts a worried glance in the direction of the Grand Elder. Vegeta reassures him with a smile, there is no need for concern. Nothing will transpire in the short term. Moreover, I can sense any enemy approaching Namek, and I can instantly teleport back if necessary. On Earth, Goku, while carrying a large fish home, is suddenly struck by a vehicle. He remains unfazed, yet the small car is rendered completely inoperable. As the door swings open, a girl with blue hair exits, and, upon spotting Goku, immediately draws a gun, aiming it at him. Fishman monster, prepare to die. She repeatedly pulls the trigger, the bullets impacting Goku's form as if merely tickling him. He then discards the fish and steps closer to inspect the girl. Blue hair. Could you be the girl my brother spoke of? Bulma is taken aback by Goku's seemingly impervious physique. She steps back, murmuring, what brother? No, he said not to let me call him that. Noticing the tail behind Goku, she gasps, a tail? You're a Scion. Goku grins foolishly, yes. Sister, you know about Scions? This face. What is your relation to Vegeta? Goku scratches his head. He is my brother. You're Vegeta's brother? Where is he now? Goku cheerfully points skyward. He is up there. Bulma holsters her gun, responding, you speak as if your brother is deceased. Do you live alone? No, I have another brother and my mother. By the way, would you like to visit my mysterious house? Mysterious house? Goku nods, yes. My brother named our home the Mysterious House. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, the rejuvenated Supreme Kai observes everything in silence. In a separate, enigmatic underground laboratory, Wolmi, clad in a white lab coat, stands before several robots, murmuring, a power that can bring peace to the world. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind her states, indeed, Wolmi, you have witnessed much alongside those extraterrestrials in the cosmos. If Earthlings wish to safeguard themselves, we must utilize our intellect to create something stronger than they. Wolmi glances at the nutrient chamber behind the man, which is concocted from the parental fluid and healing liquid provided by Vegeta. In the nutrient chamber, two figures lay submerged, one resembling Vegeta, while the other bore a striking likeness to Broly. As the middle-aged man reached out to caress Wormy's head, he was met with a vehement rejection. "Do not touch me. We are merely colleagues. And as for the agreement my parents made with you, I do not acknowledge it. If you dare to be disrespectful again, I shall obliterate this laboratory." "Very well. However, Wormy, you must not harbor any doubts regarding our endeavor. Everything we undertake is for the future of humanity." The middle-aged man then cast his gaze upon a mechanical body, stating, "Even if it means transforming ourselves into monsters." Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, aboard Vegeta's spacecraft, Hannah lay soundly asleep. Tai sat by the window, contemplating how to weave her narrative. "I wonder how Vegeta is faring at this moment." Just then, a larger spacecraft appeared behind them, and within that vessel, a middle-aged man knelt before a young man. "Prince Vegeta, I recognize that ship." Now 17 and fully matured, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, gazing out at the circular spacecraft before him. "Paragus, should you dare to deceive us once more, you need not wait for Lord Frieza to act. This prince shall personally deal with you, you worthless fool." Chapter 34. Another reunion. The alarm blared within Tai's spaceship. Hanasia sat up, inquiring, "What is happening?" Tai gazed out at the enormous vessel, remarking, "It seems we are being targeted." "That is, a Frieza Force ship." Shortly thereafter, the Frieza Force's vessel infiltrated Tai's ship's systems, issuing a warning broadcast: "Find a nearby planet to land on, or face extermination." Hanasia closed her eyes, acutely sensing the energy emanating from the opposing ship. There were 20 warriors with power levels exceeding 1,000, 5 surpassing 5,000, and 4 exceeding 10,000, with the strongest nearing a power level of 90,000. Is that the Ginyu Force? Yet, it feels somewhat different. There seems to be an essence reminiscent of Paragus. Upon hearing that the mightiest warrior possessed merely 90,000, Tai was instantly unfazed. After all, her sworn sister wielded a power level of 150,000 and could unleash a tenfold Kaioken in her great ape form. "Let any fool step forward," she mused. Seated comfortably, savoring a lollipop, Tai inquired, "What shall we do, sister?" "Humph. Let us descend and engage them in a game. I am eager to see who among Frieza's forces possesses such formidable strength aside from Ginyu." Meanwhile, aboard the other ship, Vegeta observed a change in the enemy's trajectory and commanded his crew to follow suit. Raditz cautioned, "Your Highness, there appears to be an astonishing power aboard that vessel, perhaps even surpassing yours. If they engage us in battle." With an expression of calmness, Vegeta replied, "No matter, let us not forget that we are Saiyans, capable of transforming into great apes." Paragus turned to Vegeta, "Your Highness, what if they are also Saiyans? Then we shall employ strategy. Nappa and I will hold them at the front, while you find an opportunity to sever their tails. Solutions are devised by the mind. Think more next time," he added, prompting a sense of shame among the others. Vegeta continued, "Once the ship lands, Raditz, conceal your power level and wait for the opportune moment to strike." "Understood." After both ships descended upon a desolate planet, Vegeta led his forces out, swiftly surrounding Tai's vessel. The hatch of Tai's ship opened slowly, and the expressions of several Saiyans grew increasingly grave. "Vegeta, you've grown bold." Vegeta stepped back in astonishment as a familiar woman emerged from the ship's cabin. Mother Queen." Nappa immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, how are you still alive? What, do you not wish for my survival?" Hanasia understood that Vegeta was still under Frieza's command, and those around him would surely report the situation. As one of the few privy to the truth behind the destruction of Vegeta's planet, Frieza would never allow her to live. Similarly, if Vegeta were to return as he is, a grave threat to his life would undoubtedly ensue. The only viable solution at present is to eliminate the majority of those present, inflicting severe injuries upon Vegeta to facilitate his return with a plausible explanation. Thereafter, any intimate discussions could be freely articulated. On the surface, Hana Xiao resembles a ferocious tigress, frequently clamoring for violence. However, she possesses an astute and meticulous nature. With her piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly, it ultimately fixated on Paragus. "It is you." Upon sensing Hanazia's murderous intent, Paragus recoiled repeatedly, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have not betrayed you." "Humph, that is inconsequential. What matters is that this is not the first time I have contemplated your demise. With Broly absent, I am free from his considerations this time." As she spoke, Hana Xiao raised her palm, gathering formidable energy directed at Paragus. In desperation, Paragus grasped Vegeta's hand, pleading, "Prince Vegeta, I beseech you, save me. I am still of use to you. Vegeta, arms crossed and expression impassive, inquired, oh, what use do you still possess? For years, we have followed your leads, scouring dozens of planets to no avail. I can fight for you, Paragus implored, dropping to his knees beside Vegeta. I beg you, your highness. In response, Vegeta delivered a sharp slap across Paragus's face, shattering several of his teeth. Pathetic wretch, if you had not groveled, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Even though the Scions are on the brink of extinction, we certainly do not require the likes of you. Observing Vegeta's indifference to his own peril, Paragus succumbed to rage, desperately fleeing. Yet, at that moment, Hanazia's energy wave had fully coalesced, and with a wicked smile, she aimed at Paragus. Disperse. Explosive wave. A colossal, destructive energy blast was instantly unleashed from her hands, obliterating Paragus in midair without leaving a trace. As she sensed Paragus's energy dissipate along with the shockwave of the explosion, Hanasia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Filthy fireworks. Her display of power rendered the entire Vegeta army paralyzed with fear. Even Vegeta's brow was slick with cold sweat. Nevertheless, he defiantly remarked, do you derive pleasure from bullying mere lackeys? Mother, your standards have certainly declined. Hanasia, hands on her hips, looked at Vegeta and asked, what? Does my prince still wish to practice against his own mother? With your meager combat prowess, even transformed into a great ape, you would not stand a chance against me. I foresee that when the Scions one day revive, they need not name their planet Vegeta. It shall be renamed Hanasia Planet. And you, my son, merely need to hide behind the queen and be a good little boy. Veins bulging on Vegeta's forehead, he retorted, if you truly possess such capability, why have you spent these years in hiding? Vegeta never anticipated that his mother would mock him so openly. It seemed that engaging in battle was inevitable today. Hanasia remarked with a smile, are you hiding in the shadows? My combat prowess has steadily increased over the years, surpassing even that of your aunt. In contrast, you, to survive, can only grovel beneath the feet of that diminutive Frieza. I refuse to acknowledge you as my son. Vegeta stepped forward defiantly, declaring, all you spineless creatures retreat. Today, I must teach this woman, who dares to insult Lord Frieza, a lesson. At his command, Nappa withdrew with his team. Meanwhile, Raditz remained concealed, observing intently. As Hanasia and Vegeta locked eyes, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of blue energy and charged at Hanasia, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her head midair. Hanasia, with a slight smile, effortlessly blocked the strike. Pathetically weak, she taunted as Vegeta quickly distanced himself. You think this is all my power? Vegeta retorted, preparing to unleash his full strength. The real show has just begun. Vegeta's energy surged, ultimately reaching a staggering combat power of 110,000. Yet, Hanasia stood with one hand on her hip, laughing. Exhausting your stamina for a mere illusion of strength hardly qualifies as a challenge. Very well. I shall lower my power to entertain you. In an instant, both vanished from sight, and simultaneously, a tremendous shockwave erupted between them. Hanasia's elbow collided with Vegeta's knee. The strain was evident on Vegeta's face, while Hanasia remained unfazed, smiling serenely. Is this all you can muster? Without granting Vegeta a moment's respite, Hanasia seized his ankle and delivered a fierce kick, sending him flying back toward his troops. As he regained his footing, a deluge of energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm. The sound of explosions filled the air, and the battlefield became a scene of chaos, with limbs scattered amidst the devastation. After just one barrage of energy blasts, only Nappa remained alive among Vegeta's ranks. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta was seen shielding himself with crossed arms. Though his battle suit was considerably damaged, he had sustained minimal injury. Once the riffraff were dealt with, Hanasia descended before Vegeta. He stumbled back in alarm, yet Hanasia showed no inclination to continue the fight. You hiding over there, she called. I will give you 3 seconds to present yourself. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, Raditz dashed forward, kneeling before Hanasia. Upon seeing Raditz, Hanasia expressed surprise. Oh, is that the little one from the giant family? I did not expect you to have survived. Your mother will surely be delighted to see you. Raditz immediately lifted his head to gaze at Hanasia. My mother is still alive. Indeed, she is currently with Kakarot, and in due time, you shall have the opportunity to meet once more. Subsequently, Hanasia turned her attention to Vegeta. I hope I did not hurt you. Vegeta, somewhat bewildered, replied, no, not at all. Pray, tell me about your years. How have you fared? Chapter 35. The guidance of Hanasia. After listening to the experiences of Vegeta and others over the years, Hanasia clenched her fists in anger. Damn Jinyu. How dare he seize Princess Vegeta's body? You mean that Guy's combat power has already reached 300,000? Vegeta replied, indeed. Ever since Jinyu took Ant's body, he has been training relentlessly, and Frieza has been quite supportive of him. Under such circumstances, if Jinyu were to transform into a great ape, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to truly liberate Ant. Hennessy scoffed, humph, a mere 300,000 combat power. Mother? Do you remember your cousin named Vegito? Is he still alive? Hennessy turned to the spaceship and remarked, indeed, that vessel was modified from the propulsion system he used to escape planet Vegeta. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that Vegito's strength is astonishing, at least 100 times greater than mine. Nanny. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were all taken aback. Hennessy then revealed even more astonishing news. Moreover, Paragus' son Broly possesses potential that surpasses Vegito. Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired, if you truly possess such power, why not confront Frieza directly to settle this once and for all? They had already sensed Frieza's level. Even when he maintained only 10 of his energy, his combat power was unfathomable. Of course, Vegeta and the others were unaware that Frieza's true strength was far beyond what he had displayed, mistakenly believing that the 10 he exhibited represented his full power. Vegeta calculated. Frieza's combat power must be nearing 20 million, and for some unknown reason, even without training, his strength has been increasing at an astonishing rate. The longer this goes on, the less chance we have against Frieza. Upon hearing this news, Hennessy was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that, aside from the Science, Frieza's rate of power enhancement was also so rapid. Vegito had once said that until someone mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would never confront Frieza. Super Saiyan, isn't that merely a legend? Hennessy pondered aloud. I once asked him the same, but he mentioned that as long as one discovers the correct method, any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan. I see. So a Super Saiyan is a transformation. Did he ever reveal the method of transformation to you? Hennessy gazed at Vegeta. He did, through tranquility and fury. Tranquility and fury? What does that mean? Vegito had said that modern Saiyans were too preoccupied with their conquests and brutal methods, coupled with the inherent warrior nature of the Saiyan bloodline. It was rare for a Saiyan to possess a tranquil heart. Over time, the Super Saiyan had become but a legend, when Saiyans maintain a prolonged state of inner tranquility. A particular type of cell, referred to as S cells, is secreted within their bodies. These S cells are pivotal for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once the quantity of S cells reaches a certain threshold, one can ascend to Super Saiyan status under the intense provocation of extreme rage. At this juncture, Hennessy closed her eyes. Upon learning this revelation, I have been tempering my demeanor over the past few years. While it may not immediately grant me the ability to become a Super Saiyan, it has significantly enhanced my control over energy. I dare say that even if you and I possess identical techniques and combat prowess, you would not prevail against me. Of course, in addition to the number of S cells and the presence of extreme anger, foundational combat strength remains crucial. Given your current level of combat ability, even if you were to transform into a Super Saiyan, it is unlikely you would stand a chance against Frieza. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. On this day, he understood that he stood behind 3 other Saiyans. He could barely see his mother, Hennessy, yet the 2 in front felt distant. The remnants of his self-confidence had nearly shattered completely. Observing Vegeta's despondent demeanor, Hennessy reached out to pat his head with a smile. Do not be disheartened. After all, you have not diligently practiced over the years. Relying solely on gravity will gradually diminish the effectiveness of your training. It is commendable that you have come this far on your own. I still believe you are a genius among Saiyans. With the right approach, I am confident you will soon catch up to me. Vegeta murmured, the right approach? How am I to find it? Hennessy gazed upward at the sky and replied, travel to Yardrat. Approach it with a peaceful mindset, and you will gain greater strength there. Additionally, there is Namek. Seek out the Grand Elder of Namek, who can assist you in augmenting your power. But remember to tread carefully. A formidable warrior with a combat power exceeding 10 million resides there. When you arrive at these places, mention that I sent you. At that moment, Ties flew over from the spacecraft, causing Vegeta and the others to grow vigilant once more. There is no need for alarm. She is my companion. Ties alighted beside Hennessy and asked, are you not finished yet, leader? Are these also Saiyans? Vegeta scrutinized Ties and inquired, who is this individual? Hennessy embraced Ties and replied, she is a human from Earth, also my companion. We have been traversing the universe in search of other surviving Saiyans. By the way, Ties, this is my son, Vegeta. Handsome, isn't he? Upon hearing this, Ties became intrigued and approached Vegeta, saying the leader's son? That makes him the Prince of Saiyans, doesn't it? He bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Naturally, he is Vegeta's cousin. Thais extended her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Thais, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness." Vegeta hesitated for a moment. Instead of extending his hand to Thais, he arrogantly crossed his arms and let out a disdainful huff. Humph. Thais felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her hand, thinking to herself that this prince seemed even more arrogant than Vegeta. Do not mind him. He has had this foul temper since childhood. At that moment, Vegeta remarked, "If we return from this endeavor in defeat, Frieza will undoubtedly be displeased. However, if we can successfully conquer the planet Artatrat and present it to him, he may overlook our failures. Do you dare?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "Let us not forget that this is the very essence of our Saiyan heritage, and Artatrat is indeed included in our mission. Even if we choose not to attack, it is likely that the Jinyu force will soon intervene. We might as well make use of the situation. After we have learned what we need, we can seize it ourselves." After a moment of silence, Hennessy turned to Thais and said, "Thais, please return to the ship and wait for me." Once Thais departed, Hennessy erupted with a terrifying aura, her face contorting into an evil smile. If we are to provide Frieza with an explanation, there are many ways to do so, and you may also use this opportunity to enhance your own strength. 3 minutes later, Hennessy returned to Thais's ship, while Vegeta and the others lay unconscious, their bodies bruised and battered. Hennessy, exasperated, seated herself at the helm and remarked, "A bunch of reckless fools. Vegeta and Artatrat are under a protection agreement. With that level of combat prowess, they dare to covet Artatrat?" Thais inquired, "Are you suggesting that we simply beat him up and leave? What else do you expect? Do you want me to kill them? I mean, wouldn't it be better if you embraced him and expressed your feelings for him over the years?" After a moment of contemplation, Hennessy murmured, "Doing so would be quite embarrassing for him, and for me as well. You and your son truly lack candor. In comparison, Vegeta is much more forthright." Hennessy smiled at Thais, recalling her previous words. "I remember you stating that you would not accept sharing your beloved with another. But if Vegeta had to choose between you and Womi, would you still wish to be with him?" Thais mimicked Hennessy's posture, crossing her arms. "If one cannot remain steadfast and loyal in love, then all is moot. No matter how fond I may be of him, I will not compromise. If he truly cares for me, he should love only me." Chapter 36. Arise, Dragon. In this year, Hennessy and Thais located Vegeta and the other three, leaving behind a discreet means of communication. Simultaneously, Goku accompanied Bulma in the quest for the Dragon Balls, encountering no significant obstacles along the way, ultimately gathering the 7 orbs with remarkable ease. Goku, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puer gathered around the Dragon Balls. With excitement, Bulma inquired, "Goku, do you have a special wish you wish to fulfill?" Goku scratched his head and murmured, "I'm not sure, but I've noticed that my mother often misses my father. If possible, I would like to bring him back to life." Bulma, deeply moved by his words, responded, "That is a wonderful wish. In that case, I shall postpone my aspiration to become the most beautiful woman in the world. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish," she commanded. In the next moment, the sky transformed into night, and the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with dazzling light until they soared into the heavens, morphing into a magnificent green dragon. Witnessing such a spectacular sight, alongside the dragon's imposing figure, everyone felt a wave of astonishment. Oolong was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Is this the dragon?" The dragon lowered its head and addressed the crowd, "Speak your wishes. I can fulfill any desire." Bulma smiled at Goku, encouraging him, "Go ahead, Goku. You are the true hero of our Dragon Ball collection." "All right." Goku stepped forward and declared, "Dragon, I wish to resurrect my father," under the hopeful gazes of his companions. The dragon replied, "I'm afraid I cannot grant that wish." "What? Why?" Goku exclaimed. "Because your father, Bardock, is not deceased," the dragon clarified. Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over the group, and Bulma inquired, "Then can you bring Goku's father here?" After a moment of silence, the dragon responded, "Regrettably, that is also beyond my capabilities." At this point, everyone except Goku regarded the dragon with disdain, while Yamcha and Puer whispered to each other, "Didn't they say this dragon could grant any wish?" "Perhaps it's a fake dragon," suggested Yamcha. Bulma frowned and retorted, "What nonsense. If you can't grant wishes, then don't proclaim that you can fulfill any desire. This certainly exceeds my abilities, as Bardock is not within this universe. In truth, even I do not know Bardock's current whereabouts. My powers can only influence matters within this universe," the dragon explained. After absorbing the dragon's explanation, the group fell into contemplation, deliberating on how to make their wishes. This dragon is rather unreliable. I hope my wish to become the most beautiful girl doesn't turn me into an old hag, mused Bulma. Yamcha proposed, why not let me take that wish? Hee hee. Oolong, suppressing his own lewd desire, planned to seize an opportunity to voice it suddenly. Noticing Oolong's furtive demeanor, Bulma seemed to recall something, and with a stoic expression, she drew a pistol and aimed it at Oolong's head. Vegeta sent me an email, cautioning me that when we gather the Dragon Balls in the future, we must be particularly vigilant of a small pig-like figure known for its ability to transform. This individual is likely to make a trivial wish when no one is paying attention. He advised me to deal with this little pig before making any wishes. Oolong promptly raised his hands and exclaimed, I haven't said anything yet. Please don't harm me. At that moment, Bulma suddenly turned and inquired, Shenron, can you create a time machine? Manipulating time is a grave transgression within the cosmic laws. Shenron, fully aware of this, typically would deny such capabilities. However, the current circumstances were different. Having already lost face twice, a third embarrassment would undermine his reputation as the dragon capable of fulfilling any wish. Furthermore, these individuals were merely children. Allowing them to play with such power was harmless, as the higher authorities would remain oblivious to their actions. Very well, do you truly desire a time machine? Shenron asked. Bulma, filled with excitement, responded affirmatively, absolutely. That is my wish. In the next instant, a time machine materialized before them. Resembling the one invented by Bulma from the future timeline, the very one Trunks would eventually use. The operational instructions have been implanted into your memory. But I must caution you that this time machine's energy reserves permit only a single round trip to any timeline. Farewell. With that, Shenron ascended into the sky as if fleeing, dispersing into the 7 Dragon Balls that scattered across the world's corners. Bulma lowered her gaze towards Goku and said, I apologize, Son Goku. I couldn't resist making such an absurd wish. Goku, with his hands clasped behind his head, laughed heartily and replied, no worries. As long as you find it useful. Besides, I now know that my father is still alive. I will return to Paoju Mountain to inform my mother. Bulma approached the time machine, examining it closely, noticing a string of English written on its support frame. Hope. Whose inscription could this be? She thought little of it. For the time machine had been transported from a lost timeline, having undergone repairs along the way, and its original owner could no longer use it. Subsequently, Bulma, relying on her memory, transformed the time machine into a capsule. With this device at hand, Vegeta should be able to accomplish whatever he desires, and later, she would see if her father could replenish its fuel. At this moment, Yamcha stepped forward and asked, Bulma, who is this Vegeta you keep mentioning? Goku interjected. He is my brother, an invincible being. Invincible? Yamcha chuckled softly to himself. Even Goku was utterly powerless against my Wolf-Fang fist. Such claims of invincibility are likely mere boastfulness. On that day, I found myself too famished to retaliate, and moreover, enough, Goku, you need not explain. Bulma is the goddess of my heart, the first girl who has not succumbed to my charm. Now that a rival has emerged, let us settle this matter like men when we next meet. Goku cast a gaze at Yamcha that was as piercing as a death stare. Yet he refrained from uttering another word. Even the simple-minded Goku understood a universal truth. Kind words often fail to persuade a stubborn fool. Bulma addressed Yamcha. I have already informed you that I hold no feelings for you, and besides, Vegeta is akin to a sworn brother to me. He mentioned that he would introduce me to a prince in due course. Yamcha casually flicked his bangs. I must be the very prince he speaks of. Though if he were to bring along some downtrodden prince, then I shall let that prince experience the wrath of my Wolf-Fang fist. Puar chimed in. Master Yamcha is truly magnificent. Yamcha tossed his unwashed hair. Indeed, though it may sound immodest, as long as we train under Master Roshi. It won't be long before I become the invincible one. Come, let us seek out Master Roshi together. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a green, octopus-like alien suddenly found himself confronted by a figure. Who are you? Vegeta smiled at him and replied, the invincible one. You may call me Vegeta. In an instant, the green octopus struck a button with one of its tentacles. The next moment, Vegeta found himself surrounded by a dozen uniformed individuals. What do you intend to do to the Galactic King? Hands up. After surveying his captors, Vegeta declared, I wish to join the Galactic Patrol, albeit as an intern. At that moment, a figure resembling a sorrowful Ultraman noted Vegeta's tail and addressed the Galactic King. Your Majesty, this fellow appears to be a scion. A scion? Desiring to join the Galactic Patrol? Vegeta inquired of the Galactic King. Is that not permissible? The Galactic King asked. Have you ever invaded another planet? No. I was but a newborn when planet Vegeta was destroyed. I seek to perform good deeds to atone for the sins of my kind. Very well. Vegeta was taken aback by the Galactic King's unexpected acquiescence. He then added, I require no compensation, but I have one condition. The Galactic King raised several tentacles to his head. No compensation? Pray tell, what is your condition? I wish to partner with a fellow named Mers. The Galactic King called out, Mers, are you present? At that moment, a man with a fringe of white hair stepped forward. I am here. What is your command? You heard what this scion said. Are you willing to partner with him? Mers cast a glance at Vegeta and immediately noticed the earrings he wore. Patera? No. That is incorrect. It is a falsehood. He still possesses the aura of the king of the realm and has specifically sought me out. Could it be that he has discerned my true identity? Regardless, Vegeta has successfully piqued Meru's interest. Well, I am willing. Chapter 37. Galactic Officer Vegeta. After a simple initiation ceremony, Vegeta bore the emblem of a galactic officer upon his uniform. Subsequently, Melz graciously addressed him, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Vegeta. From this day forth, you are one of us in the ranks of the galactic officers. Now, Mr. Vegeta, please follow me. You have arrived just in time. I have a mission that requires my immediate attention. With your assistance, the burden of this task will be considerably alleviated. Melz escorted Vegeta aboard a small spacecraft, which ascended into the cosmos. Vegeta sat silently, resting his feet upon the control panel of the craft. Melz, sensing the silence, inquired, Mr. Vegeta, what prompted you to seek me out? Well, many years ago, I encountered a feline being on planet Vegeta. That individual was formidable and accompanied by a subordinate. You bear a striking resemblance to that subordinate, Vegeta replied. Mel's heart raced at this revelation, yet he maintained a composed smile as he asked, And how did you come to know my name, Mr. Vegeta? Are you familiar with planet Kinesa? It harbors a remarkable technique that allows one to glimpse the future. My father possessed such an ability, and a fragment of it has been inherited by me. Mel's smile gradually turned bittersweet. I wonder, Mr. Vegeta, what future did you behold? Is it related to me? Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, I witnessed an image and a conversation. I saw you, and your name, Melz, was spoken amidst our exchange. In the vision, we appeared to be sparring. Following the clues, I discerned the insignia on your uniform, leading me to conclude that you are indeed one of the galactic officers. Though Vegeta's explanation was somewhat coherent, Melz still sensed something amiss. Suddenly, Vegeta launched a rapid punch towards Mel's head. In response, Melz raised his hand with even greater swiftness to block the blow. Mr. Vegeta, it is quite rude to strike others without provocation, is it not? Strong enemy appears, Apprentice Angel Melz. Defeating Apprentice Angel Melz increases total combat value to 100. Vegeta understood that defeating Melz was beyond his capabilities, thus he disregarded the system notification. Even if he were to overcome Melz, he imagined the High Priest would swiftly arrive to chastise him. With a smile, Vegeta declared, Melz, I require your training. Mel's expression turned grave as he turned to Vegeta and asked, Why? I wish to grow stronger. I aspire to overthrow Frieza. After a moment of contemplation, Melz replied, First, let us complete the mission. Shortly thereafter, the spacecraft piloted by Melz arrived at a planet. Vegeta could sense the planet was under siege. Melz addressed Vegeta, saying, Mr. Vegeta, this planet is currently under siege by the Frieza force, whose actions parallel those of your fellow Scions. What reason do I have to trust you, Scions? Just as Melz was about to open the hatch, Vegeta spoke slowly, the Super Saiyan God. What? Melz turned to look at Vegeta, who continued. The mightiest strength of the Scions arises not from anger, but from benevolence. This inherent quality gave birth to the very first Super Saiyan God in history. The Super Saiyan God wielded his power against darkness and chaos, although he ultimately met with failure. His existence undeniably attests that the true strength of the Scions is rooted in goodness. Melz was unaware of the legends surrounding the Super Saiyan God, but verifying them would not prove difficult. Thus, he inquired further, why do you claim that the power of the Super Saiyan God stems from kindness? Because the birth of the Super Saiyan God necessitates the energy infusion from 6 benevolent Scions into another virtuous Scion. If you believe that the Scions embody malevolence, I must inform you that you are mistaken. Melz slightly lowered his head, acknowledging that Vegeta was indeed correct. One could not conclude the nature of an entire collective based solely on limited experiences. However, he reminded Vegeta, yet, you also stated that justice ultimately failed. Vegeta stepped out of the spacecraft, declaring, that is precisely why I seek you. The power I am in pursuit of transcends that of the Super Saiyan God. Melz smiled once more, replying, let us first address the immediate dilemma, Mr. Vegeta. Vegeta stretched his limbs and placed his fingers on his forehead, stating, the invaders number in the thousands. Your ship cannot possibly accommodate such a multitude of prisoners, can it? Killing is not the sole solution, Mr. Vegeta. In this matter, I wish to see how you choose to proceed. Vegeta chuckled. I understand you wish to witness my resolution without resorting to murder. Before arriving, I did some research on the Galactic Patrol. We are permitted to take lives only in dire circumstances. Yet, my inclination is to eliminate all the invaders. Of course, if you wish to observe a fa of hypocrisy, I could spare them a life. Mels regarded Vegeta calmly, stating, you need not perform for my sake. Decide for yourself. But, do you believe they deserve death? They have taken millions of lives on this planet, yet the Galactic Patrol will not execute these offenders. According to protocol, we are only allowed to apprehend and transport them to Galactic Prison. But is that truly fair to those who have perished on this planet? Mels inquired. Are you suggesting that killing is an eye for an eye? I can only say that from the perspective of the victims, I cannot accept such an outcome. I find no sorrow in the demise of planet Vegeta, for countless worlds have suffered at the hands of the Psiots. To the inhabitants of those planets, our actions are unforgivable. Likewise, Frieza is an entity I cannot absolve. As Vegeta spoke, Mels contemplated his words, perceiving a perspective that seemed uncharacteristic of a Psion. At the very least, a typical Psion would not dwell so deeply on matters of sin and retribution, life and death. What if I were to require your forgiveness of Frieza in order to accompany you in training? Mels inquired. Vegeta responded. I regret to say that I lack the authority to forgive Frieza on behalf of the fallen Psiots. While I indeed seek strength, I am not obligated to tread your path. If our philosophies diverge, let us each follow our own course. Mels interjected, wait, what is it? Mels closed his eyes and remarked, I never expected to encounter a Psion such as yourself. You truly resemble me, though regrettably, I do not possess your nonchalance or your freedom. My existence has been shackled by neutrality, and I have endured much injustice as a result. Once we resolve matters here, let us entrust them to our allies. Then we shall train together. Vegeta smiled and replied, very well, but for now, I intend to resolve this issue in my own manner. Mel stated, I will report that I was incapacitated by the enemy, but thereafter, you must handle things on your own. 1,000 foes, you say? Very well. It will take but a few minutes. With that, Vegeta vanished instantaneously from his location. In less than a second, he was capable of dispatching an adversary. 3 minutes later, Vegeta returned to Mel's side. By the way, it seems you have some spirit. Your tone suggests you may know my true identity, yet you choose to remain silent. We are still good friends. Upon completing their mission, Mels escorted Vegeta back to report. On board the ship, Vegeta took the initiative to ask, have you ever considered living as a mortal? To forsake eternal life and unimaginable power in exchange for freedom? Mels furrowed his brow slightly and replied, I am uncertain if that is feasible, nor do I dare to discuss it with my elders. Surely, the words you spoke earlier were mere fabrications, Mr. Vegeta? The mystic fist ought to be incapable of perceiving divine matters. Vegeta chuckled. In my view, there are few who can be deemed divine. Nevertheless, you are correct. I indeed deceived you just now. How did you come by this knowledge? Mels queried. If I speak the truth, will you apprehend me? Mels chuckled. Perhaps it is best left unspoken. Let us afford each other some dignity. Mels speculated that Vegeta had traversed time, though he would not inquire further regarding the means of such a journey. After all, should Vegeta acknowledge it, the only outcome would be his arrest. Following their report to the Galactic King, Mels requested a brief respite. So, where would you like to train? Vegeta placed his hand upon Melis's shoulder and said, before we commence our training, allow me to take you to a splendid place, abundant with delectable delights. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta and Melis were transported to the celestial realm of the earth. Upon their sudden arrival, the deities gazed at Melis and Vegeta, and for some inexplicable reason, a compelling urge to kneel overwhelmed them as they beheld Melis. Vegeta, who is this esteemed companion of yours? One inquired. Vegeta gently patted Melis's shoulder and replied, this is my friend and colleague. By the way, I am now a galactic officer. Should Earth encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Please prepare us some delightful refreshments, and furthermore, we wish to enter that chamber. Chapter 38. The Time Chamber. After a hearty meal, Vegeta patted his round belly. All right, let us take a brief respite of 10 minutes before we enter. By the way, I shall bring another person along for training. The deity nearby interjected. The time chamber can accommodate only 2 individuals. Otherwise, there will be no means of exit. Vegeta stroked his chin and inquired, Myrus, can you transcend the barriers of space? No need for trouble. Since such a chamber exists, I can make a few modifications, Myrus replied. Is that so? Then I must trouble you to make those adjustments first, while I fetch someone. Vegeta instantaneously teleported to Bunyan Mountain, where Broly was laboriously carrying a large tree uphill. Upon seeing Vegeta's sudden appearance, Broly promptly set the tree down. Brother, Vegeta approached him, saying, "Come, I will take you to a splendid place for training." However, Broly hesitated, "But I need to consult with Mother first." "Very well, let us go together." Upon arriving at Bunyan Mountain, Chini sensed Vegeta's aura and greeted him from afar. "Hey, little Vegeta, it's been a while." "Indeed, it has been a while, Chini. Has Goku already set out to train?" "He left earlier this year with a blue-haired girl. Since you advised against Broly participating in Goku's affairs, he has remained here with me." Upon reaching the mysterious house, Vegeta noticed a portrait of Gohan resting on a cabinet. "I should take Goku to visit Gohan when the opportunity arises. By the way, Chini, the purpose of my visit is to take Broly for a few days of training." "Just a few days?" "Yes, we shall return within 3 days at most, leaving you to spend some time alone at home." Chini rummaged through a drawer and handed Vegeta an envelope. "Do not worry about me. This is a letter from Womi." "Womi?" Vegeta opened the envelope to find a brief confession written inside. "We are each other's divine gifts, from your Womi." Beyond that, there were no further words. "She has been here?" "Yes, she came alone. Do you wish to greet her?" Vegeta tucked the envelope away, saying, "No need. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." Vegeta returned with Broly to the Supreme Kai's temple. At that moment, Myris had completed the modifications to the time chamber, lifting not only the restriction of admitting only 2 individuals, but also the time constraints. Vegeta turned to Broly and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." "Then let us proceed." The 3 entered the time chamber together, while Myris discreetly observed Broly. "This scion is quite remarkable. It is likely that even without special training, he will someday grow to pose a threat to the gods of destruction." With this thought in mind, Myris asked, "Will your companion be engaging in the same training as you?" "No. I wish for you to instruct him on how to harness his immense power. His potential is nearly boundless, yet when his strength reaches a certain threshold, he becomes uncontrollable." Myers immediately discerned that Broly was a kind-hearted scion, even more benevolent than Vegeta. Without hesitation, Myers acquiesced to this request, for the ramifications of such a being losing control could jeopardize the entirety of the universe. "Then, Mr. Vegeta, what is it that you wish to cultivate?" Vegeta gazed seriously at Myers and replied, "The techniques of the divine. I seek to understand the threshold of combat power required for their execution." Myers responded with a smile, "There are no limitations. Anyone can cultivate, regardless of the strength of their energy. The essence lies in comprehension. Naturally, those with greater power will yield more significant results. That is undeniable. The pressing question now is, whom should I teach first?" Vegeta placed his hand on Broly's shoulder and said, "Let us begin with this child. I also have techniques I wish to explore on my own." "Very well, Mr. Broly, please follow me." Vegeta flew away, and then conjured an artificial moon. Casting it into the sky, let it merge with the air. In the next moment, a colossal ball of energy manifested in the heavens. As Vegeta observed this energy sphere, his physique began to enlarge. He focused intently on the transformation occurring within him, feeling a torrent of ferocious energy surging forth. Along with this energy came a tumultuous awareness attempting to engulf his consciousness, yet Vegeta effortlessly suppressed it. Once the energy ceased its overflow, Vegeta had fully transformed into a great ape. He gazed at his enormous hand, murmuring, "So this is the sensation of the great ape's power. If I can learn to channel this energy, I too can wield it in my human form, just like Broly." In an instant, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave that shattered the artificial moon. He then diligently compressed his inner power, actively reverting to his human form. However, upon transformation, his eyelids turned black, and his pupils glimmered gold. It resembled the appearance of Majin Vegeta, akin to the eyes of a Super Saiyan 4. Yet, it was merely a change in his eyes. No other traits of the Super Saiyan 4 manifested. Vegeta's aura became increasingly sinister, drawing the attention of both Myers and Broly. Myers cast a worried glance towards Vegeta's direction. "Mr. Vegeta." In the next moment, Vegeta teleported back to their side. "It seems you have mastered a certain power, one that has rendered your aura malevolent." Vegeta observed his palm and replied, "Indeed, it is merely a shift in my energy. I am emulating Broly, harnessing the power of the great ape in my human form." Myers, astonished, looked at Vegeta and exclaimed, "You achieved this in just one attempt?" "Indeed, but in this state, my precision in controlling energy diminishes. This form is ill-suited for engaging with formidable opponents, and I sense that my desire for combat and bloodshed has intensified. Moreover, this form only enhances my strength tenfold, although it can be combined with the Kaioken. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Vegeta possesses the capability to rival Frieza." Myers nodded, remarking, "Mr. Vegeta's talent is truly astonishing. While he has acquired a new power, he has swiftly discerned its drawbacks. Upon reverting from the great ape form to his normal state, Vegeta stated, "This can be considered my negative energy enhancement form. Now, let me demonstrate my positive energy enhancement form." As Vegeta prepared to absorb energy, he realized that within the hyperbolic time chamber, the only sources of energy available to him were Mears and Broly. Although it is possible to rely solely on their energy, the process would take considerable time. Thus, Vegeta decided to explain his domineering energy mode to Mears. In response, Mears said, "From a neutral perspective, the Great Ape form undoubtedly serves you better, efficient, and expedient. Furthermore, even without transforming into a Great Ape, the strength of your body will significantly increase once the Great Ape power is harnessed. I believe that power itself is neither inherently good nor bad. It largely depends on the individual wielding it. I have encountered those endowed with divine power who committed heinous acts, as well as those who wielded dark forces to save countless lives." Vegeta beamed with a hearty laugh. "Haha, hearing you say that reassures me. Otherwise, I would fear you might perceive me as a villain. To be candid, throughout my journey of growth over the past few years, I have encountered many mentors who hesitated to teach me their techniques due to the somewhat sinister nature of my energy." Mears chuckled as well. Perhaps they understand that a person requires more time to truly develop. He glanced at Broly, adding, "Just as with Mr. Broly, if his aura were to fully erupt, it would manifest as pure chaos. Yet, I can easily discern that Mr. Broly possesses a very kind heart." 6 months passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly had become capable of training independently using Mears' methods. Meanwhile, Mears commenced training with Vegeta. "Mr. Vegeta, mastering this technique requires a prerequisite, not merely strength, but combat experience. Without sufficient combat experience, you will be unable to execute this technique, even if you meet the other criteria. Therefore, in the first phase, we must engage in consistent practice until your combat experience reaches a substantial level." "Understood. Let us begin." Another 6 months later, Vegeta's training and combat experience was nearly complete, and he was now practicing alongside Broly, with Mears providing guidance. "Rely on instinct for evasion and strikes. Do not contemplate anything else. Just as a person instinctively withdraws their hand when touching a red-hot metal. When one becomes aware that molten metal can inflict burns, it is only natural to evade it. This instinct should be infused into every nuance of combat." In this moment, Vegeta faced Broly's relentless barrage of attacks with an impassive demeanor. Each strike from Broly was deftly sidestepped by Vegeta, who managed to evade with the slightest of margins. For Vegeta, if a mere centimeter could suffice to dodge an attack, why squander energy moving a full meter to avoid it? After a brief exchange, both Vegeta and Broly retreated simultaneously. Vegeta entered a state of singular focus. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Broly surged towards Vegeta, launching another punch, yet Vegeta refrained from employing any amplified techniques. Merely with his eyes shut and a stoic expression, he raised his hand to intercept Broly's strike. Witnessing this, Meru's exclaimed, "This sensation." Gradually, Vegeta opened his eyes, and at that moment, his pupils transformed into a silvery hue. However, there was no energy emanating from him. His hairstyle remained unchanged, and his hair did not glow. He even lacked the serene composure typically seen in his state of free memory. With a confident smile, Vegeta declared, "Excellent. It seems I have grasped something even more remarkable." Chapter 39. The ultimate essence of Vegeta. Mel's hovered before Vegeta, scrutinizing the changes that had transpired in him. Regrettably, this was not the true essence of the ultimate technique. In fact, it likely had not even reached the threshold of the ultimate technique's initial manifestation. Vegeta gazed at his hands, acutely aware that his body had indeed undergone a transformation in an instant, yet his energy remained unchanged. Those who enter the state of ultimate essence typically possess an unwavering calmness. How would you describe your current emotional state? As usual, I find that I do not need to maintain absolute tranquility. Perhaps this state is more advantageous for me. Upon hearing this, Mel's assumed a combat stance and declared, "I shall engage you in a spar. I will match my energy to yours, allowing you to compare the two." Vegeta responded with a grin, "Bring it on." In an instant, Mel's vanished from sight, reappearing to engage in a fierce exchange with Vegeta. Mel's attacks were sharp and relentless, pressing forward as Vegeta, smiling, deftly retreated and evaded Mel's strikes with ease. "Now for a counterattack." With those words, Vegeta launched a punch toward Mel's face. Mel's effortlessly sidestepped, and after exchanging thousands of blows, Mel's called for a pause. "I see now, I understand. Your ultimate technique lacks the divine essence to propel it. which is why your current state cannot achieve the complete separation of body and consciousness. Furthermore, the ultimate essence you are employing cannot yet enable your body to instinctively evade attacks. Nonetheless, your neural response speed has been significantly enhanced, making it easier for you to anticipate your opponent's strikes. Vegeta chuckled, not entirely accurate. Although my consciousness and physical form are not separated, my body has sensed the impending threat of the attacks, while my evasive and defensive actions are self-initiated. The cues from my physical form allow me to act preemptively. Clenching his fist, Vegeta continued. The most crucial point is that I can now unleash my body's potential instantaneously without the need for any techniques, and without any adverse side effects. Mel's inquired, so? You mean to say that even without the Kaioken, you can amplify your physical strength by dozens of times? It should be by hundreds of times, Vegeta replied. Excluding techniques that rely on external forces for enhancement, such as the dominant energy mode, my own limit-overriding techniques include the Kaioken and the Great Ape Power. When combined, they grant me a 200-fold increase. Yet now, even in my normal state, I can enhance my body 200-fold in an instant and potentially even more. Mels, sensing Vegeta's energy, remarked with a smile, however, this technique will consume a considerable amount of your energy. You might consider experimenting with localized enhancements. If managed correctly, you could conserve a significant amount of energy while maintaining equivalent combat efficiency. Vegeta nodded. Indeed, that is my intention. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of relying solely on my physical form in battle. Such sensations render me incapable of truly experiencing the joy of battle. It feels akin to a brief respite, only for the conflict to conclude. In contrast to that profound ease, I find greater affinity with my current state. Mers, stroking his chin, mused. Indeed, as one progresses towards supreme ease, the avenues for transformation and extension multiply. However, in your pursuit of self-discovery, do not neglect the cultivation of genuine supreme ease. At this juncture, Mers shook his head. Yet, considering your current reservoir of energy, even the initiation of supreme ease is beyond your grasp. First, you must master the divine breath. Following that, the perfect supreme ease technique requires an energy surpassing that of the divine breath, divine power. I believe if you were to ascend to the rank of a god, it would not be long before you could unlock the form. Vegeta replied decisively. I have no interest in becoming a deity. My ambition lies in standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, or even surpassing them. Though I currently possess neither the divine breath nor divine power, I am still quite young. Mers smiled. Indeed, I am confident that with Mr. Vegeta's innate talent, you will surely cultivate the divine breath and divine power on your own. Mers had previously imparted the intricacies of divine breath to Vegeta. The aura of a mortal emanates outward from within, while the divine breath entails consolidating all energy internally for enhancement and compression. By sublimating all inner energy, one can naturally transform into the divine breath. However, Vegeta presently lacks the formidable energy required for such compression. Curiously, Mers inquired, Mr. Vegeta, why do you not deliberately train to enhance your energy, instead focusing more on your techniques? Why? Vegeta's response was straightforward. Should he wish, he could effortlessly train to transform into a Super Saiyan in mere moments. Yet, such power would render him truly invincible, and defeating formidable foes thereafter would yield no rewards. Presently, my energy suffices to contend with the majority of opponents. Even Frieza would likely pose little challenge. If I were to diligently enhance my energy, I would indeed become invincible, and I fear that would lead to tedium. Were it not for the need to restrain Broly's rampage, Vegeta would hardly bother with training. After 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, the trio emerged. At this point, Vegeta had reached the age of 16, nearing adulthood. Broly and Vegeta, born in the same year, had attained the age of 19, with Broly's height now soaring to 185 centimeters. On this day, Vegeta's base combat power stood at 900,000, while Broly's base combat power had escalated to an impressive 1,600,000. Before embarking on their next journey with Mers, Vegeta returned Broly to the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Broly suddenly grow several centimeters taller, Chi-Chi found it quite an adjustment. Broly, however, approached with a smile and embraced Chi-Chi warmly. Mother, I have returned. Broly, how have you suddenly grown so tall? Vegeta took me to a mysterious chamber for training, where a year of practice equates to merely a day in the outside world. I see. No wonder Vegeta has also grown significantly taller. After lighting 3 incense sticks for Gohan, Vegeta addressed the pair. Broly, during this time, ensure you take good care of Chi-Lai. I will venture into the universe to explore. Should I encounter any intriguing events, I shall return to bring you along. Broly nodded with a smile, assuring him, rest assured. Vegeta, I will look after Chi-Lai and Goku. There is no need to worry about Goku. Even if he were to perish, you would not need to intervene. Keep your energy suppressed during regular activities. Otherwise, it may attract unnecessary trouble. When you have free time, continue practicing instant transmission. Now, I shall take my leave. Upon returning to the Supreme Kai's temple, Vegeta brought Meru's back to the Galactic Patrol, commencing his career as a professional patrolman. In the year 750 of the age, Goku and the others participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku triumphed over a formidable opponent named Chun-Long in the finals, securing the championship. That same year, Goku obliterated the northern stronghold of the Red Ribbon Army, declaring outright war against them. The Red Ribbon Army dispatched General Blue and Tao Pai Pai, both of whom were effortlessly defeated by Goku. Ultimately, the entire headquarters of the army was annihilated by Goku's Kamehameha Wave. This year also marked Goku's first taste of defeat. With the aid of the fortune-telling granny, Gohan spent a day in the mortal realm, challenging Goku and besting him. During this time, Gohan also accompanied Goku back to Kirin Tower to see Chi-Lai. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero watched a video of Goku, infuriated enough to overturn a table. Cursed be it. I never anticipated that the Saiyan would become this formidable. Woomy. That Goku should be a trivial matter for you. Go eliminate him. Woomy, clad in a lab coat, adjusted his glasses and replied, I refuse. Why? No particular reason. I previously stated that I only engage in research and will not partake in any matters beyond that. The crux of the matter is that Woomy had heard from Vegeta that Goku is his half-brother. To kill Goku would be to offend Vegeta. Dr. Gero glanced at the clones in the incubation chamber. It matters not if you refrain from action, as long as we awaken these two Saiyans. Both Goku and Vegeta will be eradicated by us. That won't work. These two are failed creations, devoid of any rationality. Should they spiral out of control, even I would be slain on the spot. Then I shall perfect them, transforming them into half-human, half-machine creations. Woomy cautioned, if you wish to create androids, it would be prudent to first practice on some humans. Do not ruin my experimental subjects. Just wait. At this point, I am no longer in a hurry. As long as we create the most formidable army of artificial beings, no one shall stand against us. When that time comes, the entire Earth, no, the entire universe, shall belong to the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Chapter 40. The emergence of Majin Buu in the year 753 of the Age of the Universe. The street-savvy warrior Vegeta was vacationing on King Kai's planet, accompanied by Naru, Jine, Broly, and Meruz. As Jine grilled meat, she inquired, It has been several years since we last saw the Queen. Vegeta, do you know her current whereabouts? Reclining comfortably in his chair, Vegeta casually replied, She is traversing the cosmos in search of surviving Saiyans. She has found one. Coincidentally, he is her son. Does the Queen have another son? Jine asked. Indeed. His name is Tabor. It is said that he was exiled at birth due to his low battle power, Vegeta explained. For this reason, King Vegeta III and Hanset, fearing disgrace, have never mentioned him to the outside world. I had no idea such circumstances existed. At this point, there are only a few royal members left. You must cherish your lives. One day, when we defeat Frisia, the continuation of Saiyan civilization will depend on you. At this juncture, Vegeta recalled a message from Princess Beulah, which mentioned an illegitimate son of King Vegeta III. If memory serves, King Vegeta III had an illegitimate son who was sent away before planet Vegeta's destruction. Jine murmured, The illegitimate son of King Vegeta? If Hanset were to find out, she would likely resort to violence against him. Vegeta scoffed, Kill him? I've heard his battle power was already at 50,000 upon birth. Jine gasped, 50,000. Such a formidable Saiyan. If he could rejoin us, our chances of defeating Frisia would significantly increase. Patience, Vegeta replied with a smirk. I intend to keep him as a toy for myself. Let him grow for a few decades before we consider it. Jine then reasoned, given the current circumstances, if Saiyan civilization were to be rebuilt, the king would likely be chosen between you and Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Naru remarked, Vegeta, if Saiyan civilization is to be restored, I hope you will become their king. Oh, and why is that? Vegeta inquired. You, along with Broly, Jine, and the other Saiyans, do not indulge in needless slaughter, Naru explained. Vegeta chuckled lightly. I have little interest in kingship. There is no need for the Saiyans to establish their own civilized world. We can simply integrate into Earth's culture. The environment of Earth is far more conducive to the growth of Saiyans. Just then, a voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta, are you there? Vegeta, is that you? The Supreme Kai? What is the matter? Vegeta responded. Majin Buu has been unleashed, and his power surpasses mine. I fear that aside from you few scions, no one can contain him. Vegeta laughed dismissively. Such a creature is worth my time? Let Kakarot handle it. Current Goku is not even half my strength. How could he possibly confront Majin Buu? Let him bravely confront the challenge. Scions grow stronger through battle. If he perishes, I shall resurrect him with the Dragon Balls. Should he truly meet his demise, I will personally deal with King Piccolo. As long as Kakarot remains alive, we shall not intervene. Meanwhile, on Earth, not long ago, the Pilaf gang gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and wished to release King Piccolo. Trembling with fear, the trio knelt before him. Seated upon his throne, Piccolo surveyed them with disdain. You have done me a great service by freeing me. As a reward, I shall spare your lives. Now begone. In a state of desperation, Pilaf exclaimed, But Lord Piccolo, we wish to follow you in conquering Earth. Piccolo scoffed, With your abilities? I alone could reduce this planet to ashes. Now leave. After the trio scurried away in terror, King Piccolo slowly ascended into the air. Upon his release, my power has surged to unimaginable heights. The first step toward world domination begins. This year, after the conclusion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku emerged victorious once more, defeating Tien Shinhan in the finals to claim the championship. To instill fear in the hearts of humanity, King Piccolo sought out the participants of the tournament without delay. Faced with Piccolo's combat power of 12,000, Goku experienced despair for the first time. Master Roshi, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Yamcha all fell victim to him. While Goku was left on the brink of death, lifting Goku's head triumphantly, King Piccolo laughed, Ha ha ha, I never expected to find such a formidable opponent on Earth. Had I not enhanced my power, I would certainly have been no match for you. Goku, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the fallen comrades, glared at King Piccolo. You killed Krillin and Master Roshi. They were simply too weak. Now, I am the strongest being on this planet. It is time for you to perish. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Shin, observing King Piccolo preparing to strike, suddenly placed her finger to her forehead. Vegeta, if you won't intervene, I will. In the next instant, Shin vanished with a flash of instant transmission. Vegeta sighed, I never imagined she would master that technique. Very well, King Kai, please inform Shin to refrain from killing King Piccolo and to rescue Kakarot. As King Piccolo was about to deliver the fatal blow, Shin appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying like a missile. She embraced Goku, tears in her eyes. Kakarot, Mother has come to save you. Upon seeing Shin, Goku could not hold back his tears. Mom, that monster killed Krillin and Master Roshi. I know, but you must avenge them yourself. You cannot always rely on our strength. With that, Shin produced a Senzu bean and placed it in Goku's mouth. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, observing this scene from the Kai's temple, exclaimed, Goku's mother, I am the Supreme Kai of Earth. Send him to me for training. Gnei placed her sword against her forehead, and in the next moment, she found herself in the heavenly temple. After consuming the divine beings, Goku's combat power finally surged to 1050 points. However, this level of strength was insufficient to contend with the formidable Piccolo Daimao. Upon seeing the deity standing before him, Goku mistook him for Piccolo Daimao and immediately charged forward, throwing a punch. The deity raised a single finger to block Goku's attack and said, Cease your aggression, Son Goku. I am the guardian of Earth, not Piccolo Daimao. What? How can you resemble him so closely? Goku exclaimed. The deity replied, In truth, many years ago, we were one and the same. He recounted the history to Goku, omitting the fact that upon vanquishing Piccolo, he too would cease to exist. Clenching his fists tightly, Goku lamented, Damn it. What am I supposed to do? The deity nodded to Bobo, who understood, and went to prepare the room of spirit and time. Within the temple lay a mysterious chamber known as the Room of Spirit and Time, where 1 year inside equated to merely a day outside. I grant you 2 days, equivalent to 2 years within the Room of Spirit and Time. After 2 days, you must emerge. The extent of your growth depends solely on your own abilities. Goku lowered his head and asked, After all these years, I can barely match a fraction of my brother's prowess. How much stronger can I truly become in 2 years? The deity smiled. Your brother once entered this chamber with a scion named Broly, and it resulted in a tremendous transformation. At that moment, Gnei reassured Goku. Do not worry, Kakarot. I will accompany you in your training. This time, Mother will personally oversee your progress. Trust in me. Within these 2 years, I will ensure you possess the strength to defeat that Piccolo Daimao. Encouraged by her words, Goku nodded with a smile. All right. I entrust this to you, Mother. Gnei then counted the divine beans given by Vegeta. 4 remaining. enough for Kakarot to significantly increase his strength. After entering the room of spirit and time, Genei first calmed her mind. She understood that if she continued to indulge her son, not only would Vegeta and Kakarot be at risk, but even Bardock could easily dominate him, and Kakarot would forever remain a child reliant on the protection of others. Thus, from this moment onward, Genei cast aside her maternal tenderness. When she turned to face Kakarot, her usually benevolent gaze transformed into one of fierce determination. Kakarot, you must strive to excel. In the future, I do not expect you to become the pillar of the Scions, but you must possess the strength to defend yourself. So, do not blame your mother. From now on, I will subject you to rigorous training. Goku appeared to have come to a realization, nodding earnestly, yes. Mother, please train me as strictly as you wish. This is what I desire. With a swift motion, Genei vanished from sight, delivering an elbow strike to Goku's abdomen that sent him flying, only to be pinned to the ground by 10 times the gravity. Goku coughed up blood, internally conceding that his mother might be even stronger than Piccolo Daimao. He gradually rose to his feet, exclaiming, How heavy? G calmly remarked. The gravity here is akin to that of our homeland, planet Vegeta. If you cannot even acclimate to the environment of your own origin, you are destined to forever lag behind your kin. Chapter 41. The transformation of Wukong. While Wukong and Jin were engaged in their training, Vegeta summoned the fallen warriors, Tianjin Han, Master Roshi, Krillin, Dend, and Yamcha, to the King Kai's planet for further cultivation. Vegeta, along with the others, set off ahead. After delivering Naru to Namek, Meruz posed a question. You could have prevented all this. Why then do you allow the innocent to perish? Do you recall when I mentioned my ability to foresee the future? Kakarot must endure these trials. Only by comprehending that his lack of effort leads to the demise of those around him will he fight with unyielding determination. At that point, his battles will no longer be fought for victory, but rather to avoid defeat. If he continues to confront every crisis without challenge, when faced with an adversary even I cannot contend with, he will merely cower in fear. Meruz, observing Vegeta's earnest expression, inquired, Do you believe he can achieve the miraculous? Absolutely. Moreover, Vegeta crossed his arms and gazed skyward at Namek. I harbor faith that one day he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, and in the realm of Ultra Instinct, he may possess greater aptitude than I. At this moment, Naru remarked to Vegeta, You truly wish to cultivate him as an equal in combat, don't you? To satiate your own yearning for battle. Vegeta chuckled softly, remaining silent. The truth was that no matter how strong Goku became, he could never be his equal. If he sought a worthy opponent, it could only be Broly. A day later, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. Both Jin's battle attire and Goku's GI were tattered. Goku's gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. The Supreme Kai promptly approached, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would emerge so swiftly. Furrowing his brow, Goku replied, With my mother's assistance, I've grown significantly stronger. This time, I will avenge our fallen comrades. Before that, let me provide you with a new set of clothes. The Supreme Kai raised a hand. Casting a spell, and a brand new GI adorned Goku's form. Jin handed Goku the last Senzu Bean, encouraging him, Good luck. Kakarot. Yes, Goku accepted the Senzu Bean, foregoing the Nimbus and instead soared toward the location of Demon King Piccolo, channeling his energy with the instant transmission technique. At present, Goku's battle power stood at 11,500. Though it paled in comparison to Piccolo's 12,000, Jin was confident that, given the potential of a Scion, Goku would ultimately prevail against the Demon King. Meanwhile, Piccolo, having just obliterated a battalion and reveling in his triumph, suddenly sensed a formidable energy approaching. Who could this be? I didn't expect there to be such strength on Earth. Could it be the Supreme Kai? In a moment, the figure in the distance came into Piccolo's view. Goku halted abruptly in midair, fixing his gaze upon the Demon King. I have arrived. After a moment of astonishment, King Piccolo wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled, So it is you. Although I am unsure of the method you employed to gain such strength in a single day, you remain no match for me. Goku clenched his fists tightly, declaring, We shall see about that. With that, he descended to the ground, as aerial combat was not his forte. King Piccolo followed suit, landing on the earth, their gazes locked. The atmosphere thickening with tension. In an instant, King Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Goku, who deftly sidestepped while gathering his own Kamehameha. Such an attack? Watch me send it flying with one hand. Just as King Piccolo deflected the Kamehameha, Goku surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches that sent the demon soaring. King Piccolo crashed into a pile of stones, but quickly rose again. What on earth has happened to him? Not only has his energy transformed dramatically, but he also appears significantly more mature, and his strikes have become ferocious. Seizing the opportunity during King Piccolo's moment of distraction, Goku approached him once more, delivering a fierce knee strike to his face. Purple blood seeped from King Piccolo's nostrils as he staggered back, eyeing the young warrior before him. For the first time, fear flickered across his features. What have you experienced? Goku tightened his fists, stating, "My mother told me that neither she, nor brother Vegeta, nor brother Broly could protect me forever, nor could they safeguard the earth indefinitely. I must bear this responsibility. Against scum like you, I refuse to be defeated." With that, Goku soared towards King Piccolo again. Seeing this, King Piccolo opened his mouth to unleash another energy wave. Goku gritted his teeth and pushed through the wave, reaching King Piccolo and delivering a devastating punch that knocked him to the ground. King Piccolo, witnessing Goku's body smoking from the energy wave yet undeterred, felt a shiver of fear. He retreated a step, muttering, "No, impossible. Who are you? How could you grow so powerful in just one day? I am a scion raised on Earth." Scion. Their fierce battle marked the largest confrontation on Earth to date. After an hour of relentless combat, both Goku and King Piccolo lay exhausted on the ground, with Goku's injuries more severe than those of King Piccolo. Struggling to his feet, King Piccolo approached Goku, lifting him up with a triumphant laugh. In the end, I am still superior." At that moment, Goku gritted his teeth and delivered a headbutt to King Piccolo's face. King Piccolo, releasing his grip to clutch his nose, exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have so much strength left. Then I shall finish you off from a distance." Ascending into the air, King Piccolo concentrated all his energy, hands aimed at Goku. "Farewell, Scion. May you and this country vanish together." With both hands pressed against the ground, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha as a propulsive force, catapulting himself toward Piccolo. In their severely wounded states, the Demon King Piccolo had not yet amassed sufficient energy, allowing Goku to reach him first. Die! Goku delivered a rocket punch that pierced through Piccolo's body, flawlessly replicating the scene from the original narrative. Aware of his impending demise, the Demon King, with his last ounce of strength, spat out an egg into the distance. "One day, my child will avenge me. He will be even stronger than I," he declared. "Until we meet again, Scion." After vanquishing the Demon King, Goku lay exhausted on the ground, a joyful smile gracing his face. "Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien, Kaiatsu. I did it." At long last, he could finally consume the Senzu beans. In truth, had he ingested them midway, he could have dispatched the Demon King with greater ease. Yet, the pride of a scion forbade such an act. Swallowing a Senzu bean, Goku immediately sat up, a smile returning to his visage, only to be replaced by a somber silence. He recalled the Demon King's final words, realizing that an even mightier foe awaited him. This revelation filled him with a mix of excitement and trepidation. His hands trembled involuntarily, as if yearning for that day to arrive sooner. This battle marked the first time Goku had fought with such fervor since his arrival on Earth. The innate talent and spirit of the Scions surged within his veins. "I shall not fall behind. I will train diligently." Meanwhile, Vegeta received Goku's battle report. Kakarot has defeated the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Total power level increased to 5. Acquired a Sacred Dragon Ball. Current count stands at 3. In the time that followed, Bulma and Goku resumed their quest to collect the Dragon Balls in preparation for resurrecting the fallen. In the afterlife, Krillin and Tien conveyed a message to Goku through King Kai, urging him to resurrect them in 2 years for another confrontation. Upon learning that his friends continued to train and grow stronger even in the afterlife, Goku felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to remain in the Heavenly Temple, absorbing the teachings of the Divine. Chapter 42, the greatest martial arts tournament in the year 756 of the Aiki calendar. The greatest martial arts tournament? Vegeta, hands on his hips, smiled at Nalu. "So what do you think? Are you interested?" Nalu crossed his arms and replied, "What a wicked sense of humor. With our combat power participating, wouldn't that be sheer bullying? Don't tell me you plan to invite Broly as well." "Indeed. Not only that, but I've also invited Meruz." Nalu frowned. "Why not just rename it the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? With just the few of us, even Frieza would be thoroughly intimidated. Don't you want to see the strongest Namekian of the future? The strongest Namekian? Isn't he standing right in front of you? Don't be so narcissistic." Vegeta gazed towards Earth and remarked, "In 10 years, that fellow will catch up to you. And once he merges with the Supreme Kai again, you might not even last a few moves against him." Nalu took a deep breath. "Very well. I shall go and see. Then let us depart." On Earth, Capsule Corporation. After many years of traveling, Taiza's spacecraft finally returned to Earth. As the hatch opened, Hanasia was the first to rush out, Fantastic. This time, I intend to savor all the delicacies Earth has to offer. Hey, Tabor, come out quickly. Coming. Tabor emerged, struggling under the weight of numerous bags, closely followed by Ties, who flew into her yard and inhaled deeply. Earth is wonderful. I have no desire to leave again. Upon sensing movement in the backyard, Bulma and Brief stepped out to investigate. Bulma stared at Ties for a moment before rushing forward to embrace her. Where have you been these years? You didn't even send me a letter. You had me worried sick. Ties was taken aback. After several years, Bulma's demeanor towards her had changed significantly. However, Ties felt a surge of happiness as she hugged Bulma with one arm. How have you been these years? Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I've had so many interesting experiences. At that moment, Bulma noticed an unfamiliar face. Ties introduced, this is Tabor. Don't be fooled by his height. He is the second prince of planet Vegeta. The prince? He doesn't quite match my expectations. Tabor politely bowed to Bulma. Hello, my name is Tabor. Surprisingly polite. Is it only characters like Vegeta who lack manners? Ties crossed her arms and remarked. Vegeta is one of the better ones. I once encountered the eldest son of the leader, the Crown Prince. His personality is even more arrogant than Vegeta. That said, the Crown Prince resembles Vegeta quite a bit, though his hair is somewhat thinning. During dinner, Ties inquired. By the way, Bulma, is the greatest martial arts tournament still being held? Bulma chuckled. Of course, it's being held. I've accompanied Sun Jun through several sessions, but every time, it's Sun Jun who emerges victorious, leaving no suspense at all. By the way, what has Womi been up to lately? Oh, I almost forgot to mention her. Since returning with you all 9 years ago, I've scarcely seen her. And Vegeta too. A few years back, he would send me emails, but now there's no word from him. Do you think he might have moved off Earth? Tai-Si took a deep breath and murmured, I don't know. Ever since he learned that technique called instant transmission, he has been elusive. Speaking of which, since the World Martial Arts Tournament is still happening, I think I shall participate this time. What? Are you out of your mind, sister? Tai-Si stood up excitedly. Hey, don't underestimate me now. If Vegeta and Broly aren't on Earth, I might just be the strongest person here after you, head sister. Even Tabor is no match for me. At this, Hennessy looked at Tabor with disappointment. As a member of royalty, you're outperformed by a mere Earth woman. How disheartening. Indeed, you can't even compare to a single finger of your elder brother. Tabor lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. I didn't mean to. Well then, you'd better train hard. You must join this tournament. A week later, the World Martial Arts Tournament was successfully held on a small island. Vegeta and Nairu, cloaked, stood amidst the throngs of people. Mel's was at the snack street, indulging in various delicacies, exclaiming, Earth's cuisine truly is the best. I must recommend it to my brother. Upon arriving at the registration desk, the staff inquired, what is your name? After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta replied, Gogeta. Yes, that shall be my name. Nairu, standing behind Vegeta, asked Gogeta, why not use your own name? Consider it a quirk of mine. Mainly, I fear someone might withdraw upon hearing my name. It's better to keep a low profile, and I intend to suppress my power level below that of my opponents. After Nairu registered, his face slightly flushed beneath the cloak. Vegeta, don't you find this somewhat humiliating? A Super Saiyan and a Super Namekian participating in such a trivial competition? This is a brand new beginning. Let us give it our all. If we face each other, let us both suppress our power to 100 and see whose martial prowess prevails. That is precisely what I desire. Your words pique my interest. Outside the arena, Master Roshi, Bulma, Tai-Si, Hanasia, and Tabor awaited another group. Master Roshi glanced at the time. Have Tien and Yamcha not arrived yet? We haven't even seen Goku. He paused, then remarked, by the way, Bulma, your friend has quite an impressive figure. As he spoke, Master Roshi foolishly reached out towards Hanasia, only to have her firmly press his head down, seeking death. Just as Hanasia was about to unleash a devastating energy wave upon Master Roshi, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her, firmly grasping her wrist. It was merely a jest, surely not meant to be lethal. The crowd turned their gaze toward the newcomer, who was holding an umbrella and had a scarf wrapped around his hair. And you are? Goku chuckled as he unraveled the scarf, revealing his distinctive crab-like hairstyle. I am Raditz. Son Goku. Kakarot. Goku smiled at Hanasia. You too are a scion, I presume? My mother spoke of you as the princess. It is a pleasure to meet someone so formidable. It seems the competition for the championship will not be easily won. Hanasia withdrew her hand, retorting, Humph, rest assured, Kakarot. I shall not participate in this martial arts tournament, but my son will. With your current battle power, you are no match for him. Goku lowered his energy to 5,000. Still not revealing his true strength. He merely nodded with a smile. Indeed, I can sense that this individual is quite powerful. He shall certainly be a worthy adversary. At that moment, Goku suddenly sensed several powerful energies approaching swiftly. They have arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures darted past him. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin had arrived. However, the ostentatious manner of their entrance left Hanasa feeling quite embarrassed. Steady yourself, Hanasa. Maintain your composure. What seems utterly normal to you is a rare spectacle for these mere ants. All right, let us hurry and register. After the preliminary trials, the group entered the waiting area for the selection process. Nello cast a sidelong glance at the second-generation Demon King Piccolo and quietly remarked, "You were right. That fellow indeed possesses great potential, and he is still quite young. Perhaps with the Elder's guidance, he may become an extraordinary individual. I did not expect so many familiar faces this time around. Fortunately, I used a different name. This World Martial Arts Tournament differs significantly from the original. Firstly, a grandstand was constructed, capable of accommodating 50 to 60,000 spectators. Secondly, the venue has expanded to nearly the size of a football field. Moreover, the prize money for the champion has been raised to 1 billion zenny, thanks to the covert sponsorship of the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. By offering such a substantial reward, they aim to attract the world's greatest fighters and subsequently identify suitable targets. As the representative, Womi naturally participated in the competition, her objective being to extract blood from her opponents, allowing her microscopic robots to collect samples from these powerful warriors. Broly and Chilai sat together in the stands. Munching on popcorn, Chilai inquired, "Broly, why aren't you participating in the tournament?" Broly gently replied, "Mother, I fear I might hurt someone. I am mainly here to watch my brother's match." With an increased number of participants this year, only 16 contenders would be selected to compete in one-on-one battles on the arena. At this moment, the competition had commenced on the indoor stage, taking place simultaneously across 4 small platforms. While Wukong was engaged in conversation with his friends, a girl clad in a blue chi pao gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. "Hey, Wukong, do you remember me?" Wukong turned his head to face her and inquired, "Oh, who are you?" Chapter 43. I am Goku. Goku watched as the girl in the blue chi pao stormed away in anger. Beside him, Krillin grabbed his arm and asked, "Hey, Goku, when did you get to know such a beautiful girl?" The sight of his friend with an attractive girlfriend was more distressing than being defeated. Goku hurriedly defended himself. "I truly don't know her." At that moment, a referee shouted, "Next match, Kaiatsu versus Gogeta." Vegeta slowly made his way to the stage, pondering, "Is it my turn already?" As Gogeta ascended, Kaiatsu instinctively swallowed hard. Although the opponent's energy was not as potent as his own, the presence of this individual instilled a formidable sense of intimidation. The match commenced. Gogeta extended his hand towards Kaiatsu, saying, "Come on, little zombie, show me what you've got. Don't underestimate me." Just a second later, Kaiatsu lay unconscious on the arena floor. Goku and the others were left in utter shock at how easily Kaiatsu had been defeated. Tien Shinhan muttered, "That guy's energy seems almost ordinary." Yet he took down Kaiatsu with just a finger. Goku, sweating profusely, chuckled, "It seems we have quite a few interesting characters this time." Contestant number 21 advances. At that moment, a girl in a red and blue checkered dress, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looked at Gogeta with a furrowed brow. What an impressive individual. That speed must be at least over 10,000 battle power. Could he be another master? Yet his energy carries a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura. After Gogeta stepped down from the stage, she approached him with a smile and inquired, "Your martial arts are extraordinary. May I ask your name?" Gogeta, recognizing her familiar face, replied with a smile, "I am Gogeta. What brings you here?" Gogeta, "I look forward to our future encounter," she responded, nodding slightly before departing, secretly thinking, that aura is reminiscent of a scion. Could he have transformed himself into one? And what about those two? In the subsequent matches, Tien Shinhan faced off against Tao Pai Pai and emerged victorious. Accompanying Tao Pai Pai was a striking girl, exuding a charming yet mischievous smile. Her gaze fixed on Goku. This was Goku's originally intended wife, Tao Lon Lon. In the next match, it would be Tao Lon Lon versus Taboo. Reluctantly, Taboo ascended to the stage. Appearing lethargic, Tao Lon Lon, noticing his lackadaisical demeanor, expressed her displeasure. "Hey, are you still asleep? If you need to rest, go home. If you can't focus against me, you'll find yourself defeated at any moment." Upon hearing this, Taboo finally directed his attention to his opponent, and in that instant, he felt his heart race. His face flushed slightly as he asked, "Isn't killing prohibited here?" Tao Lon Lon, brimming with confidence, replied with a smirk, "Humph. I wield my strength without restraint. The gravest punishment for taking a life is merely disqualification from the competition. If you are unafraid of death, then perhaps you should withdraw. Tabul raised his hands, exclaiming, I initially had no intention of participating in this contest, but with such an adorable opponent like you, I might as well defeat you before I bow out. Adorable. You silver-tongued rascal. Do you think a few flattering words will soften my heart? Tao Lanlan swiftly charged at Tabul, delivering a kick aimed at his throat. Yet, Tabul merely extended a single finger to block the attack. Tao Lanlan gazed at him in horror, stammering, "WH. What? How is this possible? For a girl from Earth, that was quite impressive," Tabul replied. Taking a few steps back, Tao Lanlan resolved to hold nothing back. Gathering her energy, she directed her fingers at Tabul, exclaiming, "Ding wave." A beam of light shot from her fingertips towards Tabul's head, but he remained utterly still in the face of her full-force strike. The only part of him that shifted was his fringe as the beam struck. Tabul chuckled while touching his head. "I didn't expect you could harness energy as well. Very well, I shall engage you with merely 1% of my power." He casually condensed a small amount of energy and launched it at Tao Lanlan. The speed was so swift that she had no time to react and instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. When she regained consciousness, the referee had already counted to 10, and she felt as though she were being cradled by someone. Observing Tabul carrying Tao Lanlan off the stage, the referee cautioned, "Sir, if you land first, you shall be the one to lose." With a nonchalant smile, Tabul replied, "No matter, I shall accept defeat." Contestant 32 has exited the arena. Contestant 30 is victorious. As formidable opponents continued to emerge, those who once felt confident now found themselves breaking into a cold sweat. Yamcha sighed in relief upon seeing Tabul eliminated. Phew, these individuals are increasingly terrifying. Thankfully, that fellow eliminated himself. The next match featured Ties, whose opponent was Womi. Vegeta chuckled beside the ring. Now this will be entertaining. Ties has made significant progress over the past few years. Upon stepping onto the stage, both were taken aback by each other's presence. "Ties, when did you return? I was just about to ask you why you would choose to participate in such a competition." After a moment of silence, Womi responded, "Primarily, I wish to assess my own progress." "Ties, do you possess the strength to defeat me now?" I recall Vegeta mentioning his preference for girls with high battle power. Ties smiled. "Indeed, I remember, and I have been training diligently all these years. Come on, I want to go easy on you." Assuming her stance, a crimson aura erupted from Ties's body. Womi, astonished, exclaimed, "Kaioken? I never imagined you had mastered that technique." "Hehe. The captain has taught me everything she knows over the years, and I have trained rigorously." Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Tai Si, Yukong exclaimed, "Is that girl truly so powerful? She is no less formidable than the Demon King Piccolo 3 years ago." The two combatants simultaneously vanished from sight with astonishing speed, only to reappear on the confined arena, engaging in a fierce melee. On the sidelines, Hanasiya, sensing Tai Si's presence, exclaimed, "It has begun. Go, Tai Si." After several exchanges, Womi blocked Tai Si's whip kick with his left hand while unleashing a ki blast towards her abdomen with his right. Although the ki blast lacked lethal force, it was sufficient to send her flying. As Tai Si was propelled backward, her crimson aura intensified dramatically. Kaioken times 3. Suspended in midair, Tai Si smugly regarded Womi, proclaiming, "Your battle power was previously 15,000, while mine stood at 6,000. After employing Kaioken, I now boast 18,000. I have surpassed you." Womi adjusted his glasses, retorting, "Oh, yet, I have not neglected my training over the years." In an instant, he teleported behind Tai Si and struck her down to the ground. The referee, taken aback, took a moment before raising his flag, declaring, "Out of bounds. Contestant number 10 is victorious." After descending from the arena, Womi extended his hand to assist Tai Si. "You performed admirably. If that guy were to witness your progress, he would be utterly astonished." Pouting, Tai Si replied, "I thought I could win the championship, but I didn't expect to be eliminated right at the start. Let us have a proper sparring session later." Agreed. As the competition continued, many advanced to the top 16. The next match, to be held under the watchful eyes of the audience, was about to commence. Before that, the contestants took a moment to rest, and their friends and family joined to offer their support. Vegeta intended to indulge in a hearty meal, and as he passed the dining area, he coincidentally encountered Bulma and Yamcha. In an unfortunate mishap, Bulma accidentally stepped on a glass bottle, stumbling and collapsing into Vegeta's arms, inadvertently pulling down his cape. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, sorry." "Huh." Bulma looked up, recognizing the familiar, yet unfamiliar face. "Wow, long time no see." Her cheeks flushed as she added, Handsome, who are you? Yamcha, witnessing his beloved goddess embracing another, rushed forward, exclaiming, "How dare you embrace Bulma? I'll show you who is boss." However, Vegeta paid no heed to the jealous warrior. After steadying Bulma, he chuckled, "You truly don't recognize me? Did you not say we were like siblings in spirit?" Vegeta? Bulma gasped, her mouth agape as she touched Vegeta's head. "How have you grown so tall?" "I'm 23 now. If I hadn't grown taller, that would be quite concerning. So, how have you fared in recent years?" "Quite well. And you, Vegeta?" Upon witnessing his own disregard, the god of tea strode forward in a fit of anger. I said. However, in the next moment, Bulma coldly turned her head and replied, "You're quite bothersome, Yamcha. I am catching up with my brother, whom I haven't seen in years. Could you grant us a moment of privacy?" Naturally, upon hearing Bulma's words, Yamcha dared not defy her. Internally, he muttered, "You little brat, I shall remember you. I will have Kairatsu adjust the order of appearances, and I will personally teach you a lesson with my wolf-fang fist." Chapter 44. The Promise with Bulma before Vegeta. Bulma appeared as a delicate woman, devoid of her usual assertiveness she displayed in front of others. To put it plainly, Bulma's disinterest in Yamcha stemmed from her prior encounter with Vegeta, a being who embodied the perfect amalgamation of Goku and Vegeta's virtues. While Bulma had once fretted over Vegeta's height, she now found herself dwarfed by him, his stature towering 2 heads above hers, dissipating any lingering concerns. "Why have you taken so long to return?" Vegeta chuckled. "Perhaps it's because Earth does not require my presence, haha. And if one day I do need you, will you come to me?" Bulma inquired. After a brief silence, Vegeta produced a device from within his attire and handed it to her. "Here. This is a communicator crafted for me by a highly advanced civilization. Should you ever face a life-threatening situation, press it, and I shall arrive at your side in an instant, no matter where I may be." Bulma accepted the communicator with a half-joking tone. "Is this a token of our affection?" Realizing her words might have crossed a line, she quickly added, "How have you been getting along with my sister?" "It has been nearly a decade since I last saw her. She has been with Hanasia all this time." Bulma cautiously probed, "Have you encountered any lovely alien girls during these years? A handsome lad like you must be quite popular wherever you go." Vegeta scratched his head and smiled. "In truth, I have been preoccupied with work as a galactic patrolman, and Haven T had the time for romance. However, I recently stepped down from active duty." Leaning against Vegeta, Bulma playfully nudged his chest with her elbow. "So, are you considering returning to Earth to find a partner? Let us see if the opportunity arises. For now, I'm off to watch the match." Just as Vegeta sought an excuse to make his exit, Bulma called out, "Wait, I have something I forgot to give you." Vegeta halted and turned to her. "What is it?" Bulma opened her capsule box and tossed the time machine capsule to him. "The time machine you asked me to procure. I requested Shinron to grant me one directly, but it can only traverse a single timeline once. Over the years, I have been researching this technology, and while I have not made breakthroughs in the temporal engine, my father and I have gathered enough energy for the time machine to travel through any timeline 3 times. As Vegeta gazed at the time machine capsule in his hands, a wave of complex emotions surged within him. What had begun as a mere suggestion had manifested into reality, and although it was Shinron's doing, Bulma genuinely held her words close to her heart. Vegeta carefully stored the time machine capsule. "I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. But I must say, thank you, Bulma." Bulma crossed her arms and smiled. "Your sentiment is enough. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, accompany me on a shopping spree another day." Vegeta nodded slightly, stating that this minor matter was within his capabilities. But the issue lay in his lack of currency on Earth. "Are you jesting? You expect me to foot the bill while we shop? Perhaps I shall procure you an ensemble suitable for every day where another time, perpetually clad in that outfit, one might assume you are ever ready to engage in a brawl." With that, Bulma produced a card. "Here, this is your dividend from the Capsule Corporation over the years." Vegeta accepted the card, remarking that he had merely spoken out of turn, never anticipating that she and her father would take him seriously. "If you have no desire for it, feel free to return it." After donning a cloak, Vegeta returned to the contestants' area. Meanwhile, under Yamcha's request, Dend had discreetly altered the order of the draw. The first match was set to be Vegeta against Yamcha. Next, let us welcome contestants Gogeta and Yamcha to the stage. Vegeta and Yamcha emerged from the contestant passage, and upon entering the venue, Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming his astonishment at the grandeur of the martial arts tournament arena. Yamcha, smirking, remarked, "Humph. Someone like you should concede and return home early to avoid suffering on stage." Vegeta's most vivid recollection of Yamcha was the moment he was obliterated by a Cyberman, and that he was the only one in Dragon Ball daring enough to wield the Spirit Ball. As the match commenced, Yamcha immediately assumed his stance, It seems you are not prepared to surrender, so do not blame me. Wolf Fang Fist. With a powerful push off the ground, Yamcha appeared before Vegeta in an instant, his hands swiftly tearing, clawing, and striking at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta stood motionless, observing Yamcha's display. Krillin and the others shouted from below, "Well done, Yamcha. That guy has no chance to retaliate." Goku grew increasingly anxious, realizing that Vegeta was entirely dismissive of Yamcha's onslaught. "Krillin, something seems amiss. That guy is not sustaining any damage." "Huh?" At that moment, Yamcha, while attacking, taunted, "How does my Wolf Fang Fist feel? You dare to compete with me for Bulma. I shall leave you bruised and battered." After a few minutes, Yamcha stepped back, panting and grinning. "How does it feel? You must be quite wounded. Facing me is your misfortune. My strength is second only to Goku's. One day, I shall be the unparalleled champion of the world." After a moment, Vegeta slowly replied, "What are you doing?" "Huh." Vegeta raised his hand, aiming at Yamcha. "After a year of training with King Kai, is this the extent of your prowess?" "You know, King." Before Yamcha could finish his thought, Vegeta unleashed a gentle energy blast, sending Yamcha flying. He crashed through the wall, ultimately collapsing in an iconic pose, unconscious on the ground. Having just released his energy, Chi-Chi paused and asked, "Hey, Broly, isn't that little Vegeta? Why does his energy feel somewhat different from before?" Broly smiled and replied, "My elder brother has undergone a transformation." "Elder brother? I recall you being 2 or 3 years his senior," came the response. "He urged me to swear brotherhood with him, and ultimately, through a game of rock, paper, scissors, he became the elder brother." Jine's eyes twitched slightly. "Isn't that a bit hasty?" "I think it's wonderful," came the reply. "My elder brother has always excelled in every aspect since childhood. He is akin to my mother, both of whom I hold in the highest regard." After Yamcha's elimination, the next match featured Tien fighting against Womi. On the arena, Womi was currently engaged in combat with Tien. After being pushed back by Womi, Tien chuckled. "I never expected that aside from Goku and the Demon King Piccolo, there would be such a formidable opponent like you. In that case, I shall employ the techniques I prepared for Goku against you." Tien crossed his arms over his chest, equally distributing his energy. Four-way fist. In an instant, 4 Tien appeared at each corner of the square arena. "What do you think? It's now 4 against 1. Womi turned to survey the 4 Tien in the corners and, with arms outstretched, smiled. "Your clones not only divide your energy reserves, but also your energy ceiling. Allow me to show you something remarkable." Womi then unleashed the cloning technique from the planet Yadrid, producing 16 clones in one go. Tien stared in astonishment at the 16 Womi. "Now tell me, who is truly at a disadvantage here?" The onlookers in the waiting area, including Goku and Piccolo, were taken aback. Goku exclaimed, "What an incredible fighter. This isn't merely an afterimage technique. Each one possesses physical form and retains its full strength." Goku, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists. "This tournament is truly exhilarating. Encountering such a plethora of skilled opponents. It makes my blood boil with anticipation." In his fervor, Goku inadvertently released his energy. The second-generation Demon King Piccolo, sensing Goku's aura, thought to himself, "I never imagined there were so many powerful warriors on Earth. However, my sole ambition is to defeat Son Goku. Just wait, I shall overcome you." The next match was between Chi-Chi and Marin, perhaps guided by fate. The reformed official pairing faced off against the original pairing. Their strengths were nearly equal, not because Marin was weak, but because Chi-Chi had grown even stronger than in the original storyline. After several years of training under Master Roshi following her encounter with Goku, the two ultimately clashed with the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray, resulting in a narrow victory for Chi-Chi. It is worth noting that Tabul was cheering for Marin throughout the match. Upon noticing her son's unusual behavior, Hanasia crossed her arms and remarked, "That little rascal. He is competing yet chasing after girls. He can't even make it into the top 8. Jine consoled her. "Isn't that rather good? After all, someone must expand the royal lineage." Hanasia sighed. "Alas, that Vegeta is no easy opponent either. If only Vegito were my son. By the way, Janae, do you intend to seek out another partner? I happen to know a suitable individual whom I could introduce to you." Janae's face flushed instantly. Wang Fei. "Please do not speak of such things in front of Broly. I still need to care for Broly-chan and Kakarot. What is there to be shy about?" Hanasia exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Janae. "The children have grown. You must allow them to develop independently, and we are still in our youth. Just the other day, while shopping with ties, a boy even younger than Vegeta called me sister. Scions do not age in the eyes of earthlings." After a moment of silence, Janae turned to Hanasia and said, "Wang Fei, Bardock is still alive." Nanny. Chapter 45. The artificial scion, Wormy in the next match. Goku effortlessly vanquished an opponent sporting an explosive hairstyle named Mark, who in the future might whimsically rename himself Satan. Notably, this fellow stubbornly endured 7 or 8 blows from Goku before being pushed out of the ring and disqualified. Each time Goku believed he had finally subdued him, Mark would miraculously rise once more. The subsequent matches unfolded without any surprises, except for Nalu, who encountered Piccolo in the final round. Piccolo gazed intently at Nalu and inquired, "Who are you? Why does your aura feel so familiar?" Nalu, concealed beneath his cloak, replied slowly, "If you wish to know the answer, first allow me to witness your prowess." Realizing he faced a formidable opponent, Piccolo concentrated all his energy into his arms and without hesitation, unleashed a powerful energy wave. With a resounding explosion, Nalu remained unharmed, although the ground beneath him bore a deep crater from the attack. Nalu remarked softly, "Is that all your assault can conjure? Merely a cloud of dust? Nanny, how can such a being exist in this world?" Piccolo was taken aback as Nalu approached him and said, "You possess immense talent, yet you are misdirecting your power. Aligning yourself with darkness will imprison your heart. The Namekians are inherently benevolent, and I sense a trace of goodness hidden within you." Upon hearing this, Piccolo dismissed the notion of the Namekians. But the words of kindness from Nalu ignited a fury within him. What a joke! I am the great demon King Piccolo. With that declaration, he raised 2 fingers to his forehead, channeling a formidable energy. At that moment, Piccolo wore a confident smile. "Though I don't know who you are, you certainly cannot withstand my attack. Until I exact my revenge on Son Goku, I will not allow anyone to impede me. I shall even showcase my hard-earned techniques in advance." As Goku sensed the escalating energy emanating from Piccolo, he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "What a powerful foe! His energy has surged immensely." At that juncture, Piccolo completed his energy gathering and bellowed at Nalu, "Prepare yourself for the Demon Flash Cannon." Piccolo released a tremendous amount of energy through his 2 fingers. Just as the Demon Flash Cannon was about to strike Nalu, he merely raised a finger and flicked it, effortlessly deflecting Piccolo's most potent attack. "Nanny, you are not human, are you?" In response, Nalu removed his hat, revealing his visage as he smiled at Piccolo, stating, "Neither of us is human. Rather, we are Namekians." "Namekians?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Two great demon kings? Is that a deity?" "No. The deity's aura still resides in the heavenly temple. Moreover, this individual far surpasses any deity." Neru and Piccolo spoke in hushed tones, a testament to their superhuman hearing abilities. Thus, their conversation was inaudible to others present. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Piccolo's brow as he pondered. "So, I am not of the demon clan?" Neru chuckled softly. "That is merely a title you have bestowed upon yourself. Alongside the Earth's deities and myself, we are all Namekians. What is it that you truly desire?" "I wish to see my kin not succumb to villainy, nor do I wish for them to wander aimlessly throughout their lives. Once you have resolved your current affairs, you may accompany me back to our homeland, Namek. I can impart my skills to you." Piccolo fell silent for a moment, regardless of what was said. His heart was set on defeating Goku. Even with the sudden appearance of a fellow Namekian, he would not waver in his quest for competition. Just as he prepared to remove his weighted shoulder pads and cap, Neru unexpectedly raised a hand, declaring, "I forfeit." The announcer, standing in bewilderment, stammered, Neru has forfeited," making Piccolo the victor. As Neru descended from the arena, Piccolo gazed at his retreating figure, contemplating, "Home, you say?" Thus, the top 8 contenders were finalized. Half an hour later, the semifinals would commence, with Vegeta facing off against Wormy. The second match featured 2 youths, named Lazili and Lapis. The third match was Goku against Chi-Chi, and the fourth was Piccolo against Krillin. In the contestants' lounge, Krillin observed the golden-haired girl from the second match giggling foolishly. "You know, with Goku having a girlfriend, perhaps if I take the initiative, I might find someone too?" Yamcha wrapped an arm around Krillin, asking, "Do you fancy that type of girl?" "No, not at all. She has a handsome guy beside her. What do I have to compete with someone like that?" Meanwhile, the girl named Lazili was chatting with the boy named Lapis. "If we manage to win the championship this time, we will never have to resort to stealing again." Lapis replied, "That may be true, but those competitors we face seem formidable. Perhaps I should forfeit now and let you advance to the finals." Lazili laughed. "Oh, are you afraid to face me? I just think it's unnecessary." At that moment, Vegeta passed by and interjected, "If you are here for monetary gain, should you reach the finals and meet me, I can forfeit and allow you to advance. That way, even if you secure second place, you would still earn a reward of 1 billion zeni." Upon hearing this, the girl named Lazili sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Is that true?" Indeed, money holds no value for me. I am merely here to pass the time. Lapis chuckled from his seat. Lazuli, you should express your gratitude. That can wait until after we secure the money. What was your name again? It doesn't matter. If you can uphold your word, we shall treat you to a grand feast. Oh, I would like to extend my gratitude in advance and wish you all the best. After Vegeta stepped aside, he smiled faintly as he sensed the presence of the two individuals, Lazuli and Lapis. I did not anticipate that they possessed some strength prior to becoming artificial beings, at least comparable to the caliber of General Blue. It appears they have scarcely engaged in training, relying purely on innate talent. No wonder they caught the attention of Dr. Gero and Wumi. However, I am uncertain whether, after this martial arts tournament concludes, you will still be able to enjoy life as planned. It is an experience you must undergo. Without this experience, Cell cannot achieve his perfect form, and I would miss out on a worthy opponent. Upon witnessing Vegeta conversing with the two, Yamcha and Krillin felt a twinge of discomfort. Were it not for their apprehension regarding Vegeta's strength, they might have sought a secluded spot to ambush him with a sack and unleash their fury. Krillin glanced at Vegeta's departing figure and inquired, "That guy is quite enigmatic. He previously arrived with that individual resembling King Piccolo. Could he also be one of those peculiar beings?" Yamcha furrowed his brow and replied, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, that fellow appears to be a formidable earthling, and he is undeniably more attractive than Goku. Of course, he still pales in comparison to me. Most importantly, that guy seems to know Bulma. Krillin, our goddess has been stolen away by him. I cannot harbor this bitterness." Krillin chuckled helplessly. "What can we do? We must resign ourselves to fate." The first match of the top 4 begins. Vegeta and Wumi emerged from the contestants' passage. Wumi, head bowed, murmured, "Have we met before? You seem familiar to me. Whether we have met or not matters little. What is essential is to approach each battle with sincerity." Upon reaching the arena, Wumi observed Vegeta's exposed chin and faintly recognized his familiar smile. Confidence. Unparalleled confidence, which only Vegeta maintains in such abundance. The match commenced. Wumi did not rush forward, while Vegeta stood with arms crossed, facing her sideways. "How have you been these past few years?" "Quite well. Did you receive the letter I sent to Annie Chinny?" "Yes." "Well," as Wumi attempted to continue, Vegeta preemptively interrupted her. "There will be ample opportunity to express your thoughts later. Convey your feelings through our battle, and I shall perceive them." Wumi tightly clenched her fists, her gaze sharpening as she slowly removed her glasses. "In that case, I shall certainly surprise you. This is the gift I have prepared for you over the years." Suddenly, a purplish-red aura erupted from Wumi. Vegeta, sensing the unrestrained surge of energy, revealed a satisfied smile. The entire island trembled under the force of Wumi's aura. "Oh, it seems you have gone to great lengths to impress me over the years. I can feel the essence of Broly and Hanase emanating from you. A formidable adversary has emerged, the artificial scion, Womi. Upon vanquishing Womi, the total multiplier will rise to 6. Womi gazed at Vegeta with a look of intoxicated greed, proclaiming, "Indeed, I shall offer all that I am as a gift to please you. Come forth, Lord Vegeta." Chapter 46. Behold, Super Vegito in the audience. Tai Si and Bulma gazed in astonishment at the readings on the detector. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Is this truly the extent of Womi's power? It continues to rise. What has she experienced over the years? At this moment, the scions fell into a contemplative silence. Hannah, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "That person. She bears the essence of both me and Broly. Has she transformed herself into a scion?" Womi's energy surged wildly, scattering everything in her vicinity. And Vegito's cloak was blown away, revealing his true form to the crowd. Tai Si instinctively leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "Vegito?" Hannah chuckled. "Indeed, it's that kid. After all these years, he has truly matured." In the stands, Goku gasped for what felt like the umpteenth time, "Nichan." Those beside him echoed in surprise, "Nichan? Now that you mention it, he does resemble Goku." Lapis smiled at Lazuli. "He is quite handsome, don't you think, Lazuli?" Lazuli's cheeks flushed slightly. "You fool. We haven't even gotten to know him properly." Womi's battle power ultimately stabilized at 4 million. Her pupils transformed into a golden hue, while the corners of her eyes darkened. Bulma inquired, "Tai Si, what is Vegito's battle power?" Merely 5,000? It seems Vegito remains the stronger one. How much? 5,000. Vegito stood there with a smile, observing Womi. "Indeed, it appears that after merging with Broly's cells, your mastery of the great ape's power far surpasses mine. But is this truly your limit? Should you continue to develop further, you risk losing your sanity like Broly." Womi responded, "Indeed, my base battle power is only 80,000. However, The great ape power bestowed by Broly's cells can amplify my strength 50-fold. Come, experience my feelings for you. For today, for you. I have paid a great price, enduring countless days and nights of agony. Vegito lowered his arms, regarding Womi with seriousness, if that is the case. Let us see this through. Be proactive and offer yourself to me. As you command, Lord Vegito. Womi charged fiercely towards Vegito, unleashing a full-force punch. Vegito raised a single hand and effortlessly caught Womi's powerful strike, absorbing the impact without releasing any shockwave, as if the excess force had been diffused by his hand. Without pausing, Womi's left fist was caught while her right hand formed the shape of a gun, aiming her fingers at Vegito. This is my love gun for you. I shall use it to capture your heart. In the next moment, a formidable black-red energy surged forth, aimed directly at Vegito's heart. In that fleeting instant, Vegito's eyes glimmered silver as he immediately adjusted the muscular tension in his chest, using his physical form to deflect Womi's energy blast. Womi gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Do you not wish to accept my love? Vegeta grasped Womi's hands, chuckling. To reach my heart, one must not be hasty. We must engage in ample foreplay, starting with exquisite pleasure. In the next moment, a fierce aura of the Kaioken enveloped Vegeta. Just like this. Feel the affection I bestow upon you with your body. Huh. Vegeta forcefully slammed Womi into the ground, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, while a deep crater formed on the venue's floor. As Womi caught her breath and attempted to rise, Vegeta raised her hand once more, gathering energy aimed at her. Remember, each strike is a reward from me. You must survive. Womi looked up at Vegeta and smiled. Yes, Lord Vegeta, do not hold back. Explosion. Attack. Before Womi could finish her sentence, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast. The blue orb instantly engulfed Womi, while the explosion's force rapidly radiated outward. In the audience, Mel's conjured a staff, gently tapping it against the ground. Immediately, several energy barriers appeared in front of the spectators, impervious even to Vegeta's full-force strike. Hannah stood up, exclaiming, "That fool. Does he intend to kill us all? Using such a technique at this distance?" Taiza's hair was tousled by the shockwave, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed the scene. Womi, surely she won't die? Beside her, Broly gently remarked, Big Brother reduced his power during the attack. Indeed, he is a gentle soul. Piccolo murmured, what? Terrifying power. At this moment, I am but a mere shadow compared to those beings. Nuru beside him reassured, this is just the beginning. Vegeta has yet to exert himself. Do not worry, one day you too shall be as strong as us. As the smoke cleared, the stone floor of the venue lay utterly destroyed. Womi's clothing had several tears, and she stood, clutching her arm, blood dripping from her wound onto the ground. Womi smiled joyfully. Apologies, Lord Vegeta. My clothing may be robust, but rest assured, the first to see what lies beneath shall undoubtedly be you. Now, I ask that you also feel my affection. With that, Womi unleashed her own Kaioken aura, raising her hand to conjure a black-red energy sphere that continuously expanded. Most crucially, this massive energy orb spun in a spiraling pattern. As she gathered energy, she soared into the air. Vegeta, sensing Womi's energy, mused, a tenfold Kaioken? One would need to exhibit a power level of at least 50 million to repel it. Then, Vegeta laughed, so you intend to use such a technique against me? Come forth. I shall not retreat from your emotions. Here I come. Devastating spiral ball. Hannah Xiao exclaimed vehemently. You fools. How could such an attack possibly be endured by Earth? Mers, with a reassuring smile, responded, Fear not, Princess Hannah Xiao. With me here. Everyone is free to engage in battle. And you are? I am a friend of Vegeta. It is a pleasure to meet you all. In midair, Wormy hurled a colossal energy sphere towards Vegeta. Just as the sphere was about to strike him, Vegeta's pupils transformed into a brilliant silver, and he extended his hands to meet it. Vegeta's feet sank into the ground as he released opposing energy to counteract the tearing damage inflicted by the spiral ball. In that moment, Wormy genuinely feared that Vegeta might not withstand it, yet she firmly believed that this man would not let her down. It appears your affection is not so burdensome after all. Here, take it back, huh? Vegeta forcefully pushed the energy sphere back, then delivered a powerful kick to it. The sphere, propelled by the immense force, sped towards Wormy. Upon her evasion, it continued soaring into the heavens, ultimately detonating beyond the atmosphere. The sky instantly transformed into a hue of black and crimson. Vegeta soared into the air, locking eyes with Wormy, and exhaled deeply. It has been a while since I employed such brute force. Do not tell me this is your limit. Indeed, Lord Vegeta. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I have thoroughly researched the Kaioken technique. Now I can utilize it without any burden. If Lord Vegeta permits, allow me to assist in your transformation. Vegeta chuckled. So? You can now use a 20-fold Kaioken without strain, which would elevate your combat power to 80 million. Meanwhile, my base power is merely 2 million. If Lord Vegeta could disregard the side effects like I do, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. Vegeta smiled confidently. I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. I have something far superior to the Kaioken. Surrounded by crackling blue lightning, Vegeta's aura steadily intensified. Something better? Indeed. This is my first time employing it in actual combat. You should feel honored. As Vegeta's energy surged, his hair began to stand on end. Huh. Vegeta erupted with a terrifying aura, leaving all present who could sense it utterly astonished. Amidst the violently erupting golden flames, Vegeta, with his golden hair, turned his profile towards Wormy and declared, "This is Super Vegeta." Chapter 47, Vegito vs. Wormy. Alert. The host's display of prowess has left the enemy astonished. The Prowess King mode is now. Do not activate. If this is triggered, what fun is left? Amidst the dazzling golden radiance, the unparalleled smile of that day rendered all spectators in awe. In Wormy's eyes, this was the most beautiful sight in the world. Golden, golden. Hanasia rose, gazing at Vegito with her mouth agape, that is. Broly remarked, "That is one of the powers my elder brother has mastered over the years." Jinai stared intently at Vegito. Super. Scion. At that moment, Hanasia felt as though the victory of the Science was within reach. A smile of satisfaction graced her lips. You finally achieved it. Vegito. Cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead. That is truly my brother's power. I am so far behind. In midair, Vegito smiled at Wormy. This is also a gift for you. Wormy, you shall be the first to experience this power. Are you happy? Yes, I am very happy, Lord Vegito. Vegito raised his hands. Allow me to extend some special privileges. I shall not use both hands to fight you. Come. All right. 20 times Kaioken. As Vegito's words commanded, Wormy swiftly appeared before him, launching a frenzied assault. Faced with Wormy's onslaught of punches and kicks, Vegito skillfully defended himself using his legs, countering with a powerful kick that sent her flying. Regaining her stance, Wormy unleashed a formidable aura, and Vegito chuckled. Come again. You must have many more techniques, right? Wormy spread her arms wide. Of course. I will not disappoint you, Lord Vegito. Clones. Immediately, Wormy created 9 copies of herself, bringing her total fighting force to 10, each with a combat power of 80 million. Even Frieza from the original story would be taken aback by such a display. How about it, Lord Vegito? Can you handle us all at once? Seeing this, Vegito laughed joyfully. Excellent. I have yet to fight against 10 opponents whose power is slightly inferior to mine. You are truly thoughtful, Wormy. In an instant, 10 Woomies surged forward from every direction, unleashing energy blasts before even nearing Vegito. Once close, 3 or 4 engaged in close combat, while 3 sought opportunities for sneak attacks, and the remaining ones prepared to fill in the gaps when their counterparts were sent flying. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Especially since Vegito was holding back using only his legs, he gradually began to find himself at a disadvantage. Wormy's original form tightly clasped Vegito's neck. I will not miss the chance for intimate contact with Lord Vegito. Next, I shall embrace you with all my strength. The subsequent clones ensnared Vegito's limbs, one even wrapping around his waist. The others relentlessly fired energy blasts targeting Vegito's chest. After a few muffled grunts, Wormy's original form whispered softly in Vegito's ear. The sounds that escape from Lord Vegeta during moments of pain are utterly captivating. Lord Vegeta, I truly feel that I can no longer bear to be apart from you. Will you date me? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Wormy and replied with a smirk. Let us talk about that once you can defeat me. Huh. Vegeta repressed his energy, only to unleash it in an explosive burst, scattering all of Wormy's manifestations. One Wormy clung tenaciously to his waist, unwilling to let go, but was swiftly disintegrated by the shockwave emitted by Vegeta's eruption. Almost immediately, Vegeta moved with astonishing speed, targeting each of Wormy's dispersed forms one by one, defeating them in mere moments. Wormy gazed at Vegeta and murmured, You're only 25 times stronger than me, yet you can effortlessly vanquish my duplicates. Truly, you are Lord Vegeta. Vegeta elucidated, Wormy, the cells of Broly have granted you extraordinary power, but they have also exposed your vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities? The influence of the Great Ape's power has significantly diminished your control over energy. The reserves within your duplicates are far less than you might imagine. Moreover, your emotions have shifted, intensifying the desires buried deep within your heart. I cannot ascertain if this is your true self, or if this power has birthed an alternate persona. However, as it stands, if you cannot attain a state of singularity, the strength within you will be greatly diminished, and your fighting style will inevitably devolve into that of a brute. Wormy furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't the Scion fighting style inherently brutish? As long as one possesses greater strength and speed, victory is assured." "Indeed, that is the case. But you have overlooked a crucial aspect." "What is it?" Vegeta chuckled. "If I were to suppress my fighting power to match yours, my speed and strength would still far surpass yours. There are two determining factors. First, the disparity in physical strength. Second, is the mastery over energy." As he spoke, Vegeta glanced downward and continued, "That Namekian possesses a fighting power just above 30,000, yet when he unleashed that earlier technique, he concentrated all his energy into his fingertip. The energy he could release from that point could easily reach 50,000. Unfortunately, his control over energy is lacking, requiring time to charge. I, however, need no such preparation. I can erupt suddenly, achieving effects that surpass my full fighting capability by over 100. For instance, while my current fighting power is merely 100 million, I can instantaneously concentrate my energy into my offensive and defensive points, allowing those areas to achieve a fighting power of 200 million in an instant. If I refine my control further, I need not even transform into a Super Saiyan. I would still be vastly stronger than in that form. Demonstrating the Super Saiyan state is merely to show you that I possess superior augmentation methods than the Kaioken. If I merely wish to amplify my combat prowess." Vegeta clenched his fists at his waist, unleashing a colossal surge of golden energy. His eyes transformed into a deep black, entering the augmented state of the Great Ape's power. Womi, sensing the terrifying battle power emanating from Vegeta, began to tremble uncontrollably. Just like this, stacking the Great Ape's strength upon the foundation of Super Saiyan, I could potentially grow tenfold stronger. My current battle power stands at 1 billion. In this manner, I have become a brute, simply overpowering my opponents with sheer strength. While this approach may suffice against ordinary adversaries, should I encounter a true master, such a simplistic enhancement in power would prove ineffective. Having stated this, Vegeta relinquished the Great Ape's strength. The most ideal state must surely be the most natural one. Womi lowered her head, murmuring, "I have toiled endlessly, enduring countless trials, solely to bring you joy, yet all I have gained is a lesson from you." With a bitter smile, she covered her head, her voice growing somber. "Is it truly the case that I still cannot bring you happiness?" In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Womi, placing his hand gently upon her head with a smile. "No, you have done remarkably well. Without a doubt, I have received your most sincere intentions. With my suggestions, if you were granted another decade, it is entirely possible that I might not be able to surpass you, whether Scion or Earthling. You are the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered." Upon hearing these words, the darkness surrounding Womi's eyes began to dissipate. She gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes and said, "Vegeta, my lord." In the next moment, Womi tightly embraced Vegeta, bursting into tears like a child who had suffered a grievance. Seizing the opportunity while Womi was distracted, Vegeta swiftly struck her with the edge of his hand, rendering her unconscious. Playtime aside, the battle must come to an end. Defeated the formidable foe Womi. Total multiplier increased to 6. Current battle power, 2. 19 million. Battle calculation, Vegeta 150,000, Kakarot 30,000, multiplied by 6 yields an overflow battle power of 1. 11 million. Reward, 1 Holy Dragon Ball. Current total of Holy Dragon Balls, 4. Observing the system's battle power calculations, Vegeta mused to himself. Such a slight increase in battle power. It seems the only way to progress swiftly is to find a means to elevate Kabe's strength. However, since Womi was able to trigger it, it appears that as long as the opponent exhibits superiority over me for a brief period, it will activate. Vegeta cradled Womi and soared back to the ground, casually handing her over to Tais. "Take good care of her." At this moment, the host, who had been hiding in the waiting area, finally realized that the battle had concluded and, grasping the microphone, announced, "Goku. Vegeta has emerged victorious." Chapter 48. The Plea of Satan. Vegeta returned to the waiting area for participants. Goku felt a mix of joy, excitement, and a hint of trepidation at the unexpected arrival of his half-brother. "Anyu," Vegeta exclaimed helplessly, crossing his arms. "How many times must I tell you to call me Vegeta?" Krillin, observing the smile on Vegeta's face that bore a resemblance to Goku's, felt reassured that Vegeta was not a malevolent figure. He inquired, You are Goku's Anyu." Vegeta, unperturbed by the group, responded with a friendly smile, "I am his half-brother. You are all friends of Kakarot, I presume?" Thank you for looking after him all these years. Having heard Goku mention his other name, Krillin was not entirely unfamiliar with Kakarot. He quickly retreated, raising his hand in protest. No, no, no. It's Goku who often takes care of us. Friends look out for one another. So I'll be counting on you in the future. Seeing that Vegeta was relatively amicable, Kaiatsu floated beside Ten and remarked, Ten, Goku's brother doesn't seem too difficult to get along with. Ten, furrowing his three brows, replied, well, it's fortunate he is Goku's brother. Had he been like King Piccolo, it would have posed a disaster for the entire Earth, if not the universe. Subsequently, Tien and Kaiatsu approached Vegeta to greet him. Only one person, Yamcha, had found a place to hide. After some pleasantries, and while the venue was still being restructured, Vegeta approached Goku and asked, so, what do you think after witnessing my battle? Goku looked at Vegeta, unable to suppress a smile, though his brows furrowed slightly and his arms trembled. Undoubtedly, my brother is the strongest person in the world. Hearing this, Vegeta lowered his gaze. Not so fast. With my current strength, I can barely claim dominance in the universe. There are beings in this world who are hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times stronger than I am. Once this is all over, I will take you to broaden your horizons. You should train alongside me. I believe that in a few years, you will reach my current level. Reaching Vegeta's current level. This notion felt like a distant dream to Goku. Indeed, the power Vegeta exhibited was beyond anything Goku could fathom, even in his wildest dreams. Could he ever reach even a tenth of his brother's prowess? A look of confusion flickered in Goku's eyes as he asked, can I truly attain my brother's level? Ah, without a doubt. Vegeta patted Goku on the shoulder. You are not merely a scion raised on Earth. You are also my brother, Vegeta. Kakarot, there are few with whom I can genuinely connect. And you are the first since my arrival in this world to provide me with such a profound sense of security. Despite my persistent insistence that you refrain from addressing me as brother, I have long regarded you as family. However, you still require further refinement. Thus, there are times when I not only refrain from alleviating your challenges, but even contrive them. Some of these challenges may be perilous, yet as long as I am present, even in death, I possess the power to resurrect you. This is the sincere truth of Vegeta. For he has but a few individuals in this world whom he can genuinely trust. Currently, only Goku, Gohan, Broly, King Kai, Maruz, and Bulma. Perhaps in the future, more worthy companions will emerge, yet Vegeta holds these few in the highest regard. During a moment of respite, Womi revived after consuming a senzu bean. Upon swallowing it, she abruptly sat up and exclaimed, Lord Vegeta. Ties, with concern etched on her face, inquired of Womi, are you all right? Why do you address Vegeta as Lord? Hanasia chuckled and replied, isn't that only fitting? Vegeta commands enough respect for the King of Earth to kneel before him. Ties found this explanation lacking and pressed further. But we are all friends, are we not? Womi, did he threaten you into swearing loyalty? Womi, casting her gaze downward while seated beside Ties, murmured, the reason is quite simple. 10 years ago, I fell irrevocably in love with Lord Vegeta. Yet, his existence feels so distant to me. I yearn to reach out to him, and for him, I would willingly sacrifice everything. I believe I understand Lord Vegeta more than anyone else. With a gaze that conveyed her singular devotion, Womi seemed to assert to Ties that no one else could offer as much for Vegeta, nor truly comprehend his desires and needs. What do you understand about Vegeta? Ties countered. I too am willing to give, but I would never lose my sanity over him. Loving someone should remain within one's capacity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Womi closed her eyes and smirked. Oh, Ties, someone like you will never walk alongside Vegeta. At best, you are akin to a pet by his side, while I am the one capable of fulfilling all of Lord Vegeta's needs. Ties rose in indignation. Glaring at her, Womi, your words are utterly excessive. What if Vegeta merely views you as a dog? Then I shall be a dog for Lord Vegeta. Womi retorted, in the eyes of someone as powerful as Lord Vegeta, we are all mere pets and toys. I am simply one who possesses self-awareness and willingly offers my devotion. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, it was Hanasia who first broke into laughter. Indeed, you possess a keen awareness. For science, strength is paramount. It appears that the blood of Broly and me has not flowed in vain through your veins. You are deserving of becoming Vegeta's woman. Ties turned to Hanasia boss. Your attempts to speak on her behalf will only bring her harm. Over the years of our acquaintance, Hannah's heart has undergone a transformation. Ties is aware that the current Hannah would never utter such words. It borders on a form of detrimental flattery. In truth, Hannah's genuine desire is solely to keep Wormy by Vegeta's side. As a human, to reach a level comparable to the Super Saiyan Vegeta within a decade is no small feat if she is deprived of hope while still being forced to endure. she will inevitably become a significant threat. The moment Hannah acquires strength surpassing that of Wormy, she will certainly eliminate her without hesitation. Previously, she failed to grasp Princess Vegeta's assertion that love could empower a scion. It all seemed like mere deception. However, as her strength grew, she increasingly believed that Vegeta's words were not without merit. In fact, the cells that Vegeta spoke of are indeed intertwined with love. Those devoid of love find their anger limited, and without love, one cannot attain true inner peace. As for Wormy's drastic change in mindset, it stemmed from her accessing information about scions from the computer aboard Vegeta's ship. She discerned that the nature of scions is inherently combative. The more exceptional the scion, the stronger their desire for battle. As her research deepened, coupled with morally questionable experiments, her feelings for Vegeta became distorted, evolving from mere admiration into a form of reverence. To her, the formidable Vegeta represents a kind of faith. Wormy inhaled deeply, rising to her feet. There is no point in further discussion, Ties. We both believe the other is mistaken, convinced only of our own righteousness. My aspiration is to transform Lord Vegeta into a perfect and powerful deity, and I shall become his most loyal servant. You, on the other hand, wish for him to be an ordinary man, a friend to stand beside. Ultimately, Lord Vegeta's choice will reveal the true answer. With that, Wormy departed from the audience area, making her way back to the competitor's chamber. Meanwhile, Vegeta had instructed the staff to bring in more food. Halfway through his meal, a young man named Mark approached him, a serious expression etched on his face. Without hesitation, Mark knelt before Vegeta, exclaiming, "Please, take me as your disciple." "Why?" Vegeta inquired. "Because I desire the same formidable power you possess." Vegeta remained silent for a moment, taken aback by this lesser-known side of the early Satan. In truth, Satan had always been aware of the strength of Goku and others. Yet he refused to acknowledge such reality, even to the point of self-deception. Vegeta then offered a straightforward response. "You will never attain the same strength as I, but I can show you a path." Mark, displaying keen insight, produced paper and pen to take notes. "In a moment, seek out that bald old man over there wearing a hat, and simply say that Vegeta sent you. He once instructed my brother and me in the art of martial prowess. Should you successfully graduate from his tutelage, participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would pose no challenge. Additionally, perhaps consider adopting a new name." After some contemplation, Vegeta concluded that it would be more prudent for Satan to become a disciple of Master Roshi. This way, during the Cell Games, Satan would not appear as a mere buffoon, provoking Vegeta's ire to the point of annihilation. Chapter 49. My opposition to this marriage. In an instant, Wormy teleported before Vegeta. Observing this, Mark discreetly departed, understanding that intruding upon a romantic encounter is nothing short of disgraceful. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to offend any of those present. Wormy settled beside Vegeta and remarked, "It has been quite some time, Lord Vegeta. I scarcely had the chance to converse with you properly on stage earlier." Vegeta turned to Wormy and replied, "There is no need to call me Lord. It feels unfamiliar. You need not diminish your own stature. No, I wish to be your most loyal servant," Wormy declared. Vegeta regarded Wormy in silence, sensing a significant transformation in her aura compared to before. It was not merely the influence of Broly and Hannah's cells that altered her energy. It was gradually becoming malevolent. Vegeta crossed his arms and stated, "But we are comrades, not master and servant." Upon hearing this, Wormy felt not joy, but a tinge of disappointment towards Vegeta. The flawless warrior who had just fought alongside her on stage. Why had he now reduced their relationship to mere companionship? Wormy understood that for scions, the concept of camaraderie was virtually non-existent. It seemed a term long lost among them. "Lord Vegeta, why do you desire companions? You should rule supreme, dominating the earth and even the universe." Vegeta, reclining casually, mused, "What good is ruling supreme? Wormy, possessing unparalleled power does not equate to reckless abandon, nor does it necessitate the enslavement or annihilation of others. While I hold disdain for most common folk, that does not imply I would treat them as slaves. However, there are certain things I refuse to do. Not even a deity could compel me to comply." Vegeta's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Wormy. Her eyes flickered, confronting a Vegeta that felt both familiar and foreign. The Vegeta in her heart was a mere figment of her imagination, while the one before her was the true essence of who he was. Her previous introversion had hindered her from engaging in meaningful conversations with him. Despite her myriad curiosities and questions about Vegeta, she had not mustered the courage to inquire. Ironically, it was often Vegeta who initiated conversations with her. Continuing, Vegeta remarked, "To be frank, I too look down upon the majority of ordinary people, Yet that does not mean I will treat them like slaves. After years spent with mirrors, the malevolence surrounding me has somewhat abated. I am no longer the battle maniac who would threaten to annihilate planets over a trivial dispute. However, I am not so sanctimonious as to rescue every ant from a flooded nest. To me, ants are ultimately just ants. Yet, there are those who, despite lacking remarkable power, can still earn my respect through their wisdom and other means. My time with mirrors has led me to recognize that even ants possess a life of their own. At worst, one could simply pay more attention while walking in the future. It is hardly necessary to stumble over oneself to give way to an ant. After a brief moment of distraction, Wormy suddenly burst into laughter, but I know what Lord Vegeta truly desires. And only I can provide that for him. What? Wormy turned to meet Vegeta's gaze and replied, a battle that allows Lord Vegeta to experience sheer exhilaration. Moreover, a battle that requires no mercy towards the opponent. I can create such opponents for Lord Vegeta. Whatever quantity he desires, I can conjure. Indeed, this is precisely what Vegeta needs, not merely due to his longing for such combat, but also because of the system that rewards the defeat of formidable foes. As Wormy spoke, she rose with excitement, one hand propped on the table and the other resting against the back of Vegeta's chair. As long as Lord Vegeta acknowledges it, simply regard those who seem to be under your benevolence as servants, and I can provide these opponents for you. And I am your foremost servant. It seems this fellow's mind is quite unhinged. Should I nod along to her suggestion, treating her as a slave in appearance while truly considering her a companion, allowing her to surprise me on occasion? A fleeting hesitation crossed Vegeta's face before he chuckled again. Wormy, I can offer you an opportunity, but remember, this is the only chance you will receive. Vegeta extended his finger to lift Wormy's chin and asked, do you wish to be my servant and slave, or do you desire to be my companion, perhaps even my partner? Choose one, companion, or even partner. Upon hearing this, Wormy's face immediately flushed. However, to choose the latter now would imply her prior misjudgment. Should I, then, acquiesce to Lord Vegeta's wishes and first act as his partner? Then I could regard myself as his servant. I wish to be a companion who is always by Lord Vegeta's side, obedient to his every word, someone whom he may strike or scold at will. Vegeta fell silent once more. It seems there is no saving her. Very well, let her have her way. Very well, Wormy exclaimed, immediately embracing Vegeta in excitement. Yet, after a moment of euphoric bliss, she promptly knelt before him. I apologize, my master. I lost myself for a moment. Please punish me. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with expectation, as if she awaited not punishment, but rather a reward. Vegeta sighed in exasperation. Since you are to be a partner, it is fitting you adopt a partner's address. Do not call me Lord or Master anymore, at least not in front of others. Understood, my master. You do not wish for others to know I am your. Before Wormy could finish her sentence, Vegeta pinched her mouth shut, coldly stating, address me as Vegeta. Should you utter a single extra word or falter in your address, I will immediately terminate this relationship. Vegeta. Excellent. Now, please stand up like a normal person. After Wormy rose, she said to Vegeta, by the way, I had an idea. I could bear you a child. I am certain that I can produce a worthy opponent for you. Are you suggesting that I should mercilessly thrash my own offspring? No, do not misunderstand. You need not regard our child as your own. This woman is merely attempting to deceive me for my chromosomes. It feels as if I am akin to Yujiro. Nonetheless, it seems rather intriguing. This fellow possesses Broly's cells within him. Perhaps the progeny born of us could eventually vanquish even the god of destruction. We shall discuss it later. I shall consider it. Calculating the time, Vegeta himself is already 23 years old. It is indeed time for a scion to seek a partner and propagate. However, with someone like Wormy, whose mind is already deranged, one must prepare for the possibility of giving birth to a rebellious child. A rebellious child must never inherit one's legacy. Thus Vegeta intends to find someone of sound mind. At that moment, Goku's match commenced. And Vegeta stood up and said, let us go. Accompany me to witness Kakarot's battle. Wormy followed closely behind Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, although this may sound somewhat capricious, may I hold your hand? Vegeta felt quite unaccustomed to Wormy's contrasting demeanor. She seemed to have instantaneously reverted to the girl she was a decade ago. If you truly see yourself as my partner, of course, you may. However, if you harbor other intentions, then it is best not to, for a slave does not deserve to hold the hand of their master. Upon hearing these words, Wormy became ecstatic like an infatuated girl. As expected of Master Vegeta, deep down, he still regards me as a slave. I cannot let my master down. I am worthy only to be led by my master on a leash. At that moment, on the newly prepared arena. A beautiful girl clad in a blue chi pao was engaging Goku in a flurry of punches and kicks. The girl's martial prowess was sharp, yet regrettably lacked substantial force. Nevertheless, by earthly standards, she was quite formidable, at least stronger than Tao Pai Pai. While attacking Goku, the girl shouted furiously, "I shall never forgive you. You have forgotten me. Surely, you have forgotten our promise as well?" Goku, evading her strikes with an innocent expression, replied, "I'm sorry. I truly cannot recall. Please just tell me. Once you defeat me, I shall reveal it to you. However, I am not so easily overcome." No sooner had he spoken than Goku unleashed a powerful punch from a distance, the force of which sent the girl flying out of the ring. The girl lay on the ground cradling her head, and Goku crouched beside her, asking, "Are you all right? Truly, you are the man I have chosen, undeniably impressive." The girl ascended the stage once more. "It seems you genuinely do not remember me, nor do you recall promising to marry me." Perhaps Kain had explained the concepts of marriage and partnership to Goku, which resulted in him not inquiring with Krillin about what marriage entails, as he did in the original story. In matters pertaining to this subject, Wukong's simplicity resembles that of a child. Viewed from this perspective, what Chi-Chi has undertaken could be deemed unlawful. "I am Chi-Chi. Does that ring a bell?" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Chi-Chi. Now I remember. I did indeed promise to take you as my bride. However, at that time, I mistakenly thought a bride was something delectable." On the stands, Janae clasped her hands in excitement, proclaiming, "Kakarot is getting married. I shall soon become a grandmother." Hennessy chuckled beside her. "Congratulations, Janae. To be a grandmother at such a young age. However, considering the pace of that rascal Tabor, I suspect I shall soon follow suit." Chi-Chi, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, "Now that you remember, what about that promise?" Wukong raised his arms, gazing skyward, and replied, "It matters not, since I have made a promise to you." He then approached Chi-Chi, stating, "Let us marry." Observing this, Taisi internally scoffed, "Are scions truly this easily deceived? Had I known, I would have employed the same tactics to dupe Vegeta. I wonder, is it still too late?" At that moment, Chi-Chi tightly grasped Wukong's hand, and the audience erupted in cheers for them. Yet, an abrupt, discordant voice pierced through the jubilant atmosphere. "I oppose this union." Chi-Chi, instantly infuriated, scanned the surroundings. "Who dares to oppose my marriage to Wukong?" Emerging with crossed arms was Vegeta. "It is I, on Ijang." Chapter 50. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament. Goku's. "Ah, brother." Vegeta observed the two from the sidelines. "You must be Chi-Chi, correct? Are you aware that Kakarot possesses no notion of marriage whatsoever?" "Kakarot?" Goku explained to Chi-Chi. "I forgot to mention, that's another name for me, haha." To him, marriage seemed as trivial as eating or drinking. This dense-headed individual had no comprehension of romance, nor did he grasp the responsibilities and obligations of a husband. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi stepped forward to address Vegeta. "So what? Even if you are Goku's brother, you cannot make decisions for him." Vegeta chuckled. "If Miss Chi-Chi is unwilling to heed reason, I possess a modicum of martial prowess myself. Moreover, everything I say is for your benefit. Can you truly endure a husband who, post-marriage, offers no romance and is solely focused on training, devoid of the means to provide for a family?" Tais, listening to Vegeta's words from the stage, sighed in resignation. It appears that Vegeta is not so easily deceived. Bulma turned to Tais and inquired, "Deceived about what?" "And nothing." Vegeta's words pierced Chi-Chi's heart like a sharp blade. Indeed, these were considerations she had overlooked. The life she envisioned post-marriage was built upon her own idealistic fantasies. Vegeta, employing a strategy of feigned indifference, remarked, "Give it up. For your own good. You hardly know Kakarot. I would find him a more suitable partner. He deserves someone who can embrace all his shortcomings." Fists clenched in anger, Chi-Chi retorted, I can certainly accept Goku, regardless of his understanding of romance or ability to provide. What matters is that I love him. It is precisely this simple-minded Goku that I cherish." Vegeta chuckled. "Well then, regarding his training. For someone as powerful as Goku, training is an expected pursuit." Vegeta secretly commended her resolve. Yet another pressing issue loomed. "Even so, what of your future children? You must realize that both Kakarot and I are near-extinct scions." Chi-Chi replied resolutely. "I will ensure that Goku fathers a child stronger than a hippo. What I mean is, our offspring must inherit our legacy, continually training, battling, and embarking on adventures. If you can accept that, then I have no further objections." With tears glistening in her eyes, Chi-Chi declared, "Of course I can. I hope you remember your words today. If you cannot tolerate my foolish brother, I will take him away at any moment." Goku, feeling somewhat bewildered, looked at Vegeta. "Brother." "Silence, Kakarot. I am doing this for your own good." Vegeta thought it best to stifle whatever astonishing words might escape Goku's lips. As the saying goes, one must offer a sweet after a slap, and Vegeta turned his attention back to Chi-Chi. If you truly can achieve this, then, as his elder brother, I will wholeheartedly bless you both. Beyond mere words of encouragement, I shall frequently come to your aid. I will also impart to him the ways of interacting with young ladies, the art of courtship, and how to shoulder the responsibilities and obligations of a husband. With a serious demeanor, Chi-Chi gazed at Vegeta and suddenly raised her hand, declaring, I swear, after marriage, I will never interfere with Goku's training, nor will I force him to engage in activities he does not wish to pursue. Furthermore, I shall never hinder our children from their training. Vegeta retrieved a bank card from his pocket, a token of his earnings from the Capsule Corporation over the past decade. He tossed the card to Chi-Chi, who deftly caught it with one hand. Vegeta remarked, This is a modest gesture from your elder brother. This sum should suffice for your lifelong sustenance. Kakarot, you may now kiss your bride. With that, Vegeta turned and departed. After a moment of surprise, Goku took the initiative to embrace Chi-Chi's shoulders, stating, Oni-chan said that a kiss is when one presses their lips against another's. The next instant, Goku wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi and kissed her. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Back in the waiting area, Wolmi rushed forward, exclaiming, Vegeta, I never imagined you would consider so much for your brother and sister-in-law. If it were me, I would certainly contemplate the same. How about it? If you're willing, I could marry you as well. Upon hearing this, Wolmi felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The notion of marrying Vegeta was something she had never dared to entertain, yet here he was, proposing it to her. In that moment, Wolmi felt enveloped in a sea of happiness. However, could the esteemed Lord Vegeta truly remain that unparalleled being after marriage? Did she, a mere servant, genuinely deserve Lord Vegeta? Vegeta, perceiving her thoughts with ease, chuckled, This opportunity is fleeting. If you wish to remain a humble servant, so be it. A true marriage is one of equality. If you hesitate, others will gladly accept. He continued, After all, I am merely a flesh and blood individual, not an otherworldly deity. Before Wolmi could process her thoughts, Vegeta strode away. She called after him, If you marry someone else, I will kill that person. What? Vegeta turned, believing he had misheard. In that moment, he was taken aback by the unwavering determination reflected in Wolmi's gaze. I will not permit Lord Vegeta to marry anyone else. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I am unworthy of Lord Vegeta. After a brief silence, Vegeta smiled and replied, Then I shall not marry anyone at all. In response to Wolmi's astonishment, Vegeta departed without hesitation. His words echoed his true feelings. He understood the weight of a husband's responsibilities and obligations. As a scion who refuses to be ensnared by a single tree, one can disregard the responsibilities and obligations that come with being someone else's husband, provided that he remains unwed. In other words, as long as he does not enter into marriage, he is free to pursue multiple romantic interests. After all, the opportunity was granted to Wolmi, and her failure to seize it is her own affair. This face signifies that Vegeta has been exceptionally benevolent towards Wolmi. However, in Wolmi's eyes, she mistakenly believes that Vegeta chose not to marry anyone for her sake. In the subsequent match, Piccolo triumphed over his adversary and successfully advanced to the top 4. The semi-final commenced with Vegeta facing off against Lazili, and he decisively raised his hand in surrender. Lazili gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, unable to believe he had truly conceded. What other choice is there? As a human, you lack the qualification to contend with me. In another semi-final bout, Goku encountered a fateful duel. Piccolo's power level reached 32,000, while Goku stood at 30,000. Though their strengths paled in comparison to Wolmi and Vegeta, it was undeniable that this battle was exhilarating. Both fighters unleashed every technique they had mastered throughout their lives. Ultimately, Goku, propelled by an indomitable fighting spirit, bested Piccolo and advanced to the finals. Carrot triumphs over formidable foe, Demon 2nd Generation Piccolo. Total multiplier increased to 7. Current power level, 6 million. Acquired a Sacred Dragon Ball. Now possessing a total of 5. Carrot has contributed twice already. It might be time for Vegeta to step up. After the battle, Goku offered Piccolo a Senzu Bean to aid in his recovery. Naru approached Piccolo and remarked, You are the most talented warrior I have ever encountered among the Namekians. He then extended his hand to Piccolo, saying, Come with me. Piccolo grasped Naru's hand and stood up, inquiring, Will going there make me stronger? Naru glanced at Vegeta and replied, That guy once said that within 10 years, you could surpass my current self. Initially, I did not believe it. But after witnessing your battle, I am convinced. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo declared to Goku, "Wait for me, Son Goku. One day, I will defeat you." Following the consumption of the Senzu Bean, Goku fully healed, experiencing a remarkable surge in power, exceeding 70,000. Sensing this transformation, Goku confidently addressed Piccolo, "I will await your challenge. I look forward to our next encounter. You are a worthy opponent." With that, Naru used instant transmission to take Piccolo to Namek. Vegeta then turned to Goku and said, "There is no need for further matches. Do you wish to return now?" Kiki tightly clasped Goku's arm, asserting, "Yes. I want to go with Goku to see my father. He will surely be delighted to see him. All right, don't forget to inform me when you marry. At that time, seek out Bulma. She knows how to reach me. Then we shall take our leave." After Wukong and the others departed, Vegeta planned to accompany Bulma to the Capsule Corporation to partake in a meal. Chapter 51. A new threat. Vegeta utilized instant transmission to bring everyone back to Capsule Corporation. Bulma, filled with joy, exclaimed to the group, "Everyone, today is a splendid day. Let us gather at home and enjoy a sumptuous feast." Hannah, unable to contain her excitement, urged Bulma, "Excellent. Hurry up, or I might just devour an earthling." Over the years, Meruz had frequently accompanied Vegeta to Earth, and each visit saw him indulging in the planet's culinary delights. Undoubtedly, Meruz shared his brother's passion for Earth's exquisite cuisine. When faced with the prospect of a lavish meal, he would not depart unless the sky itself were to crumble. Tai sought an opportunity to engage in conversation with Vegeta, but upon noticing Vomi closely trailing beside him, she refrained from approaching. Eventually, Vegeta took the initiative to walk over to Tais and spoke, Tais, you've grown considerably stronger. It seems you have put in a great deal of effort over the years. I am quite impressed." Tais glanced at Vomi, dismissing her presence, and with a beaming smile replied to Vegeta, "You too. Our growth seems akin to a leisurely stroll, while yours resembles the speed of a rocket." Vegeta, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, "Ha ha. Aside from my remarkable growth, have you not noticed that I have also surpassed you in height? You can no longer reach my head." Tais immediately leaped up, extending her hand to touch Vegeta's head, but he swiftly placed his hand atop hers. "Hee. From now on, it shall be I who touches your head." Tais pouted him. "You mischievous Vegeta. One of these days, when you are asleep, I shall take full advantage. By the way, have you never thought to come find me all these years? Was your instant transmission training in vain?" Vegeta retorted, "And you? If you truly wish to meet, you could have easily had Hannah bring you to me." As Vegeta continued his conversation with Tais, Vomi felt a complex mixture of emotions. This was not the Vegeta she had envisioned. At that moment, Vegeta genuinely regarded these individuals as companions. After exchanging pleasantries with Tais, he moved on to converse with others. Tais, feeling a sense of pride, turned to Vomi. "What do you think? You must sense it too, right? Vegeta does not see us as mere pets or toys. He is our comrade, and we are his." Vomi adjusted her glasses and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Let me share some news with you, Tais. Lord Vegeta has already chosen to be with me. Moreover, he has even asked if I would consider marrying him." What enchantment have you cast upon him?" Tais exclaimed. "I merely possess greater strength and understanding of him than you do. Nothing more." "Deep down, Lord Vegeta yearns for powerful beings," Vomi remarked, recalling Vegeta's past words, and then added with a smile, "Remember when Lord Vegeta mentioned that if given the chance, he would choose both of us? For science, a partner can indeed be numerous. But Tais, you once mentioned that you would not share your man with others, correct?" "I will. And I shall also respect Lord Vegeta's choices. As long as there is no marriage, Lord Vegeta is free to have as many partners as he desires." Tais inquired, "What if there were a marriage? What would happen then?" Wulmi gazed coldly at Tais. "I would eliminate whoever marries him, no matter who it is." "You madwoman." Wulmi, upon hearing this, did not react with anger but instead continued to smile. "Humph, say what you will. The one in the lead is me. Of course, Tais, if you wish to serve Lord Vegeta alongside me, I would not mind at all." With that, Wulmi turned on her heel and left, subsequently seeking out Vegeta. "Vegeta, I have some matters to attend to in my laboratory, so I shall take my leave. Remember to keep in touch." "Yes, rest assured, I will make time to see you. I remember your current mood." Wulmi waved goodbye to Vegeta with a smile, then soared into the sky in a fit of rage. After Wulmi's departure, Hanaxia was the first to approach Vegeta. "That woman is dangerous. You should eliminate her." Vegeta, watching the direction in which Wulmi departed, chuckled. I am aware, but I find myself drawn to such a thorny rose. Aren't you afraid of getting pricked? I can smooth out those thorns, and besides, Wulmi is of great utility to us." Hanaxia shrugged. "Suit yourself, but you cannot leave Tai Si without an explanation. If you do not fancy her, I can introduce her to Vegeta. I actually quite like her. We shall see. I will inquire about her thoughts. Despite possessing unparalleled power, Vegeta would never force anyone to be with him. He approached Tai Si once more. Wolmi has spoken to you, has she not? What are your thoughts? Tai Si, with her head bowed while roasting meat, did not meet Vegeta's gaze. What are my thoughts? Vegeta, it must be impossible for you to choose one, right? If one could have both, why settle for just one? Tai Si paused her actions, murmuring, Vegeta, I admit I have deep feelings for you. Yet it is precisely because of this that I cannot agree to share you with anyone else. For me, the more one cares in matters of the heart, the more possessive one becomes. Vegeta understood that this was not a foolish fictional world. Few ordinary women would abandon their dignity and compromise by sharing a man. As she spoke, Tai Si took a deep breath and smiled, raising her gaze to meet Vegeta's. But we can still be great friends, yes? No matter what happens, you will always be my friend, Vegeta. Tai Si stepped forward and embraced Vegeta briefly, whispering softly in his ear, then that will suffice. Upon releasing her grip, Tai Si gazed at Vegeta and inquired, Wolmi informed me that you presented her with a choice of marriage, yet she believes herself unworthy of you. Will you not extend the same option to me? She might take your life. Indeed, can you guarantee my protection indefinitely? Vegeta chuckled confidently, of course. Compared to Bulma, you resemble more a sister to me. You aren't harboring feelings for her, are you? First, indulge in my barbecued delicacies. Vegeta held little affection for Tai Si. Their bond resembled that of siblings rather than romantic partners. Given Vegeta's prowess, if he were truly enamored, he would certainly intervene to prevent Wolmi from causing harm. This, Tai Si could also surmise. Even a decade prior, she sensed Vegeta's inclination to converse with Wolmi frequently. Moreover, Hannah had once asked whom Vegeta would choose if forced to select between the two. At that time, Vegeta had not hesitated to choose Wolmi. Seated at a separate table, Vegeta shared a meal with Mels, who, while savoring skewers, remarked, another mission has arisen while we were watching the match. Vegeta lamented, but I no longer wish to be a galactic patrol officer. Mels grinned, the target this time will surely pique your interest. Who? Vegeta inquired. Frieza's brother. Cooler. Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Mels. He had previously investigated the Frieza clan, but regrettably found no information regarding Cooler, likely obliterated by Frieza. Contemplating this, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips and murmured, it is peculiar. Why is Cooler so much stronger than Frieza? Yet King Cold permitted Frieza to take command? In the original narrative, the Frieza family consisted solely of Frieza and King Cold. Bardock's journey back in time encountered King Cold and Cooler, both of which were creations of Toei Animation. The sequence of the Super Namekian Slug and Cooler's appearances suggests that all characters from the films have been integrated into this universe. More extravagantly, even characters originating from games might make an appearance, such as Wolmi, who, despite having transitioned to a canonical role, initially existed merely as an original character within the game. In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Mels elucidated, as I understand it, while Cooler appears to possess greater strength, Frieza surpasses Cooler in talent and potential, he simply neglects training. To safeguard Frieza's position as heir, Frieza and King Cold stripped Cooler of his military authority, allowing him to depart with only a mechanized battalion. The region near Earth was previously overlooked by Frieza and his father. Now that Cooler has set his sights on it, it is likely he will soon seize Earth and the surrounding valuable planets. Vegeta, maintaining a composed demeanor, questioned, are you suggesting that Cooler is already close to Earth? Mels replied, well, when I received the news, he and his subordinates had already launched an assault on a planet. I fear they will reach Earth in 3 or 4 days. Do you wish to take the initiative, or shall we remain here, waiting for the inevitable? Vegeta smiled and responded, let us remain passive, and in doing so, allow Kakarot to realize the multitude of formidable adversaries that exist in this universe. With that, Vegeta raised 2 fingers to his forehead, preparing to transport Goku to the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to personally accompany him in his training. Just as he was about to teleport, Mels remarked with a faint smile, if I recall correctly, Mr. Goku is supposed to meet his father-in-law, isn't he? Bringing him here to train at this moment. Vegeta lowered his fingers and said, it seems you can read my thoughts. Very well. I shall consider this a brief respite for myself and everyone involved. Vegeta and Mels reclined in their chairs, savoring grilled meat, enjoying this fleeting moment of tranquility. Mr. Vegeta, have you ever contemplated becoming a god of destruction? Not interested. Chapter 52. Dales as nightfall enveloped Baobao Mountain, Jine returned home. Hanasia and Tabor had temporarily taken residence in Bulma's abode. Just as Vegeta reclined, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Vegeta encounters a formidable foe, Dales. Upon vanquishing Dales, Vegeta's overall combat power will increase to 8. Upon hearing this revelation, Vegeta sprang upright. He had inadvertently located Dales, which meant the spirit fruit was within reach. He donned his battle attire and placed 2 fingers upon his forehead, meticulously searching for Vegeta's energy signature. Vegeta, Vegeta. Found it. In the next instant, Vegeta vanished from his location. Meanwhile, on a lifeless planet, Dales stood beneath a colossal tree, flanked by his subordinates. Observing the trio of Vegeta, glaring at the face before him, remarked with displeasure, "Are you the scion who drains the vitality from planets? Oh, is that not our esteemed Prince Vegeta? I thought you were part of the Ginyu Force. What brings you, gallivanting so far from Frisia's side, to confront a mere subordinate?" Vegeta removed his scouter, the intent to kill now evident in his demeanor. Multiple mission target planets lay desolate upon his arrival. Their ecological systems had plunged into a state of despair. Buyers would scarcely pay for planets on the brink of death. This situation had also incensed Frisia, who commanded Vegeta to investigate. After considerable effort, Vegeta's team uncovered the truth. The mastermind was a scion. Subsequently, Frisia issued a command to apprehend him, with extermination as a last resort. However, Dales's earlier words had extinguished any notion of mere apprehension in Vegeta's mind, igniting a fierce desire to obliterate Dales's forces entirely. Seated beneath the spirit fruit tree, Vegeta plucked a fruit and prepared it. He sensed the escalating energy emanating from Vegeta, smiling in acknowledgement. Vegeta's mastery over his energy was formidable. Could it be that he had ventured to Yardrat and maintained composure? His temperament had notably stabilized compared to the original tale. The year Vegeta's planet was annihilated, Dales was merely 5 years old and shared a friendly rapport with Raditz. Unbeknownst to them, Dales, Raditz, Kakarot, and Vegeta all shared the same father. Regardless, as Dales departed from planet Vegeta, he had also acquired control over his combat prowess. With a disdainful grin, he regarded Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are Prince Vegeta, with a battle power of at least 180,000. Yet, if you believe such power can defeat me, you are utterly deluded. With that, Dales shifted his gaze to Raditz. Raditz, out of respect for our past acquaintance, I offer you an opportunity to join me. You now possess commendable combat prowess, yet if you choose to follow me, I assure you that your strength will swiftly escalate in a brief span. Henceforth, you shall no longer be relegated to the status of a mere dog under Vegeta's command beneath Frisia, and perhaps one day, we will vanquish Frisia and seize his empire. When offered the olive branch by Dales, Raditz hesitated not for a moment. He promptly rejected the proposition before Dales, exclaiming, "I apologize, but I disdain to associate with inferior warriors. My loyalty lies solely with the royal bloodline of the Scions." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta exhibited no outward reaction, yet internally, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Raditz. He recognized that, over time, he had ceased to regard these two merely as subordinates. Beyond their roles, he sensed a burgeoning trust, an emotion he found difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, he understood that in this vast universe, the only individuals he could truly rely upon were these two bumbling fools by his side. In the original narrative, Vegeta held the lives of his subordinates in little regard. You were only worthy of being his subordinate as long as you remained useful. Once you ceased to serve a purpose, you were as good as discarded refuse. The genuine camaraderie Vegeta felt towards others likely blossomed during the battle on Namek, when he fought alongside Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo. In that moment, they were not bound by hierarchies. They each unleashed their unique abilities to thwart Frisia, an experience entirely novel for Vegeta. A group of individuals fighting alongside him not for their own gain, but for a shared cause. This forged a bond of camaraderie, marking the first time Vegeta contemplated reliance on others. Now, Vegeta had already entered this phase. He fixed his gaze upon Dales and declared, "I do not consider myself superior due to my royal lineage. I have no need for my royal status to command respect from others. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that no matter how a subordinate may grow in strength, they shall forever remain a subordinate." Dales grinned widely. "Very well. I shall see just how long you can maintain your bravado." Suddenly, a pale purple aura erupted around Dales, rushing towards Vegeta and his companions while launching an assault. Dales raised his hand in midair, incessantly firing pale purple energy blasts at the three. Vegeta raised his hand to deflect the incoming blasts, but Dales had already closed in on him. So fast, Dales delivered a powerful kick aimed at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta crossed his arms defensively, yet he was still sent flying backwards. Not only Vegeta suffered this fate, Raditz and Nappa, who stood beside him, were also caught in the onslaught. Vegeta, observing the battle below with keen interest, chuckled. This Vegeta truly is a pitiful king. I have yet to see him gain the upper hand. However, with Dale's combat power at approximately 250,000, he is yet unable to exert absolute dominance over Vegeta, revealing that Dale's is, indeed, rather inept. After several rounds of combat, although Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, he had come to realize that the crab-headed scion before him was a mere facade of strength, lacking substance. Aside from possessing superior power and speed, he was woefully deficient in combat experience, awareness, techniques, and the control and utilization of energy. Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle at the opponent's incompetence. I can win. As long as I maintain my distance and force him to expend his energy on constant attacks, I can deplete his energy reserves. Once his energy diminishes, he will be at my mercy. You two weaklings, step aside. I can handle this alone. Raditz cautioned Vegeta. Do stay safe, Prince Vegeta. After training on Yardrat for 3 months, Vegeta had become adept at utilizing his energy, achieving an efficiency rate exceeding 95. As Vegeta distanced himself from Dallas, he began unleashing a barrage of feeble energy blasts at him. These blasts, while visually impressive, possessed little actual power. Dallas, evading while retaliating with a relentless barrage of highly destructive energy blasts, posed a significant risk to Vegeta, who knew that a single hit could inflict severe injury. Thus, he remained intensely focused, with no room for complacency. 10 minutes later, growing impatient, Dallas began to taunt Vegeta. What's the matter? The mighty Prince of Science is being chased by a lowly warrior. I'm waiting for you to come closer, so I can show you the gap between us. Concentrating most of his energy in his back and right hand, Vegeta devised a cunning counterattack. Dallas unleashed another energy wave, striking Vegeta's back and puncturing his battle armor. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, thinking, such formidable power. Had I not concentrated my energy beforehand, I would have been on the brink of death. Vegeta fell to the ground, and Dallas hovered before him, mocking, pathetic prince, after I finish you off, I will take Raditz and the other scion and leave. In just a few years, Frieza will fall to my hands, and at that time, I will be not only the king of the scions, but the ruler of the entire universe. Dallas once again gathered a sphere of energy in his palm, aiming it at Vegeta. Die, Vegeta. At the moment Dallas released the energy wave, Vegeta executed a swift roll to evade. Nanny. Before Dallas could fully react, Vegeta unleashed the energy wave he had been charging. Gallic Gun. The single-handed release of Vegeta's Gallic Gun engulfed Dallas, propelling him far away. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Dallas's battle armor lay in tatters, his body battered and bruised. Staggering, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "You damned Vegeta?" Vegeta gazed at the disheveled Darius and chuckled. This is the distinction between a super elite and a lower-tier warrior. No matter how formidable your combat power may be, you cannot surpass me. At the moment he unleashed a formidable energy wave. The act of expelling vast amounts of energy rendered him physically vulnerable. However, my Gallic Gun, which I had been charging since early on, has the potential to exceed my own combat capabilities. In this scenario, the fact that you have not been directly obliterated by me is merely a stroke of luck. Darius found himself struck beneath the spirit fruit tree, watching as Vegeta advanced relentlessly towards him. His gaze shifted to a fully ripened spirit fruit hanging above. Darius laughed once more. You see, Prince Vegeta, when one possesses absolute superiority, one ought to swiftly eliminate the enemy. With a swift motion, Darius knocked several ripe spirit fruits to the ground, catching them in his hands. You have no chance now, ha 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 ha. He devoured the spirit fruits with great fervor, and in an instant, his muscles swelled dramatically. At that moment, Darius's combat power surged to an astonishing 700,000. Faced with this explosive enhancement, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. What? Nanny? The next instant, Darius charged towards him, colliding with Vegeta and sending him flying. With a single blow, Vegeta sustained grave injuries. As he sat up amidst the rubble, astonished, he gazed at Darius. What on earth just happened? How did that guy's combat power increase so drastically? Just then, a strange voice echoed from behind him. Transform into a great ape and crush him. No matter how strong those lower-tier warriors become, they lose all reason upon transforming. Chapter 53. He showed off. Vegeta turned around and beheld a figure clad in a blue martial arts uniform standing beside him. Who are you, a scion? Vegito, with arms crossed and a sidelong glance at Vegeta, responded, Never mind who I am. I am here to teach you a technique. In an instant, Vegito unleashed his energy. A staggering combat power nearing 3 million that left Vegeta utterly astonished. It also caused Dallas to halt and observe. Who are you? Disregarding Dallas, Vegito closed his eyes and instructed Vegeta, I will now teach you how to harness the power of a great ape without transforming into one. Focus on the fluctuations of my energy. Vegito activated the great ape power, his combat prowess surging tenfold. Upon opening his eyes, the malevolent and ferocious aura enveloped him. His gaze, filled with a murderous intent, rendered Dallas paralyzed with fear merely at a glance. Chuckling at Dallas's cowardice, Vegito remarked, What's the matter? Is a mere tens of millions in combat power enough to frighten you into such a state? Ding. Bounty King mode activated. Combat power calculated as Kakarot multiplied by Vegeta's overflowing power. Heavens. I inadvertently showcased my strength again. Since I'm at it, I might as well seize this opportunity to experiment. In that moment, Vegeto's combat power multiplied exponentially, reaching an astounding 12.6 billion in his base form with the Great Ape power. In this state, he could effortlessly subdue Perfect Cell without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Such a formidable aura seemed to silence the very planet itself. Vegeta gasped internally, thinking, could this guy be? No. It's impossible. Even Frieza would stand no chance against such power. Vegeta demanded, You must be Vegito. How have you become so strong? Vegito, Raditz exclaimed upon hearing Vegeta's words, then. He must be my brother. It's unbelievable. How can someone be this powerful? Nappa, feeling the tension rise, whispered to Raditz, Lord Raditz. I apologize for my past transgressions. I hope you can forgive me. Vegito, with a serious demeanor, addressed Vegeta. To utilize the Great Ape power, two conditions must be met. And you happen to fulfill both. First, you must maintain your sanity in the Great Ape state. Second, you must master energy control to perfection. Had you not heeded Hannah's advice to train on Yardrat, it would have been impossible. Astonished, Vegeta gazed at Vegito and inquired, You truly are as formidable as Mother spoke of. Is this your full power? By the way, what happened to your voice? Don't mind such trivialities. Whenever I exert myself too much, my voice tends to change a bit. Vegito turned to smile at Vegeta, and this is not even my full strength. Well then, let me give you all a glimpse. As Vegeta's hair gradually stood on end, an immense surge of energy enveloped him. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A colossal and resplendent golden aura illuminated the darkened sky. Vegeta proclaimed, This is the Super Saiyan form, but it is merely the beginning. I have heard from Hanasia that she has imparted the secrets of transformation to you all. If you adhere to her methods, in a few years, once your foundational combat abilities have been enhanced, you too shall achieve this state. However, the Super Saiyan form is only the initial stage. The next moment, Vegeta's aura intensified, entwined with golden lightning that crackled and sparked around him. The two strands of hair on his forehead stood erect. This was the Super Saiyan 2, a transcendent form beyond the original Super Saiyan. To be honest, this was my first attempt, and I was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly I accomplished it. It appears that as long as one possesses sufficient combat prowess, surpassing the boundaries of Super Saiyan 1 is remarkably straightforward. Allow me to experiment further. Vegeta clenched his fists and bent forward, unleashing the energy within him. The overwhelming aura sent Vegeta flying. Once he regained his footing, he shielded himself from the oncoming powerful gust and exclaimed, Can he grow even stronger? What manner of creature is he? Vegeta's hair flowed backward, continuing to lengthen. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though anyone in the universe capable of sensing energy had perceived this terrifying power. On Earth, Goku was dining with Ox King when, in the blink of an eye, he discarded his food and rushed outside, gazing upward at the sky. Is this the energy of my brother? So powerful, so formidable. Meanwhile, Chi-Lai and Broly emerged as well. Chi-Lai gasped, Is Vegeta engaged in battle with someone? Broly, with a calm demeanor, replied, He is not fighting. He is merely attempting a transformation. My brother does not continuously amplify his power during combat. Then, a smile of excitement unexpectedly appeared on Broly's face. In Womi's secret laboratory, she looked up in astonishment. Lord Vegeta. Is this truly the extent of Lord Vegeta's power? Indeed, Lord Vegeta is unparalleled in the world. She then glanced at the nutrient chamber, where the disassembled and limbless Lazuli and Lapis lay. It seems I must enhance these toys further to satisfy Lord Vegeta. In the Kaioshin realm, Jebet expressed his astonishment to East Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin. What kind of being could transmit energy all the way to the divine realm? I cannot fathom it. This energy is terrifying. Even the Majin view of your pales in comparison. It appears necessary to descend to the lower realms for investigation. At that moment, a woman seated on the ground, indulging in food and drink, smiled silently. Upon closer inspection, a halo rested atop her head, returning to that desolate planet. All eyes were fixed on Vegeta, whose long hair cascaded down to his waist, his legs trembling involuntarily. The absence of his eyebrows accentuated his pronounced brow, and the surrounding lightning intensified, becoming even more resplendent. Furthermore, when harnessing the power of the great ape, the skin around his eyes darkened. In that moment, Vegeta bore no semblance of a benevolent being. He intently assessed his condition, reflecting, it appears that under the influence of the great ape's power, the higher the transformation level of a Super Saiyan, the more profound the impact on one's psyche. I truly wish I could crush your heads in one swift motion. But fret not, it is merely a fleeting thought. A lesser warrior attempting such a feat would likely lose their sanity and enter a frenzied state. Moreover, my control over Ki has significantly diminished. Should I further transform into Super Saiyan 4 in this state, I might indeed succumb to madness. With that, Vegeta dispelled all transformations, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 had drained much of my stamina. It seems I need to familiarize myself with the hyperbolic time chamber. However, should I not activate the King of Beasts mode? My current combat prowess would make it exceedingly difficult to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Well, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Being overly ostentatious might inadvertently awaken Beerus prematurely. In truth, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is predominantly Goku's domain. Due to the circumstances in the afterlife, Goku's stamina and ki consumption do not deplete as they would in the mortal realm, allowing him sufficient energy to sustain this transformation. As for Gotenks, the innate talent and stamina of a fusion warrior need not be elaborated upon, and the hyperbolic time chamber resembles the afterlife in many respects. In contrast, Vegeta's achievement is purely a testament to his exceptionally formidable talent and insight, having transcended in the mortal realm. Had he exclusively trained in the mortal world, Vegeta surmised that Super Saiyan 2 would have been his ultimate limit. Yet, should he continue down this path, Super Saiyan 2 could potentially yield effects akin to Super Saiyan 3 and even surpass it in terms of energy efficiency. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to face Vegeta with a grin. So, is this your utmost power? Certainly not. I still possess 2 unutilized transformation stages, although you would be incapable of sensing the extent of my strength in those forms. Now, proceed to unleash the great ape power against him. With that, Vegeta conjured an artificial moon of ki and hurled it into the sky. As Vegeta transformed into a great ape, he keenly attuned himself to the fluctuations of his power. Dares knew that once Vegeta assumed his great ape form, he would stand no chance unless he too transformed into a great ape. Just as Dares was about to turn away, one of Vegeta's clones suddenly materialized within his line of sight. I advise you to remain prudent, once you've lost your sanity. Even a tenfold increase in strength would not suffice to overpower Vegeta. The disparity in intellect is a chasm that is challenging to bridge. 10 minutes later, Vegeta's form began to shrink voluntarily, the skin around his eyes darkening. In a typical scenario, he would have felt an exhilarating laughter rising within him, fueled by the immense power coursing through his veins. However, after witnessing the unfathomable strength of Vegeta, laughter eluded him entirely. Vegeta, gazing at him, inquired, "Shouldn't mastering such power bring joy? Do you not relish laughter?" Vegeta bowed his head in silence. With a chuckle, Vegeta remarked, "Very well, I shall not intrude further. Continue your battle. If possible, spare that fellow Darius. After all, the number of Scions still alive is dwindling." With that, Vegeta vanished using instant transmission. A minute later, a notification echoed in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta has defeated a formidable foe, Darius. Total multiplier increased to 8, current battle power, 2. 8 million. Acquired a Sacred Dragon Ball, now possessing a total of 6. Currently, Kakarot, Vegeta, and the host have all vanquished formidable enemies, rewarding a super double card. What is this? Vegeta glanced at the description, which indicated that utilizing this card would enhance the enemy's power, thereby yielding richer rewards. Excess battle power, 1.05 million. Then I shall allocate 30,000 to Kakarot and 20,000 to Vegeta, rounding it off perfectly. After distributing the 50,000 battle power, Vegeta's base battle strength surged to 3.1 million. Chapter 54, Spiritual Fruits. Vegeta instantaneously transported himself into Womi's laboratory, bearing a bag filled with spiritual fruits. Upon witnessing Vegeta's sudden arrival, Womi gazed at him with a mixture of surprise and joy, exclaiming, "Lord Vegeta?" At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached and inquired, "Is this the Vegeta you mentioned?" Vegeta turned his attention to the old man, Dr. Gallo. Dr. Gallo glanced at Womi, who promptly interjected, "I have never mentioned Lord Vegeta to you, as he would not be interested in a mere insect." Dr. Gallo furrowed his brow and addressed Vegeta. You are the brother of Son Goku. In a certain sense, you are our adversary. Now that you have appeared here, I cannot allow you to leave so easily. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Even if you were to kill Kakarot, I would not intervene. Focus on your own affairs. However, if you intend to kill him, you must possess the capability to do so. Vegeta's words astonished Dr. Gallo, who then remarked, Indeed. Scions are cold-blooded creatures. I hope you can fulfill your words when the time comes. Subsequently, Vegeta approached the modified Lazuli and Lapis, observing them closely. Their internal organs had been largely removed for reconstruction, and even their limbs had been dismembered, replaced with new skeletal structures and energy output canisters, rendering them a ghastly sight. It is likely that if this scene were captured in a photograph and shown to Krillin from another timeline, it would infuriate him to the point of summoning Shenron to resurrect Dr. Gallo and exact revenge. Noticing Vegeta admiring his creations, Dr. Gallo, with a hint of pride in his voice, asked, So, what do you think, Scion? Are you satisfied with my work? Vegeta, arms crossed and expressionless, inquired, Do you intend to equip them with infinite energy devices? What is the maximum output converted to battle power? Dr. Gallo replied, I didn't expect you to be familiar with infinite energy devices. Regardless, once this device is completed as planned, it will grant them a battle power of 1 billion, by your standards. Vegeta scoffed derisively, Humph, merely 1 billion. In truth, this battle power exceeds that depicted in the original story. In the original narrative, androids 17 and 18, upon their debut, possessed battle powers comparable to Super Saiyan Vegeta. But Vegeta lacked infinite energy, which ultimately led to his defeat. To estimate their battle power in the original context, one can compare them to Goku, Frieza, Vegeta, and Trunks. Firstly, Frieza had claimed that his mechanical form surpassed Super Saiyan Goku due to training, but the difference would not be substantial, conservatively estimated at a maximum of 200 million. However, mechanical Frieza and King Cold suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Trunks. Super Saiyan Trunks' battle power is approximately 253 million. During a brief encounter with Super Saiyan Goku, Goku held an undeniable advantage. Therefore, upon returning from planet Yardrat, Super Saiyan Goku's battle power is at least 3.4 billion. Vegeta has witnessed the pinnacle of Goku's Super Saiyan form, and upon attaining his own Super Saiyan transformation, he claims to have surpassed Goku. Therefore, during the early stages of the Android saga, Vegeta's combat power is estimated to be between 500 million and 600 million. This same power level can be attributed to Android 18, whose strength in the original narrative closely aligns with this range. Now, if Androids 17 and 18 were to undergo modifications, their strength would potentially double compared to their original capacities. At this juncture, Womi remarked to Dr. Gero, Vegeta's combat power has already reached a staggering 1 billion, and it will only grow stronger in the future. If you wish to defeat him alongside Vegeta, you must heed my advice and enhance their power. Suddenly, Vegeta conceived an idea and addressed the two. In truth, sheer energy does not equate to everything. If I were in your position, I would create a super chip to implant in their brains. A super chip? Womi inquired. Indeed. For instance, it could analyze an opponent's attacks, granting them an undeniable advantage in combat, allowing them to react faster than their adversaries. Of course, this requires the chip to possess formidable capabilities. Dr. Gero realized, I see. That is indeed a splendid suggestion. Now, if you have no further matters, I must ask you to leave. I have work to attend to. Vegeta then said to Womi, Come with me. Womi placed her hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and he teleported her to a deserted location. Vegeta has now mastered the ability to control his instant transmission to remote areas devoid of life. This is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to lock onto an energy signature and teleport to a location far removed from it. With a blush, Womi asked, Lord Vegeta, did you come to see me this late to discuss the matter I previously brought to your attention? Vegeta produced a spiritual fruit and said, No, I want you to consume this. You will also be able to teleport, find an uninhabited planet, and replant the seed of this fruit there. Womi examined the fruit in her hand and inquired, What is the purpose of this fruit? Once you eat it, you will understand. Consider it a reward for your loyalty. Given Vegeta's request, Womi would have complied even if it meant consuming poison, and the compelling nature of his command left her with no choice but to obey. After taking a bite, Womi felt her energy surge dramatically. Upon finishing the fruit, her combat power soared to 300,000. When factoring in her no-side effect 20x Kaioken, along with the 50 times the power of the Great Ape, her peak combat power now reached an astounding 150 million. Womi gazed in awe at the seed of the spiritual fruit, exclaiming, What a marvelous fruit! If it could be cultivated in abundance, you would surely dominate the universe. Vegeta, hands on his hips, chuckled. I am not particularly interested in such methods of enhancement, and the more one consumes, the less effective it becomes. The most critical point is that cultivating this fruit requires a tremendous cost, demanding the life force of a planet. On planets where life flourishes abundantly, the fruits cultivated are invariably superior. Remember my words. Seek out uninhabited planets for cultivation, and I shall return in a year to reap the rewards. With that, Vegeta produced a capsule and handed it to Womi. This is a state-of-the-art spacecraft I acquired from a highly advanced planet. It is capable of autonomous navigation. You may utilize this vessel to locate your target planet. However, should I discover that you have annihilated other civilizations in pursuit of such fruits, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. Womi responded earnestly. Understood, Lord Vegeta. You need not worry. Just call me Vegeta. Now, I must distribute these remaining fruits to others in need, so I shall take my leave. Such unpleasant tasks are best left to others. Once Mars discovers this, he will undoubtedly lecture himself again. Meanwhile, after defeating Dallas, Vegeta extracted information regarding the spirit fruit tree. Dallas's subordinates were swiftly dealt with by Nappa and Raditz. Arriving beneath the spirit fruit tree, they gazed upward, only to find 3 spirit fruits remaining, as if they had been reserved specifically for them. Raditz took the initiative to pluck the 3 fruits and handed them to Vegeta. After a glance, Vegeta remarked, Raditz, you and Nappa each take one. Thank you, Your Highness. Once the 3 consumed the spirit fruits, their battle powers experienced a remarkable transformation. Vegeta's power surged to 500,000. Raditz reached 200,000, while Nappa's increase was the least, attaining only 150,000. In the past, Vegeta would have felt exhilarated and surprised by such an enhancement. However, after witnessing the unimaginable prowess of Vegeta, he felt only a slight thrill. At least he believed himself to be the strongest scion aside from Vegeta. With the power of the great ape, his battle strength could ascend to 5,000,000. Raditz, gazing at the severely wounded Dallas, inquired, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this one? Vegeta pondered briefly. He had initially intended to eliminate Dallas entirely. However, for a defeated foe, slaying him would bring no sense of pride. It would be better to hand him over to Frieza, thus garnering some merit. Take him away. Meanwhile, on Namek, the Grand Elder assisted Piccolo in unlocking his potential, elevating his power to 400,000. While training in the Kaioken with Nail, Vegeta suddenly appeared. Nail, accustomed to such interruptions, asked, What brings you here this time? Vegeta tossed a spirit fruit to Piccolo, saying, Do not ask questions, simply consume it. Nail glanced at the fruit in Piccolo's hand, remarking, Wait, this fruit seems familiar. Could it be that you know the spirit fruit? Spirit fruit? Vegeta, could you take this fruit with me to see the Grand Elder? Of course. Thus, they approached the Grand Elder, who, upon seeing the spirit fruit, inhaled deeply. Where did you acquire this? Vegeta inquired earnestly. The Elder replied, It was seized from the hands of a scion. Do not claim that this artifact was cultivated by you. The Grand Elder turned his gaze to the window, reminiscing. Do you recall when I mentioned that Namek was nearly obliterated by a natural calamity? The root cause of that disaster was indeed this spirit fruit. It was, in truth, cultivated by us. Prior to the catastrophe, the Namekians had mastered advanced biotechnological skills. Coupled with certain magical practices, they briefly ascended to become one of the most prominent races in the cosmos. Regrettably, a faction of scholars became intoxicated by the pursuit of power, ultimately leading to this tragedy. Now that this item has re-emerged on other planets, it signifies that some of the Namekians who escaped took away that malevolent seed. With a heavy sigh, the Grand Elder turned to Piccolo and said, Piccolo, consume it. Piccolo gazed at the spirit fruit in his hand, feeling a deep reluctance to partake. After all, the destruction of his homeland and his own exile were both linked to the spirit fruit. However, with the fruit now ripened, he could only swallow it with tears, lest it be wasted. Upon consuming the spirit fruit, his battle power surged tenfold, soaring to an astonishing 4 million. Vegeta, watching Piccolo with excitement, exclaimed, I never anticipated that such a fruit would have such a profound effect on an Namekian. If you were to further fuse with Nail and the Grand Kai, and allow Shenron to unlock your potential, you might just become an exhilarating opponent. Piccolo, astonished by his own remarkable enhancement, had witnessed his battle power escalate from just over 30,000 to 4 million within a single day. Nail chimed in, indeed, with this transformation, Frieza would be of little concern. Vegeta gazed out at the sky and remarked, that may not be the case. His energy continues to grow stronger. He then instructed Nail, ensure he trains diligently, But afterwards, let him return to Earth. I must take my leave. Vegeta instantaneously teleported to Bulma's room, where she lay on her bed, watching television. Upon his sudden arrival, she was startled, her face flushing as she tightly wrapped herself in her blankets. What do you want at this hour? Vegeta tossed a spirit fruit to her and declared, do not ask questions, just eat it. Chapter 55. A date with Bulma. After ensuring that Tais consumed the spirit fruit, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to depart once more. Following her consumption, Tais' combat power surged to an impressive 30,000, a sufficient measure for her self-preservation during cosmic travels. As night fell at Bowsy Mountain, Vegeta arrived at Goku's doorstep through instant transmission, releasing his energy. Moments later, Goku emerged in his pajamas, barefoot. Brother. Vegeta tossed the last spirit fruit to him, instructing, do not ask anything, just eat it. Goku exhibited an unwavering loyalty to Vegeta, akin to that of Wumi. After devouring the fruit, his muscles swelled dramatically. Wow, this is truly my own strength. Indeed, rest for another day, and by this time tomorrow, I shall take you for training. Alright. Following the consumption of the spirit fruit, Goku's combat power soared to 200,000, though the increase was not monumental. After all, for Goku, his comprehension greatly surpassed his potential. Meanwhile, Vegeta's power also experienced a substantial rise, reaching an astonishing 5.9 million. Should he activate his Berserker mode, his combat power would exceed a staggering 100 billion in its normal state. The following morning, in the backyard of Bulma's home, Tais was once again preparing her belongings for another cosmic adventure. Accompanying her was Hanacia, and in addition, Tabul had brought along his companion, Tao Lon Lon. Vegeta leaned against a tree, seeking the shade, and inquired, didn't you say you would linger a while longer? Tais, avoiding Vegeta's gaze, continued packing her belongings. I simply cannot remain idle. I wish to explore the cosmos again. Perhaps I will discover something intriguing. Maruz, standing nearby, chuckled. Actually, you could join the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol? Tais asked, intrigued. Maruz elaborated. Yes, if you join, you are bound to become super elites. With Mr. Vegeta's prior achievements and conduct, I believe any biases against scions have dissipated, and you would likely be welcomed. He continued. Moreover, as an intern patrol officer, your working hours can be flexible. You can handle tasks as they arise in your vicinity. Hanacia, with excitement, asked, does that mean I can engage in battles frequently? Maruz replied with a wry smile. If you desire to fight, there will certainly be no shortage of opportunities. However, as Galactic Patrol officers, you are generally prohibited from taking lives. Upon finishing, Maruz conjured a letter from thin air and handed it to Hanacia. You may take a look at this. Simply mention my name and Mr. Vegeta when the time comes. Tais snatched the envelope from Hanacia's hands, exclaiming, this sounds quite interesting. Let's join together, sister. Hanacia laughed, as long as you are happy. I suppose it is time for me, as a princess, to step forward and repay the debts of the scions. As the crowd waved their farewells, Vegeta presented Tais with an emergency communicator before their departure. Gazing at the departing spaceship, Vegeta inquired of Mel's beside him, how long until Gula arrives? 2 days, perhaps. However, given your current strength, Mr. Vegeta, Gula is hardly a concern for you, Mel's replied, clearly sensing the cosmic aura that Vegeta had emanated the previous night. With a smile, Vegeta asked Mel's, do you think if I were to become 10-fold or even 20-fold stronger than last night, I could defeat the God of Destruction? Mel's answered candidly, I'm afraid not. The God of Destruction possesses boundless power, and as the mightiest among them, Beerus, you, Mr. Vegeta, still have considerable effort ahead of you. Is that so? I share your sentiment, Vegeta replied. As noon approached, Bulma, having adorned herself, approached Vegeta and asked, how do I look? Vegeta cast a quick glance at Bulma, understanding that she was referring to her appearance that day. Quite well. Though I believe you look better with short hair than long. Indeed, Bulma's beauty seemed to flourish with time, particularly during the period of Dragon Ball Super, which marked the zenith of her allure, albeit with the possibility that she had employed the Dragon Balls for some cosmetic enhancements. Moreover, a crucial factor was the evolution of the artistic style, rendering characters more three-dimensional. In Vegeta's eyes, Bulma remained strikingly beautiful, even if she fell slightly short compared to Chi-Chi, Vomi, and Lotzi Li, yet she far surpassed the middle-aged Tais that followed. Bulma, running her fingers through her hair, remarked, actually, I've been thinking about getting a short haircut recently. Why don't you accompany me, Vegeta, and afterwards we can go shopping? Well, I did promise you. So let's go together, he agreed. The two strolled through West City, where Bulma first visited a hair salon to change her hairstyle. Vegeta, sitting quietly with his arms crossed and eyes closed, remained motionless like a statue for half an hour. "Hey, Vegeta," Bulma called, prompting him to open his eyes and turn towards her. "What is it? Do you want some water?" Bulma, through the mirror's reflection, smiled and said, "I thought you were asleep. Perfect timing. Could you go outside and buy me a cup of milk tea?" "Of course," he replied. Before Bulma could hand him any money, Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Oh no. Does he even know how to use money? He wouldn't rob someone, would he? At that moment, the stylist chuckled and asked, "Is that your boyfriend?" Bulma's face flushed slightly, and she responded to the stylist's inquiry, "Indeed. What do you think of him? He's quite handsome. That hairstyle is very unique. And he looks so strong. If my boyfriend were like that, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Upon hearing this, Bulma took a deep breath and said, "But he seems rather flirtatious. An exceptional man is inherently fickle, yet he seems genuinely attentive to your feelings. When you requested him to procure some items, he promptly complied without a hint of complaint." Shortly thereafter, Vegeta entered, bearing a multitude of milk teas, placing them on the table. "I forgot to inquire about your preferred flavor, so I purchased one of each. The ones you do not favor, I shall finish myself." Bulma was taken aback by Vegeta's meticulousness in his endeavors. "You've worked hard, Vegeta. Please pass me the matcha flavor." Vegeta expertly inserted the straw and handed it to Bulma, who smiled and asked, "Am I making you unhappy by bossing you around?" Vegeta crossed his arms and replied with a grin, "It's a trivial matter. You've assisted me greatly. I wouldn't mind being your servant, as long as you provide the fodder." Bulma was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. You are joking, right? Don't take it seriously." Taking a couple of sips from her milk tea, Bulma remarked, as a scion, "You are far more amusing than Tarbell and Goku." After finishing her haircut, Bulma eagerly linked arms with Vegeta and began their shopping expedition. She first led him to a casual men's clothing store, personally selecting several outfits for him. Bulma patiently sat outside the fitting room, awaiting Vegeta's emergence in various ensembles. For Bulma, Vegeta's physique and attractiveness were akin to witnessing a male model strut down the runway. After trying on a few outfits, Vegeta emerged clad in a rather flamboyant attire, his 8-pack abs prominently displayed. Bulma, unable to contain herself, wiped away a trickle of blood from her nose and exclaimed, "Splendid. This outfit is fantastic. Vegeta, would you wear this while shopping with me today?" Vegeta gazed at his reflection in the mirror, resembling a dark version of Tong Dawei with his hood on, and replied, "Could I not dress a bit more simply? If you wish to see me in this privately, I can oblige. But to wear this while accompanying you shopping is akin to a death sentence. Treating me like a beast is one thing, but this is excessive." Bulma, concealing her mischievous grin with a handkerchief, remarked, "Hee, you heartless rogue deceiving my sister's affections. I shall take the liberty of teaching you a lesson." With a sigh, Vegeta acquiesced, "Very well then. Next opportunity, I must have her don a bunny girl outfit in my presence." Just as Vegeta prepared to have the tags removed, Bulma tossed another casual outfit his way. "You actually intend to wear this? How accommodating of you. If I ever wished to argue with you, I suspect you wouldn't retort. Why would you want to argue with me?" Bulma mimicked Vegeta's stance, crossing her arms with a cheeky grin. "Just think about it. How gratifying it would be to triumph over the invincible warrior in a quarrel." Eventually, Vegeta donned the outfit Bulma had thrown at him, a casual blue jacket with a hood, paired with ripped jeans and athletic shoes. Complemented by a set of headphones around his neck, he appeared effortlessly cool and stylish. Bulma addressed the saleswoman beside her, saying, "Very well. Please package all the styles in his size available in the store. Then, deliver them to the Capsule Corporation. There will be a tip for you upon arrival." After completing her outfit, Bulma took Vegeta's hand and resumed their shopping excursion. She purchased several luxurious handbags and then led Vegeta to a jewelry store to acquire some exquisite gemstones. Selecting a pair of precious black pearl earrings, she held them up for Vegeta's appraisal. "I never anticipated you would enjoy wearing earrings. Allow me to buy you a new pair." Vegeta promptly declined, stating, "There's no need. These earrings were bequeathed to me by my mother." "Ah, that explains why you wear them in battle. In that case, I shall refrain from purchasing them." After their shopping spree, Bulma brought Vegeta to a Western restaurant for a meal. Looking at Vegeta, she inquired, "By the way, the prince you mentioned introducing me to, was it Tabor? I am quite dissatisfied, so I intend to select anew." Vegeta set down his fork, which was twirling pasta, and responded, "What are you saying? How could Tabor possibly be worthy of you?" "I was referring to Tabor's older brother." "You?" Vegeta hesitated. "I am Tabor's cousin." At that moment, Bulma suddenly declared, "However, I wish to be with you." Chapter 56. The onslaught of Gula confronted with Bulma's unexpected declaration of affection. Despite Vegeta's mental preparations, he remained somewhat taken aback upon hearing her words. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta inquired, "Did Ties not inform you? I am already involved with Womi. However, Womi does not mind you having multiple girlfriends, does she?" At this, Vegeta gazed at Bulma in astonishment. "Are you truly able to accept my having several partners? It is rare to find someone as unhinged as Womi. Moreover, should we wed, that lunatic would surely eliminate you." Bulma retorted, "Who said anything about marriage? I merely wish to date you." She continued, "Tell me, does Womi not spend most of her time locked away in the studio?" "That seems about right." "I am not entirely sure," Vegeta replied. With a triumphant smile, Bulma declared, "Then that is precisely the point. From this perspective, I shall undoubtedly spend more time with you than Womi ever could. Or do you prefer the notion of living in a lavish lifestyle at Capsule Corporation over hiding away in a dim laboratory with Womi?" Vegeta queried with confusion. "Why must it be me? Perhaps you should meet the prince I intend to introduce you to before making a decision." After contemplating for a moment, Bulma murmured, "How should I put this? Once one has gazed upon the highest peaks of the world, it becomes rather difficult to find interest in the diminutive hills before one's doorstep. In my eyes, you represent that highest peak, extinguishing my interest in all other men. Thus you must be the one. It has to be you." Vegeta questioned again, "Even if I have other companions?" Bulma, with unwavering confidence, gazed at Vegeta. "I will never concede to anyone. I am not like my sister, who is so rigid in her thinking. I firmly believe that time will reveal I am your best and only choice." Vegeta contemplated inwardly, under ordinary circumstances. Being intimately involved with Bulma could provoke Womi's darker inclinations. This shift might redirect Womi's research from developing toys for him to creating weapons aimed at his demise. Such a turn of events could render Womi's creations all the more entertaining. However, Womi's situation was anything but typical. Given her current mindset, she would likely perceive him as merely acquiring a new pet, hardly concerning herself with Bulma. As for Vegeta, Bulma's character transformation in the original narrative was significant, yet not irreplaceable. With proper arrangements, anyone could fill that role. Furthermore, Vegeta himself was composed of approximately 60 to 70 of Bulma's essence. The primary concern was that Trunks would cease to exist in this universe. Nevertheless, this held little weight for Vegeta, as he had little regard for the likes of Trunks and the other boy. Yet, he could devise a way to ensure the existence of future Trunks. For in this universe, he was expendable. In the end, simply pressing his head down and calling him father would suffice. After untangling all matters, Vegeta continued to eat his pasta with his head bowed, saying, "In a few days, Earth will face a crisis. I will resolve that matter first." "Earth is in danger? Then you must spend more time with me today." In the evening, Vegeta accompanied Bulma to the cinema to watch a horror film. Whenever she seized an opportunity, Bulma would flirt unabashedly with Vegeta. After the movie, they exited the theater with flushed faces. Bulma, acting like a coy woman, linked her arm with Vegeta's and rested her head on his shoulder, saying, "Hee, Vegeta, remember to watch movies with me often. If you don't promise me, I won't help you with any future requests." What a nag. I know. Vegeta and Bulma returned to Capsule Corporation together. Bulma had already prepared to sneak into Vegeta's room while he slept that night. Once she cooked the rice, Vegeta would be trapped. However, when she quietly approached his room, she found it empty. Damn Vegeta. He wouldn't have gone to find Whis, would he? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Capsule Corp training grounds, Goku and Broly had changed into their respective outfits. Goku, while fastening his belt, shouted, "Let us go." Vegeta, arms crossed, retorted, "Do you want a megaphone to shout louder? Chi-Chi and Bulma are asleep. Are you afraid they won't know you're sneaking out before your wedding?" Subsequently, Vegeta led the two to the sacred world of the Kais to begin their training. The next afternoon, the trio emerged early from the hyperbolic time chamber. Compared to when they entered, Goku's power had increased. Although his battle power reached only 400,000, Vegeta had taught him the Kaioken and instant transmission. However, Goku bore no confidence, having witnessed the entire exchange between Broly and Vegeta. His strength paled in comparison to theirs. Notably, during this training, Vegeta successfully provoked Broly, triggering his transformation into a Super Saiyan and ultimately defeating him. Consequently, Vegeta's passive battle power multiplier rose to 9, overflowing with an additional 1.5 million battle power. At that moment, Vegeta's base battle power stood at 9.6 million, with an overflow of 1.5 million yet to be allocated. Furthermore, with Vegeta's assistance, Broly could not only transform into a Super Saiyan, but also maintain his rationality in that form. Broly's base battle power had reached an astounding 10 million. When combined with the power of the Great Ape, his maximum strength in a rational state was nearly comparable to Ultimate Gohan. If he lost control, he could even pose a significant challenge to Vegeta in his Ultra Instinct form. Regardless, at present, only Vegeta had the capability to suppress Broly. Broly understood this well, thus, in Vegeta's absence, he dared not unleash his full strength in battle. As the celestial beings observed the three ragged individuals emerge, one of them, Bobo, remarked, "Mr. Bobo, please prepare some garments for them." At that moment, a jet aircraft descended from below, gracefully landing at the Divine Temple. The cabin door opened, revealing Bulma, who waved at the trio, exclaiming, "Ah, I found you, Vegeta." Son Goku. Bulma trotted up to Vegeta, exclaiming, "So this is where you've been training all this time? Honestly, your clothes are in such tatters." As she spoke, she playfully traced her finger along Vegeta's muscular chest. Vegeta's face flushed slightly as he inquired, "How did you find this place?" Seeing Vegeta's bashful demeanor brought immense joy to Bulma. To her, this version of Vegeta was adorably prideful. As soon as dawn broke, "I went to the Baozi Mountain to see Annie Chi-Chi. She mentioned you were likely training at the temple and provided me with the address. So I came here all on my own." With that, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, which erupted in a puff of white smoke, revealing a chest. Inside, there were several combat outfits along with the traditional garbs for Goku and Vegeta. Their outfits were identical in style, but mirrored opposites in color. Goku, seated on the ground while putting on his shoes, queried, "Hey, Bulma, why did you go to Meow Meow's house to see my mom?" "Why? Of course, to deliver a congratulatory gift for you and Chi-Chi. I never expected, Son Goku, that you would sneak away just a day after bringing Chi-Chi home. She's feeling quite down at home, so make sure to spend quality time with her when you return." At that moment, Vegeta silently gazed at the sky, and soon Broly joined him in his observation. Bulma, puzzled by their strange behavior, asked, "Hey, what are you two looking at? It's coming. Faster than I anticipated." "Thankfully, we left early. What are you talking about?" Goku, catching up to the others, suddenly sensed something and quickly lifted his gaze to the sky. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What an immense power. Who could it be? Vegeta, crossing his arms with a smirk, declared, "Humph, an enemy of the Saiyans. If he is so eager to meet his demise, let him come." 10 minutes later, a massive saucer-shaped spacecraft floated in the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere. A golden-haired man knelt before a baby carriage, saying, "King Cooler, this is Earth. We have detected multiple power levels exceeding 1,000, with 5 individuals surpassing 5,000. Inside the carriage, Cooler gazed at the azure planet and chuckled, Earth, is it? I never expected such power from this primitive world. Merely 5,000, you say? Savaiza, you have one day to lead the Cooler Mecha Corps and eradicate Earth's armed forces, including those 5 with power levels beyond 5,000. Afterward, I shall personally assess if there's anything worth preserving." Chapter 57. Activation failure. Shawiza and his companions departed from Frisia's spacecraft. He observed the detector and remarked, "There are 4 individuals with a power level around 5,000 concentrated in one location. Let us eliminate them first." Vegeta sensed several powerful presences approaching the Temple of the Gods and urged, "Kami, take Bulma and hide." Kami, with concern in his eyes, asked Vegeta, "Are you suggesting that a battle will ensue here?" "Rest assured, your temple shall remain unharmed," Vegeta assured him. Thus, Kami and Mr. Popo swiftly escorted Bulma into the sanctuary. In the next moment, Shawiza descended upon the Temple of the Gods, accompanied by the Gula Mecha Squadron. Folding his arms, he gazed at Vegeta, Broly, and Goku, exclaiming, "So, it is the Saiyans. It appears Frisia's deeds are rather unsavory. Very well, we shall clean up his mess." At this juncture, Vegeta regarded the entire Gula Mecha Squadron as already defeated, having no desire for idle chatter. He simply stated, "Eliminate them." As soon as the words left his lips, Goku and Broly instantly materialized before the trio. Goku delivered an uppercut to Shawiza's chin, although he moderated his strength. The blow rendered Shawiza unconscious. As for Broly, he showed no such mercy. Though typically a gentle giant, once he perceived an adversary, he struck with lethal intent. Grasping Nez with one hand and Red with the other, he violently collided their heads together, resulting in a gruesome spectacle akin to bursting watermelons. Noticing Shawiza is still clinging to life, Vegeta instructed Goku, "Finish him off, Kakarot." Goku furrowed his brow, looking at Vegeta, "But this fellow is incapacitated. A lesson would suffice before letting him go. After all, he hasn't committed any heinous acts." Vegeta, with an impassive expression, raised his hand, gathering energy for a key blast aimed at Shawiza. "Kakarot, you are too naive. These individuals have not perpetrated any atrocities on Earth only because we intervened before they could. Do you not realize that, without us, all the people of Earth would have been slaughtered? They had already committed numerous heinous acts prior to arriving on Earth." At that moment, Mel suddenly appeared beside Vegeta, placing his hand atop Vegeta's as he concentrated the ki blast, and smiled. Let us take him back for confinement. Your brother possesses admirable qualities, highly suited for the role of a galactic patrolman. As Vegeta gradually dispersed the ki blast, he remarked, indulging him will only lead to his naivety being his downfall one day. And it will not be I who pays the price. Mels consoled Vegeta. As an elder brother, it is your duty to care for your younger sibling. Besides, you are the invincible Vegeta. Mels restrained Shawiza with specially designed handcuffs. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, Gula pondered as he observed the power levels of his elite subordinates plummet to 0 on the screen. According to the information transmitted by the Shawiza probe, 3 Scions have emerged, and they swiftly defeated all 3 in an instant. Gula furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be a Super Scion? If that is the case, they must not be allowed to live. Rising from his cradle, Gula opened the hatch at the top of his spacecraft and slowly ascended into the air. With his hands clasped behind his back, he soared upwards, unleashing a torrent of purple energy as he sped towards the Temple of the Gods. Goku immediately turned his gaze skyward, exclaiming, here it comes. A formidable opponent. Thud, thud. No sooner had he spoken than Gula's feet touched the temple's surface. After surveying his surroundings, he chuckled. I never anticipated such architecture on this primitive planet. Indeed, the remnants of 3 Scions. I am surprised you managed to eliminate my finest subordinates in such a short time. Your strength must surely surpass those 3 useless fools I encountered before. How about this? From now on, you shall follow me. Once I usurp Frieza, you may seek your vengeance as well, Gula proposed. Vegeta regarded Gula with a smirk and replied, you may be a reasonable individual, but regrettably, all associated with Frieza are our sworn enemies. In response to Vegeta's retort, Gula merely laughed. Ha! If you truly possessed the capability, you would have slain Frieza long ago. Why languish in hiding on this remote planet? My combat prowess far exceeds that of Frieza. He paused before angrily declaring, stop being so arrogant, you filthy monkeys. Powerful enemy detected, Gula. Defeating Gula will elevate the total multiplier to 10. Detected that the host possesses a super doubling card. Upon using the super doubling card, the enemy's strength will significantly increase within a reasonable range. Defeating Gula in super doubling mode will raise the total multiplier to 11 and grant an additional companion doubling card. Please note that the Bounty King mode cannot be activated in super doubling mode. Companion doubling card allows any warrior in the allied faction to double their potential and combat strength. Could this be a stroke of good fortune? If I were to double Gohan's potential, he might just catch up to me. Usage successful. Current formidable enemy has entered super doubling mode. At that moment, Gula employed high-speed movement, instantly appearing before Vegeta and launching a punch. Though Gula exerted less than half of his strength, Vegeta effortlessly caught the attack with one hand. Gazing into Gula's eyes with his silver pupils, Vegeta chuckled. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to exert yourself? Or have you not had enough to eat? Beep. Bounty King mode activation failed. I never claimed I wanted to activate it. Gula was momentarily taken aback, then forcefully broke free from Vegeta's grasp and retreated. You indeed possess formidable power, yet you have not unleashed your full potential, have you? Vegeta remarked with a smile. To deal with you, I need not resort to what you call full strength. That would be quite embarrassing. Gula extended a finger and proclaimed, this is merely 1% of my current strength. So what? I haven't even unleashed 1% of my true power. Ding. Activation of the Overlord mode failed. Gula dismissed Vegeta's words, viewing them as mere jest. You see, we frost demons are inherently endowed with tremendous power and physical prowess, and among us, Frieza and I stand as the pinnacle. Vegeta remained silent, aware that villains often divulge their secrets in their final moments. He was curious to witness what Gula might reveal. Reluctantly acknowledging Frieza's superior talent, Gula confessed, to attain this strength, I have committed an act that is looked down upon among my kind. I have trained. Goku, overhearing, remarked from behind Vegeta, this guy actually considers training to be a disgrace. Gula crossed his arms, his tail swaying behind him. Indeed, for a frost demon, training is an embarrassment. To be a born absolute powerhouse yet still resort to training is a disservice to the weak. And today, to channel the power of training against you is equally shameful. He lowered his head and chuckled bitterly. After all, my adversaries are these wretched wild monkeys. Now, I shall unleash half of my strength. In that instant, dark clouds enveloped the realm below, as stormy winds and thunder clashed in unison, as if the very heavens were resonating with Gula's might. His battle power was already around 250 million. It seems the super double card indeed makes things more interesting. Here we go. Gula propelled himself toward Vegeta. launching a fierce elbow strike that collided with Vegeta's chin. Vegeta staggered back slightly, but Gula seized the moment to unleash a flurry of rapid punches to Vegeta's head, ultimately sending him flying several meters with a powerful tail swipe. How about that, Scion? Vegeta stood back up, his face unmarred, smirking as he responded, in terms of massage. Your technique is quite adequate. Ding. Activation of the Overlord mode failed. I never intended to activate it. Stop the notifications. At that moment, Gula realized that Vegeta was not merely boasting. Although his strikes appeared to connect, the sensation was perplexing. Some impacts felt as if they struck the hardest metal, while others felt like striking cotton, rendering his force ineffective against Vegeta. This was due to Vegeta's continuous adjustments to his body's enhanced state through his ultimate technique. Vegeta looked at Gula and said, "Save your energy. If you don't bring forth your true strength, you are no match for me. However, even if you were to unleash your full potential, you would still fall short." Ding. Activation of the Overlord mode failed. Vegeta had no inclination to heed the system's upgrades. Displaying bravado was a natural part of combat, and one could easily slip into it amidst the fray. After a fierce battle, activating dozens of times is hardly surprising. Gula glared furiously at Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead. "I shall render you." This arrogant wild monkey, utterly speechless. With a single breath, Gula elevated his power to a staggering 100. Unlike Frieza's muscular form at full power, Gula's physique remained unchanged. Yet his combat prowess surged to a staggering 500 million. Goku stared at Gula in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? An awe-inspiring power." In response, Gula chuckled triumphantly. "Ho ho ho, it seems you all possess the ability to sense and control power levels. Immerse yourselves in this hellish terror." Vegeta, matching Gula's tone with a grin, replied, "Very well, to truly experience the hell you speak of, I shall unleash my full might." Activation failed. Vegeta disengaged from his Ultra Instinct state, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. With a base power of 9.6 million, his combat strength soared to 480 million in this form. This was Goku's first close encounter with the visage of a Super Saiyan, and beyond the shock, he yearned for the day he too could attain such power. Bulma, the Supreme Kai, and Bobo hid behind the temple doors, gazing at Vegeta's resplendent golden aura as it soared skyward. The dazzling golden energy, his lustrous golden hair, and his self-assured smile. Bulma found herself entranced, nearly drooling onto Bobo's head. Gula was clearly taken aback as well. His smile vanished for a brief moment before returning. "So, this is the Super Saiyan? With your current combat power, it should be more than sufficient to deal with my foolish brother. However, to defeat me, you are still far from ready." Chapter 58. Vegito vs. Cooler. Cooler stared intently at Vegito, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Come on, Scion." Before Cooler could complete his sentence, a thunderous sound erupted from his body. Vegeto's entire fist had plunged deep into Cooler's abdomen. In agony, Cooler's tail thrashed violently. Vegito slowly withdrew his fist from Cooler's midsection, causing Cooler to stagger backward before collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of purple blood. At that moment, Cooler's eyes were bloodshot, and his words came out as though someone had gripped his throat tightly. How is this possible? My battle power is clearly superior." With a foot firmly planted on Cooler's neck, Vegito chuckled. "So you think you're invincible just because you've learned a few tricks? The strength of one's energy does not solely determine performance in battle. One must also consider the efficiency of energy use and the extent of physical enhancement. With your current level of energy control, you would need to boost your battle power by at least 200 million to even stand a chance against me." As he spoke, Vegito exerted force, driving Cooler's head deep into the floor of the Temple of the Gods. Cooler struggled to support himself with his hands, yet he could not withstand Vegito's might. At that moment, Cooler resembled someone bowing before Vegito, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure. Moreover, there was a significant disparity in battle experience. "I have climbed my way up from nothing, step by step. Your experience cannot possibly compare to someone like you, who struggles to find a sparring partner." After a brief respite, Cooler summoned all his strength to push against Vegito's foot, raising his body. "Lower your head." Vegito applied even greater force, pressing Cooler back down. "The reason I said you need to raise your battle power by 200 million to match me is only regarding strength and speed. It seems you haven't absorbed that lesson." With that, Vegito lifted his foot again, his tone lightening. "All right, having bowed your head, I will reluctantly pardon your transgression of intruding upon Earth." Activation failed. Next came the rivalry between the Science and the Frozen Demon. "Rise, you trash can." Activation failed. Cooler gritted his teeth in anger, standing up. "How dare you call me a trash can?" Vegito turned to Broly and Goku, inquiring, Do you not think this fellow's head resembles that of a trash can? Goku exclaimed, it really does. The color scheme is exactly like the toilet trash can my mom bought. Broly looked at Cooler with disdain. I don't know why, but seeing him makes me want to use the restroom. Vegito consoled Cooler. Well, don't take it to heart. Being ugly isn't your fault. To be honest, your appearance is slightly more appealing than Frisia's, but not by much. Damn it. Die. Cooler raised his hand and unleashed a wave of purple energy towards Vegito. The chi wave passed through Vegeta's body, leaving behind an afterimage of his rapid movement. In an instant, he evaded and returned to his original position with equal speed. As if he had never left the spot at all, Gula gazed at Vegeta with disbelief, while Vegeta taunted him once more. What's wrong? Can't even aim properly? You can't hit me from this close. Activation failed. Gula transformed his palm into fingers, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire finger lasers at Vegeta. Die, die, die. Hundreds of violet-red lasers continuously pierced through Vegeta's form, yet he appeared as though he had remained completely still. The three individuals hiding behind the door could not help but exclaim, incredible. Vegeta is truly formidable. Bulma, clutching her flushed cheeks, remarked, strength aside, handsomeness is eternal. Given the chance, you are utterly useless. Your aim is abysmal. Watch closely, a true attack should look like this. As Vegeta dodged Gula's onslaught, he raised his hand towards Gula and exclaimed, huh? An invisible chi wave erupted from his palm, sending Gula flying. Following that, Vegeta swiftly followed up, delivering a kick to Gula's chest midair, causing him to spew blood as he plummeted like a meteor. Just as Vegeta prepared to strike Gula from behind, Gula vanished in an instant. Oh, instant transmission? The next moment, Gula appeared behind Vegeta, wiping the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. I never anticipated that a wild monkey could master such a technique. Vegeta turned to Gula and said, the one who should be surprised is me. After learning instant transmission, you still failed to conquer the planet Yardrat. Gula composed himself and replied, that was many years ago. I saved a Yardration and had him teach me this technique. Oh, the ice demon possesses such compassion? Gula chuckled, I think you've misunderstood. In the end, he refused to serve me, and I killed him. Vegeta clutched his chest and took a deep breath. You startled me. I thought you were trying to redeem yourself. At that moment, Broly and Goku also arrived via instant transmission. Besides the two of them, Vomi felt compelled to join, having instant transmitted to witness the unfolding events. Upon seeing Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form, Vomi murmured, this guy actually managed to force Lord Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan. Who is he really? Vegeta turned to Vomi. Do not misinterpret. My transformation into a Super Saiyan indicates that I am merely toying with him. Activation failed. Just stay there and watch. Anyone who dares to intervene will face my wrath. The dialogue among them made Gula feel belittled, as if he were being dismissed entirely. Enough. Gula's fury once again captured the attention of the crowd. The expression on his face gradually shifted from rage to tranquility. I concede your strength. Even in this form, I am no match for you. But do not rejoice too soon, for I possess an additional transformation beyond that of Bavarisha. Upon uttering these words, Gula's muscles began to swell. The exoskeleton on his arms sprouted sharp bone spikes, for horns emerged from his head, and the exoskeleton on his shoulders bulged prominently. His combat power instantly doubled, reaching an astonishing 1 billion. Womi, witnessing this incredible aura, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. What a terrifying being. If Vegeta were not here, who could protect Earth? Womi's words etched deeply into Goku's mind. Indeed, if his brother were not on Earth, who would safeguard it? His brother and mother had always entrusted him with the responsibility of protecting their home, but could he truly shoulder such a burden? Goku's mind was in turmoil, while Broly remained remarkably calm, even wearing a smirk of disdain. A shield materialized around Gula's face, yet even so, Vegeta could easily envision Gula's expression, which must have been one of utter pride. What do you say, Scion? This is the extent of my power. Are you ready to meet your demise? Before you perish, do share your name, for you shall be the first to experience this hellish might. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled, Gula, by the way, your strength is akin to that of an infant to me. Activation failed. In the next moment, the fiery aura enveloping Vegeta erupted into a blazing display. Lightning crackled around him, and his bangs stood on end. Nanny, you possess such power yet have not unleashed it. Vegeta gazed at Gula with a hint of dissatisfaction. You truly are a bore. I anticipated something grand, yet all you've done is double your combat power. Activation failed. Nevertheless, even if you were to multiply your strength 1,000-fold, I would still keep pace. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegeta's combat power stood at 960 million, more than sufficient to contend with Gula's advanced transformation. Once Vegeta completed his transformation, he beckoned to Gula. Come now. Let the second round of our little game begin. Activation failed. Gula furiously charged at Vegeta, only to be met with a series of muffled thuds, before crashing to the ground, trembling and clutching his battered form. Vegeta descended back to the earth, followed closely by the others. Gula lay sprawled on the ground, his hands desperately propping him up, as purple blood seeped from his mask, dripping onto the ground. Vegeta approached Gula, placing his foot upon his head once more. I am deeply disappointed in you. It is time to end this tedious game. With that, Vegeta pressed Gula's head into the ground, while his other hand gathered energy for a powerful attack. It is said that even a cornered rabbit will bite. In this moment of life and death, Gula summoned all his strength in a fit of rage, yearning to ascend to the heavens and obliterate the earth with a single strike. Yet, the harshness of reality struck hard as Vegeta's massive fist came crashing down upon the back of his head. With a resounding thud, Gula was rendered unconscious, and his advanced form regressed to its primal state. Super Gula in double mode has been defeated. Total multiplier increased to 11. And an additional companion doubling card has been acquired. Current battle power: Kakarot 400, 000, Vegeta 500, 000, 11. Overflowing battle power of 1, 500, 000, totaling 11, 400. 000. Received a Sacred Dragon Ball. Currently in possession of 7 Sacred Dragon Balls, granting the ability to make a wish directly from the heart. Chapter 59. Vegeta vs. Piccolo. Just as Vegeta was about to eliminate Cooler, Mears reappeared beside him. Mr. Vegeta, I still need to take this individual back, he said, sounding somewhat exasperated. How troublesome. Well, perhaps in due time he will show some progress. Mears felt an unsettling premonition. Mr. Vegeta, you don't intend to help him escape later, do you? Of course not. If he possesses any capability, he should escape on his own. After securing Cooler with specially designed handcuffs, Mears summoned his spacecraft. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Vegeta addressed Mears. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Mears nodded and smiled. Yes, I certainly will. Take care of yourself as well, Mr. Vegeta. He understood that he had little left to teach Vegeta. In the future, there may be few who could compel Vegeta to unleash his true potential. Thus, it was time for farewells, and when they would meet again was uncertain. After Mears departed, Vegeta exchanged a few words with Vomi before she returned to the laboratory. Her trip was not in vain. She discreetly collected a blood sample from Cooler to take back with her. The remaining companions accompanied Bulma back to West City, where Jin brought Chi-Chi over for a visit. This was a chance to familiarize themselves with Goku's friends and family ahead of time. 2 months later, Goku and Chi-Chi held their wedding atop the Buns Mountain. All the attendees were familiar faces. However, Hanasea, Tais, Tabul, and Toru floated in the cosmos, conveying their best wishes via phone. Vomi also attended Goku's wedding alongside Vegeta. During this time, Namek also welcomed another group of Saiyans. Upon landing on Namek, Vegeta opened the spacecraft door to find 2 nearly identical Namekians standing before him. Nara gazed at Vegeta and murmured, "Is that Hanasea's son?" Though he was not comparable to Vegeta's might, he possessed a strength that could not be underestimated. Vegeta looked up at the 2 Namekians hovering above, finding their lofty demeanor rather irksome. With that thought, Vegeta ascended into the air to meet their gaze, followed closely by several other Saiyans. Dallas had now been assigned to Vegeta's squad by Frieza. Despite his outwardly superior battle power, he dared not act recklessly in Vegeta's presence. Although Vegeta's battle power stood at only 500,000, with the mastery of the Great Ape transformation, he could elevate his strength to an astounding 5,000,000 at will. Controlling someone with a mere battle power of 850,000 like Dallas was a trivial task. During this time, Vegeta frequently summoned Dallas for a beating, small scuffles every 3 days, and major confrontations weekly, raising Dallas's battle power to near 1 million. Nara looked at Vegeta and inquired, "What brings you here, Scion?" Vegeta smiled. "Oh, it appears you have discerned our identities, confirming what my mother mentioned. It seems you have crossed paths with her before. Are you referring to Hanasea?" Upon hearing this, Nappa chuckled heartily. "Huh, Vegeta, if we are all so familiar, then matters should be easily resolved. In truth, we seek." Vegeta swiftly interrupted Nappa. "Silence, Nappa. When did this become your moment to speak?" He then cut to the chase. "I have heard from my mother that there exists a great elder among you who can assist in unlocking potential. I wish for him to aid us. Do not dare claim ignorance." Vegeta's tone carried a hint of menace, yet Nello was unperturbed by threats. He retorted, "Unlock potential? You are unworthy." Vegeta's expression darkened. But it was Dallas who first stepped forward. Do not overstep. Do you not realize he is the prince of planet Vegeta? Be wise and summon that elder, or I shall plant a tree here. Dallas, in truth, sought to sabotage Vegeta's intentions, hence his unfiltered remarks. Vegeta, indifferent to whether Dallas was genuinely foolish or had ulterior motives, retaliated with a swift strike that sent Dallas flying. This brief display of power caught Nellu's attention, prompting him to telepathically communicate with Piccolo. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent, just right for you to hone your skills. Nellu regarded Vegeta with a smile. I may beseech the elder, but first, you must defeat me and this Namekian at my side. Unaware that Nellu and Piccolo had suppressed their energy, Vegeta laughed. Is it customary for Namekians to endure hardship before agreeing? Very well, I shall indulge you. Just before the confrontation commenced, both Vegeta and Nellu glanced skyward, for familiar energies began to manifest. A ship, belonging to Ties, descended slowly beside Vegeta's vessel. As the hatch opened, Hanasiao appeared, cradling the bruised bull, only to unexpectedly encounter Vegeta. Is this a family gathering? I did not anticipate seeing both of my sons here. Nella nodded towards Hanasiao. Long time no see, Hanasiao. Indeed. It has been quite a while. What was your name again? Nellu. Ties, accompanied by the peach-haired Lon Lon, also approached. It has been ages. Brother Nellu. Upon seeing Vegeta, Ties extended her hand with a warm, cheerful smile. Ah, it is you, your highness. How fortuitous. It has been too long. This time, Vegeta did not sidestep, but instead grasped Tai's fingertips, remarking, I had not expected your meager fighting prowess to embolden you to traverse the universe. That you have survived until now is a testament to your luck. He then turned his gaze to the bull. Oh, my foolish brother has also arrived. Be brother. Vegeta cast another glance at Ties, then mockingly addressed Tabor. How utterly ridiculous. You cannot even surpass the combat prowess of a mere Earth woman. Ties observed in Vegeta a familiar visage. His manner of speaking and certain gestures were strikingly reminiscent of the youthful Vegeta. After exchanging pleasantries, Hanasiao inquired, So, you are here to unlock potential? Precisely, and what about you? Planning to unlock potential for these worthless individuals? Hanasiao had specifically brought Tabor and Taolanlan to develop their capabilities, particularly concerning her own rather lackluster son, who, after months of training aboard the spacecraft, still possessed a combat power of less than 1% of her elder son's, merely amounting to 4,000 points. Nera remarked to Hanasiao, I have already stated that as long as Vegeta can defeat both me and Piccolo's, we will assist them in unlocking their potential. Hanasiao, hands on her hips, retorted at Neru, defeat you? If you do not wish to assist them, just say so. Surely, this group of worthless beings combined with the royal consort cannot even match your strength, can they? After sensing Piccolo's aura, Hanasiao suggested, How about this? Let Vegeta spar with the Namekian. If Vegeta wins, we will aid them in their development. Nera's true fear was not Hanasiao herself, but rather the possibility of her reporting back to Vegeta. Reluctantly, after both parties made concessions, Neru nodded in agreement. The group arrived at a relatively large island, where Vegeta and Piccolo faced each other on the ground. Piccolo removed his shoulder armor and hood, stating, Let us be clear. Your feeble aura might not even be a match for my weakest attack. Vegeta scoffed, Is that so? I hope you remain this arrogant after our encounter. Ding. Vegeta encounters a formidable foe, Piccolo. Vegeta defeats Piccolo. Total combat power increases to 12. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta hastily donned his attire, eager to witness the spectacle firsthand. Womi, hazily observing Vegeta dressing, gradually sat up and asked, Master, where are you going? To Namek to watch a show. You can sleep here alone. Will you return afterward? Of course. You should explore self-binding techniques. I hope to see you transformed into a beautifully wrapped gift upon my return. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you, Master. Please hurry back. In an instant, Vegeta teleported directly to Namek, concealing himself in a corner to stealthily observe the battle between Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Piccolo had yet to master the Kaioken technique, his recent practice in controlling his ki had significantly enhanced his strength, reaching a combat power of 5 million. This was perfectly matched against Vegeta's battle power while utilizing the Great Ape transformation. When combat powers are equal, the outcome relies on the mastery of ki control and the depth of combat experience. The Great Ape transformation naturally diminished Vegeta's control over his ki, granting Piccolo an advantage in that regard. However, in terms of combat experience, Vegeta held the upper hand compared to Piccolo. Overall, the two fighters were evenly matched, each showcasing their unique strengths. After half an hour, both of their energies began to wane, with Vegeta's decline being more pronounced. Panting heavily, Vegeta directed his gaze towards the battered Piccolo, exclaiming, Excellent. I have never encountered an opponent of equal caliber until now. Piccolo, equally exhilarated, regarded Vegeta with admiration. Unlike Goku's fighting style, he found this Scion's approach more akin to his own. Both belonged to the aggressive faction, while Goku exemplified a more restrained style, refraining from delivering fatal blows. However, when pushed to the brink, Goku could indeed unleash his ferocious side. I too, Piccolo thought, everything in this world ignites my excitement. The Science, that Namekian. After leaving Earth, I realized how foolish I once was. The battle raged on as Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, launching a relentless barrage at Piccolo. Following this onslaught, Piccolo sustained further injuries, while Vegeta's energy continued to diminish. As the decisive moment approached, Piccolo braced himself against the onslaught and charged at Vegeta. With a powerful headbutt that had once defeated him, he struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Ugh! Vegeta's battle armor shattered upon impact, and he coughed up a copious amount of crimson blood. He was sent flying, landing on the ground, while Piccolo stumbled forward, declaring, "I have won." Scion. He raised his hand to strike at Vegeta's chest wound. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, opened his mouth, and unleashed a Scion energy blast that pierced through Piccolo's chest. Piccolo could hardly believe that Vegeta would employ the very tactic he had used to ambush Goku against him. Both warriors collapsed onto the ground, and the outcome now hinged on who could rise first. The audience grew tense, with Nuru shouting, "Get up, Piccolo," while the others cheered, "Go, Vegeta." Even Vegeta, in a playful manner, urged, "Come on, stand up." This marked the first time Vegeta felt the collective support of so many cheering for him. This sensation was both unfamiliar and discomforting, stirring a pang of emotion within him. He had never cared for the opinions of others, yet at that moment, his body seemed to act on its own, attempting to rise. Ultimately, Vegeta stood up, proclaiming, "I have won." That Namekian. Chapter 60. The Sacred Dragon Ball. After uttering those words, Vegeta collapsed once more onto the ground. Yet, without a shred of doubt, he had attained the ultimate victory. Notably, Nara dared not claim that Vegeta was incapable of winning. Others may not have heard it, nor could he catch the sound of that insufferable, sweet voice of Vegeta, rising from somewhere as he spectated the battle. Vegeta has triumphed over a formidable foe, Piccolo. Total power level has increased to 12, rewarded with a Sacred Dragon Ball. Currently, 7 have been acquired, leaving 1 after the wish is granted. Reluctantly, Naru produced 2 Sins of Beans and administered them to Vegeta and Piccolo. Upon consuming the Sins of Bean, the first image to grace Vegeta's eyes was that of a golden-haired girl donning a hat. Her gaze was perhaps the gentlest he had ever encountered, emanating genuine concern for his well-being. Yet why? They had only met twice. The onlookers bombarded Vegeta with inquiries regarding his condition. Tai Si suddenly exclaimed, "You are incredibly strong. Thank you for showcasing such a remarkable contest." In response to her words, Vegeta lowered his head slightly, murmuring, "Not strong enough." This was the sole reply he offered amidst the barrage of questions, and the first affirmation of his own strength amidst the trivialities. The next phase involved the unlocking of potential, with all Scions and Tora Lanlan stepping forward to receive the Elder's enhancement. Only Darls was denied this opportunity. Fuming, Darls confronted the Elder, demanding, "On what grounds?" The Elder replied, "Your actions of planting spiritual fruit trees throughout the universe are far more malevolent than those of your fellow Scions. Moreover, among all, your malevolence is the most pronounced." Darls wished to retort, but he sensed Vegeta's murderous intent looming behind him. After this round of potential unlocking, the combat abilities of the group experienced a significant surge. Tabor, 50,000, Tora Lanlan, 7,000, Raditz, 750,000, Nappa, 550,000, Vegeta, 2,000,000. Due to the substantial increase in Vegeta's combat power and the rise in total values, Vegeta's own strength also surged. His baseline combat power now reached an astonishing 27,900,000. In his King mode, he felt capable of contending with the Super Saiyan Blue from Dragon Ball Super. Even in his ordinary form, transforming into a Super Saiyan placed him at the level of Super Vegeta. It is important to note that there remained 14 years until the Android Saga, and without deliberately training his combat power, Vegeta had already attained a level sufficient to overpower the second form of Cell. After the spectacle, Vegeta instantaneously teleported back to Womi's apartment. Upon his arrival, he found Womi fully equipped, greeting him with, "Welcome home, Master." "Huh, I shall join in the fun." In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a vigorous battle with Womi until dawn. In the afternoon, Vegeta reclined on Womi's bed, gazing at the ceiling. Womi emerged from the restroom, propping herself against the wall, and inquired, "Lord Vegeta, what thoughts occupy your mind?" "Womi, if granted the opportunity to fulfill 3 wishes, which would you choose?" After a moment of contemplation, Womi sat at the edge of the bed and replied with a smile, "Naturally, I would wish for another 30,000 wishes." However, the stipulation against nesting wishes was well understood by Vegeta, as he had previously inquired about it. 3 wishes, is it? I shall ponder carefully." Clad only in a white lab coat, Womi sat on the bed, thoughtfully gnawing on his thumb. "First, I wish to be eternally by Lord Vegeta's side. Second, I wish for Lord Vegeta to have all his desires fulfilled. Third, I wish for Lord Vegeta to be invincible across the world." Vegeta, sitting cross-legged, inquired, "Do you not harbor any other wishes? Perhaps something like immortality?" "Well, I would only consider that if one day Lord Vegeta were to find me aged," Womi replied. "Very well." After Vegeta donned his ceremonial attire, Womi assisted him in adjusting his garments, adding, "By the way, Lord Vegeta, I shall not be returning to Dr. Gero's side." "Why is that?" Vegeta asked. "Now that we no longer possess mutual utility, I intend to establish my own laboratory for research in the coming years. Additionally, when time allows, I wish to traverse the cosmos to assist Lord Vegeta in seeking suitable planets for cultivating those fruits." Vegeta sensed a flicker of evasion in Womi's gaze, realizing that Womi was concealing something from him. Nevertheless, Vegeta was unfazed. Womi's nature inclined him to engage in his own affairs discreetly. He merely hoped that Womi would surprise him in due course. "Very well." Womi embraced Vegeta from behind, gently resting his head against Vegeta's back. "It may take me several years to search. During this time, Lord Vegeta need not seek me out. I shall present you with a surprise." "What if I miss you?" Vegeta queried. "If Bulma cannot provide you with entertainment, I shall eliminate her," Womi declared. Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, "Her ability to distract me has no bearing on whether I miss you." Womi murmured, "Though I shall conceal my presence, if Lord Vegeta truly longs for me, there shall surely be a way for you to find me." Womi felt a sense of anticipation for the day to come. After parting with Womi, Vegeta ventured to the Capsule Corporation's retreat at Mount Payos. That day, he was fishing with Broly and Goku at the riverside, where Broly amusingly squatted by the bridge, using his tail as bait. From a distance, Broly's tail resembled an odd sight, like something half-dragged. At that moment, Vegeta closed his eyes and connected with the system. "System, I wish to use the sacred Dragon Balls. Please state your wish." "For my first wish, I desire that all entities and matters within this 7th universe be immune to the influence of any forces or rules above the rank of angels." This wish has been granted. "The second wish, I desire to master the instantaneous movement of the King of Worlds, even to traverse to planets in other universes." This wish has been granted. "The third wish, I wish to possess the abilities of the dragon, capable of fulfilling the wishes of others." This wish can be realized, but for each wish granted to another, the host must expend 1,000,000 points of overflow combat power, with a cooldown period of 1 year. Shall this be fulfilled? Yes. This wish has been realized, and the host's wishing ability now rivals that of the Earth Dragon. Just the Earth Dragon? Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply collect Dragon Balls and make wishes? Upon gathering the sacred Dragon Balls next time, this wish's capacity can be upgraded. Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled, and you currently possess 1 sacred Dragon Ball. Brother. At this moment, Vegeta regained his focus, noticing Goku anxiously exclaiming, "We have a bite." With a single hand, Vegeta swiftly hoisted a 5-meter-long fish from the water. In midair, Goku leapt and delivered a kick to the fish's head, rendering it unconscious. Ecstatic, Goku approached and exclaimed, "It's been ages since I caught such a large fish. It seems we shall feast tonight." After Goku's marriage, Maya's house is now home to Jine and Broly. The couple relocated to the riverbank at the foot of the mountain, constructing a house identical in both location and design to the original. However, this slight distance is merely a leap away for Jine. Each day, Jine visits to assist Chi-Chi with household chores, significantly alleviating Chi-Chi's burdens and fostering a closer bond between them. With a bountiful catch, Goku packed away his fishing gear, preparing to return home to cook. Spotting Broly still squatting by the water's edge, Vegeta called out, "Hurry up and break that off. It's time to head home for dinner." Chapter 61. The sincerity of Frieza. Once again, Earth was enveloped in a tranquil existence, and Vegeta no longer roamed aimlessly like a vagabond of the cosmos. Instead, he resided continuously in Bulma's home. Meanwhile, in another corner of the universe, events were unfolding. Upon learning that Cooler had been vanquished on Earth, Frieza promptly summoned the Ginyu Force. With his back turned to Ginyu, Frieza remarked, "Though I harbor a profound disdain for that foolish brother of mine, he is nevertheless my brother. As a member of the Frost Demon clan, it is utterly disgraceful that he could be defeated in such a remote corner of hell, only to be apprehended by the Galactic Patrol." Ginyu knelt on one knee, declaring, "Lord Cooler's power is only second to yours. I cannot fathom who could possibly defeat Lord Cooler." Frieza gazed at his reflection in the glass and voiced his conjecture. The Science, and particularly the Super Science. He continued, "Cooler's strength is significantly greater than mine was 20 years ago. The only individuals capable of besting him would be the legendary Super Science. Furthermore, I recall hearing from Paragus that several exceptionally powerful Science intend to inhabit that planet known as Earth." Ginyu clenched his fists tightly and vowed, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, if there exists a Super Scion among the Scions, I shall ensure that this body achieves that transformation as well." At this, Frieza turned to Ginyu, saying, "Rise. By the way, what is the current battle power of your physique? It has reached 1 million, and I have recently mastered the transformation that Princess Vegeta exhibited before her demise. This transformation can amplify my strength 30-fold. It is likely what you would consider the Super Saiyan." Frieza pondered for a moment, recalling the teachings passed down through his lineage. "No, that is not yet a Super Saiyan. A true Super Saiyan should have golden hair. Nevertheless, I sense you are quite close." With that, Frieza returned to his throne and declared, "The Super Saiyan is but a trivial affliction to me. What I truly desire is the position of the God of Destruction. If such a being exists, it would be best to have them in my service, and the more, the merrier, to ascend to the pinnacle of power and attain nearly infinite longevity and strength. I must utilize everything at my disposal. What has our little Vegeta been up to lately?" Ginyu bowed and replied, "Vegeta recently traveled to planet Yardrat, and last week, he took Nappa, Raditz, and his new recruit, Dor, to planet Namek. They encountered several remarkably powerful Namekians and, after being defeated, are likely on their way back to the sealed territory." Frieza, intrigued, stroked his chin and mused, "I had not anticipated the existence of beings on Namek capable of defeating Vegeta and his companions. Order them to come directly to me." A week later, Vegeta's team arrived at Frieza's capital planet, kneeling before him. Vegeta sensed an unusual aura radiating from Frieza today, typically whether delivering good or bad news. Frieza wore an inscrutable smile. However, today, he regarded everyone with a grave demeanor. Even Captain Ginyu, standing nearby, felt the ominous shift in the atmosphere. After Vegeta and the others exchanged greetings with Frieza, the hall fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Frieza commanded, "Please stand and look at me." In response, Vegeta was the first to rise and meet Frieza's gaze. Frieza had observed the defiance and helplessness in Vegeta's eyes numerous times. He vaguely sensed Vegeta's newfound strength. Yet, despite this, Vegeta's expression remained devoid of confidence. In the past, Frieza might have relished the way Vegeta looked at him, but he was uncertain when his feelings towards Vegeta began to shift. He granted Vegeta a planet as his domain and bestowed upon him the title of King Vegeta. Additionally, he gifted Vegeta the spaceship he had discarded. Over the years, the scions he had discovered were entrusted to Vegeta, allowing him to govern them all. To supplement the workforce of the domain, he even arranged for a shipment of slaves. "Little Vegeta, do you know the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, not anticipating Frieza's sudden inquiry. More significantly, they all recognized that it was Frieza who had obliterated planet Vegeta. However, when the question escaped Frieza's lips, Vegeta was compelled to fabricate a lie. It was destroyed by a colossal meteor strike. Frieza smiled faintly, instantly appearing beside Vegeta with such swiftness that even Vegeta, boasting a battle power of 2 million, could not perceive it. "You all know half the truth. Planet Vegeta was meant to be destroyed by my own hand. Little Vegeta, your father, your aunt, and Raditz's father were all slain by me." He then posed a chilling question. "Do you harbor hatred towards me?" In response, Vegeta immediately knelt once more, exclaiming, "No. Lord Frieza has shown us immense grace. It is an honor for those scions to perish at Lord Frieza's hands." Frieza lifted Vegeta by his cape and chuckled. "That is not what I wish to convey. Although I did not personally annihilate planet Vegeta, I am indeed one of the indirect architects of your near extinction. You must understand, my intent to eradicate the scions was not born from fear of your united strength or that laughable Super Saiyan. Before this, you were all vital assets to my Frieza force, who would willingly sever their own limb if it weren't absolutely necessary." Beads of sweat began to form on Vegeta's forehead. Was Frieza truly compelled to destroy planet Vegeta? What could have driven Frieza to such extremes? Frieza turned back to his throne and continued, Have you ever encountered Beerus? Vegeta exclaimed, that god of destruction. Beerus. Frieza smiled faintly. Indeed, the god of destruction, Beerus. Do you understand why he bears such a title? It is because destruction and annihilation are his responsibilities. Even I am merely his enforcer, or, as one might say, his agent. Deleuze, having grown accustomed to being in charge, boldly stepped forward and inquired. Are you implying that the extermination of the Scions and the destruction of planet Vegeta were orchestrated by Beerus? Step back, Deleuze. Vegeta chastised. But before he could say more, Jinyu interjected, how audacious. Who permitted you to speak directly with Lord Frieza? Frieza waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Forgive this uncouth wild monkey. Upon hearing this, the other Scions, aside from Vegeta, clenched their fists in silent fury, yet dared not voice their anger. I apologize, but I tend to be rather blunt. In my eyes, all Scions, apart from young Vegeta, are wild monkeys. Frieza then turned to Deleuze. You possess some intelligence. Indeed, the order to annihilate planet Vegeta and eliminate the majority of the Scions was given by none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Although your aunt ultimately destroyed planet Vegeta, I have regretted executing that command every single day since. Given the opportunity, I would even unite with all the Scions. Alas, Beerus's command came quite unexpectedly. Noticing no one dared to ask further questions, Frieza awkwardly prompted, surely. One of you must be curious about the thoughts that crossed my mind? Vegeta eagerly replied, we beseech you, Lord Frieza, enlighten us. Humph. Since Beerus can be a god of destruction, why cannot I? Given the Scion's connection to Beerus, I have even undertaken training. With my prodigious talent, I firmly believe that before Beerus awakens once more, I shall possess the strength to defeat him. Yet ultimately, one's power is limited. Beyond us frost demons. The most promising beings in the universe are you Scions. Vegeta inhaled deeply, murmuring, so, you wish for me to continually seek out the surviving Scions. Indeed. But not every Scion possesses your exceptional prowess. Captain Jinyu has already begun to grasp the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. If you all train together, it might not be long before I have 2 Super Saions at my command. Yet, the Super Saiyan form does not appear to be the final destination. Beerus once mentioned that the rival he has long sought is an entity known as the Super Saiyan God. This is your true culmination. In unison, the crowd gasped, Super Saiyan God. Frieza stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke slowly. Although I am not entirely clear on the special significance of this Super Saiyan God, perhaps you will be able to discover the answer. Little Vegeta, from this day forth, I shall grant you and your people ample freedom, yet I do not wish for you to squander this time. I hope you will engage in constant training. Let us first focus on transforming into Super Saiyans. The time frame is 5 years. Observing Vegeta's calm demeanor, Frieza surmised that Vegeta had likely grasped this threshold. He then turned to Jinyu, Captain Jinyu, take a year to train alongside little Vegeta and his comrades. Such a competitive dynamic will expedite your progress. Once you all achieve the transformation into Super Saiyans, I will require your assistance in rescuing someone. Jinyu inquired, is it Lord Cooler? Indeed, I not only require Super Saiyans, but also more Frieza clan warriors to serve me. Even my inept brother is indispensable. Very well, everyone. There are approximately 20 years until Beerus awakens. Do not squander this precious time. One day, when I ascend to the position of Destroyer God, little Vegeta, you shall be my proxy, and Captain Jinyu, you will inherit the majority of my empire. With a vow of unwavering loyalty to King Frieza, the group departed. After they left, Jinyu bowed to Frieza and asked, my Lord Frieza, shall we not inform them about the matters on Earth? It would be futile to mention it now. Since they can defeat Cooler, sending Vegeta and the others there would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. I shall allow him to go when the time is ripe. Chapter 62. Miss Sun Beulah Happy New Year. In the year 757 of the Ikki era, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta paced anxiously in front of Bulma's room, dressed in a blue shirt. Tais looked at Vegeta and smiled. I never imagined you could feel nervous. Who says I'm nervous? I'm merely calculating the passage of time through walking, Vegeta retorted. Tais patted Vegeta's shoulder. Relax, Bulma will be just fine. Hanasia sat in a chair, her brow furrowed in concern. That woman is of no consequence. What matters is that the child must be safe. Tabor held onto Toru's hand. Well, Mom, you shouldn't say it like that. Be quiet, Tabor. This is not your place to speak. John approached Vegeta's side. Rest assured, Vegeta, Princess Vegeta in the heavens will surely bless them. Goku, cradling his head in thought, mused, I wonder if my brother's child will be a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, Gohan can marry her when she grows up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin and Hanaja's fists came crashing down on Goku's head. Don't even think about it. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the room. It hurts so much. Vegeta, where are you? In an instant, Vegeta teleported to Bulma's side, who, without hesitation, grabbed his hand and bit down. Vegeta swiftly shoved a senzu bean into Bulma's mouth. Hang in there, Bulma. You can do it. Once Bulma regained her strength, she summoned all her energy. The piercing cry of a newborn filled the air. The door to the room was suddenly smashed open by Broly, and the others rushed in. Did she give birth? Is it a boy or a girl? After the doctor cut the umbilical cord, he wrapped the infant and handed her to Vegeta. Congratulations, Mr. Vegeta, it's a girl. Vegeta carefully cradled the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. This is my child. By the way, where's my scouter? Tais informed Vegeta, I have one on my spaceship. In the next moment, Vegeta vanished from sight, causing the baby to plummet toward the ground. This sight horrified everyone, who rushed forward to catch her. In 0.01 seconds, Vegeta reappeared, safely holding the infant and placing the scouter on his ear. Let me see. Power level, 50,000. Broly, it seems you are about to be surpassed again. Tabor took a step back, gazing at the baby in Vegeta's arms. 50,000? A mere infant possesses strength equal to mine. Hanaja shot a sideways glance at Tabor. Useless thing. Let us hope your child doesn't turn out as inept as you. With that, Hanaja extended her hand, revealing an uncharacteristic, gentle smile. Come here, little one. Let Grandma hold you. Jin looked at Vegeta and inquired, by the way, little Vegeta, what do you plan to name this child? Vegito cast a smile at Bulma and said, as for the name, let's leave that to her mother. At that moment, Bulma consumed another senzu bean, and any trace of fatigue vanished from her visage. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a warm towel, she pondered aloud. Let me think. Vegito previously mentioned that he and Goku's grandfather had named them after Earth. However, Vegito retained only the surname. So it could be said that she is indeed a child of the Sun family. Therefore, let us name her Sun Bra. Upon hearing this name, Vegeto's heart skipped a beat. It is worth noting that Sun Bra, in a parallel universe, is also a rebellious child. Is it mere fate at play? Fortunately, there is ample time, and Vegito can nurture the child at his own pace. Goku stepped forward, examining Sun Bra closely, and remarked, Sun Bra, Bulma, the name you chose is quite lovely. I expected her to be named Princess Bulla. Bulma shot Goku a disdainful look. Do you think everyone is like you, naming their own child after their ancestors? She then added, all right, Vegito, help me up. I wish to hold my bra. As Vegito assisted Bulma to her feet, he inquired, are you certain you are well enough after giving birth? Bulma replied with a smile, yes, I'm fine, especially after consuming the senzu beans you provided. I can even walk now. I shall take a shower shortly. As time went by, everyone reveled in the blissful life on Earth over the years. Although they continued their training, it became more laid back. Bored with idleness, Vegito sought out Meru's once again, forming a team with Hana and others to serve as galactic patrol officers. In the year 761, on Vegeta's fief planet, Vegeta, having just completed his training, approached Raditz. His expression grim. Raditz cautiously inquired, Vegeta, do you have something weighing on your mind? Vegeta responded, I just had a conversation with Frieza, who instructed us to recruit a few scions from Earth. I wonder if Vegeta will be there. What if he refuses? Raditz gulped nervously. Then we shall resort to force, Vegeta declared. Even now, Vegeta could not forget Vegeto's terrifying power. He continued, according to the intelligence we've gathered, he is not on Earth. However, to avoid detection, you must refrain from fighting and bring your brother Kakarot and Paragus' son over. If they resist, we shall take action against their families. Raditz swallowed hard. All right. I will do my utmost to complete the task. Not just your utmost, but you must succeed. On a certain day at the end of October in 761, Bulma piloted a jet ship towards Kame House with Sun Bra by her side. The young Sun Bra sat in the passenger seat, her face displaying discontent. Bulma turned to her and asked, what is it now? Are you upset because your father isn't here? No. It matters not whether father arrives. My reluctance to board an aircraft remains steadfast, for I can soar through the skies at a velocity surpassing that of the plane. With her gaze fixed ahead, Bulma remarked, then why not simply open the door and fly out yourself? Should you inadvertently unleash your energy and detract your father's attention, he will undoubtedly come to reprimand you. I cannot promise to restrain him. Humph. Father is a wicked villain, and mother does not love Sun Bra. Sun Bra was incensed. Huh. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from the girl in the passenger seat, her blue hair transforming into a brilliant gold. Bulma, seemingly unfazed, cautioned, if you continue to vent your frustrations, You will soon find your father's iron fist descending upon your head. Your father once told me that your Uncle Goku was similarly mischievous. Yet after receiving a sound thrashing from your father, he became much more obedient. Upon hearing this, Son Bra immediately reverted to her usual demeanor, casting a woeful glance at Bulma. I was wrong, mother. Please do not tell father. Bulma chuckled. That will depend on your behavior today. When you see brother Gohan, you must not bully him, all right? Last time, you frightened Aunt Chi-Chi half to death when you yanked off Gohan's tail. Son Bra stood atop her seat, crossing her arms with a smug grin. Well, that was merely because brother Gohan was too weak. Father once said that such a floppy tail is akin to unfinished business. I had to remove it to prevent any misunderstandings about his trousers. As she spoke, Son Bra patted the tail wrapped around her waist. A tail should be like father's, coiled securely around the waist. Bulma felt a wave of nausea wash over her at this remark, vowing privately to snip off Son Bra's tail at the next opportunity. In truth, she had done so on multiple occasions. As for Vegeta's tail, what a joke. Such a dexterous appendage could hardly be deemed unclean. It was clearly a delightful plaything. Before long, Bulma's spacecraft descended beside Master Roshi's abode. Son Bra kicked the door open and leapt out, exclaiming, "Yo, old turtle, did you miss me? Let me play with your turtle." Upon seeing Son Bra, Master Roshi immediately feigned death, lying flat on the ground. Son Bra plopped herself atop Master Roshi, tugging at his beard with unrestrained force. Feigning death, are we? Watch me pluck every last hair from your chin. Nearby, Krillin gulped nervously at the sight. Son Bra then turned her attention to Krillin, who instinctively stepped back in fright. Miss Son, what do you intend to do this time? Hee hee, do not be afraid, Uncle Baldy. I want to draw a turtle on your shiny head. Bulma, having transformed the spacecraft into a capsule, approached Son Bra and said, Bra, if you continue to bully others, we shall unite to ostracize you. Then I will tell father to ignore you for a month. Bulma sighed in exasperation, covering her face. How can this child be so disobedient? I apologize, old turtle and Krillin, for the trouble she has caused you. At that moment, a yellow cloud appeared in the sky, and there descended Goku, accompanied by a young child. Oh, everyone is here. But where is my elder brother? In the next instant, Son Bulla dashed towards Goku, leaping into his arms and playfully clinging to him. Uncle Goku, Mommy, the old turtle and the bald forest are bullying me. Upon hearing this, Goku tossed Gohan aside, leaving him standing there in bewilderment as he observed the two. Goku, holding Son Bulla with both arms, chuckled. All right, Uncle Goku understands. They are all the bad guys, aren't they? Soon, Uncle Goku will take them down. Bulma glared at Goku with indignation, exclaiming, I knew this child was difficult to manage. It turns out you have spoiled him. Chapter 63, Raditz brings New Year greetings. Meanwhile, beside a farm, a spherical spacecraft plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Alarmed, the farmer hurried to investigate the situation. As the hatch of the spherical ship opened, an immensely muscular man with long hair emerged. The farmer quickly raised his shotgun, aiming it at Raditz. Who are you? Raditz disregarded the inquiry, pressing a button on his detector while remarking, the inhabitants of this planet are so weak that I can barely sense their combat power. Upon receiving the results, Raditz couldn't help but chuckle, pathetic, with a power level of only 5. At that moment, the anxious farmer instinctively pulled the trigger. A single bullet sped toward Raditz's head, yet he effortlessly caught it with one hand. The farmer gasped, Incredible! Are you from Krypton? What nonsense! I am a scion. Guard my ship well, and prepare a meal for me. If you fail to comply upon my return, I shall use this soft metal object to obliterate your skull. With that, Raditz soared into the sky, sparing the farmer's life, unlike in the original tale. Over the years, these scions had sought inner peace, eventually refraining from senseless slaughter. Moreover, leaving this earthling alive allowed Raditz to utilize him as a temporary servant. Gazing at the readings on his detector, Raditz murmured, There is another energy signature nearby. Reminiscent of the Namekians I encountered before, with a power level of 10,000. Have they intentionally suppressed their power? That individual could give Vegeta a headache. I should avoid stirring trouble. There are several formidable power signatures in that direction, the strongest one surpassing me by 500,000. Could it be Vegito? Kakarot could never reach such heights. At that moment, Goku, who was visiting Master Roshi's island, sensed an overwhelming energy approaching. Who is it? Such a powerful presence. Bra, perched on Goku's shoulder, murmured, It's not that impressive. Uncle Goku could easily defeat it with the Kaioken. Bra, one must not hastily judge an opponent's power. Many beings in this universe can enhance their energy through transformation. Moments later, Raditz gently descended onto the small island of Master Roshi's abode. The readings on his left eye's detector fluctuated continuously as his gaze swept across the group. Ultimately, he fixated on Bra, where he detected an astonishing power level of 3,000,000. That immense power is emanating from this little girl. Yet, it poses no significant threat. I too have mastered the transformation into a pseudo-super scion. Just as Raditz was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear. Turning around, he found Bra had stealthily snuck behind him and yanked his tail. Ah, a scion, just like me. Raditz clenched his fists in fury and exclaimed, "You wretched little brat! How dare you sever my tail?" Son Bra stood frozen for a moment, then burst into tears. "Wah, you're so fierce. Even my father has never scolded me like that. You're a bad guy. I'll make my father punish you." With that, Son Bra tossed Raditz's tail to the ground and ran towards Bulma. Bulma picked up Son Bra and comforted her. All right, sweetie, no more tears. That one. You're a scion, aren't you? Have you come to join us?" Raditz looked at Bulma in bewilderment. Join? A proud scion like me would condescend to ally with a mere earthling? What a joke. Bulma, cradling Son Bra, settled onto Master Roshi's lounge chair and asked, "Then what are you here for?" Goku, sensing the tension, warned Bulma, "Bulma, this guy is different from us. His energy is more malevolent than any scion I've encountered." Seeing Goku's anxious demeanor, Raditz smirked. "Oh, you've grown up, Kakarot, but I recognized you immediately. You resemble our father." The others gasped in astonishment. "Your father?" Raditz chuckled. "Indeed, we are scions, and I am Kakarot's elder brother." Bulma suddenly interjected. "Is your name Raditz?" "Huh, how do you know?" Raditz inquired. Ignoring him, Bulma took out her phone and called Chi-Chi. "Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi, we just encountered a scion, and it seems to be the Raditz you mentioned before." As Raditz listened to this exchange, cold sweat trickled down his brow. "What? Chi-Chi, my mother is here too." In an instant, Chi-Chi, accompanied by Broly, appeared at Master Roshi's house via instant transmission. Upon seeing Raditz, Chi-Chi murmured, "Raditz?" Before he could react, she embraced him tightly. "It's been so many years. You've grown so tall. Your mother hasn't forgotten you." Raditz's face flushed slightly before he quickly pushed Chi-Chi away. "Enough of this nonsense. Since you're all here, things are easier to resolve." Broly, noticing Raditz pushing Chi-Chi away, furrowed his brow and confronted Raditz. "Apologize to my mother." Immediately. Meanwhile, Raditz's scouter fluctuated rapidly. However, his thoughts were not on those numbers. He was solely focused on how to escape with everyone. "Who are you? How can Chi-Chi be your mother? Wait, is this scouter malfunctioning? 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 1, 2, 300 million. Ultimately, when Raditz's scouter readings exceeded 1 billion, it reset automatically. His ability to sense energy confirmed that the scouter was functioning correctly. This scion before him was indeed that powerful. Moreover, he was growing even stronger. This level of combat power must surpass 5 billion. Unexpectedly, aside from Vegito, there exists such a formidable scion. Is that little one his child? My apologies. Thud. Raditz instantly knelt before Jine, exclaiming, "Forgive me, mother." Jine gently caressed Broly's head, reassuring him, "Do not be upset. Broly dear, mother is fine. By the way, it appears Raditz is also your brother." Gradually, Broly's fury subsided, and with a proud demeanor, he declared, "Humph. My Aniki is only Vegito, and Udai is solely Kakarot." Upon hearing those names, Raditz trembled uncontrollably. Vegito? After all, the terrifying power that Vegito wielded had left an indelible impression on them. Steady now, Raditz. To endure and adapt is the mark of a true warrior. I can no longer rely on Vegeta's fortitude. I must devise a way to lead them away. In the next moment, Raditz wore an awkward smile, gazing at Jine and Broly with a sycophantic expression. "Esteemed mother, Broly brother, I have come to invite you all to the new planet Vegeta. His Highness Vegeta has survived and established his own planet. Furthermore, he is now the new king of Vegeta. We are currently searching for surviving scions to journey there, and I believe the environment there might perhaps be more favorable than Earth." Upon grasping the situation, Goku immediately lowered his guard towards Raditz. He approached Raditz, hands on his hips, and said, "What? So you want us to move? But we've been accustomed to living on Earth since childhood. Why not stay with us?" Jine, cradling Gohan, joined Raditz's side, saying, "Indeed, Raditz, why not remain on Earth and live with us? Kakarot already has children, including this one in my arms. Gohan, be a good boy and greet your uncle." Gohan looked at the smiling Raditz kneeling before him, bewildered, and said, "Uncle. Raditz beamed and nodded. "Very good. You look quite charming. Come, Let your uncle take you on an adventure in the universe, shall we? Bulma stood up, exclaiming, what fun is there in the universe? Earth has Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. If you stay, we can let you use one wish. Soon, this news reached Vegeta and Frieza. An object capable of granting wishes. Vegeta smirked slightly. It seems Raditz' subservience has yielded quite valuable information. Nappa inquired, what shall we do, King Vegeta? Knowing that Frieza would soon learn of this news, Vegeta replied, of course, we must swiftly share this good news with Lord Frieza. Returning to Earth upon hearing this news, Raditz realized that Earth was likely on the brink of destruction. Resolutely, he stood up, decisively removing and crushing his scouter. Enough. This information has reached some truly terrifying beings. If the Earth were to transform into cosmic dust, we must hastily depart from this place. Bulma murmured, such a terrifying being? I must share this delightful news with Vegeta. He will surely be elated upon hearing it. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind the Kame house. No need to call. I have already arrived. Raditz, why are you kneeling again? Chapter 64. Wukong versus Raditz. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta noticed Raditz, seemingly oblivious, kneeling upon the soft sands of the beach. Oh. Vegeta, I've been confined in a small spacecraft for too long. My legs are somewhat unaccustomed to this. Vegeta approached Raditz and gazed down upon him. Oh? Then why does your voice carry a hint of weeping? I haven't seen. Seen what? After swallowing hard, Raditz continued, I haven't seen my two dear brothers, or our mother in ages. I'm so overwhelmed I could cry. Vegeta smiled faintly. Oh? Do you truly dare to show such emotion? As Raditz appeared on the verge of tears, Vegeta swiftly lifted him, questioning, what has caused you to be reduced to this state? After all, we are half-brothers, and Chi-Chi is my adoptive mother. What is there to fear? I am genuinely moved. Vegeta, Raditz exclaimed. Vegeta patted the dust off Raditz's battle attire. Enough. You are older than Vegeta. No need to call me brother. Simply address me as Vegeta. I apologize for earlier. My daughter playfully tugged at your tail. Vegeta channeled a surge of energy into Raditz, employing the healing technique of the Yardrat people. Having observed the Namekian healing arts, Vegeta had now mastered the ability to apply it to others, even facilitating the regeneration of severed limbs. In the next moment, a new tail sprouted from Raditz's backside. The tail is quite advantageous for a scion. Henceforth, it must be safeguarded. I understand. Vegeta then turned towards Bulma and Son Bra, who was in Bulma's embrace. You wicked father. Don't come near me. Mother, save me. It hurts. Vegeta grasped Son Bra by the collar with one hand, while pinching her ear with the other. You are truly a little rascal. How could I have produced such a child? Apologize to your uncle at once. Go to hell, you wicked father. In an instant, Son Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a punch aimed at Vegeta's face. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power stood at 184.5 million, surpassing Son Bra's transformed state by over 30 million. Coupled with the instinctual memory enhancing his physical prowess, Son Bra's fist could hardly disturb a single hair on Vegeta's body. The immense backlash sent Son Bra reeling. It hurts. Wicked father. Bullying me. Wah. Realizing she was no match for Vegeta, Son Bra resorted to crying to gain sympathy. Mother, aren't you coming to save me? Bulma stepped forward, exasperated, addressing Vegeta. Darling, do not be angry. I can dress up as a nurse tonight. Vegeta tossed Son Bra onto the ground, scolding her. What a troublesome child. I shall consider this an opportunity to hone my skills. For your mother's sake, I shall let you off this time. With that, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Gohan. Indeed, one should aspire to be like Son Gohan. Mere combat power is of little consequence. Vegeta lifted Gohan into his arms, saying, Gohan, it's been a while. Have you missed your uncle? Gohan replied, Vegeta continued, you're such a good boy. How about I take you to the amusement park tomorrow? Gohan agreed, okay. Vegeta added, and the day after, let us visit the hyperbolic time chamber for a few days, shall we? This surreal scene shattered Raditz's perception of reality. Can you believe a 4-year-old Super Saiyan? Moreover, this exceptionally gifted prodigy was said to have wasted his potential. Master Roshi addressed the group. Since we are all familiar with each other and Vegeta has returned, let us sit down for a meal first. Krillin, please prepare the food. Oh, sure. I'll get right on it. At the dinner table, Vegeta looked at Raditz and asked, you were sent here on Vegeta's orders, weren't you? Given his battle power, he should be able to conquer any planet now. Why is he still trying to recruit other Saiyans? Raditz sighed in resignation. You see, it's not as you think. This is actually Frieza's command. He is reassembling a Saiyan army. It is said to combat some god that will awaken in 20 years. Vegeta murmured, God of Destruction. Beerus. I didn't realize Frieza's ambitions had grown so vast. It seems he has been training diligently. Now that both Vegeta and Frieza are aware of the Dragon Ball's existence. How do you plan to explain this? Bulma poured Raditz a glass of wine. After downing it in one gulp, Raditz remarked, "Honestly, I was quite anxious at first. But upon seeing you, I felt that being with you on Earth is the safest option. However, Vegeta, perhaps Frieza and Vegeta are not as malevolent as you imagine. The destruction of planet Vegeta had other underlying reasons." Vegeta chuckled, "You need not explain yourself to me. I am well aware of much. Focus on your own matters." Raditz took a deep breath and murmured, "As for Vegeta and Frieza." At that moment, Goku interjected. "Frieza is definitely no match for Big Brother." Previously, Frieza's brother was defeated by Big Brother Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta arose with a grim expression, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing an overwhelming aura. He glared at Goku, exclaiming, "You disappoint me, Kakarot. I thought you had changed. Earth has been peaceful for only a few years, and you're already beginning to rely on others' strength again. Listen well, Kakarot. From now on, I will no longer concern myself with Earth. If you wish to protect it, then you must continuously grow stronger and fight." Goku, evidently intimidated by Vegeta's presence, instinctively unleashed all his power to shield everyone, asking, "But what if those villains try to kill Bulma and Bra?" Vegeta coldly responded, "That is their fate. And after I finish saying all of this, it will become your responsibility." Certainly, Vegeta would not passively witness the slaughter of his friends, companions, and family. In order to shield Goku from his resolve, he remains unaware that there are others bearing the weight of the world upon their shoulders. On another note, Vegeta is uncertain of how events will ultimately unfold with Frieza. He is intrigued to observe the situation without his interference. Will the climactic battle on Namek still occur? By refraining from intervention and allowing events to progress naturally, one can discern the formidable force of historical convergence and how absurdly the trajectory of history can be altered. After articulating these thoughts, Vegeta returned to his usual demeanor, retrieving a chair and resuming his seat. Raditz addressed Goku, stating, "Since Vegeta has expressed his thoughts, Kakarot, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. If I emerge victorious, you, your mother, and Broly will accompany me to find Vegeta. Should I lose, regardless of where you and your mother are, I will remain by your side." Upon saying this, Raditz glanced at Vegeta, seemingly seeking his approval. Vegeta, seated with arms crossed, replied, "You need not look to me. This matter is for you to decide. I shall merely serve as a witness, and should the defeated party resort to underhanded tactics, I shall intervene." Hearing Vegeta's stance, Raditz felt a surge of triumph. Excellent. Victory is assured. Even though I couldn't enlist Vegeta's aid, having that formidable figure and Kakarot is sufficient to satisfy my needs. Subsequently, Goku readily accepted Raditz's challenge. With a combat power of 2.5 million, Raditz held a significant advantage over Goku, whose power stood at merely 1.2 million. Goku had already revealed his true strength when he shielded his companions earlier. This gave Raditz confidence in his ability to triumph in their one-on-one confrontation. After their meal, the group ventured to an uninhabited island to witness the duel between the brothers. Kakarot faces a strong foe, Raditz. Kakarot defeats Raditz. Total power level increases to 13 and receives a Sacred Dragon Ball as a reward. Goku concentrated on Raditz's energy, feeling its formidable nature. "So powerful, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered." Raditz chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Perhaps it is inappropriate to say this in front of Vegeta, but among our Saiyan kin, there exists one far mightier than myself. If you ever meet him, you may find yourself as his invaluable ally. Now, come forth, Kakarot, and let me witness your progress." Goku clenched his fists, a wry smile gracing his lips. "In a straightforward battle like this, I have no chance of winning. Kaioken." Goku unleashed a surge of red energy, charging at Raditz and delivering a punch. Raditz raised his hand to block the blow, secretly contemplating, "Impressive. I underestimated this kid. His combat power has doubled in an instant. But for now, I remain the stronger of the two." Raditz retaliated with a punch. And as Goku tilted his head to evade, Raditz released a ki blast that struck Goku's cheek, forcing him to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz advanced and delivered an uppercut. However, he did not anticipate that Goku, in such a state, would continue to evade. Not only that, after dodging, Goku executed a backflip, delivering a swift kick. Raditz once again raised his hand to block, retaliating with a powerful energy wave. Triple. In midair, Goku deftly countered, sending Raditz's energy blast soaring away. After a brief exchange to gauge each other, Raditz realized that the reason Vegeta had agreed was due to Goku still concealing his trump card. In that fleeting moment, Raditz sensed that Goku's combat power had reached approximately 3/4,000,000. If he could maintain such power for an extended period, Raditz would have no choice but to reveal his own hidden strength. The two distanced themselves, gazing intently at one another. Goku smiled and said, "So what do you think, big brother? My strength is quite impressive, isn't it?" Raditz calmly replied, "Indeed, it is commendable, but it is still far from enough to defeat me." Chapter 65. Super Raditz. Raditz radiated a golden aura. His hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. At that moment, his combat power surged to an astonishing 75,000,000. Son Bra, perched upon Vegeta's shoulder, chuckled, "Father, what kind of transformation is this? It resembles a Super Saiyan, doesn't it? One might refer to it as a pseudo-Super Saiyan, with a mere 30-fold increase." Raditz was acutely aware that his half-baked transformation was insignificant compared to the likes of those formidable foes. Yet, for Kakarot, it represented an insurmountable chasm. Just then, Piccolo appeared beside them in a flash of instant transmission. The group turned to regard him, and he made his way to Vegeta's side, for among them, he was most familiar with Vegeta. He couldn't help but marvel at how much stronger that Saiyan had become. Vegeta remarked with a smirk, "You're not stronger than me. Even if Kakarot were to face you, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning." At that moment, Piccolo noticed a small child hiding shyly behind Kairatsu, peeking at him. Upon sensing Piccolo's gaze, Gohan promptly ducked behind Kairatsu. Returning to the battlefield, Raditz confidently addressed Goku. "So, Kakarot, even if you transform into a true Super Saiyan, you cannot defeat me." Goku responded with a wry smile, "Unfortunately, I cannot even master your current form. But I possess something even better." Taking a deep breath, the energy of the universe converged around him, enveloping him in a shimmering blue wave of energy. Vegeta observed with admiration, "Indeed, Kakarot, your rate of energy absorption far surpasses my own from back in the day. Only one with a truly sincere heart can achieve such a feat." Goku's combat power escalated 5-fold, a mere trifle in Raditz's eyes. "Is that all you've got?" Raditz scoffed. Goku replied, "I cannot elevate this technique to 10 times or more like Brother Vegeta, for 5 times is my limit. But I still have that move yet to unveil. 10 times. Kaioken." In an instant, Kakarot's combat power soared to 60,000,000, though still beneath Raditz. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward Raditz. Raditz, taken aback, quickly regained his composure, retreating while fending off Goku's strikes. "I must admit, Kakarot, I never anticipated you could achieve such prowess. Come with me back to New Vegeta. You shall surely rank as the 3rd strongest." As Raditz spoke, Goku found an opening and delivered a fierce knee strike to Raditz's chest. Raditz staggered backward over 10 meters, surprised as he gazed at Goku. "What is happening? His combat power is clearly inferior to mine, yet his speed and strength are nearly on par." Enduring the pain, Raditz swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, feigning indifference. He chuckled, "You possess considerable skill, but judging by your appearance, it must have been quite arduous for you, hasn't it?" Goku, panting heavily, replied, "Not yet. I have not even approached my limits. I shall continue to augment my power." 13 times Kaioken. Goku's battle power surged to 78,000,000, surpassing the current level of Raditz. Raditz realized that this was not the moment for mere exhibition. He had to exert his full strength and unleashed a dark purple energy wave towards Goku. Just as the energy wave was about to strike him, Goku instantaneously escalated the Kaioken to 15 times. He then countered with a swift hand chop, deflecting the energy wave away. "What?" Raditz's eyes widened as he beheld Goku now before him. He had no time to react before Goku landed an uppercut to his abdomen. Following that, Goku delivered a punch to Raditz's head. As Raditz was sent flying, Goku even added a Kamehameha wave that struck Raditz squarely. Chi-Chi watched anxiously. "Raditz, he can't be dead, can he?" Vegeta remarked. "No." Kakarot showed restraint. He reduced the intensity of the Kaioken for that last blow. Goku dispelled the Kaioken, maintaining a state of calm to mitigate its side effects. As the smoke cleared, Raditz's battle attire lay in tatters, his body battered and bruised, with one arm rendered incapable of movement, and his pseudo-Super Saiyan state dissipated. How infuriating! I never imagined Kakarot harbored such formidable power. Am I truly to be so humiliated by my own brother? I was raised as an elite warrior, to be outdone by a lower-class warrior such as him. Raditz slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Just as he was about to concede, Vegeta called out to him, "Raditz, do you wish to fully transform into a Super Saiyan?" At this, Raditz lifted his gaze to Vegeta's position, "Fully transform into a Super Saiyan. Is it truly within my reach?" Vegeta descended before Raditz. "Indeed, you are very close. You are but a step away. Here's a tip. Envision the most infuriating event in your life, while simultaneously elevating your energy and concentrate that heightened energy in your back. The most enraging event. Vegeta, arms crossed, illustrated for Raditz. Imagine Chi-Chi being cleaved in two by Frieza, gasping her final words to you that she loves you. Or envision yourself. An elite warrior, utterly humiliated by losing to Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior. In essence, conjure the scenario you most dread occurring before your eyes. Raditz gradually rose to his feet, his energy steadily amplifying, his long hair shimmering with a hint of gold. Rage, rage. Images of the most dreaded scenarios invaded his mind, one after another. Vegeta concluded with a poignant remark. Imagine. The things you dread the most are the result of your own frailty. In an instant, Raditz erupted with a formidable golden aura, as the sky darkened ominously. Just as he completed his transformation, a bolt of lightning struck. Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This is it. Vegeta chuckled, indeed. This is the Super Saiyan. At that moment, Raditz's battle power soared to 125 million. Ding. Difficulty has changed. Upon Kakarot's defeat of the Super Saiyan Raditz, the total multiplier will increase to 14. Unexpectedly, there were unforeseen gains. Now it rests upon Kakarot. I never imagined I would surpass Vegeta and Jinyu. After witnessing Raditz's successful transformation, Vegeta returned to join the others. Meanwhile, Goku was already drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta, come on, you only guided Raditz and not me. With renewed confidence, Raditz regained his spirit and pointed defiantly at Goku. Kakarot, I hope that wasn't your limit. Let the second round commence. Goku was enveloped in a fierce red aura, declaring, I'm ready. In the next moment, both vanished from sight. Goku unleashed the 15 times Kaioken. But after a single exchange, it was he who was sent flying. Raditz followed closely, laughing. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is that all you've got? As he spoke, Raditz raised his fist and struck down upon Goku, who had yet to land. Boom! Goku caught Raditz's fist with one hand. 20 times. In an instant, Goku seized Raditz's arm and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. With the energy mode and the 20 times Kaioken bolstering him, Goku's battle power surged to 120 million. In terms of aura intensity, Goku was only slightly weaker than Raditz. Although Raditz had become 50 times stronger after his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, his efficiency in utilizing that power was not particularly high. Similarly, Goku's efficiency diminished after surpassing the 10 times Kaioken. Fortunately, Vegeta had trained Goku extensively in this regard, ensuring that even at the 20 times Kaioken, his efficiency remained relatively intact. The two were at odds, yet Goku maintained a slight advantage, albeit one that was not pronounced and exceedingly fleeting. Even though the energy mode mitigated the drawbacks of the Kaioken, the 20 times Kaioken still imposed an unbearable strain on his body. In midair, after exchanging dozens of blows, Raditz managed to bring the cramping Goku down to the ground. However, his own injuries worsened, and his aura began to wane. Goku lay in a crater, convulsing. Curse it. The body can no longer move. Raditz descended from the sky with great velocity, landing with his foot firmly upon Goku's chest. Goku cried out in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Surrender, Kakarot. Once again, a crimson aura erupted from Goku, seizing Raditz's leg. Absolutely not. I cannot allow my brother to be disappointed again. 20-fold. Kaioken. Goku suddenly rose, forcefully slamming Raditz's leg into the ground. However, after this singular strike, Goku's Kaioken state faded once more, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground, his energy mode dissipating. Raditz, though affected by the impact, was not nearly as gravely injured as Goku. He had yet to relinquish his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta flew before the two, declaring, count to 10. The first to rise is the victor. Goku, with his eyes squeezed shut, endeavored to rise, but each time he attempted to lift himself, he fell back to the earth. Meanwhile, Raditz lay motionless, chuckling, and said, no need to count. I have lost. Chapter 66. Apprenticeship. Kakarot had vanquished Raditz, elevating his overall power level to 14. Having acquired a sacred Dragon Ball, he now possessed two. Vegeta administered some Senzu beans to the two, restoring their injuries and vitality. Raditz, astonished, inquired, what is that remarkable substance? It healed my wounds and replenished my energy instantaneously. Senzu beans, I have plenty more, Vegeta replied, producing a bag of Senzu beans and offering it to Raditz. There are 7 more inside. Keep them for later. Thank you, Raditz responded. By the way, why did you suddenly concede? In your previous state, you could surely have stood up again. Raditz turned to Goku and said, there's no need to win anymore. That foolish demeanor of Kakarot has convinced me that remaining here is the right choice. As for the Dragon Balls, I have no wishes to fulfill. If possible, I would like to train alongside you from now on. That is perfectly fine, Goku replied. Once rejuvenated, Goku suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura. I've grown stronger. After recovering from his severe injuries, Goku's power level reached 2 million. Meanwhile, Vegeta's base power also soared to 191 million. With 100 million of that accumulated through casual training over recent years. At that moment, Piccolo approached and landed beside Goku. Son Goku, I never anticipated you had concealed so many trump cards. It seems defeating you won't be an easy task. Goku scratched his head and grinned at Piccolo. Hey, why don't we test this out now? Humph, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Let us discuss it next time. Just as Piccolo was about to depart, Vegeta called out, wait a moment. Piccolo felt a twinge of anxiety. He had confidence in his ability to defeat Goku and Raditz, but if Vegeta himself were to engage, Vegeta addressed Piccolo. I had Nappa train you for several years. You owe me that favor, don't you? Who do you want me to eliminate? Vegeta chuckled. Is there anyone in this world I cannot defeat? Gohan, come here. Gohan scampered over to Vegeta, who lifted Goku, and said to Piccolo, I want you to help train my nephew. It doesn't have to be for long. A year will suffice. The others looked on in astonishment. And Bulma exclaimed, Vegeta, have you lost your mind? He is the Demon King Piccolo. Goku, perplexed, asked, Brother, wouldn't it be better if you personally taught Gohan? Piccolo glanced at Gohan and asked, Do you want me to babysit him? No, I wish to be this child's godfather, Vegeta clarified. He possesses immense potential and may one day rival me, but his character is far too timid. Therefore, I seek a suitable mentor for him. Piccolo smirked, so? Because this little brat is weak, you want me, the evil one, to train him? To help balance his heart between good and evil? Indeed, it is you who is destined for this role. Moreover, after undergoing training with Nail, your foundational skills and techniques have become remarkably strong, surpassing even those of Kakarot. Piccolo fell silent. In truth, he had no desire to return after accompanying Nail to Namek. Ultimately, it was only through the Elder's persuasion that he returned to Earth. The Elder had also prophesied about his future, clearly foreseeing that he would have a scion disciple, one with whom he would share a bond akin to that of father and son. This disciple would play an immensely significant role for Earth, Namek, and even the entire universe. Initially, Piccolo had dismissed the Elder's prophecy until Vegeta brought it up himself. Aren't you afraid I might push him too far and cause his demise? Vegeta chuckled. Do not underestimate us scions, nor should you underestimate your own kindness. He then turned to Gohan, saying, Young one, training under me is an arduous endeavor. Are you prepared to endure such hardship? At that moment, Gohan was on the verge of tears, lamenting why no one had consulted him before making these decisions. Grasping Vegeta's trousers, Gohan exclaimed, Uncle Vegeta, I do not wish to train. I only aspire to be a scholar in the future. Son Broly stepped forward, mockingly taunting Gohan, soft-hearted Gohan, as a scion. You wish to be merely a scholar? Even if you achieve success, you will be destined to serve our family. Vegeta shot a cold glance at Son Broly, inquiring, Where did you acquire such warped views? He then knelt down, gently patting Gohan's head. Gohan, there are certain truths I cannot yet articulate to you. Just remember this. You possess immense potential within you. If one day both I and your father perish in battle, you will be the only one capable of protecting Earth. Son Broly, indignant, retorted, What about me? I can protect Earth too. Vegeta disdainfully regarded Son Broly. If one day Kakarot and I were to fall, the likelihood of you being the perpetrator would be considerable. Instead of feeling frightened or anxious, Son Broly responded with excitement. Are you saying that one day I could possess the power to defeat you? Bulma approached, stroking Son Broly's head. Broly, under no circumstances should you ever fight your father. But Mom, Dad often makes you cry at night. I want to avenge you. Upon hearing this, everyone except Piccolo and Gohan blushed furiously. Even Goku, who had been oblivious just a few years prior, grasped the implication of the statement. Coincidentally, Gohan also commented to Son Broly, My dad often makes my mom scream. Goku quickly covered Gohan's mouth, exclaiming, What are you saying, Gohan? I was merely giving your mother a massage. Gohan, meanwhile, had begun to comprehend Vegeta's meaning. He understood that he was unlike ordinary children. He had always been cautious, aware that he could inadvertently cause destruction with even the slightest misstep. Both his father and uncle possessed formidable powers. However, the grim reality loomed that one day they might no longer inhabit this world. When that time arrived, the only person he could rely on would be himself. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Gohan approached Piccolo and bowed respectfully, proclaiming, Uncle Piccolo, I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Oh, Your ability to resolve yourself in such a brief span truly surprises me. In that case, accompany me, Piccolo replied. Raditz had initially wished to prevent Gohan from following Piccolo. If it came to wickedness, he could certainly match Piccolo's malevolence and serve as a counterbalance for Gohan. Yet, as this was a matter proposed directly by Vegeta, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Grasping Gohan firmly, Piccolo warned, "Let it be known. If this little brat meets his demise or transforms into a demon king under my tutelage, do not harbor any regrets." Vegeta responded with a chuckle, "No regrets at all. Train him without hesitation." With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, carrying Gohan away, while Goku gazed anxiously in their direction. Vegeta stepped forward to offer reassurance. "Do not fret, Gohan will not perish. Even if I lent Piccolo tenfold courage, he would not dare allow anything to happen to Gohan." Goku lowered his head, murmuring, "My concern lies with Chi-Chi not accepting this. That is easily remedied. Bra, come here." Reluctantly, Bra approached Vegeta, who then lifted her and handed her to Goku. "This one is for you. Take this little rascal to appease Chi-Chi." Bulma seized Vegeta by the collar, exclaiming, "Vegeta, what nonsense is this? Handing our child over to Goku? What in the world are you thinking?" Vegeta replied, "It's about balance. Bra has far too many mischievous traits. Furthermore, eavesdropping on our sparring sessions every night is unacceptable. Kakarot, I am not jesting. I wish for Bra to embody your kindness, so consider this a favor. Additionally, please impart your skills to her." Upon hearing this, Goku grinned at Bra, saying, "Little Bra, Uncle Goku will take you fishing at the Capsule Corporation, all right?" "Yes." Surprisingly, Bra agreed without hesitation. She had grown weary of the constraints of urban life and preferred the environment and ambience of the Capsule Corporation. Uncle Goku treated her well, and even when he acted whimsically, she wouldn't face reprimand. Goku embraced Bra, and Broly inquired, "May I join in the fun with my niece?" "Of course. But if she becomes unruly, you are the only one who can manage her." After settling the matters concerning the younger generation, Vegeta turned to Raditz. "From today onward, you shall reside at the Capsule Corporation alongside Jine and Broly. I also entrust you with the strict supervision of Bra. If necessary, do not hesitate to discipline her severely." "Me?" Raditz stammered, and Vegeta patted him on the shoulder, smiling. "Consider it a form of training. Best of luck." At the moment of parting, Vegeta addressed Son Goku with a stern tone. "You little rascal, stay put over there. If you dare to return on your own, I shall cast you alone onto planet Wampa. From this day forth, your Uncle Goku, Uncle Broly, and Uncle Raditz shall be your masters. Show them the respect they deserve." With this thought, Vegeta turned to Goku again, saying, "By the way, during your leisure time, please ensure that Gohan completes his assignments. If he fails to finish, let Raditz give him a good thrashing. Additionally, I shall frequently bring some textbooks to check on you." With that, Vegeta placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder and, using instant transmission, whisked her back to Capsule Corporation. Chapter 67. The Scions of the Sixth Universe. The disappearance of Raditz sparked myriad speculations among Vegeta, Frieza, and others. After all, prior to his vanishing, Raditz had acquired crucial intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls, which can grant wishes. A month later, Frieza summoned Vegeta and his companions once more. "In due time, you shall personally lead an expedition to Earth and retrieve that artifact known as the Dragon Ball for me. If Raditz wishes to feign death, upon encountering him alive on Earth, ensure that he can no longer maintain that facade. Assist him in realizing his wish." Before Vegeta could respond, Doras interjected, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I shall personally eliminate that traitor." "Excellent. However, before we embark on our journey to Earth, we must make a visit to the Galactic Prison." "The Galactic Prison?" Frieza smiled as he elaborated, "I have expended considerable effort to uncover its location. My foolish brother is imprisoned there. I require your assistance to rescue my incompetent sibling." Vegeta bowed his head and inquired, "Yes. When shall we depart, Lord Frieza?" "Immediately." Meanwhile, Vegeta and Bulma visited the Capsule Corporation to see Son Bra, while Piccolo was instructing Gohan in wilderness survival skills. Despite Chi-Chi's grievances concerning Gohan's absence, she refrained from insisting that Goku bring him back, having promised not to interfere with the training of father and son. At the dinner table, Broly observed Vegeta and Bulma alongside Goku and Chi-Chi, feeling a twinge of envy at the couple's camaraderie. After all, he was a young man in his 30s, yet had never experienced romantic intimacy. He feared that his immense power might harm others. Yet the abundance of love around him stirred a desire to understand the sensation of affection. Noticing Broly silently staring down at his meal, China inquired with concern, "Broly-chan, what occupies your thoughts?" "Mother, I wish to marry as well." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Bulma turned to Vegeta and remarked, As the elder brother, you are quite remiss in not helping Broly find a partner. Vegeta, with arms crossed in resignation, replied. I too wish to find him a suitable companion, but I worry that an ordinary human girl might not withstand him. Bulma nodded in agreement. True. Without the sins of beans, I would have struggled as well. Raditz then spoke to Vegeta. On our new planet Vegeta, there are several young scion women. They'll most have born children, if Broly does not mind. Of course he minds. Vegeta quickly interjected on Broly's behalf. Broly seeks a wife, not a mere breeding vessel. If he is to find a wife, his standards must be elevated. Then, standing up, Vegeta declared, by the way, I know of a place that may assist you in your search. As Vegeta placed his hand upon Broly's shoulder, he remarked, we may require a bit of time before we return, for this realm cannot perceive the energy of our universe. Therefore, should we encounter insurmountable troubles, let us find a way to escape. Bulma immediately inquired, how long will you be gone? I do not know. We intend to enjoy ourselves for a while there. How about you grant me a wish? If something truly arises, I shall instantly return to your side, no matter where I am. Bulma murmured, a wish for you? Precisely. Much like making a wish to the eternal dragon. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. If you can indeed fulfill wishes like the eternal dragon, then grant me the wish that my physique remains as it was at 20. Vegeta replied candidly, one wish can only be granted per year. Let us be prudent. Bulma sighed, very well. I wish that if I am in mortal danger or if Earth encounters a crisis beyond our capabilities, when I call for you, you shall appear at my side in an instant, no matter the distance. Receiving a wish from Bulma, should it be granted? Yes. Wish granted, deducting 1,000,000 points of overflow power. 1,000,000 points of battle power were but a trivial matter for Vegeta at this time. In fact, over the past few years, he had quietly fulfilled several of Bulma's wishes, such as enhancing her curves slightly, enlarging her eyes by 0.5 millimeter, and refining her nose by the same measure, along with augmenting her cup size. Though these wishes were rather trivial, Vegeta was, in essence, the ultimate beneficiary. It was far more straightforward to grant these mundane wishes than to deal with the Dragon Balls. All settled, then. Until we meet again. Kai Kai. Vegeta executed the instant transmission of the Supreme Kai. This form of teleportation did not necessitate sensing energy, allowing for unfettered movement between target planets. Furthermore, this divine form of instant transmission could traverse across different universes. In the 6th universe, Planet Salad. In a flash, Vegeta and Broly materialized in a narrow alley of Planet Salad. Let us explore this planet first, then seek out the strongest fighter, Vegeta suggested. They strolled through the city, which exuded a Middle Eastern ambience. The skyline was devoid of towering structures, consisting primarily of modest dwellings. Greenery was scarce, and occasionally, some flying vehicles zipped through the streets. Most of the inhabitants were engaged in selling peculiar items and creatures at their stalls. However, their leisurely exploration soon drew the attention of the local populace. Broly's imposing stature was striking, and though Vegeta was not as robust, he still surpassed the emaciated scions surrounding them. Broly, astonished, surveyed the people and asked, are they all scions? From their energy, it seems so, Vegeta replied. They appear so frail, and none of them have tails? Vegeta elucidated. It is said that the scions of this universe have evolved to lack tails, which consequently means they are unable to harness the power of the great ape. However, it must be noted that their general combat prowess is not insignificant, averaging around 600 points. Before long, a group of individuals clad in uniforms surrounded the two. At the forefront stood a scion male with a ponytail, the most robust 6th universe scion they had encountered thus far. Approaching them, he inquired, I am Lin Suo, the captain of the Raised Defense Team. May I ask who you are? Lin Suo? Vegeta stepped forward, donning a genial smile as he replied, greetings. We are scions from another universe, here to pay a visit to the scions of your realm. Another universe? At that moment, Lin Suo noticed a furry appendage at Vegeta's waist and exclaimed, is that a tail? Vegeta nodded. Indeed, all the scions from my universe possess tails. Lin Suo murmured in disbelief. How astonishing. I never imagined there were scions in other universes. Without that tail, I would have found your words hard to believe. Since you harbor no ill intentions, let us first take you to meet King Salada. Your fate will be determined by him. Vegeta assented, very well. Please lead the way. The entire Raised Defense Team boarded their aircraft, while Vegeta and Broly adeptly followed using their flight technique. Along the way, Broly inquired, brother, why aren't they using flight techniques? Who knows? That fellow named Lin Suo possesses a combat power that isn't low, likely around 10,000. Perhaps it is to underscore their status, Vegeta speculated. Half an hour later, the Raised Defense Team's aircraft landed before a magnificent palace. After a brief exchange with the guards, Lin Saw turned to Vegeta and Broly, saying, "You may enter, but remember, do not act recklessly. Even if you are scions from another universe, you cannot evade the consequences of the raised defense team or the royal guards." Both Vegeta and Broly maintained their combat power at 5,000 points. This level was sufficient to garner the attention of the 6th universe scions, yet it posed no threat to the elite guards. As they stepped into the opulent palace and proceeded further, they beheld a scion draped in robes seated upon the central throne. This scion bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, albeit with a few more strands of bangs, and standing approximately 10 centimeters taller. Lin Suo respectfully knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Esteemed King Salada, we have visitors from afar." Turning to Vegeta and Broly, he urged, "Hurry, kneel. Since you are also scions, you should pay your respects to our King Salada." Vegeta crossed his arms, smirking coldly as he retorted, "I regret to inform you that in our universe, scions no longer adhere to feudal rule. Even the mightiest among us would never demand that others kneel to converse." The monarch Salada, seated upon his throne, waved his hand gracefully and remarked, "Very well. If I apprehend your meaning correctly, you are scions from another universe, are you not?" "Indeed," came the reply. A faint smile graced King Salada's lips as he rose from his seat. "I did not expect you to retain such primal ferocity. A scion clan that has not even lost its tail, yet is devoid of feudal subjugation." At that moment, Vegeta noticed that King Salada too bore a tail at his waist. "I am the last scion on this planet to possess a tail. It has been countless years since I last encountered a scion with such a feature." Approaching Vegeta with a smile, King Salada inquired, "What are your names?" "Vegeta," he replied. "And by the way, I am the strongest scion in our universe." Broly chimed in, "Greetings, I am Broly. And I would venture to say I am the second strongest scion in our universe." Chapter 68. King Sharada of Califra regarded the strongest and the second strongest with a sense of skepticism. He inquired, "Can you freely control your own energy? The power you exhibit hardly qualifies as the strongest." Vegeta offered a faint smile, adjusting his energy to match that of King Sharada, precisely at 5 million. King Sharada fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, and after a brief moment, he slowly remarked, "I see. This is still not your full strength, is it? I am eager to witness the extent of your true power." King Sharada then turned and strode towards his throne, stating, "I have not engaged in battle for many years. I shall only fight to protect my people and will not contend with anyone else." As he spoke, King Sharada cast a warning glance at Vegeta, adding, "By the way, do not threaten me with my planet and my subjects. Otherwise, you will meet a most dreadful end, even if you are a super scion." Vegeta suddenly burst into laughter, exhilarated by such an audacious opponent, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Had King Sharada not uttered that last remark, it would have been better. Now it implied he possessed strength that surpassed that of a super scion. Just as Vegeta contemplated provoking King Sharada into action, Broly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Brother, you were the one who said not to stir trouble here, and regarding my matter." Upon hearing this, Vegeta had no choice but to suppress his desire for combat. He then turned to King Sharada and said, "I apologize for my forwardness. As a scion, you must understand our combative nature." King Sharada resumed his seat on the throne, resting his head on his hand, and replied, "This is not a commendable trait. I learned many lessons due to it in the past. As the king of the scions in this universe, I extend my welcome to your arrival. If you wish to spar, you may do so, but do not endanger others, nor harm my subjects, whether intentionally or unintentionally." Vegeta nodded, "Indeed, we shall certainly adhere to that. By the way, since we are here, it would be remiss of us to come empty-handed." Vegeta produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, which instantly transformed into a large warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse doors, he proclaimed, "These are some specialties from our universe, including vegetable seeds, fertilized eggs of edible fowl, as well as our battle uniforms, detectors, weapons, and the blueprints for their manufacture." King Sharada smiled and said, "You are quite considerate. Given the suddenness of this encounter, please allow me a few days to prepare a return gift for you. In the meantime, enjoy your visit to Sharada Star. I would like to invite you both to join us for dinner later. Then it would be my honor to comply." King Sharada turned to Captain Linser. "Linser, there is still some time before dinner. Please take our esteemed guests to explore Sharada Star." "Understood." Linser bowed and approached Vegeta and Broly, saying, "Please follow me." Under Linser's guidance, Vegeta and Broly departed the palace. As King Salada displayed a hint of skepticism on his face, he observed his subordinates tallying the items in the warehouse and privately mused, "It cannot be mistaken. That young man wears the earrings of the Kaioshin. Although the color differs from ours, there is no doubt that they are the Patera earrings. Is he a fusion scion? Or perhaps, like us, He regards those as tokens or mementos. Could it be that he is the heir to the Kaioshin of that universe? At that moment, a female scion, strikingly similar to Hanasiya, approached the throne. King Salada, please prepare some treasures and fine specialties from Salada Star for our guests. Remember, ensure the utmost quality. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Suo piloted the spacecraft, showing the two visitors around Salada Star. It must be said that this planet was nearly as desolate as planet Vegeta, with a gravity 10 times that of Earth. Moreover, compared to planet Vegeta, Salada Star possessed almost no high-tech products. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Vegito, seated in the front row, casually rested his legs on the control panel of the craft and remarked, I say, there's no need to specifically show us the sights. Let us just go to your home, enjoy a cup of tea, and you can share the history of Salada Star with us. Lin Suo did not dare to decline. King Salada's intentions were quite clear. While ensuring the comfort of these two foreign scions, he also aimed to extract useful information from them. All right, our home is not far from here. After a while, the spacecraft landed in front of a wooden cabin. Lin Suo opened the door and welcomed the two, saying, please come in. My humble abode may be modest. I hope you will forgive it. Vegito and Broly entered without removing their shoes and voluntarily settled by the hearth. Lin Suo hurriedly prepared a pot of tea for them. Gentlemen, I'm curious about your true purpose in visiting Salada Star. Vegito was taken aback by Lin Suo's lack of subtlety, as he directly inquired about their intentions. However, such straightforwardness warranted a candid response. Vegito patted Broly's shoulder and said, primarily, we are here to find him a partner, specifically a female scion to accompany us back. Lin Suo murmured, a political marriage perhaps? Not entirely, mainly because this young man is already 30. Lin Suo nodded. I happen to have a younger sister, albeit her temperament is somewhat difficult. If a union is to be considered, King Salada also has 2 excellent daughters. Incidentally, I am related to King Salada. Oh, in what way? Lin Suo pondered their connection. My elder sister is married to King Salada. I suppose I could be considered King Salada's brother-in-law. His most esteemed daughter is the child of my sister in him. Vegito lifted his teacup and took a sip, inquiring, what is her name? Her name is Kaifura. Upon hearing the name, Vegeta spluttered tea all over Broly. Kefla, are you certain that is a person's name? Lin Suo responded nervously. Is that name unpleasant? Not really. Is that what she was born with? Indeed, Vegeta gasped. Contemplating. It appears that all fusion beings throughout this vast universe were born in such a manner. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, a girl with a spiky hairstyle forcefully pushed the door open. Damn it, brother. How many times must I tell you? Do not park that wreck of a car at our doorstep. If you do it again, I swear I'll smash it. Noticing 2 additional guests in the house, the spiky-haired girl remarked, oh, I didn't expect, in this dilapidated home, that you would have friends visiting. Without hesitation, she sat down by the fireplace, finally taking a good look at Broly and Vegeta. After exchanging a glance with Vegeta, she leaned in closer and smiled. You're quite handsome, my type. With that, the girl playfully pinched Vegeta's arm, exclaiming, wow, you seem even stronger than my brother. Want to have a little competition? Lin Suo promptly introduced, this is my sister, Kefla. I apologize for her behavior. Vegeta smiled, a lovely girl indeed. Though lacking in manners, her personality and appearance align with my preferences. Hearing this, Lin Suo was taken aback. Someone actually liked a girl with Kefla's personality. A masochist? Regardless, if Vegeta showed interest in this little troublemaker, Lin Suo would eagerly encourage him to whisk her away. No more harassing the citizens of Saladra. Kefla, unperturbed, seized Vegeta's collar and grinned. Oh, you're the first to dare to confess to me. You've got some guts. Let us battle. If I win, you'll marry into our family. If you win, I'll pack my things and leave with you. Vegeta, observing Kefla's audacity, inquired, how old are you? 20. What is it to you? Are you underestimating me? Not at all. I'm a decade your senior. Can you handle that? Huh. I thought it was something serious. Just 10 years? The last suitor I rejected was 60 and left a cripple. Enough with the trivialities. Are you brave enough to spar with me? Right in my backyard. Vegeta inhaled deeply and stood up, saying, although I have no interest in weaklings, it would be worthwhile for you to understand what absolute strength entails. Humph. Just talk. My strength surpasses that of my foolish brother. Lin Suo interjected urgently, Kefla, don't be reckless. These two are esteemed guests of the Saladra king. I don't care about his status. If I win, he becomes my family's son-in-law. Reluctantly, Lin Suo resigned himself to accompany Vegeta. He quietly addressed Vegeta. Lord Vegeta, could you possibly hold back a little later? Rest assured, she will not perish. Broly also whispered to Vegeta, brother, what about my bride? You absolutely cannot marry this madcap. Otherwise, she will incessantly pester you into brawls. There are others more suitable for you. Haste makes waste. All right, I shall heed your counsel, brother. They arrived at the backyard, a patch of land that had been bombarded countless times. Caulifla, arms crossed, declared, "You are not even a quarter as strong as I am. If you call me big sister, I might allow you to keep both hands. If this were a game with a system, it would surely break the power scale. Wouldn't it?" Vegeta remained silent, merely adopting a classic provocative stance, raising his hand to beckon Caulifla. "How dare you underestimate me?" Caulifla charged at Vegeta in fury, delivering a punch squarely to his face. Direct hit. "How's that? Struggling to keep up with my speed? Are you? You should be grateful I showed mercy." Vegeta extended a finger, effortlessly sending Caulifla flying. After rolling several times on the ground, she barely regained her footing. Damn it! How can someone with such pathetic battle power be this formidable? Vegeta chuckled. "You should be thankful I held back, otherwise you would have surely injured yourself when striking me. Power mode is being activated. Cancel." Chapter 69. Another born fusion warrior after suffering a significant defeat. Caulifla refrained from recklessly charging forward. However, she undertook an even more audacious move, channeling energy through her hands as she declared to Vegeta, "This technique of mine is quite formidable. If I shatter your form, you shall retreat on your own accord. Brace yourself for my death flame." Caulifla unleashed a highly intense energy wave towards Vegeta. In a state of panic, Lasso shouted, "Stop. Cease at once. Do you wish to demolish our home?" Vegeta, with a disdainful smile, inhaled deeply and effortlessly redirected Caulifla's powerful attack back at her. What? Caulifla was struck by the air blast emitted by Vegeta, once again sent flying. As Vegeta advanced slowly, it became evident that Caulifla was battered and bruised, her red top even torn asunder. Vegeta coldly regarded Caulifla and remarked, "With such meager abilities, you aren't even worthy of being my bed warmer. Even my daughter could defeat you with but a single finger. Do not presume that being called a genius by others renders you invincible. Genius merely signifies you have yet to encounter my threshold." Caulifla, filled with indignation, rose to her feet, exclaiming, "But how infuriating! I have not yet lost. Then allow me to thoroughly extinguish your hopes." Huh. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and in that moment, Caulifla felt a profound sense of despair. She had never experienced such overwhelming power, causing her to plop down in terror. What is this?" Vegeta looked down upon her, stating, "This is called a Super Saiyan, and it is merely the introductory form of the Saiyan transformation." Meanwhile, within the palace, King Salad observed the position of Vegeta from the window before nonchalantly returning to fiddle with the scouter Vegeta had brought. As for Vegeta, he further evolved into Super Saiyan 2, his body enveloped in crackling lightning, his hair standing even more erect, and the fiery golden aura around him taking on a jetting form. This is Super Saiyan 2. Remarkable. Truly magnificent. Can you teach me? This was the first time Caulifla earnestly requested something from another. Vegeta chuckled. "If your aspirations are limited to merely this, then I must say, it is exceedingly disappointing. Super Saiyan 2 is hardly a powerful transformation. What follows is, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his long hair cascading down to his thighs, the lightning intensifying, his eyebrows vanishing, and his brow becoming pronounced. So stunning. I wish to learn this form." King Salad stood at the window, grinning. "The 7th universe, is it? Quite impressive." Vegeta continued addressing Caulifla. "I possess 3 transformations that surpass this one in strength. However, for certain reasons, I will not showcase them to you. But I can inform you that we have an inherent disparity." The golden tail at Vegeta's waist swayed as he added, "You were born without a tail, which, in a sense, renders you 10 times weaker than Saiyans who possess one." Upon concluding his words, Vegeta returned to his usual demeanor, coiling his tail around his waist once more. He then produced a senzu bean and tossed it to Caulifla. Without a moment's hesitation, and seemingly unperturbed by the notion that Vegeta might poison her, she promptly placed it in her mouth. For her, even if the entire world were to conspire against her, this stranger whom she had known for less than 5 minutes would not be capable of such treachery. With such formidable strength, if he wished to harm her, it would be as effortless as breathing. After consuming the senzu bean, Caulifla sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! My injuries have healed in an instant, and I feel even stronger." With that, she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Vegeta, and kissed him on the lips, rising onto her toes. Following this, she laughed heartily, declaring, "I keep my promises. From this day forth, I shall be by your side. I'm your woman." Vegeta inquired, "Did you not hear what I just said? I already have a daughter. And what of it? Is it customary for your Saiyans to adhere to monogamy?" Not exactly. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta suggested to Caulifla, how about this? You need not be my woman. You may invite several female scions to accompany me to my universe. I can take you on as my apprentice, imparting all that I know, and even assist you in growing your tail. Caulifla replied with a grin, no need for that. I shall be your woman, and you can teach me everything you know. The child we bear together will undoubtedly be stronger. At the mere mention of children, Vegeta felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. No, you can either become my apprentice and join me, or you may remain on planet Salad. Are you afraid your wife will discover your infidelity? Vegeta scoffed, you underestimate me, Vegeta. The women I desire do not require subterfuge. Besides, I have no wife. He then turned away, adding, it's simply that my interest in you has yet to reach that level. To be my woman, you must first prove yourself as an apprentice. Perhaps one day, when the mood strikes me, I may consider you as my partner. Caulifla, with her fists clenched, declared, very well, just wait. I shall one day become your woman. I want to accompany you, master. As Vegeta and Caulifla walked side by side, he stipulated, let us be clear. Upon entering my universe, you must adhere to my commands. Should you dare defy my wishes, I can send you back at any moment. Is it really that strict? What of my training? You need not concern yourself with training, since I have agreed to take you on as my apprentice. I will ensure you become exceedingly strong. After sunset, the group returned to the palace, where the Rasso family was invited to the banquet. Seated at the long table, King Salad entered with his 4 concubines and several children, among whom was an elderly female scion. The king began to introduce everyone in attendance, leading with the elderly woman. This is my current queen. She is now 98 years old. Vegeta paused for a moment before inquiring, have you married a woman significantly older than yourself? King Salada chuckled. In truth, I am even older than she by a considerable margin. My earliest offspring have long since passed away. Vegeta reflected on the circumstances of the 6th universe, noting that it possessed nearly everything that the 7th universe had, such as the Super Dragon Balls and the Namekians. Based on his deductions, Vegeta asked, did you use the Dragon Balls to attain an immortal body? King Salada, slightly taken aback, countered, does your universe also possess Dragon Balls? He then took a seat and added, this matter is known only to a select few. Lasso immediately grew tense, sensing he might have overheard something he shouldn't. King Salada, too, seemed reluctant to elaborate on the subject. Caulifla, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, her gaze fixed hungrily on the roast pig before her. These are some of my remarkable descendants. I have heard from Lasso that you wish to arrange a union. Kale, Caulifla, come forth. 2 girls stepped beside King Salada. One was exceedingly shy, her gaze flitting about, while the other wore a confident smile as she regarded Vegeta. You are the one who unleashed a powerful aura today, aren't you? Caulifla, do not be rude. Father, I wish to challenge him. Sit down. King Salada thundered, and Caulifla obediently took her seat. Vegeta noticed that Caulifla also wore patera earrings, albeit in green. King Salada observed this as well and remarked, no need for curiosity. The patera on Caulifla's ears are merely mementos. Long ago, I assisted the Supreme Kai, who gifted me a pair of patera earrings that had lost their original powers. These earrings have been passed down through 5 generations. At that moment, Vegeta confirmed that any fusion born from the patera earrings in this parallel universe was inherently a fusion being. Yet, he remained uncertain whether they possessed any systems or similar entities. However, even if they did, he felt no fear. After all, he was invincible. Moreover, he was far more intrigued by King Salada than by Caulifla. Chapter 70. The challenge of Caulifla. King Salada proactively elucidated the significance of the earrings adorning Caulifla's ears, indicating his curiosity about the origins of Vegeta's patera. To his surprise, he discovered that you were acquainted with the Supreme Kai. These earrings were a gift from my mother. He stated, is your mother? Vegeta chuckled, just a scion, formerly a princess among our kind. Formerly? Yes, she passed away later. Vegeta took the initiative to recount the tragic tale of the extermination of the Scions in the 7th universe. After a moment of silence, King Saladra remarked, I had no idea the Scions of the 7th universe endured such hardships. You mean that Frieza is akin to our Frost? Indeed. At this juncture, Caulifla, seated beside King Saladra, interjected, that can't be right. Our Frost is a decent fellow. Do not be deceived by appearances. It is prudent to limit your interactions with that individual, Vegeta cautioned, then turned to King Saladra. However, with your power, Frost must seem like an ant, no? King Saladra remained silent, seemingly reluctant to discuss matters pertaining to his own strength. After a brief pause, King Saladra shifted the topic. So, whom do you intend to bring to the 7th universe? Vegeta replied, Caulifla, Kale, and Caulifla will accompany us. King Saladra immediately countered, that is unacceptable. You may choose only one between cauliflower and kale. Furthermore, should you opt for cauliflower, you must remain on Saladra Star permanently. At that moment, Vegeta conceived a more favorable proposal. What if I bring all the scions from Saladra Star to the 7th universe and find you a new planet there? No. King Saladra decisively rejected Vegeta's suggestion. I have sworn an oath to our Supreme Kai and Destroyer to never depart from Saladra Star. Intrigued, Vegeta inquired, oh, what would happen if you left? Our Destroyer would annihilate all my subjects. Why? King Saladra closed his eyes and murmured, there is no reason. Tomorrow, preparations can begin for your wedding, but it must take place on Saladra Star. You should consider whom you will choose. Vegeta turned to Broly and asked, hey Broly, which of these two do you prefer? Broly shyly bowed his head and murmured, I don't know. Whatever you decide, big brother. At that moment, Caulifla stood up and addressed Vegeta and Broly. You wish to treat this princess and my sister as political pawns? That depends on whether you possess the requisite qualifications. King Saladra regarded Caulifla with a stern expression. Enough, Caulifla. Sit down. No. In the next instant, a pale green aura erupted from Caulifla, her hair standing upright as she pointed at the two. If you wish to marry this princess, you must first weigh your own capabilities. Your name is Vegito, is it not? Today, I have already sensed your formidable presence. If you can defeat me, I shall agree to marry that fool beside you. At this moment, a smile broke out on Vegito's lips, more pronounced than a gleam from an AK. He had never anticipated that the aura of Caulifla would be the most powerful he had encountered thus far, and it was ever increasing. Kale gazed at Caulifla in astonishment, exclaiming, Super Scion. Caulifla, when did you learn this? Caulifla confidently placed her hands on her hips and grinned. Heh, I mastered it several years ago. Don't forget, my father is King Salad, and I wear the earrings that symbolize my claim to the throne. My potential is certainly on par with my father's. Broly stood up and addressed Caulifla. I will take you on. Huh, if I win, you must marry me and come back with me. Vegito turned to the silent King Salad and inquired, what say you, King Salad? The king replied slowly, if you can defeat Caulifla, I shall permit her to accompany you. But what if you lose? At that moment, Vegito understood the dynamic at play. The father and daughter duo were performing a charade, one playing the role of the antagonist while the other feigned neutrality. On the surface, they restrained Caulifla from acting impulsively, yet secretly, they wished to test the strength of the so-called mightiest scions from other universes against Caulifla's power. If they proved stronger than Caulifla, then marrying off his daughter would be a fair trade. If they were weaker, Vegito guessed King Salad would insist they remain on Salad Star. Rather than wait for King Salad to state his intentions outright, Vegito boldly proposed, let us raise the stakes. I will face Caulifla, and Broly will take on Kale. If we both win, then they and Kale shall come with us. Should either of us lose, we will remain on Salad Star forever, submitting to your authority. King Salad smiled slightly and stood. That seems fair, but let us set the contest for 3 months hence. Do you agree? Fine by us. We could wait a year if necessary. With the date of the contest established, King Salad invited Vegito and Broly to stay at the royal palace. However, Vegito declined the king's hospitality and chose to return to the house of the lineage with Broly. That night, as Broly lay on the tatami mat gazing at the ceiling, he asked, brother, why must they wait 3 months? Vegito speculated, they probably wish to train intensively at the last moment. Kale also possesses the ability to sense energy. Yet she is quite surprised by Caulifla's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, they must have a space where they can isolate their energy for training. Much like the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the palace's basement, King Salad led Caulifla and Kale, along with 3 other guards, to a door. The last time they entered, it took only a day for one to transform into a Super Saiyan. Even as a Super Saiyan 3, you managed to transform effortlessly within a month. Until today, I have never encountered a Saiyan with such extraordinary talent. Kefla proudly placed her hands on her hips and chuckled. Hee, that's only natural, considering who my father is. At that moment, King Salad closed the door behind him, stating, however, with mere words alone, you are not a match for that Vegeta. Although it is merely my intuition, he may have mastered transformations far superior to Super Saiyan 3, especially that tail. The higher the transformation level, the more significant the tail's importance becomes. After King Salad entered with 5 Scions and shut the door, the interior revealed a vast azure expanse, where both the sky and ground were enveloped in blue. Kefla inquired, so, father, do you want me to grow a tail? King Salad smiled gently. No, since I have chosen to let my descendants abandon their tails, I am aware that there are things far superior to them. You already know that a day in the outside world equates to 10 days within this room. In 3 months, I will dedicate 900 days to bestow upon you the power to defeat that Vegeta and Broly. Training commences. Meanwhile, Broly lay on the bed, murmuring, "Brother, do you think that Kefla or Kale would like me? As long as you possess sufficient strength, they will. Whether Earthlings or Scions, they are drawn to powerful males. For Earthlings, strength often manifests in wealth and power, while for Scions, it's more straightforward. During their training, do we need to engage in other activities?" Vegeta replied, sitting up from the bed. "Indeed, there are other matters to attend to, so wait for me here." After dressing, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to arrive on a bustling planet. In the vibrant city, the screens of towering buildings displayed the image of a person strikingly resembling Frieza, Frost, who had been honored for donating a planet to war orphans. Consequently, the entire planet was incessantly promoting this event. Yet, beneath the facade of prosperity, in the city's sewers, countless starving individuals were hiding, struggling to survive. As Vegeta passed through an alley, he casually donned a cloak to conceal his identity. He then used instant transmission to head directly towards the strongest energy signature on the planet. In a lavish room filled with revelry, Frost held a glass of red wine, standing atop a high-rise while gazing down at the overly embellished city with a smile. What a foolish populace. All the beauty in this world is reserved for the wealthy and the powerful, while the diminished humans are relegated to cowering in the sewers. At that moment, a voice echoed behind Frost. "By your logic, you should offer the entire universe to me." As Frost turned around, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards him. Bang! By the time Frost regained his senses, his body had already shattered through the specially designed glass and was sent flying outwards.